Chapter 321, Contentment. Wow! So beautiful! Yeah, how? Take me to buy one. I want one too. Xiaoming took Ya's hand and shook his arm. Fortunately, he wiped his sweat. He secretly bought this necklace with Mao Xiaomo. It cost tens of thousands. To Mao Xiaomo, it was a drop in the bucket. But to him, it was 3 months' salary. Yehao and Xiaoming have long been recognized as a golden couple in the industry. A necklace is just a necklace. But what is attached to it are all Mao Xiaomo's feelings and final promise. He gently put it on Cheng Yao's snow-white neck. A shining silver necklace matches a beautiful lady. Wow! It's so beautiful! Xiaoming looked at Cheng Yao, admiring and saying in his heart that it was impossible not to be envious at all. Yihao naturally knew what Xiaoming was thinking, and secretly thought that he had to buy one. Otherwise Xiaoming might not know how to deal with him. Elegant. Even though Cheng Yao is wearing sportswear, her whole temperament is still different from ordinary beautiful girls. The daughter of the upper class. No matter how much this necklace is worth, Cheng Yao will always keep it. Okay, let's eat cake. The warmth is over. It's over. If it doesn't end, I'm going to wear sunglasses. Wang Hao and Gu looked at Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo with disgusting expressions. But in fact, they also have deep feelings in their hearts. Especially Gu. It can be said that he and Mao Xiaomo Cheng Yao met almost at the same time. Less than a month before and after. It can be said that he has also witnessed the relationship between these two people. It was half a year from September last year to March this year. Mao Xiaomo held Cheng Yao's little hand and took the first cut of the cake. Happy birthday! Oh! Sister Cheng Yao! This is a gift for you! Gu gave Cheng Yao an extremely expensive mirror. Wang Hao bought a set of high-end cosmetics. And Xiaoming also gave him a red cheongsam as a gift. Thank you everyone! Cheng Yao was moved from the bottom of her heart. Growing up, she had received countless birthday gifts from uncles and aunts. And she threw each one in a corner. But this time, she wanted to treasure every piece. Cheng Yao forked a small piece of cake, which was sweet but not greasy. Sister Cheng Yao, I have another gift for you, Gu said seriously to Cheng Yao while holding a plate of uneaten cakes. Cheng Yao didn't react at first, thinking that Gu had some other gifts. What? By the time Mao Xiaomo reacted, it was already too late. Gu smiled evilly and slapped a plate of cake onto Cheng Yao's beautiful face. Ha ha ha! Yehao and Xiaoming laughed, and Mao Xiaomo also burst out laughing. Halfway through his laughter, Gu felt a chill spreading rapidly. Sister Cheng Yao! No! Sister Cheng Yao! Please listen to my explanation. Ah! Sister Cheng Yao! Cheng Yao! Don't be afraid. Mao Xiaomo, am here today. No one else can hurt you. Hack! Don't hacking hit me! While they were having fun, a video call rang. Everyone looked intently at the mobile phone in front of Cheng Yao's computer desk. It's my dad! Cheng Yao's expression was very beautiful, with mixed emotions. Her head and face were covered with cream on the cake, and there was no trace of human outline at all. It's okay. Just take it. Mao Xiaomo suppressed his laughter and said. Cheng Yao nodded, but she was still a little uneasy. Growing up, her father had only taught her the etiquette of the upper class, and she had never been as crazy as she is today. But Mao Xiaomo knew that Cheng Haijun was just a father who wanted his daughter to be happy. After answering the call, Cheng Yao tried her best to position the camera as straight as possible. But the sight of her own appearance also shocked her. Cheng Yao trembled, causing Gu and Wang Hao beside him to feel stomachaches. Cheng Yao herself was mentally prepared to be shocked, let alone Cheng Yao's parents in Shanghai. Especially Cheng Yao's mother jumped up in fright. The beauty is pale. There is really no psychological preparation at all. However, when Cheng Haijun looked at the situation in the base, he also understood something in his heart. Dad. When Cheng Yao spoke, a piece of butter flowed into Cheng Yao's mouth and almost made Cheng Yao choke. Gu and Wang Hao laughed even harder, holding their stomachs and laughing wildly. Cheng Haijun and Cheng Yao's mother also felt a little comfort in their hearts when they saw Cheng Yao and her teammates smiling so happily. Their daughter has grown up, and their biggest wish is to live happily. Happy birthday, daughter! Ha ha! Your mother and I just watched your game, Cheng Haijun said with a smile. Although mom doesn't quite understand, your dad said you did a great job. Cheng's mother is not very old, but about 40 years old. She has the temperament of a lady, and her beautiful face shows no trace of age due to years of maintenance. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Cheng Yao replied sweetly. Her parents could understand her, which was something she never thought of a year or two ago. Well, happy birthday. Mom and Dad won't bother you anymore. Have fun and play the game. Father's love reaches the mountain. Chung Haijun still hangs up the phone. Although Cheng's mother is still reluctant to leave. Chung Yao is laughing. So let her laugh to her heart's content. ISED is the best gift Chung Haijun gave to Chung Yao. Damn it! Did we make a mistake by sending Chung Yao to the United States? Chung Haijun said to Cheng's mother while watching the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament that continued on TV. Cheng's mother leaned quietly on Chung Haijun's shoulder. After that CUL, she found that her husband was very different. After going to the United States, can Chung Yao still smile? Okay. Let's take a shower. There will be no training tonight. Let's go to the KTV to sing. As a coach, now a regular, everyone cheered as soon as these words came out. This group of training madmen would definitely not do it normally. But today is Chung Yao's birthday. It's only 8 o'clock. And the nightlife has just begun. Today I will let you know what kind of singing ability I, too, have. Okay. You can pull me down. I don't know what your level is yet. Honey, please don't tear me down. Okay? Everyone singing and laughing lasted until almost 12 o'clock. The last song was given to Chung Yao by Mao Xiaoma. Mayday. Contentment. How to have a rainbow. How to embrace the summer wind. The stars in the sky laugh at the people on the earth. I can't always understand. I can't know enough. If I fall in love with your smile. How to collect. How to own. If you are happy not for me. Will you let go or not? In fact, it is possession. When a gust of wind blows the kite into the sky. I pray for you. Bless you and feel moved. Finally your figure disappeared at the end of the crowd. I just realized that it hurts the most to laugh and cry. By the end of the song, Chung Yao's eyes were filled with tears. Also bursting into tears was Mao Xiaoma. Chung Yao, we want to be together forever. Everyone looked at Mao Xiaoma and Chung Yao who were crying together, and felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. Everyone knows that as Chung Yao's departure is getting closer and closer, the most helpless people should be these two people. Does Chung Yao really love PUBG? The answer is not yes. It is impossible for a girl to focus on the game and chase victory like a man. Now standing on the professional stage. My only dream is to win another championship with Mao Xiaoma. Chapter 322 Qualifying from the group. The first chicken in the IFCD professional competition did not keep fans waiting for too long. In the fourth game of Group A, IFCD was fully prepared to win the first chicken in a professional game since the team was founded, which was also a good start. KZSS and LGD did not put pressure on IFCD in the same group in terms of points. After 8 out of 10 qualifiers, IFCD points are far ahead of the second place COG. Group A standings. 1. IFCD 3065 chicken times 1. 2. COG 2430 chicken times 1. The competition for the second place in the Group A standings is particularly fierce. COG, KZSS, LGD and teams with similar scores are all eyeing it. As for the top position of IFCD, as long as 2 consecutive sets do not fall into the box, the top spot in the group is basically locked. On the 6th day of the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament, the last 2 qualifiers of Group A and Group H started. After today's game ends, the rankings of the major teams will also be settled. IFCD played the last 2 games with almost no pressure. Although it only had more than 600 points with the second place COG. It could almost catch up with the score of a chicken game. But no matter what, IFCD has a guaranteed score of 200 points in both games. The team ranked 2.3.4 must score at least 800 plus points in a single day to surpass IFCD. A team is possible, but it is almost impossible for 2 teams to score 800 plus points at the same time. The top 2 in the group will qualify. IFCD is not obsessed with ranking first in the group. Just advance. In the last 2 preliminaries, IFCD played very unrestrainedly, looking for teams to kill in the circle and trying new tactics. In the 9th set, EOP and VTA were eliminated one after another, and they finally died on the way into the circle. In the last set, IFCD completed a perfect performance and won the chicken again with 21 kills. Mao Xiaomo scored 9 kills alone, which was a new high for him in professional competitions. After 10 games, the 2 teams IFCD and COG qualified together. Group A standings. 1. IFCD 4,365 chicken times 2. 2. COG 3130 chicken times 1. To everyone's surprise, LGD the first-tier team in Group A, ranked 3rd, while KZSSS only finished 5th. And they were all sent to the semifinals. IFCD and COG occupy the top 2 positions. IFCD won the top spot in Group A with an absolute advantage. No one would have thought of it before the game, except IFCD itself. Nice! After the game, the confident smiles of the IFCD players were contagious. In just 2 months, it has transformed from a rookie team into a strong team that can be ranked among the best in the country. The process is short and arduous. Many teams have completed such a short-term transformation before. For example, DLG, such as 17, all rose rapidly in just 2 months. Even so, it is still not easy to achieve the rise of a team. Talent plus hard training are indispensable. There are many gunners in the country, but only so many can truly reach the first-class level, which is inseparable from talent. The upset in Group A was beyond everyone's expectations. But in the subsequent groups of games, upsets occurred even more frequently. The top 2 spots in Group C were occupied by NW and Stars. For AM only finished 4th and entered the semifinals. In Group E, KG and V5 successfully pushed Team 17 into 3rd place. Of the 12 teams in the first level, only 5 directly advanced to the first round. Msjoy said in the live broadcast. Now the domestic level is getting higher and higher, and the gap between the first-line teams is getting bigger and bigger. It is difficult to advance directly without exerting efforts in the group stage. Except for OMG, no team in China has such stable results. Looking at OMG's competition, while winning 3 chickens in 10 preliminaries, all of them entered the top 10. So far, I only have this result with the IFCD team. Saw the potential. IFCD has won 2 chickens in 10 games, ranked in the top 10 in 8 games, ranked 14th in 1 game, and 19th in 1 game. This result is quite stable. There are 2 main reasons why I am very optimistic about the IFCD team. First, because our team practices with their team every day. Many teams in the circle know that at the beginning we still had an absolute advantage. But later on we became 55-5. Then what? I haven't consumed the anchor yet. Don't worry. Keep talking. Now we, DLG and IFCD, dare not claim a guaranteed win in a head-to-head match. Those kids at IFCD are practicing really hard. I really envy them. They have talent and potential and are still willing to practice. Such a team will definitely achieve results. It's no surprise that in this PPL and QGC, IFCD will be in the top 3 of at least one competition. Well, PPL, there are too many strong teams in QGC, and it's hard to say. Another reason IFCD is stable is their conductor king. I know you all call him Emotion, but it is true that apart from OMG's smile, I really can't find anyone who can stabilize him as a conductor in China. You can think about it. Wei Shen? Wei Shen is not technically a commander. Not even 17 show. Xiao Ju is even more incomparable. While I was talking, I suddenly wanted to buy Emotion. To be honest, we just lack such a commander. Msjoy's live broadcast is very rich in content. Not only explaining techniques and tactics, but also a lot of professional content. After QGC's 10 preliminaries, IFCD's high level has been realized. These 2 chicken games were won at the hands of many strong first and second tier teams, and there was not much luck. The 50-50 split between DLG and IFCD mentioned by Msjoy also illustrates this problem. DLG currently lacks a good leader. The strength of the main players is definitely not weak. According to TPJ's comprehensive review, the Ace Shuju is SS, the Assaulter is S+, and the Ear is S+. It is definitely a first-team configuration, but without an excellent commander, the team strength cannot be fully utilized. In addition to the advantages in mountain warfare, DLG still has a huge problem. This is a problem of the team member's ability, and Msjoy cannot solve it. Because Msjoy usually broadcasts live after 11 p.m. Mao Xiaomo often lies in bed and watches Msjoy's live broadcast on his mobile phone during his breaks. 90% of Msjoy's live content is tactical analysis of games, including games in the Xiaoguo region, as well as games in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and the CIS region, not to mention the big guys in Europe and America. Every game is a must-see. During the game, Msjoy will analyze the tactics and correct playing methods of each team, which will benefit players who really want to play this game well. Chapter 323, Secretly Learning Techniques. In the past, when he was not playing professionally, Mao Xiaomo would often watch entertainment anchors. Now that he is in the professional arena, he watches very few entertainment live broadcasts. And the one he watches the most is Mjoy's live broadcast. It is true that Mjoy is an excellent coach, and he is the first in the country in terms of overall view and tactical play. Mao Xiaomo has watched for nearly 2 months and learned a lot of tactics. Some learned it from Mjoy, and some learned it from the competitions of big players in Europe and the United States. Such a barrage suddenly floated across Mjoy's barrage. IFCD_King. Stealing technology, funny. My mother-in-law has 2 kumquats. 6666. Wei Shen was afraid of being strong. Is that emotion himself upstairs? The number of people in Mjoy's live broadcast room is only over 10,000. And there are not many barrages. Mao Xiaomo's barrage was discovered by everyone at once. It was rare that the barrage was posted much faster than usual. Mjoy also took a look and smiled. Me? IFCD_King. Yeah, funny. Do you have time? Let's watch the game together. Come to YY. Mjoy said, and then privately chatted with Mao Xiaomo's YY account on WeChat. It was still early in the evening, and Mao Xiaomo had planned to watch Mjoy's live broadcast for a few hours. Since Mjoy invited him, Mao Xiaomo opened his laptop and went to YY to see Mjoy's vest waiting for him. Mjoy smiled and said, Emotion. Oh my. Mao Xiaomo was a little scared. Teacher Joy is joking. Just call me Xiao Mo. Okay. Xiao Mo. Are you interested in joining our DLG? Mjoy said jokingly, coming straight to the point. Mao Xiaomo was caught off guard, and the barrage was all 66,666. But before Mao Xiaomo could answer, Yahao's voice came out from YY. Huh? Teacher Joy? I'm sorry, I trust you so much. Yahao's sudden appearance also caught Mjoy off guard. The relationship between the two is very good. Yahao is also Mjoy's house manager, and Yahao recommended Mao Xiaomo to watch Mjoy's live broadcast. I just heard that Mjoy invited Mao Xiaomo to be a commentator. He just wanted to join in the fun, or he came uninvited. Who would have thought that as soon as he joined YY, he heard that Mjoy was poaching their ILCDA's player. However, both Yihao and Mjoy know that Mao Xiaomo is not just for sale. It is not an exaggeration to say that half of this team belongs to Mao Xiaomo. How about Xiao Mo? How many techniques have you learned secretly? Yahao said jokingly. 7. 8. 8? No, a thing or two. Just the skin. Mjoy. Okay. Let's watch the game. A bunch of tough guys. Yahajan has been looking forward to this game for a long time. Strong teams such as FaZe, Vita, and Navi are all here. The only missing team is Team Liquid, which fell in the qualifier final. It can be regarded as a big upset. Wow! The number of people in the live broadcast room is about to break the record. Mjoy laughed when she saw the soaring number of people in the live broadcast room, because the news of Mao Xiaomo and Yahao's arrival spread. Many fans in Wei Shen's live broadcast room and IFCD fans came to take a look. In a short period of time, the number exceeded 100,000. News of IFCD coach Yahao and Captain Mao Xiaomo appearing in the Mjoy live broadcast room also appeared on forums such as Hupu. In the internet era, information is transmitted very fast. You are in luck tonight, Mjoy said with a smile. It is said that we are watching the game together, but in fact it is not much different from the commentary. But the commentary lineup for this game is too luxurious. Be it Mjoy and the top commentator team in the country, plus one of the top conductors in the country, IFCD captain, and popular player King. It's absolutely luxurious. The game is on, Yahao said while looking at the screen in Mjoy's live broadcast room. The finals of the European and American DreamHack competitions have officially begun. There was nothing worth analyzing at the beginning. The 16 European and American teams were all very harmonious. Europeans and Americans have different ideas from the Xia Kingdom team. They just think that their territory is their own territory. Each team has divided resource points. If you compete with me, then you don't respect me and don't want to play the game, Mjoy said. This is indeed the case. There is an unwritten rule among many European and American teams, which is not to invade the opponent's territory. Even if there are some desperate situations, they still maintain this style. This is their style. In SLI, FaZe can win the championship as long as they don't fall into a box. Liquid, as a strong contender for the championship, did not choose to compete with them in large and small power plants. This behavior is somewhat incomprehensible to the Xia team. The cultural differences between the two countries. This circle is brushed on the lower right side, so FaZe is very comfortable. As you can see, In current foreign competitions, generally speaking, two people play together. This is the perfection of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds tactics. It was too easy to be reckless in the past when one person occupied points. And if one person occupied points, the opponent would be able to judge easily, Joy said. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been developing for so long, and its tactics have been well formed. Next, it depends on how the team chooses. Yahao continued. Now FaZe occupies two housing areas. We generally call it diversified investment. Occupying two housing areas, there is always one room area that can be in the circle. Bet on a circle, and if two people guard a small room area, it will not be easy to be charged. It is now a mainstream tactic. With the marksmanship of professional players, it is not only more than enough for two people to defend a room, but it is definitely enough. It is impossible for the enemy to teleport in front of you. It is unrealistic to forcefully rush into the room without losing people on the way. Mao Xiaomao doesn't talk much. He and Joy are also different. They are commentators, and can analyze each team's tactics, and then tell them what they think is the correct way to play. But Mao Xiaomao is different. His playing style is IFCD style. He can only talk about some superficial things, so he doesn't say much. On the contrary, Joy kept jokingly trying to seduce Mao Xiaomao to come to DLG, which also made the barrage laugh non-stop. In 1 hour, the number of people in Joy's live broadcast room has exceeded 600,000, which is almost as many as Wei Shin, who is currently live broadcasting. After watching 2 games, FaZe won 2 consecutive chickens with his unbeatable personal ability, tactical system, personal strength. This is a necessary condition for a team to achieve results. Tomorrow will be the QGC rematch. IFCD, the top team in the group, has advanced to the finals ahead of schedule. IFCD can have a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, they are going to play in the qualifiers of the PPL Panda League. The format of that game is very strange. Chapter 324 PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League. On March 15th, the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League is about to start. The championship prize of this PPL has reached a huge 800,000, which is the same as the Douyu Gold tournament, and is tied for a new high in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. From March 15th to 16th, 60 will advance to 48. The 60 participating teams will be divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. Each group will play 1 game every day. After 2 games, the top 48 with total points will advance, and the last 12 will advance. Eliminated. From March 17th to 18th, 48 teams advance to 36. The 48 teams are divided into 4 groups, with 12 teams in each group competing against each other. 3 games will be played within 2 days. The top 36 in total points will advance, and the last 12 will be eliminated. From March 19th to 20th, 36 teams advanced to 16. The 36 teams were divided into 3 groups, with 12 teams in each group. They played 2 games in each group with the other 2 groups. A total of 4 games. The top 16 in total points advance to the finals, and the remaining 20 teams compete in the playoffs. On March 21st, 20 teams played 4 revival games, and the top 4 teams in points advanced to the finals. From March 24th to 25th, 20 teams will compete in a 2-day finals with a total of 8 games. The team with the highest points in the end will be the champion of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League. Mao Xiaomao was speechless when he just got this rule. There are only 2 games played in the first round of the qualifiers, 3 games played in the second round, and 4 games played in the third round. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game with a high level of surprises. If there are fewer games, there are likely to be many surprises. However, the conditions for advancement are not too harsh, and those with a mid-range level can advance steadily. Last year, the competition system was broken. Why is it still this year? Yahao Yi scolded. Last year's PPL competition was criticized countless times, but this year's competition format is still the same. Not to mention the number of preliminaries. This point rule can make them lose their desire to participate. If they were not a team on the Panda platform, they would definitely turn around and participate in the Douyu Gold tournament. This is also the reason why many strong teams choose Douyu Gold tournament. Points rules: 300 points for first place, 200 points for second place, 150 points for third place. Then the 4th to 10th place decreases. 100 points, 80 points, 60 points, 50 points, 40 points, 30 points, 20 points, 10 points for 11-15 th place, 5 points for 16-20/16-24 th place. The kill score reached a terrifying 25 points. This means that you can get 25 points by killing one person. The official statement is that in a complete point system, a head is worth 25 points. And eating chicken is worth 300 points. Even if you survive to eat chicken, you can only get 300 points. And you will be left behind by the team that ranks high in the end and kills a lot of people. This greatly prevents the team from choosing to avoid fighting or the presence of eating people. It greatly improves the enjoyment of the game. And the player's abilities can also be well reflected. But in fact, this is a nonsense competition system. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. All teams are fighting for victory, no matter what method is used. As a result, this competition system directly weakened the ranking points and brought the kill points to a very high level. It was a completely unreasonable competition system. The competition will become more intense and difficult to understand with common sense. After all, if you kill 5 people, the score will directly reach 125 points. This score is equivalent to the ranking points of the top 5. IFCD is divided into Group B. On the first day of the PPL, Groups A, B, and C will start in sequence. After the match of Group A, the first match of Group B officially started. IFCD's first day appearance in the PPL arena. The results? Very unsuccessful. With excellent transfer, IFCD reached the finals without any injuries, but was bombed by a grenade during the battle with IFTY. IFCD, which had no way out, died under the gun of Big Brother. In the end, IFCD ranked 10th, with 1 kill and only a pitiful 45 points. But IFCD, who originally thought he would be at the bottom, was stunned when he saw his points ranking. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League Rankings. 1 Frowny Face IFTY, R1, 700. 2 Frowny Face DLG, R1, 575. 44 Frowny Face IFCD, R1, 45. With only 45 points, he could be ranked 44th, with 16 unlucky guys behind him. However, IFCD can't laugh. Tomorrow's game is a life and death battle. If they perform like this again, they will pack up and go home. However, IFCD actually played without too many problems and successfully entered the finals. First 10. I fought with IFTY but didn't win. There wasn't much of a mistake. But because of this unique format, I was ranked 44th. It's definitely not possible to just find people to fight with. We have to fight in the center, Mao Xiaomao said. There is a misunderstanding in this killing format. Many teams are fighting fiercely on the edge of the circle, whether they can get the top 2 or not. Their own team will also be in a very dangerous situation. The best way to deal with IFCD is to take target shots. Tomorrow we may have to move quickly. It's still the same as before. Which 2 are capable of fighting will occupy the target spot in the center of the circle. The other 2 will search for bullets. Anyway, calm down and perform normally to advance steadily. Mao Xiaomao was not overconfident. According to this score, they only needed to kill a few people in the second day's game to advance steadily. Although everyone has only been in the professional circle for more than 2 months. They are all players who have experienced big storms, QL's finals, and the tragic loss of the Heroes Cup. IFCD's psychological quality has gone through many hardships. IFCD. 1, 2, 3. Come on! Okay. The preliminaries of Group A of our PPLS 3 season have all been completed, and the points have been determined. As for whether the teams currently ranked lower in Group A can advance, it depends on the expressions of other teams. Commentator Coffee said. Another commentator, VC, continued. The next thing to be played is the second game of Group B. There are also many well-known teams in this group, like Brother Shaji's LSJ team, VTA, IFTY. There is also IFCD, which was ranked relatively low on the first day. They are the teams that everyone pays more attention to. But this grouping is a bit interesting. The 3 Panda teams VTA, IFCD and DLG are all grouped together. This also shows that the grouping is completely random. Coffee laughed. As soon as the grouping came out this time, everyone laughed. Panda Platform has 3 teams in one group. The first round is a competition within the group. It is normal for something to happen accidentally. After all, there are only 2 games, and the sample is too small. But as the saying goes, the strong will always be strong. Okay, we can see that the second game of Group B has started. Can IFCD break through? Chapter 325 OKC's Challenge. IFCD still chose our city without any surprise. There is another team that also jumped to our city. OKC. Under VC shouts, everyone's eyes were focused on the vicinity of our city. IFCD's strong performance in recent games and training matches has basically defined its own territory. Even XQ and AST, which have always used our city as their initial jumping point, do not want to mess around with our city and IFCD and waste their time. It's hard to tell the winner. As long as there are IFCD games, our city will basically be allocated to IFCD by default. Anyway, this is not a big resource point, and it is not a big deal to give it to such a strong team. But in this game, OKC took the initiative to choose our city. I feel like OKC didn't want to have fun, Coffee said hesitantly. If you want to become famous, IFCD is in the spotlight now. I just checked the standings, and OKC got 160 points in the first round. Although this score is not high, it can advance successfully even with 0 points in the second round. Coffee will give you some knowledge about OKC points, because the first round of the PPL competition is 60 to 48. The qualifications for promotion are very loose. Basically, you can advance steadily by killing a few people. However, when IFCD started poorly in the first game and the results were not particularly ideal, the results in the second game were obvious. Is particularly critical. But looking at OKC's actions, it's obvious that they don't want to make things easier for IFCD. The barrage was instantly scolded, aka fool, looking for a sense of presence? My so handsome, OKC? IFCD underscore Xiaomingming, mock. As the hottest new team today, IFCD has won over countless fans. The strong performance of QGC qualifiers also made IFCD fans full of fantasies about this team. Although the results of yesterday's first PPL preliminaries were not good, IFCD fans are not panicked at all, because there is still one game, and as long as they perform normally, IFCD will advance steadily. You can pass this kind of preliminaries just by playing casually. But now OKC's behavior makes them feel the crisis. Coffee, with a serious face, I hope OKC comes to our city with a proper mentality. Yes, because IFCD is currently in the limelight. It will definitely receive special care from some teams. This is inevitable. What is a proper mentality, and what is an improper mentality? The proper mentality is to come to our city to challenge IFCD and not mess around. Even if it is for fame. It is understandable. The improper mentality is not to think about leaving our city. If you knock down one person, even if your whole team is ruined here, you have to fight to make up for it. This format, this professional game, if there are 1 or 2 less players, the team strength will be greatly reduced. In this high kill point format, anything can happen. All IFCD fans are nervous. It wasn't until I saw OKC settled on the other side of the city that I felt half relieved. It's okay. Let's search for the gun first. Mao Xiaoma also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was afraid of was fighting them on the ground. This kind of battle was too unexpected and depended to a certain extent on luck. Coffee also said, it seems that OKC still wants to fight IFCD. No matter what the purpose is. The mentality is good. Everyone can only guess what the purpose of OKC is. Maybe they just want to become famous in one battle. Maybe they want to compete with IFCD to help themselves improve. Maybe they don't even want to target IFCD. No one can tell. But looking at it now, OKC is still playing normally, and has no intention of dying together. The reviews have improved a lot now, and there are far fewer fans cursing on the barrage. OKC is here to fight you head-on, not to play dirty tricks. And there is no reason to scold others. You can't say that our city belongs to IFCD and just scold whoever comes. There were 24 teams, and the battles that broke out in the early stage were also very intense. The 2 teams on the airport island also fought very fiercely. For a while, our city couldn't fight, so the OB view was simply moved away. Who knew that suddenly a knockout popped up in the upper right corner? Information. IFCD underscore Godric used Car 98K to knock down OKC underscore West with a headshot. In the IFCD training room, Good was screaming, wow. Hit. Hit. My shot. Pounce. Mao Xiaomo ignored Good's shouts and directly ordered everyone to press forward. This is the best time to advance, because the enemy will have 1 person rescuing people, and the defense line will only have 2 people at most, leaving a very large gap. This is also the reason why it is said that team members in professional competitions cannot fail. You can save him after he falls to the ground, but you don't dare to save him. The enemy will rush over as soon as you save him. If there is a gap in the defense line, he will be easily penetrated. IFCD is very decisive, but this distance is a bit far. It would be a bit awkward to rush to OKC closer. Boom! IFCD underscore Godric used car 98K to knock down OKC underscore Der with a headshot. Ha ha ha. Hit it again. The one in the house on the left has fallen. Good laugh. He hadn't touched 98K in nearly half a year. But facing this kind of fixed target, even the worst professional players can do it. Hit. Der's target shooting outside the window just now was a bit greedy. And good shot 98K with his backhand, directly knocking down Der at the window. Never underestimate professional players. Which professional player doesn't know how to play 98K? It's just that I'm not specialized enough, and the tasks are different. OKC had just pulled up West, who was the first to fall, when they saw another teammate fall to the ground. And they couldn't pull this teammate up. OKC is in a bit of a meltdown right now, with 3 headless players facing a full roster of IFCD. Coffee said. It was impossible to save the OKC player, who was lying on the ground. The other 3 people were also huddled in a big room. The duel in a professional game is a balance. But strong teams have the ability to tip the balance. Good's 2 shots cost 98K, completely breaking up OKC's defense. IFCD, which had locked the enemy's position, all posted downstairs on the 3rd floor. The OKC players did not dare to show their heads to attack IFCD. Once their heads were revealed, the OKC players without helmets would be knocked down with 1 shot. Without giving them time to react, the IFCD army passed by. And OKC really felt the pressure from the current Siagwa first-line team. Is there thunder? Just one. Without. After a brief exchange, because the search time was relatively short, only Chung Yao had a thunder in her waist. Chapter 326 Target Champion. The number of thrown objects determines the style of attacking the building. Generally speaking, when there are a lot of grenades, just leave one person to set up the stairs, and others throw them in from various windows, and you will definitely gain something. In 4-on-3, even if you only blow up one person, it's still a huge advantage for the team. When there is only one mine, the old method is still the same, blasting out a position where you can rush in. Chung Yao did not choose to pinch for a long time. It was thrown directly to the stairs on the 2nd floor, and the OKC players retreated early to guard their 2 small rooms. If the front side can stay strong, one of OKC's players will definitely climb down from the window to hit IFCD's back. But Mao Xiaomao did not give them such a chance. There was a loud bang. Mao Xiaomao rushed forward and immediately hit the direction of the 2 rooms. An early shot without a doubt. Directly knocked down OKC's West again. IFCD underscore King used an M16A for headshot to knock down OKC underscore West. Beautiful. King's early shot. Knock West out right away. In FPP mode, if the enemy's position can be determined, advance the gun preview. Because of the preview, there is a reaction time between when you see the enemy and when you attack the enemy, and the advanced gun reduces this time to a minimum. After Mao Xiaomao was knocked down, another OKC player who was setting up a gun also completed a wave of exchanges with Mao Xiaomao. After taking the time to knock down Mao Xiaomao, he was knocked down by a headshot from Good, who was shooting from behind. The last OKC player immediately jumped out of the window and tried to run away. But Chung Yao, who was dragged to the last position of IFCD, heard the sound of the enemy climbing through the window and opened the door directly for target shooting. OKC's team members twisted left and right, but still failed to reach the next room area and were killed directly. IFCD wiped out OKC without any bloodshed and no accidents. Stabilize. IFCD now gives me the feeling that it is a very stable and strong team, VC said. Didn't you still lose to IFTY yesterday? It's normal to lose to IFTY. Strong first-line teams have their own wins and losses. After IFCD defeated OKC, both IFCD players and fans breathed a long sigh of relief. OKC has 4 kills and 80 points. They are almost guaranteed promotion, and there won't be any glitches. What they fear most is that IFCD has a good ranking but no one wins. Under this format, a situation similar to the first set is very likely to occur. If IFCD's state relaxes, it will be a huge trouble for other teams. Although IFCD did not win the game in this game, it still got 16 kills, showing its strong strength. Successfully advanced to the first round of qualifying. In the second round of the qualifiers, IFCD performed steadily in 3 games, averaging 7 kills per game, and its ranking was also very stable. It ranked 2nd, 5th, and 7th in the 3 games, with a total score of 840 points in the 3 rounds. Ranked 5th among 48 teams, and successfully advanced to the next round. Without OMG, 17, 4AM, and KZSS, which are top-notch marksmanship teams. IFCD's frontal strength is also at the first level in the PPL. After 5 games, Mao Xiaomao also topped the kill list with 15 kills. No longer a rising star. It is a professional team that aims to win the championship. The 36-16 game continues. IFCD's condition is getting better and better, and it was still able to successfully break out of the encirclement when faced with the encirclement of 2 strong teams, IFTY and DLG. In 4 games, he successfully won 1 chicken and proudly advanced to the finals at the top of the standings. The PPL game and the Douyu game were held at the same time, and news from both sides also appeared at the same time. Not in good condition. KZSSS was eliminated. No surprise. DLG, LSJ, and IFDY have advanced one after another. Strong IFCD. The Easter match is about to begin. Who will stand out? IFCD advanced strongly by once again ranking first. Coupled with the preliminaries of QGC, IFCD has advanced to the finals as the first in 2 consecutive competitions. This achievement is impressive, but also gives people a lot of expectations for this team that has just been established for more than 2 months. Champion? Is it possible? So far, IFCD's performance in the PPL has been very stable, but other strong teams are also very stable. The seeded teams before the game, DLG, LSJ, and IFTY, have all advanced without any suspense. It is still unclear how long IFCD can maintain its strength and whether it can adapt to the intensity of the finals. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the intensity of the preliminaries is far from the intensity of the finals. The teams participating in the finals are almost all first and second tier teams in their prime, and none of them are good at it. In addition, it is the finals, which will cause each team to play very conservatively. Yi Hao and the IFCD players are talking about thinking of the PPL finals as a Hero Cup game. There are also 20 teams, and there are also 8 points matches. The matches of the Hero Cup can also reflect the intensity of the finals to a certain extent. Although the Haoheng Cup is not the final, the special competition system makes each team not want to lose and play very seriously. The strength of the PPL competition teams is definitely not as high as that of the Haoheng Cup, but because it is the final of the platform competition, the top 3, and even the champion, the amount of bonuses is eye-watering. This also leads to the team definitely choosing a relatively conservative style of play. If you want to win the championship, you must kill people, Mao Xiaomao said. IFCD has set its sights on the championship trophy. Both Mao Xiao, Mo Chengyao, and Wang Hegud have unlimited desire for this championship. This desire for championships will become their motivation on the way forward. I haven't watched IFCD in the PPL rematch. There are 20 teams, and they can't possibly know every one of them. Only by being yourself and using your own tactics can you get closer to the championship trophy. The brutal resurrection match of PPL was played in one day. The 4 teams VTA, Awake, KG, and FTT successfully broke through. Among them, Awake's breakout was also a major upset. After changing the team members, Awake showed good combat effectiveness. In the 4th game, Illusion led Awake to win a key chicken, successfully leading Awake to advance at the buzzer. In this way, the final teams of PPL have also been settled. Compared with the constant upsets in the Douyu Gold tournament, all the strong teams in the PPL advanced to the finals without any upsets. In addition to IFCD, the 20 final teams include LGD, DLG, IFTY, and FTD, some of the domestic first-tier macho teams, as well as domestic backbones such as KG, Stars, LSJ, and B5, as well as players like Awaken Air, Dark Horse. Who will win? See you in the finals. Chapter 327 Red Envelope Bureau. During the 3 days, the focus was mainly on relaxing the mentality of the team members. The IFCD team members could not hide their nervousness and excitement deep inside. Come on! Join this group! Yehao gave the group number to several IFCD team members. What a group! A communication group for professional players. Maybe a first-tier professional team, Yehao said. This group has always been there, and it is filled with members of the domestic first-tier teams. During professional training, I often bring my friends in the circle together when I compete on the ladder. If IFCD joins this group, it can be considered as truly entering the circle. As soon as the IFCD 4 members entered the group, they were warmly welcomed by the leaders of players from all major teams. Although these people fight to the death on the field, in private, they have a very good relationship. KZSS_running, applause. DLG_Shujua, I am a moron. IFCD underscore super Yahoo, my team members. Please don't poach me. Bosses. LGD underscore Mingching at IFCD underscore King, are you interested in coming to LGD? IFTY underscore A+. Due to the PPL and DouYu Gold tournament competitions, training matches have been temporarily cancelled these days. So professional players are also very busy. Most of the players present have advanced to the finals of these two competitions and are preparing for the finals. The prize money is so huge that everyone has to compete for it. 17 underscore show. Come and play the red envelope game. At IFCD underscore King. DLG underscore Joy. Pandas. 17 underscore show it's okay. IFCD underscore King. Okay. Let me put some water on this. 17 show has another red envelope round. Many professional players open Panda Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast room with expressions of not taking it too seriously. Although the live broadcast room has just opened, the number of people has already exceeded 1 million. The name of the room was also changed to the 17th Red Envelope Bureau. It was rare for Mao Xiaomo to live broadcast the entertainment game. Some viewers who didn't like training matches clicked in when they saw this name. And it was with a superstar player like 17 show. When Mao Xiaomo entered the team, he was completely dumbfounded when he saw the other three people. 17 underscore show. KZSS underscore NB211. Snack ETC underscore ballet. Mao Xiaomo. Everyone laughed when they saw Mao Xiaomo's speechless expression on the barrage. 3 SS level superstar players. And whether it is 17 show, Bao Bao or Zhou Lily, they have all won the title of Killer King. Brother, can I quit the team? Mao Xiaomo asked in the team. It's open! It's open! Each head costs 100 yuan. The one who kills the least will pay the most. 17 show quickly clicked to start. For rows of mini-maps. This map is very small, resulting in a dense population, which is very dangerous, and also comes with a large number of heads. The star players of the 4 major first-line teams are the passers-by. For people randomly found a large resource point and jumped down. Mao Xiaomo and 17 show are very close. Mao Xiaomo quickly picked up the M16 from the ground and chased the unarmed player in front of him, who was trying to escape. When the reloading was completed, the enemy was still picking up the gun on the ground. The signature shot takes it away directly. But Mao Xiaomo was hit in the head by an AKM shot from an unknown direction and fell directly to the ground. Help! 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 Mao Xiaomo fell to the ground in the first 20 seconds. His luck was also against him. 17 show rushed over and subconsciously knocked out the player who knocked down Mao Xiaomo. And then looked for the player who knocked down Mao Xiaomo. Just a moment ago, there were so many gunshots that Mao Xiaomo couldn't tell which direction the bullets came from. As soon as 17 show pressed the rescue button, he saw 2 sturdy men rushing over from the corner. Hold the grass! Even though 17 show's reaction reached its limit, he only knocked down one person on the opposite side, and was killed by another enemy with a follow-up shot. 17, just when he was upset, he heard Mao Xiaomo's cunning laughter. Look at my comments again. They all say things like the silly son of a landlord. I suddenly thought that I still had 0 heads. And he was the one who replaced Mao Xiaomo's only head. I'll wipe it! Lily! Bastion! Kill slowly! Don't kill anymore! After 5 minutes. Fortress is still not a brother. After another 5 minutes. It's over! It's cool! After another 5 minutes. Mao Xiaomo and 17 show watched the 2 killing gods. Bao Bao and Zhou Lily. Kill like crazy. With various types of 2 versus 4. 1 versus 4. And the heads were being counted quickly. Mao Xiaomo hummed a tune and almost cried when he sang 17 seconds. 2 people in 4 rows succeeded in killing Chicken. Fortress had 10 kills, and Zhou Lily had 19 kills. Crazy massacre from 2 major professional killers. Mao Xiaomo was not in a hurry, and almost cried. This time he lost 1,900. Nearly 2,000 yuan. Water friends keep accounts. Just remember that 17 people owe Zhou Lily 1,900 yuan today. Zhou Lily said in the live broadcast room that as long as they don't fall into a box. For professional level murders like them, losing to a gun is basically non-existent. Although Mao Xiaomo is a box. It is also a great pleasure to watch Zhou Lily's operations in Mao Xiaomo's live broadcast room. The only super player in the country who can possibly reach SSS. Zhou Lily's strength has been called the best in the country by busy people. Among these first-line super players, only Zhou Lily and the only K-God OMG Little Lion have no obvious shortcomings. But Zhou Lily and Little Lion are in different teams. OMG's powerful system can help the little lion make up for his own weaknesses. Whether it is rifles, snipers, or body skills, they are all at the top level in the country. If Xiaoguo's players TPJ have the hope of reaching SSS in the overall evaluation, Zhou Lili is definitely the one with the greatest hope. The red envelope game continues. I have to say that 17 Show was very unlucky tonight. 3 hands fell into boxes in a row, and he pocketed 4,000 yuan in vain. Among them, 3,400 yuan was given to Zhou Lili. Mao Xiaomao didn't lose or win, so he was pretty good, but it was really easy to play games with these murderous monsters, and he could play as a team by himself. Slip away. Come on for the final. Well, come on. Are you making trouble? Zhou Lili said with a smile. 17 Show completely forgot that Zhou Lili did not make it to the finals, which suddenly touched his heart. However, KZSSS is expected to undergo personnel changes. The current 3 teammates cannot provide enough support to Zhou Lili. Snack etc. and 17 both reached the finals of the Douyu Gold Tournament, while IFCD also reached the finals of the PPL. Zhou Lili suddenly felt like she had no power, and no place to use it. Okay, come on. I'm going to play CSGO. The team that attracted countless attention was disbanded. The pleasing killing performances of the 4 people made the audience very satisfied. But everyone knows that these people cannot often play together. Different platforms and different teams are still each other's biggest rivals. Let's watch and cherish them. Chapter 328 XQ returns. Okay. Welcome everyone to watch the 3rd season of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League. I am the commentator Coffee. Hello everyone. I'm BC. On the day of the PPL finals, it was still the 2 commentators who were sprayed as guapi, known for being awkward. There are 2 people, 1 male and 1 female. Neither of them is a professional commentator. They can only report some basic information and cannot make an analysis like Mjoy and Yahao. To this day, the audience still doesn't understand why they have to use these 2 commentators. Isn't it just to destroy their own brand? In fact, the PPL game viewing experience is very poor. In addition to the reasons for the commentary, there is also the fact that the sound in the game is too low, which makes the already quiet commentary box coupled with a quiet stadium seem even more awkward. But in the finals, some fans who like IFCD or DLG finally don't have to suffer this. Only teams on the Panda platform are allowed to broadcast live. That is, DLG and IFCD. However, there is a 5-minute delay in the live broadcast of the players. Even so, the audience gentlemen actually don't care. At worst, they turn off the barrage and watch DLG or IFCD first-person perspective. Without being spoiled, the tension is still very high. Originally, Mao Xiaomao didn't want to start a live broadcast, but there were too many complaints and commentators in the fan group. For the sake of these fans' viewing experience, it was better to let Mao Xiaomao start the live broadcast and check the live broadcast duration. The PPL finals consist of 8 points matches in 2 days. This schedule is actually not too long, but it is enough to reflect the team's status and strength. In IFCD's research, there are 3 main research subjects, all of which are among the top 10 teams in the country. The first team is the Stars, Xiao Kingdom ranking 5. After the reorganization of this team, there are 4 S+ level players with strong personal abilities. YDD, TK Hitomi Sora, Carl, CN. With this new lineup, this team is definitely a team capable of winning the championship. The second team is XQ, Xiaoguo ranking 6. After experiencing the defeat in the Hero Cup, XQ replaced all the main players. The newcomer Jia, who performed very poorly in the last game, was replaced by the veteran player AK. The third team is FTD, Xiaoguo ranking 10. This FTD is known as the most disappointing Galaxy battleship. There are 2 top SS level players in AU and Just, plus 2 S+ level players JFY, Jeffrey, and YDB Udabeo. 2 SS, 2 S+. There is only 1 team in China with this staff configuration, and his name is OMG. OMG ranks first in Xiao Kingdom. The problem with FTD is that there is no first-class leader, which often results in the team being stuck in a quagmire. The domestic players are so close in strength. It's not just that you are a little bit better than others, and you can successfully fight your way out. OMG plays in circles because it has a complete tactical system and superb command. Smile once said a word. If the little lion doesn't get a kill in the game, it's my command problem. If we let professional commentators like Mjoy now evaluate the level of command, The first-class conductor in the country only has a smile and his pursuer. Mao Xiaomao. Okay. The game will start soon. Let's take a look at today's participating teams and their domestic rankings. Stars is 5th. XQ is 6th. FTD is 10th inch. ISCD, who ranks first in total points in our preliminaries, is ranked 54th. This data is also very deceptive. Coffee laughed. The rise of IFCD was in March. The domestic and foreign team rankings and TPJ comprehensive reviews are basically refreshed every month. What did IFCD do in February? They were still struggling in Group A training matches and were brutally beaten in the Hero Cup. It's not surprising that they are ranked this way. But in March, IFCD was born. First, he entered the training competition of the SS Group and achieved stable results. Next comes the QGC Group stage, qualifying with the absolute advantage of being first in the group. In the preliminaries of PPL, he also qualified as the first in total points, especially the latter, which beat the above-mentioned domestic first-tier teams and ranked first. However, whether it is the Stars, XQ or FTD, they have not yet exerted their strength. The playing style in the finals is definitely different from that in the preliminaries. Okay, the first game of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League has officially started. There will be a total of 4 points matches today. Look at the route first. The route of the first game is a very straight route from north to south, from Az City to the airport. Coffee said. VC continued. Yes, there should be no route with a wider range than this. Yes, because even if it is a diagonal route, there are still places like Port P that cannot be reached. This route should be easier to get to. The first game was such an average course. There are 2 teams in the finals that everyone is not so familiar with. One is Barbecue. The names of their players are also very interesting. They are all named after barbecue. Grilled fish Koyu, chicken wings Jichi, leeks Josai, dark beer Hype. The 4 of them are all ordinary professional players, and they were not well known before. They performed well in the 4 preliminaries this time and successfully reached the finals. There is another team called Air, which is also a dark horse, but it has not experienced the test of the competition, so I don't know how good it is. For IFCD, at least half of the other 19 teams are not familiar with them. For example, LYG, AG, or even IFTY, this Big Brother's team. There are very few encounters in training matches. The ones we encountered the most in training matches were probably DLG, a school, and our city. Although the routes into the circle were different, we often encountered them together. The first set was also a process for these unfamiliar teams to test each other. But there is one team that doesn't want to make it easy for ISCD. That team is called XQ. Oh! XQ jumped to our city. They did not choose to give our city to ISCD, Coffee said in surprise. Before ISCD came into being, there are 3 overlords in our city, and they fight to the death in every game. XQ, AST and COG. To a certain extent, it also affected the results of these 3 teams. But after the emergence of IFCD, the place in our city seemed to be given to IFCD by default. IFCD has played against all 3 teams and almost never lost. Chapter 329, Fight Again. In official matches, he has not lost a single match. The story of XQ being defeated by IFCD-1 in the Hero Cup is also widely circulated. Will XQ's revenge be staged this time? Coffee said excitedly. What the competition wants is a topic. The last duel between IFCD and XQ became a classic. And this time in PPL, XQ made a comeback. Will IFCD defend our city? Or will XQ retake our city? Someone! Mao Xiaomao glanced at the parachute in the sky. Although it was an FPV competition, the skydiving perspective was from a third-person perspective. So it was very easy to observe the skydiving in the early stage. They don't know which team is the team that fell into our city. The most trouble-free thing for IFCD in this game is that they don't have to specifically control the car, because the route is relatively average. And no team will foolishly run around the school to control the car, and accidentally be beaten into a sieve. Same as usual. IFCD's old tactic is to have 2 gardens, 2 rooms for sharing stolen goods, and then move into the city depending on the situation. This tactic is more proactive, because the choice lies with IFCD. The spoils room is a high point in our city, so it is easier to observe from the field of view. If IFCD knocks down the team in the city, similar to what AST did last time, they will definitely rush into the city with all their members. On the contrary, if the opponent knocks down their team members, the other team members will set up their guns at a high point, and the enemy will not be able to rush over. XQ came for revenge this time. How could he not be prepared? IFCD's tactics have also been studied for a long time. 4 of them fell here. Good shouted. Mao Xiaomao also saw 4 enemies floating in the garden. Turn! With a frown. Mao Xiaomao seemed to feel the enemy's killing intent. This 4-player garden style of play may only have one basic firearm, which is obviously not a normal playstyle. Just to target their IFCD. There are city tactics. After they became famous, were also studied by major teams. The XQ team members were expressionless. But there is still a feeling of wanting revenge in my heart. They not only studied the jump points of IFCD, but also studied many transfer routes of IFCD, and also studied several of their more familiar points. Even a positive play and style. IFCD is also a championship contending team, and it is normal for it to be studied. Not only XQ, DLG, Stars, and FTD are also studying this strong opponent on the road to the championship. When Good and Wang Hao turned around, it was a little too late, but they still flew away from the garden. Go into the city. Good. There were only 3 houses in total in the area where the stolen goods were shared, and there were 4 people in a team. It was difficult to divide the houses, so Good and Wang Hao could only go into the city to get guns. But this wastes a lot of time, and the IFCD formation has been completely pulled apart. It was clear from the commentary booth that there were 4 houses in the lower part of the garden. Each XQ team member entered a house area. With the search speed of a professional player, 20 seconds would be enough to search such a house area. Amidst the exclamations of the coffee commentator, all members of XQ rushed towards Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao's loot room. At this time, Wang Hao and Good had just entered the city and had no fighting power at all. It can be said that this wave of XQ caught IFCD by surprise. If Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao retreat further into the city, this battle will completely collapse, and XQ will completely take the initiative in this battle, because IFCD cannot go far and will inevitably be killed in the housing area, unless IFCD stayed in the house and died in our city with XQ. No team was willing to accept this result. No need for Mao Xiaomao to say. Cheng Yao has already previewed the direction of XQ from the window. Mao Xiaomao also went up to the roof of the loot sharing room. Although high FBP is everything, Mao Xiaomao's firepower alone is not necessarily enough. Holographic M16. Level 1 set. Cheng Yao immediately reported all his useful equipment information, which would help Mao Xiaomao better judge the situation and formulate strategies. But in this situation, the only option was to wait for Good and Wang Hao to find guns and come over to support them. It's good news that Cheng Yao has a rifle. But except for Mao Xiaomao, the M16 gun is not used very well by anyone else in the IFCD and can only be used individually. Mao Xiaomao's equipment was even worse. A UZI and an S1897 were 2 good guns for guarding the house, but it was too difficult to fight against others. I'm on the roof. Come out of the house and get closer to me, Mao Xiaomao said seriously. Cheng Yao immediately jumped down from the sea view room without saying anything. There was still a distance of about 100 meters between the spoil sharing room and the sea view room. At this distance, with a holographic M16, the firepower was far from enough. Even if he helped Mao Xiaomao, he would not be able to stand at the door. Can't do it. XQ acted earlier than Mao Xiaomao expected. Also because XQ's early search was relatively smooth. Cheng Yao just jumped out of the room and was shot several times by XQ members while running. Cheng Yao reacted very quickly, squatting down and hiding behind the wall. Neither Mao Xiaomao nor Cheng Yao spoke. At this time, the IFCD team was very quiet. As I said before, there is a principle for communication within the IFCD team. That is, don't talk nonsense. Especially during this kind of battle. You don't say words like, coming, coming. You know your opponent is coming. Mao Xiaomao is not a fool, and he must have heard the gunfire. Good and Wang Hao were searching and looting in the city, but they were not lucky. Both of them only had a spray gun. This equipment could not help IFCD's front at all. If they had guns, they would report the information as soon as possible and also come with support. The 2 people didn't speak, which meant that they had no fighting ability. Cheng Yao quickly fired back a few shots, but was hit in the head by a small poisonous shot. Directly beat the first level head into red blood instantly. Fortunately, Cheng Yao reacted quickly and squatted down to apply the medicine. It's set up on the other side, and it's going to attack your house, Cheng Yao said to Mao Xiaomao. XQ has 3 punches. Xiaodu's equipment is very good, with a level 2 set plus an M16 with a 4x scope. Almost all the high-end materials in the team are gathered on Xiaodu. As the undoubted player with the best marksmanship in the team, Xiaodu shouldered the heavy responsibility of setting up the gun. All by himself. He held Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao back. IFCD's equipment is not very good. Needless to say, Mao Xiaomo and Uzi are not much of a threat at this distance. Cheng Yao can only try to put pressure on XQ's team members and delay as much time as possible. But Cheng Yao had just finished applying the medicine and was just about to come out to put some pressure on him when the Xiaodu 4X M16 shot again. Cheng Yao's level 1 head exploded instantly. Chapter 330 is thrilling. I've got a gun! I've got a gun! Wang Hao and Gu shouted in the team almost at the same time. At the same time, both of them rushed towards the front battlefield. Gu holds an AKM, and Wang Hao holds a UP9, which also has early combat effectiveness. Cheng Yao was shot in the head again by Xiaodu, knocking her level 1 head away. The blood volume also bottomed out instantly. Fortunately, the level 1 head shot by the M16 only had about 70 health points, and the first aid kit Cheng Yao had just consumed had brought his health back to 75. And now he only had a blood skin left. What's even more difficult is that Cheng Yao's only first aid kit is gone, and she only has 5 bandages on her body. There's no medicine left. Well, come into my house, Mao Xiaomo said. Then he added, 3. Cheng Yao was wearing a bandage. Her peak just now was already at her limit. But Xiaodu is also known as an ace player who is infinitely close to SS level professional strength. If you can be the ace of one of the top 10 teams in the country, how can your strength be so simple? Wang Hao, pull over from the left and clear out the gunman. Mao Xiaomo heard the sound of the door being pushed and said directly to the other team members. The XQ team members had already entered his house, and Gu and Wang Hao couldn't catch up even if they flew. In this case, Mao Xiaomo could only choose to give up on himself and let the team do something with higher returns, which was to see if Xiaodu could be replaced. In this way, XQ, IFCD 1 for 1. IFCD is still acceptable. If someone is really eaten for nothing, it is impossible to withdraw based on the current distance between the two teams. Cheng Yao, follow me, Wang Hao commanded. When Mao Xiaomo is not on the frontal battlefield, he will direct local battles. This is also a role played by the old CD Mu Yun. Cheng Yao knew that these 5 bandages would not be able to draw much blood even if they were filled with blood. So she simply followed Wang Hao. 1 more gun and 1 more output. A 3-on-1 siege. And 1 more person are definitely different. XQ was still very cautious after entering the house. Everyone covered him up to the 2nd floor before heading straight to the 3rd floor. When Mao Xiaomo heard the footsteps, he held S1897 and squirted away. Boom! IFCD_King used S1897 to knock down XQ_Cobra. What is eye-catching is not Mao Xiaomo's trolling, but his movement skills. This spray hit the right spot in the short time it took to dodge. Going faster or slower will only hit the door frame. But the other 2 people from XQ also took advantage of this time and rushed in directly. Mao Xiaomo can only change to UZI and give it a try. S1897 can only fire 1 shot at a time, and can only knock down 1 team member at most. There are 2 enemies, so it is impossible to create a miracle. I can only change to UZI and give it a try. 2 members of XQ rushed in with advanced guns. Sideways shoulder shot. But 1 person's firepower cannot kill 2 members of XQ instantly in such an environment. The HP of both Chaishan and AK dropped by half. But they still successfully killed Mao Xiaomo. XQ_Chaishan used UB9 to kill IFCD_King. Simultaneously, there was a battle going on the other side. Xiaodu's equipment advantages are fully reflected. When the IFCD team member was still 50 meters away from him, he had already discovered his opponent. He quickly fired a few shots with the 4X M16. Although he only hit Good and Wang Hao once, the armor was not very effective. Okay, they lost nearly half a tube of health. The good news is that Cheng Yao, who was still alive, was not hit. Otherwise the shot would definitely result in him falling to the ground. Good and Wang Hao fired back a few shots, but they only had the effect of suppressing the opponent. It was too difficult for them to kill the opponent with the AK and UPM9. With the help of Shupa, the 3 of them managed to get closer to Xiaodu. From an angle, the 3 of them have long been aware of this cooperation. Xiaodu took off the 4X gun on the M16. This version of the M16 cannot press the gun 4X. Not even Mao Xiaomo can do it. This is a question of firearms. In the previous version, even the 3-shot burst mode of the 4X M16 could be pressed casually. But now it is impossible. Although it is a machine sight, The M16's machine sight is inherently comfortable and does not have a great impact. Xiaodu takes the initiative. He knew that the health of these three people was probably not enough. The M16, the melee king with a rifle, couldn't give it a try. Licking his lips, Xiaodu quickly pulled it out and knocked down one of them. XQ_Xiaodu used M16A4 to knock down IFCD_45AI. There was no other way. As soon as Wang Hao raised his gun, he was knocked down by the M16's unstoppable melee burst. Good pressed a few shots, but Xiaodu quickly took it back. Cheng Yao also pulled Xiaodu's flank. Xiaodu is feeling very uncomfortable now. Let's see if we can fight 1 against 2. Both opponents have residual health. The commentator Coffee shouted. Xiaodu's position is not impossible. One of the 2 IFCD team members is half disabled, and the other is still alive. Little poison. Under the shouts of the commentator, Xiaodu directly pulled out and be good. XQ_Xiaodu used M16A4 to knock down IFCD_Godric. Mistake! Even after knocking out Good, Coffee still yelled. This wave of M16 guns made an obvious mistake. Not suppressed. This gun is still too difficult to control. Even Xiaodu made huge mistakes. If Good hadn't been half crippled, it would have been him. He forcibly suppressed the gun and knocked down Good. But because it was exposed for 1 second longer, Cheng Yao directly knocked him down from the flank. IFCD_Crystal used M16A for headshot to knock down XQ_Xiaodu. At this time, the news that Mao Xiaomo was killed has also been transmitted. Don't save me! Applied medicine. Mao Xiaomo's OB perspective cut to Cheng Yao, and found that Cheng Yao subconsciously wanted to go to Wang Hao, who was standing aside. Wang Hao instantly understood what Mao Xiaomo meant and dropped the only first aid kit. The first aid kit usage time is 7.5 seconds. The time to pull someone is 10 seconds. The difference is not the 2.5 seconds in between. But if you don't save people, the shortest time to have combat power is 7.5 seconds. As for rescuing people, you may have the firepower of 2 people, but the time to save people and spray medicine has doubled to 17.5 seconds. Facing the impact of XQ, there was no chance for Cheng Yao to save people. Even if he was barely rescued, he couldn't be given medicine. 1v2 and 1v3 are still possible, but it is completely impossible for 2 players with residual health to fight. The 2 XQ people didn't save anyone. They just rushed over. Look at this wave. Chapter 331, XQ Destiny? In fact, XQ could play more safely, but AKE jumped directly from the 3rd floor, and the car god could only forcefully follow him. Now 1 person from IFCD was killed. 2 people fell to the ground, and only Cheng Yao was left alive. As for XQ, 2 people fell to the ground and 2 survived. The advantage of 2 on 1 is much greater than that of 3 on 2. Although XQ had the opportunity to pull up Cobra, who was knocked down by Mao Xiaomo, they still chose to kill Cheng Yao. As soon as Cheng Yao's first aid kit was packed, the XQ team members were already in front of her. The IFCD team members became quiet. Cheng Yao didn't have a helmet, and she didn't dare to poke her head around to observe. If her opponent held up his gun, she would be killed in 1 shot. Dong dong dong. 2 members of XQ attacked Cheng Yao from 2 directions at the same time. Cheng Yao heard the footsteps on the left and leaned forward to shoot in advance. Crystal's judgment is very accurate. M16! I didn't kill him immediately. As soon as the coffee was finished, Cheng Yao was killed by a headshot from the car god on the other side. XQ_Chishan used UP9 to kill IFCD_Crystal with a headshot. IFCD group destroyed. Cheng Yao clenched her fists in frustration. This is the finals. He promised to win the championship for Mao Xiaomo. It's okay. It's just the first game. There are 7 games left. Mao Xiaomo saw that Cheng Yao was a little disappointed and patted her on the back. Cheng Yao used too little of his M16 and was in the same situation as Xiaodu just now. He failed to knock down the enemy immediately and exposed his position to the air. The M16 gun is too difficult to control after undergoing major changes. Even professional players cannot do whatever they want. If Cheng Yao had M416 or Scarl in his hand, he would definitely be able to fight 1 against 2. At least there would be a chance. IFCD's finals debut. In the first set, I got 0 kills and was 20th. Defeated by XQ without any loss. XQ rescued Xiaodu and Cobra, who fell to the ground, and searched our city. The circle was very comfortable. The our city where XQ was located happened to be in the center of the circle. After searching our city, XQ directly occupied the loot room in our city. The view here is quite good. In the first circle of FPP, there is no need to blindly grab the center point. More teams will choose to grab the center point in the second or third circle. Because even if you are in the center point in the first circle, you will not be able to grab the center point in the second circle. It will still be kicked out. With this game mechanism, there are too few games where you keep making circles all the time. A cut corner will directly turn your center point into the edge of the circle. The principle for professional teams to choose the first circle is good vision, easy transfer, and there will not be too much friction between teams in the early stage. XQ was very lucky in the first set. In the traffic artery of our city, they were not only able to occupy a good position, but also collect tolls. The location of the watchtower outside our city is not very good, because it will be attacked by teams from all directions. Not only the school or city, but also the direction of Shuicheng and the mountains far away. This is a place that can drain a team to death, no matter which mode it is in. At most, just put one person on it to observe. If a team were to crowd in, they would suffer heavy losses. If Mao Xiaomo had commanded, he might have been more greedy. It didn't make much sense to all gather in the loot sharing room in our city in the early stage. It would be better to send two to occupy other points. But this game is not a game where the results can be used to deduce the process, because it still contains some elements of luck. Like this XQ. The circle is swiped in their faces, and it is difficult to achieve good results. The finals were held in our city, and next to the circle was the spoils room where XQ was. There are so many teams in the east, and they are all crowded in the garden and the east jungle. As soon as the finals are refreshed, they all rush towards XQ. They had no choice. When driving to the city, they would not only be baptized by XQ, but also be attacked by the team in the city. The gain outweighed the loss. It was better to take advantage of it and rush down XQ's housing area. But in professional competitions, once there are more teams that want to enter the circle, they will restrict each other. Many times there will be a scene where the team behind the team that goes first is beaten to death, and the team that goes behind gets stuck by the team on the edge of the circle. XQ tried its best to block the enemy in the direction of the garden. Although the armor was almost exhausted, it still managed to defend it with difficulty. Directly let the other two top 10 domestic teams FTD and Stars be annihilated in a small area. This area of XQ is so comfortable. No other team survives except them. It is very safe within a radius of 50 meters. In addition to XQ, another team that has the initiative is DLG. They were a team from the school. When the safe zone tended to move towards City R, they moved to the top warehouse and 3 floors of City R. The housing area across the road is just a place where you can mix. Because once you enter this housing area, it is difficult to drive a car and move out. This is the same as in the city. The final safe zone was a cutaway angle, brushed on XQ's face. This is the destiny circle in the true sense. But DLG is also very comfortable. They don't need to drive over, and they go directly down the slope on the right into the safe area to wait for work. Although the view from this position is not very good, it is safe. XQ was frantically blocking the team that was spreading smoke in the city in an attempt to forcibly mix. However, the only housing areas in the safe zone were the spoils room occupied by XQ and a small area of our city. This small area was violently attacked by nearly 10 remnant teams and lone wolves. XQ continued to sneak attacks outside, and the number of people was reduced to less than 15 in an instant. After this circle ended, there were only 3 teams left: the fully staffed XQ, the fully staffed DLG, and the 2-person LGD. 10 people survived. LGD also fought their way into the circle, but lost 2 players on the way, leading only Captain Joka and XIN8. The 3 pillars stand together, and the only thing that breaks the balance is the circle shape. This time God did not continue to favor XQ, but fell on LGD's side. In this way, both DLG and XQ will enter the circle. The current situation is changing rapidly. Maybe DLG and XQ will fight outside the white circle, or they may both get into this housing area. There was no sound of gunfire on the field for an instant. If there was no DLG, XQ could have rushed into the room without laying out cigarettes. But now the Umbrella team was looking forward to the other 2 teams fighting first. This actually gives LGD a chance. Both DLG and XQ chose to advance close to Poison, and happened to find their opponents just when they were about to enter the circle. The 2 sides exchanged fire instantly. The 2 LGD people inside the house are also constantly attacking, with Joka and XIN8 on one side, constantly weakening the combat effectiveness of these 2 teams. Chapter 332, Long Lost Water City Tactics. The 2 LGD players played very proactively. They knew that DLG and XQ would not really fight to the death. Now that there is so much smoke, the primary goal of the two teams must still be to enter the circle. But when the two teams come in, LGD will be the most uncomfortable. Even if they throw thunder outside the house, it will be very uncomfortable for them. Joka, as LGD's strongest individual player, went directly to the first floor. This is their best chance for LGD. They must keep these two teams out of the circle. LGD's forced intervention turned this originally not so tragic battle into a life and death battle. Joka got stuck in the position of entering the circle and output XQ. The XQ team members could only stop and hit Joka first. But in this way, the DLG around him would not miss this good opportunity. The two parties attacked. XQ was directly destroyed in the smoke, and DLG also fell to the ground. Only the dots and ears are left. But LGD got stuck on the edge of the circle early. As soon as XQ died, all the firepower was aimed at DLG. Xion-8 threw a mine into the smoke and cooperated with its crazy shooting. Directly destroy DLG as a team and win the first game. Winner, LGD. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Okay. Congratulations to LGD for successfully winning the first game. The first game was also a textbook circle play. They almost fought all the way in and got 10 kills. The first game is also counted as they're off to a great start. The number of DLG in second place is not very large. Only 4. The third place is XQ. They also got 12 kills. Judging from the score, they should surpass the second place DLG. After the first game, the standings are updated. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. LGD, R1, 550, total score, 550 chicken times 1. 2. XQ, R1, 450, total score, 450. 3. DLG, R1, 300, total score, 300. 20. IFCD, R1, 5, total score, 5. Because of the special competition system of PPL, XQ, which finished third, ranked second with a high kill score of 300 points and a total score of 450 points. As IFCD lost to XQ in the battle for our city, they did not score any points in the first game. However, neither the fans nor the team were in any panic. This competition system is such that as long as you perform well in a set, the points can quickly rise. As a professional team, as long as your efforts are in the right direction, you will naturally win when the time comes. However, the loss in the first set also sounded the alarm for IFCD. IFCD is not the only one in our city. At least in such a final, there will still be teams coming to compete with them. The second set of the game started quickly. This time, the course was from south to north, which was almost completely opposite to the previous set. This route should be relatively peaceful in the early stage. It depends on IFCD and XQ in our city, VC said. Coffee continued. I don't think our city will fight. The finals are so tough. I don't believe that IFCD and XQ's command is so tough. In the finals, the most important thing is the results. I spent too much time in our city in the early stage. If I win, I will gain 80 points. If I lose, I will be the same as IFCD on the previous game. Only 5 points will be recorded. The results in the finals must be stable. Otherwise, after 3 games, they will be left behind by teams that score points steadily. Only, judging from the map, IFCD and XQ still fell behind our city. Are you so rigid? Isn't it a little thoughtless? Coffee said. The two teams spent too long in the early stage not searching for supplies, which had a great impact on the transfer and later team battles. IFCD and XQ are both strong domestic first-tier teams, and it was the other teams that were happy here in the early stage. Coffee just frowned when he saw that IFCD did not enter the city. Oh, we see that IFCD here really gave up to our city. They chose to pick up the car on the road. But I still have to say that XQ is really tough. 2 people directly share the stolen goods in the room and the other in the garden. This is IFCD's style of play. From the perspective of OB, IFCD first pretended to fly to our city, but seeing that XQ was unmoved and had no intention of giving in, they simply gave up our city. But in this way, XQ was the one who suffered, because IFCD took all the cars off the road and in the our city garage. XQ also looked at the garage in the garden, but there was no car sales. As a result, XQ didn't have any cars, so he had to wait and go north to find them. The key point is that XQ didn't expect that IFCD would just slip away and drive away all their cars. Their jump points couldn't protect their cars at all. IFCD's strategy for the second set has already been formulated, and that is the Water City Ruins. This tactic is also familiar to IFCD. The old CD had a set of Water City tactics in the past, and the transfer idea was very similar to that of our city. Coupled with the search in the training game, IFCD had long been extremely familiar with the Water City. During training matches, IFCD sometimes plays very greedy. When there is no one in Shuicheng, they will choose to let Mao Xiaomo or Wang Hao go to Shuicheng to search for resources to ensure the team's resources. During the competition, the 16 teams even monopolized 4 major resource points: our city, school, Water City, and garden, one for each person. They learned this tactic from watching DLG games before. But DLG's subsequent jump points were not limited to our city or the school area. And Port G Town was also their regular jump point. It's just that Water City plus ruins. It is still a bit difficult to support a full team of 4 people with these resources. Although IFCD got 3 vehicles in the early stage and had no problems with the vehicles, it may still be lacking in resources. It depends on IFCD's luck in this round. Wang Hao drove to the ruins and searched for some basic equipment, while the other 3 searched the Water City and the surrounding small wild areas. For IFCD, a professional team that is familiar with Shuicheng, the complexity of Shuicheng is nothing to them. As early as CD, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao had developed a set of fastest search methods. Okay, this circle is brushed in the middle of the map. This circle should be acceptable to all teams. Yes. The first circle brushes a center circle. This circle is a little lower than the circle on the previous plate. It is also very easy to transfer for IFCD. The really uncomfortable thing is XQ. XQ doesn't have a car. If they circle the northern part, they can walk up the mountain. Chapter 333, Merciless Targeting. Hold the grass. So poor. Wang Hao muttered to the side. This ruins is really not a place for people to stay. It took a long time to find such a small amount of supplies. Zhou Chao. I'm poor too. Good almost cried. He only had a level 1 suit and an M16 with a machine sight. And he didn't even have a basic scope. Neither Mao Xiaomo nor Cheng Yao spoke. The entire Water City. There are only 2 M16s. Can you believe it? Give me the UB9. I don't know how to use the M16. Good said to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao was speechless and replied, I don't know how either. Wang Hao. I don't even want the rifle. Just go away. Use the I for M16. Bring it over. The IFCD search was completed 4 minutes later, but the entire team's supplies were in dire straits. Fortunately, this new version has more 2x and 3x scopes. Otherwise it would really be a team of machine sights. Mao Xiaomo's Red Dot M16 is the only level 2 set in the team. The most basic equipment in this set seems very luxurious, because in contrast to the other 3, not to mention the level 1 kits on me, Cheng Yao's UB9 with a 3x scope, and Good UB9 with a 2x scope. This is all the supplies for the entire Water City in ruins. It cannot be said that Shuicheng is poor, but that this game was really unlucky. It is rare to see such a poor IFCD in normal training matches. I searched a lot of accessories, and got 3 fully equipped M416s, and still have some left over. Just no rifle. Forget it. Let's go first. Mao Xiaomo said. We definitely can't dive into Water City again in the next game. This place can't support a team at all. In the past, in the college league, I dared to go to our city to steal some resources based on my personal ability. Now how dare I do it in professional games? XQ will definitely pounce on them directly. People, where are you going? Want to eat Chicken Mountain? Wang Hao asked. This hilltop is a small hilltop outside the school. You can see the wild area behind, and the wild area outside the air raid shelter. The view is very large, and there is a small depression on the top of the hill, which can perfectly hide the car. This hilltop also has many names. Some are even called Malin Mountain. But this is the name CD used to call it. And it was on this hilltop when he first started eating chicken. Over time, Wang Hao also followed the trend. And besides, it was just a name. IFCD's current tactical system is very complete, which is rare for domestic professional teams. In almost every circle, every player knows where to go. This is something that other professional teams do not have. But when IFCD was just started, the barrage was flooding the screen like crazy. Don't go to Chicken Mountain. There's a team ambushing. Spoiler SEMA. From the main perspective, IFCD has already driven there. But there was a team waiting on the Chicken Mountain early, and it was surrounded from 4 directions. What we are waiting for is IFCD. DLG. No matter how good the relationship between the 2 teams is in private, They are rivals on the court. DLG's schools are much easier to search than Shuicheng. After searching for basic equipment, I went directly to IFCD's Chicken Mountain. The car was hidden under the slope next to it. A Dian and Air hid behind two thick trees, while the other two hid in the grass as phantom tanks. It's hard to imagine that this is a trap made up by a professional team. DLG's coach is Mjoy. This bold statement gives him a team that can kill FaZe. They know the strength of IFCD, and it is not impossible to win the championship in this competition's lineup. In the first set, IFCD was defeated by XQ by only 5 points. If IFCD can't get any more points in this set, they can directly beat IFCD to death. Xiaojue didn't originally want to play like this. It was arranged by Mjoy, the coach of the DLG team, before the game. Once this circle is cleared, IFCD's style of play will 100% transfer it to this mountain. 100 points plus depriving IFCD of the hope of winning the championship are enough reasons for DLG to take action. After training for such a long time, he is a pure opponent on the court. Wang Hao took the lead and drove a jeep around the mountain. Based on the lessons learned from OMG last time, IFCD was much more cautious when playing the game. Wang Hao circled the mountain and did not find anything strange. Nor was he attacked by anyone. No one. Okay. This time IFCD was defenseless again. It's just that this time IFCD really had no choice. After Wang Hao drove up the mountain, he didn't see DLG's car hidden down the slope. And the DLG team members hit it perfectly. From the driving perspective in FPP mode, Wang Hao had no way of detecting DLG. This style of play is now very popular in professional games. Whether it is a large or small competition, targeted behaviors such as blocking bridges are also very common. In this kind of PPL game with a very high proportion of kill points, killing one team of people is equivalent to 100 people. And killing two teams of people is a high score. Mjoy chose this style of play without hesitation. IFCD was caught off guard. They looked through all the videos of IFCD. Yes, all of them. I originally had an attitude of learning. But now I know a lot about IFCD's tactics in training matches. So I have a plan for this match. IFCD 4 people parked their cars in the small pit in the middle, under the gaze of DLG4's eyes. When the IFCD train was moving, DLG4 people also took advantage of this time to directly touch it and threw 2 mines into the pit. I depend on. When Mao Xiaomo heard Lei, it was already too late. Boom. Boom. DLG did not pity the vehicles coming from IFCD. It's not that they don't want insurance. It's that they want to be safer. With 2 loud explosions, 3 people from DLG were directly killed. Only Good was left looking confused. DLG_Shujue used Fragmentation Grenade D to kill IFCD_King. DLG_Shujue uses Fragment Hand. DLG_Shujue uses Fragment Hand. 3 people were directly blown away. And because they were beside the car, they died immediately. The 4 DLG people directly pulled over. And Shijua's accurate AK directly killed Good, who was hiding behind the car. Complete the annihilation of IFCD. DLG_Shujue used AKM to kill IFCD_Godric. Number 20 again. 2 sets in a row. IFCD didn't make any mistakes in this game. But they still fell into DLG's trap. If they were so targeted, IFCD couldn't do anything about it. It can be said that their tactics were thoroughly understood by other teams. Targeted. Wang Hao had a sullen face. And he was a little annoyed this time. If he could turn around more down the slope, he might be able to spot the DLG vehicle. From XQ's understanding of IFCD tactics in the first game to DLG's understanding of IFCD tactics in the second game, what I have to admit is that IFCD has been classified as a key research object by the domestic first team. Chapter 334 DLG's route into the circle. IFCD fans instantly panicked. If they didn't beat XQ in the first set, and they were still confident that IFCD could make a strong comeback, then IFCD's another team wipeout in the second set seemed to have kicked IFCD out of the championship team. IFCD's recent strong performance, and the huge number of fans they have made them full of desire for this championship. But the first 2 sets combined to score 10 points. Already a few hundred points difference with the first tier. If IFCD performs stably in subsequent games, it will only be in the top 5 at most. However, in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games, especially domestic games, people will only remember the championship. And players only long for the championship. Wang Hao clicked his tongue and sighed secretly. The flames of the team were extinguished in an instant. Just as he was about to say a few words, Mao Xiaomo stood up. We are being targeted. Kindness. It's a little difficult. It's okay. Let's switch to tactic number 3 for the next game. Because the live broadcast was on, just in case Mao Xiaomao didn't make it very clear. But the team members all know that tactic number 3 is the Y City tactic. Although they have only practiced a few games in training games here, they have practiced it many times in private. A mature professional team cannot have only one jumping point. Being targeted is a dead end. Unless you are like FaZe, who can beat all targets into corpses. Mao Xiaomao's serious look pulled the team back. And Rang Yahao swallowed what he was about to say and nodded secretly at the same time. This team has matured. Although the 2-day competition of the Hero Cup brought countless blows to IFCD. After a few days of repair, IFCD seemed to have suddenly adapted to the rhythm of the profession. Just like what Mao Xiaomao always said. In a 10-game match, it is very likely that the team will be wiped out on the court in 8 or even 10 games. If every team annihilation would make them feel sad, then this team would have no meaning in existence. It's okay if the group is destroyed and lost. Throw it all away after the next game. And leave it all after all the games are over. There is no time for it now. Although 2 consecutive group defeats hurt IFCD's morale, the current IFCD is not the same IFCD that played in the Hero Cup. Because Mao Xiaomao was on live broadcast. The entire IFCD exchange was also heard by all the viewers watching Mao Xiaomao's first-person perspective. The originally noisy barrage gradually became unified without Mao Xiaomao and IFCD's knowledge. CD_Kaka wrote, believe in IFCD. Little fan of IFCD. Believe in IFCD. Odek, 666. One sword can conquer the city. Believe in IFCD. Even with 2 trays in a box. It is not a devastating blow to IFCD. Siagwa football fans should know best the theoretical possibility of this statement being terrifying. But in fact, what is really scary is that my team has not achieved this theoretically possible strength. IFCD is different. Mao Xiaomao discussed their playstyle with the team, while the OB team destroyed their DLG. These are just copies of our entry routes. Good curse. But for a moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe the DLG players. IFCD is very familiar with DLG's entry route in this set. This is a set of entry routes they have used. And DLG has drawn them all. As a result, we really made it all the way to the finals. Damn it! Mjoy is an old bee. I'm going to kill him! Regardless of whether this was a live broadcast, he cursed Mjoy. Mjoy must have secretly learned their tactics. You don't have to think twice to figure it out. Recently, Mjoy has been watching the entry routes of 3 teams and learning from them. One is IFCD, one is FaZe, and one is Penguin, now called WTSG. The latter 2 are both world-class teams, and are famous for their transfer and frontal abilities. However, the foreign rhythm is also somewhat different from that of Siagwa. FaZe jump points are small and large, so they can only be used as a reference for DLG to learn a little bit. But IFCD is different. IFCD are city, DLG school. The transfer routes and directions are all in common. DLG has completely copied IFCD's tactics, not to mention whether they are used or not. At least it has filled up the tactics library, and will have many more choices in future games. This time, the IFCD transfer method in the toilet street has paid off, and we successfully entered the finals without any injuries. XQ is still in the finals this time. XQ, who had already achieved very good results in the first set, successfully reached the finals in this set. And there are so many people in XQ. No matter whether you eat chicken or not, you will definitely get a high score. The final round started between the 3 teams DLG, XQ and Barbecue. DLG and XQ are both in full formation, while Barbecue only has 3 people. I have to say that the game was very dramatic. Barbecue, who was originally in the worst position, managed to get in at the cost of 1 person when DLG and XQ were fighting. The one who made him feel uncomfortable was XQ. Under attack from 2 sides, XQ was killed by BBQ's thunder. But a wave of counterattack before death also successfully killed 2 people from DLG. The last wave of finals formed a 2v2 situation. DLG and new team Barbecue, Shujua and Adian were in a better position, occupying a high slope, while the 2 people at Barbecue could only huddle behind a big rock and did not dare to show their heads. Fortunately, the 2 Barbecue players are still in the safe zone and still have room to operate. At this slope, the mines of the 2 DLG players were not very easy to throw, and they threw 2 in succession with no results. On the contrary, the 2 Barbecue players started spreading smoke. Their thinking is very clear. They are not qualified to compete with DLG when playing low and high. If they take down 1 player, there is no doubt that DLG will directly cover both sides. But if DLG takes down 1 player, do they dare to charge? The answer is negative. The actions of the two barbecue players are the best solution Mao Xiaomao can think of at this stage. Seal the entire field of view of both teams, and then engage in close combat. There is no difference between high and low slopes, because everyone's field of view is so small. It is purely about reaction and a little bit of luck. It's definitely a 50-50 battle. The smoke gradually dissipated. The two DLG team members first penetrated the smoke and hit it twice with no results. Then without hesitation, they lowered their heads and touched forward. If they don't touch it, they may be thrown directly by the smoke barbecue players, so they can only choose to change positions. Xiao Ju and Adian touched it, and were about to collide with two barbecue members from the OB perspective. Chapter 335. Fighting in the Wild. Everyone held their breath to watch this battle. Mao Xiaomao was also listening to the sound of the game attentively, as if he had put himself into the body of DLG Captain Xiao Ju. He wanted to see how strong and weak his reaction was between SS-level professional players. Clatter. Hearing a slight sound of footsteps, Mao Xiaomao's eyes flashed for an instant. Xiao Ju also fired. DLG _Shujua used M416 to knock down barbecue Jiucai. Mao Xiaomao showed a smile in the live broadcast room, but the audience didn't understand what this smile meant. This is a comparison between Mao Xiaomao himself and Xiao Ju. After Xiao Ju was knocked down, the situation instantly collapsed like dominoes. The captain of the barbecue grilled fish correctly judged Xiao Ju's gunshot and shot Xiao Ju blindly through the smoke. And Adian saw the grilled fish's gunfire again, and directly turned back to kill him. DLG _Adian used M416 to kill barbecue _Kaoyu. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, DLG. Nice. Beautiful. Damn. The IFCD tactic is really useful. Mstoy also looked very excited when DLG was playing chicken. I was even happier when I saw a CNM WeChat message that Yahao had sent. In the second set, the DLG team succeeded in winning the chicken with 13 kills. Barbecue 4 kills second. XQ 11 kills third. The two teams DLG and XQ have ranked in the top 3 for 2 consecutive times. Not surprisingly, they will definitely occupy the top 2 spots in the standings. This is not good news for IFCD. IFCD would rather the teams have an even score so that they can catch up more easily. The third set is definitely a set they cannot afford to lose. Okay, let's take a look at the standings after the second game. We should be able to see the first tier. Yes, after all, we only have 8 games. If we are 2 sets behind, it will be difficult to catch up, unless we can get 2 sets of chicken later. The standings are displayed. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. DLG, R1, 300, R2, 650, total score, 950 chicken times 1. 2. XQ, R1, 450, R2, 425, total score, 875. 3. LGD, R1, 550, R2, 150, total score, 700 chicken times 1. 20. IFCD, R1, 5, R2, 5, total score, 10. I have never encountered such a difficult situation in IFCD's career, or even in CD's career. What makes IFCD fans feel more at ease is that IFCD is still the IFCD they are familiar with. After a short commercial, the third set begins. Okay, we can see that the third set of the PPL has begun, and this route is relatively orphaned. VC said, it's a route from G port to L port. This route is more difficult for teams in the lower half of the area to reach. Coffee continued. Yes, but with the playing style of these professional teams, most of them will still choose jumping points that they are familiar with. Professional teams have a sense of territory, especially when this kind of route comes out. Finding a car to return to your own territory is the safest way to play. One of the important reasons why sometimes professional teams don't go to the leading team to fight when they have to fight hard in the last set is that it is the opponent's territory. Not to mention personal ability. It is difficult for outsiders to catch up with the familiarity of one's own territory. Moreover, the team must have formulated tactics and play methods if an enemy comes to fight at the resource point. But outsiders are blind, and there are very few effective tactics. Oh, this IFCD didn't go to our city? Yes, maybe the results in the first 2 sets were not very good, and the team needs to change their tactics. But there are still many people in Y City. As soon as IFCD flew down, we saw 2 other groups of people take the car and go hunting in the wild. Mao Xiaomao said in the team, this is the first time IFCD uses jungle tactics in a game. In previous games, whether it was CD or IFCD, although the jungler was used as a backup tactic, it has not been used in official games. This is also the first time IFCD has used jungle tactics in an official game. Y City is a large resource point. Although our city can accommodate more than 3 teams in the passerby game, it is not realistic in professional games. Vehicles, resources, and the density of enemies all determine that there can only be a maximum of 2 teams in this place. However, as long as there are cars, the jungle area outside Y City can still support a full team. There are 2 relatively large wild areas not far from Y City, but in one of the wild areas, a person has fallen. This news was naturally collected by IFCD. The 4 people dispersed to jump points and collected supplies. After finding the guns, Mao Xiaoma and Good immediately drove towards the Lone Wolf's housing area. It was the barbecue captain of the last runner-up team grilling fish. There was no cover for the sound of the car, and the grilled fish stopped immediately. But what he didn't expect was that the IFCD team members had already observed his information. He rushed directly into this small 1-story house. Grilled fish was hiding in the toilet and wanted to trick an IFCD team member. But what he didn't expect was that Mao Xiaoma jumped in and sprayed 2 precise sprays directly onto grilled fish's face. Boom! Boom! IFCD_King used S686 to knock out barbecue_Cow. However, even if Good made mistakes in these 2 shots, he could still make up for it. There was no chance for the barbecue player. In this way, IFCD has completely occupied the housing areas of these 2 wild areas. This is a room area that Liquid often visits, but it is also easily targeted. During SLI, Liquid's team members who left alone to go to the wild spot were caught twice, causing Liquid to suffer a big loss. The first safe zone is refreshed. It's in the southern part of the map, but not at the airport. The airport island only accounts for 30% to 40%, and the rest is in the north. If nothing else, it will be a circle in Xiaobei. For the first circle, the best location is undoubtedly a cliff edge with a toilet. This position not only has a good view, but also makes it easy to place players. Leave 1 or 2 to guard the toilet, and the other 2 stand on the edge of the cliff to help teammates guard the main entrance. This can also support each other. IFCD had the conditions to enter the circle early, but there were several reasons that caused them to abandon this tactic. The first is that they are short of supplies, and need to rob or search for more before they can enter the circle to fight. Chapter 336, Mistake? The second is that even if they enter the circle early, they will not be able to grab those good positions. According to IFCD, there are a lot of hunting and searching teams near the farm, and there must be people in the good housing area. There is no point in going there now. The last point is determined by their playing style, in addition to the circle brushing them in the center. If they are qualified to choose the best point, they will grab a point. Otherwise, in this kind of 20-team competition, IFCD will still choose to observe first in the white circle, and in the second enter the center on the third circle. However, for the jungle team, their search time is destined to not be too long, because the resource points are not as abundant as in the city, and the search time will be shortened accordingly. We'll go here later. Mao Xiaomo marked a point on the map and said to his teammates. Yehao took a good look and his eyes lit up. This point is not a point within the circle, but an intersection on the right side of City Y. If it is a passerby game, it is really difficult to rob the team coming out of Y City. But it is different in professional games. In professional games, if there are 2 teams in Y City, they can only come out from both sides in order to avoid encountering each other. And this circle is a relatively southern circle. The transfer route of Y City is fixed, and it is easier to guess. In this way, for IFCD, the possibility of robbing the Y City team greatly increases. Whether looking at this game or the entire final, this wave of robbery by IFCD is inevitable. The surrounding wild area was not particularly large, and it took the entire IFCD team less than 2 minutes to complete the search. They drove directly to a point that Mao Xiaoma had marked early. In the first circle, entering early and entering late is not a big problem for IFCD. If you can get 25 points here, it is 25 points. IFCD is like a hunter, quietly setting its own trap. KG did not expect that someone would target them at this time and position. Look at IFCD's shooting skills this time, commentator Coffee said loudly. Because the surrounding terrain of Y City is relatively empty. Even if KG wanted to come down and fight, there would be no chance. Although the weapons in their hands are not good, Mao Xiaoma and Good are both UP9. But the basic mirrors are not lacking. One volley directly took away the 2 people. IFCD underscore Crystal used Scarl to knock out KG underscore ZGG01. IFCD underscore 45AI used M416 to knock out KG underscore R29. Big profit. Except for this kind of professional level ambush in the mountains. Killing one person is a loss of capital. And killing two people is a profit. On the other side, another team from Y City, FTD, also moved quietly. After hearing the gunfire here, they naturally deliberately avoided a position. In this circle, no team from the southern airport island chose to cross the bridge. In professional competitions, this kind of yin and yang circle, even if the chance is very small, you will still gamble. If you gamble and the bicycle turns into a motorcycle, you won't lose anything if you don't gamble. When you go from south to north, the bridgehead will not be as crowded as when you go from north to south. If you go to the north, the bridgehead is not a very good location. Okay, look at the second circle. This, instantly stunned by coffee. In the second circle, I really painted a southern cutaway circle. In this way, in this circle, the north and south of the bridge each account for 50%. It is an out-and-out yin and yang circle. The meaning of the yin and yang circle is whether it can be south or north, which cannot be determined. In this way, if you reach the finals, you will definitely swim in the sea if you are not on the other side of the circle. But if you go to the sea this time, the team's performance will definitely be hopeless. IFCD doesn't have many choices, but Mao Xiaomo is very decisive. If we go to the south later, we'll occupy the wild area by the sea. Then Huang Mao and I will swim to see if we can compete for rankings. You two will divide the heads here in the barn. Okay. In this circle, if you go to the south, it is impossible for the team from the north to win the chicken. If the team from the north of the punishment circle bridge can still go ashore to win the chicken, then it is too underestimated the IQ of the professional team. In some circles and some terrains, it is destined to be impossible to win the chicken. To change your fate against the odds, you have to have two of three factors. The first is your own superb performance. The second is the opponent's abnormal performance. And the third is tactics. And a little bit of luck. When you rely on strength to achieve a shocking reversal, it is not actually called changing your destiny against the will of heaven. Because that is destiny. IFCD got to the edge of the white circle when the second circle was about to end. This position is not very good. But it can stay. They don't need a particularly good observation position now. Not only IFCD, but strong teams such as DLG and XQ, which entered the circle late in the south, are also waiting and watching. It is impossible to rush through the bridge on the left. No matter how strong you are facing several equally strong professional teams. If no one can rush out, they will be stuck alive by the people on the other side of the bridge. But this is also the worst case scenario. If the circle is in the north, then they will be the ones to enjoy it. If the circle is brushed in the north, IFCD will definitely choose to find an opportunity to rush into a destiny housing area. In this kind of terrain, even if one or two people die and snatch the room area in the center of the circle, it will be a big profit. They can take advantage of the fact that the team is not very dense to move their position. Before the circle was cleared, IFCD had already sealed the cigarettes, got in the car, transferred, and drove directly to the center of the circle. This saves them nearly 5 seconds. The safe area was refreshed, and Mao Xiaomo immediately took a glance, frowning. Sure enough, it is an almost angular circle in the south. This airport island, which originally only accounted for about 30% of the safety zone, now accounts for 50%. Of the remaining 50%, 40% is in the sea and 10% is in the north. And there is a very troublesome thing in this safe zone that is very troublesome for IFCD. That's the wild seaside area with 2 barns in the safe zone they're going to. In this way, they may not be the only ones coveting this housing area. This jumble area is well known to be very large. If other teams want to post it, they can do it. IFCD can't hold it at all. And once they are stranded in this housing area, their entire team may be killed. Mao Xiaomo quickly explained the tactics to the team members, which made him unbelievable. If this tactic is played well, it may have miraculous effects. But if it is played poorly, it will be the beginning of team destruction. From the OB perspective, the commentators Coffee and VC are also looking at IFCD's route. IFCD seems to be sticking to the housing area. Under attack. Huh? 2 people rushed into the water, and 2 people stuck to the room area. This is a major mistake. Chapter 337, Divide the Troops. The firepower of IFTY in the housing area was so fierce that it sent sparks flying from the 2 cars in front. Then they saw a very strange scene. 2 of the 4 IFCD people went into the sea, and the other 2 landed at their feet. 2 people at my feet. Roasted Man frowned. He was the only one left in IFTY in this barn. But from the sound, the 2 men from IFCD rushed directly towards the second floor. Even if the IFTY team members wanted to save Ru Ren, they were too late. The only thing they can pray for now is that Ru Ren can knock down one of IFCD's players. In this way, even if the people are roasted to death, they can successfully rush to the barn and eat the 2 IFCD players. However, if the IFCD team members are not knocked down and 2 people hold the stairs, no matter how strong the IFTY team members are, they will not be able to defeat the IFCD team members. It's hard to rush up if there are too many. But there is a digression. IFCD's personal ability is not weaker than IFTY. With this month's record and performance, King's TPJ overall rating will definitely be raised to S+. This is the player who can defeat XQ in a single team. As for Good and Chung Yao, TPJ's overall rating must be at least S level. And the current IFTY is just double S++ double S. The most embarrassing part of roasting people is that they were just at the window, and there was no way to move to the stairs immediately. This also gave IFCD a space to rush up. Rush! Wang Hao said to Chung Yao. IFCD and DLG have done this kind of partial attack on the building countless times. And they have died countless times. The most important thing when attacking a building is decisiveness. Without flash bombs, even if it is spent on the stairs, there will be no progress at all. Once IFCD is spent here, there will be no benefit at all except waiting for the support of other IFTY team members. Chung Yao rushed forward, followed closely by Wang Hao. The roaster was not very close to them, which also resulted in the fact that Chung Yao, who was rushing to the front, was not immediately reached. IFTY_Kenyoff used M416 to knock down IFCD_Crystal. IFCD_45AI used AKM to knock down IFTY_Kenyoff. Ru Ren did not make any mistakes and successfully knocked down Chung Yao. However, because he did not knock Chung Yao down on the stairs immediately and blocked Wang Hao's position behind him, the 2 people on the opposite side successfully rushed up. Faced with 2 guns, no matter how strong the roaster is, he cannot kill 2 people in an instant. However, IFCD was defeated by 1 person, and this result was completely acceptable to IFTY. A player is exchanged for 50 points. This deal is definitely worth it, especially in this type of circle. But are these 50 points so easy to earn? Mao Xiaomo didn't even glance at the screens of Wang Hao and Chung Yao. Although he only wanted to swim, he also had to observe the positions of other teams and the positions of the teams on the shore. As for Wang Hao's side, it has nothing to do with them. Mao Xiaomo gave them the task of grabbing points. How far they can complete it will not affect the next actions of Mao Xiaomo and Good. Before entering the sea, Mao Xiaomo and Good left all the good things they had with Chung Yao and Wang Hao. He only had 5 bandages and 2 bottles of drinks left on his body. Now Chung Yao and Wang Hao not only have 8 first aid kits, supplies for 4 people plus supplies for 2 people, and double mirror bullets on their bodies, but they are also wearing the team's 2 only level 2 suits. Mao Xiaomo and the others were there to score points, while Wang Hao and the others were there to score points. Wang Hao did not dare to throw cigarettes at the stairs. In this case, throwing cigarettes was seeking death. There were 3 others, and he was alone. If the smoke rushed up, Wang Hao would have no choice. Fortunately, what he was most worried about did not happen. Several people from IFTY rushed into the house and wanted to come directly, because they heard what Roastman said. He's saving people! Because of Ru Ren's death perspective, he could see Wang Hao's current movements. Rescuing Chung Yao, who was knocked down behind the box. It was impossible for Wang Hao to make such a low-level mistake. He gave up the rescue the moment he heard the footsteps going up the stairs and set up a gun to grab him in advance. Because there is a roaster, the IFTY team members know his location, and he doesn't need to cover up his whereabouts at all. At Xun's level, he will definitely shoot him immediately when he comes up. Wang Hao's keen sense of killing made him tremble instantly. I subconsciously shot out in advance. See you, yelled the murderer, showing his fangs again. Tixun came up and shot ahead of time. But there was also a short process of opening the camera to find someone. At this moment, the second level leader was instantly knocked away. IFCD_45AI used AKM headshot to knock down IFTY_Tixun. 45AI shoots directly with 2 heads. If this happens, IFTY may not be able to rush forward, VC said. Tixun was knocked down at the entrance of the stairs, so that other members of IFTY could not come up and did not dare to come up. Wang Hao didn't throw his thunder to repair Tixun. If he failed to repair it, IFTY would immediately come forward. Instead, he didn't repair both sides to save people, which was completely acceptable to IFCD. He and Cheng Yao didn't want to leave anyway. And at worst, you don't want to leave either. Dragging the whole team to death here, Tixun crawled into the small room, and IFTY also started to save people. After being rescued, Cheng Yao packed up on the spot, then directly made up for the roasted person who was hiding aside, and scored 25 points first. As for the IFTY below, there is a high probability that they will not attack their building, which is meaningless. Just when IFTY was hesitating whether to attack the building, another team rushed in. DLG. As the safe zone began to refresh, countless teams began to dive into the sea. If they wanted to survive in the next circle, they would just force themselves into the sea. There was no point in staying in the room area now. This sea is very long, and it takes a lot of time to swim. If you don't swim in the first time, you may be poisoned and die in the sea. DLG had no intention of playing in the finals. In this competition system, getting 4 heads equals 100 points. Under Joy's suggestion, Shujue directly chose not to go to sea and shoot on the shore. If he could get 3 heads, he would make a profit. The team on the bridge on the right fought even more miserably. They had no choice but to drive forward. But the effect was not very good, except for a few cars that rushed over here and there. Most of the people were killed on this bridge. Superior. DLG rushed into the barn where IFTY and IFCD were located, making the situation in the building more complicated. When they start fighting later, I'll go down and we'll make love, Wang Hao said to Cheng Yao. Clear. Chapter 338. Super Long Front. This is the best time for IFCD to eat these two teams. The safe area was swiped, and the next circle was indeed swiped on the airport island. DLG also directly collided head-on with IFTY. Although the well-medicated Tixun was already strong in combat, his helmet was blown off the moment he came into contact with Wang Hao. As a result, he was knocked down by Xiao Ju with one shot, and he and a Dian completed a 1-for-1 exchange. Then DLG directly acted recklessly. On the other side, Wang Hao and Cheng Yao also started to take action. They opened fire upstairs and downstairs at the same time, knocking down a member of IFTY and DLG one after another. IFTY was directly destroyed by the attack from 3 sides, and DLG was left with only Xiao Ju. Rush! Wang Hao and Cheng Yao synchronized their efforts and steadily killed the last DLG. IFCD's head count instantly reached 7. The IFTY team members also shook their heads, and then began to analyze the reasons for the death just now. They didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. In fact, they couldn't blame time. They could only blame IFCD for changing too fast. When IFCD first came, because it was under IFTY and these children were college students who had just turned 18. They all took great care of IFCD and liked these young people very much. But in just over 2 months, the current IFCD can compete with them head-on or even surpass them. Being overtaken by a junior at such a fast speed, no big brother would be without a little grudge. SKS is here. I have a mini. And a mini. Cheng Yao took off her 98K and replaced it with this version of the artifact. The mini. A 6X or 8X mini is much easier to use than SKS. In the same output environment, with the same players doing output, mini can produce better output than SKS. Because this version of mini is simply too stable. Everyone on the shore was cleared, and Wang Hao and Cheng Yao also completed their tasks. After licking their bags, the two of them went directly to the second floor to shoot targets at sea and on the opposite shore. Targets at sea at this distance are not very easy to shoot, even with a high magnification scope like 8X and 6X. It has to be considered in advance, and the fry in the sea float and dive for a while, which is not as good as a target on the shore. Easy to fight. The team on the opposite shore was awake. In order to grab points, they also chose to practice target shooting on the shore. Basically, as long as they didn't make mistakes, no team could successfully swim up. But the continuous shots from far away still made them suffer. Cheng Yao and Good were both silenced minis. Although Awake's team members couldn't hear the gunshots from such a distance, they still knew they were enemies on the opposite shore based on the point of impact. Their position could only be on the opposite side when no one was around. I'm super. Aren't these bees across the way ready to leave? Huan hid in the house and packed a first aid kit. If he stayed outside, he would definitely be beaten to death. But if they shrink the housing area, They will give swimmers in the sea a chance to come ashore. These are two angles. From IFCD's point of view, we just want to score points, and the enemy's life and death must have nothing to do with them. From Awake's point of view, IFCD is dragging them into the water to their own death. The safe area begins to refresh. Wang Hao and Cheng Yao have already maxed out their energy. Even if this circle is cleared, it will only be level 4 poison. Level 5 poison is the real qualitative change. And there is no need to panic at level 4 poison. Anyway, the two of them have now collected countless supplies, combining the 4 members of DLG and 4 supplies of IFTY. In order to save time, they did not choose to buy medical kits and bandages. After shooting for a while, they tied a first aid kit on themselves. With such abundant supplies now, they don't need to consider entering the circle. They can naturally eat whatever they can by the time the poison reaches level 5. Even if they want to practice target shooting, they won't have that many opportunities. So they can only stab themselves one after another. There were many people floating on the sea, including Mao Xiaomao and Good, who had already rushed into the sea in advance. Awake's departure gave them the best opportunity to land. There is only one player on the bridge. Two Dog, a player from AG. He is the only survivor of the tragic bridge battle. After Awake hid in the room, Two Dog also wanted to poke his head out to get a few heads. There was a full team stuck at the bridge opposite. He had no chance to continue to mix, so he could only take advantage of the opportunity to get more head points. But as soon as he poked his head out, he was shot directly in the head by a 98k shot from the Awake team member in the room. After entering the room area, Awake had no way to block the enemies at sea, so he had to look in other directions first. EY's 98k happened to be facing this direction, and when Two Dog was doing target practice, he accurately shot it away. In this way, Awake can safely get stuck in the beach team, and the surroundings should be clear. However, the IFCD on the opposite shore constantly harassed them and did not allow them to get out of the beach. "It's okay. We'll wait until they come up," Illusion said in the team. It's not a big problem for them. As long as they get stuck in the housing area, don't let the enemies coming ashore get closer, and use the bunkers in the housing area to fight. There won't be any big problem. The first one to come ashore is naturally IFCD. "We can see here that 2 IFCD team members have landed," Coffee said. The scene changes. 2 players with IFCD prefixes, Mao Xiaomao and Good, have successfully landed. The 2 people on the other side of the shore, who were still taking poison, helped them clear the way to the shore, and also helped them observe the enemies around them. There are about 20 enemies in the sea. Even Cheng Yao and Wang Hao, who are farther away, cannot hit them. But Mao Xiaomao and Good are different. By some strange combination of circumstances, IFCD actually formed a double team on a very long front, stuck all the enemies in the sea. Mao Xiaomao swore that he never thought of being beaten like this before. His original idea was to divide the troops into 2, and leave 2 people down for target shooting to get head points. The 2 of them would see if they could find a chance to sneak ashore, in case they got in to eat chicken. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, the IFCD 2 men were in the south, and the other in the north, frantically attacking the enemies in the sea. Naturally, Awake's team members heard gunshots coming from closer range, coming from Good and Mao Xiaomao. As soon as the 2 men landed on the shore, they started shooting violently, regardless of Awake, who was less than 50 meters behind them. "Hold the grass? What's the situation?" Awake's team members were just about to leave the room area to clear out the 2 people below, when they were instantly beaten back by fire from the other side of the bank. Chapter 339, Falling to the Ground in Smoke. "Have you learned it? Zhou Chao, why are you just hitting us?" Huan Huan was also a little depressed. The silence many of the 2 people on the opposite shore hit them directly as soon as they showed up. Instead, they turned a blind eye to the 2 enemies under their feet who were shooting with all their strength. A team? Awake's team members had never thought that the team on the shore and the team on the other side would be the same team. But reality made them guess this somewhat incredible fact. They didn't have time to think about why the IFCD team members were so scattered. But the current situation was a very delicate one. Cheng Yao and Wang Hao on the other side can help Mao Xiaomao keep an eye on the Awake players behind him. As soon as the Awake players go out, this information will definitely reach Mao Xiaomao's ears. Even if Mao and Xiaomao don't look behind them, they can still know every move of Awake behind them. "Damn it! Let them take it," Illusion cursed. Under normal circumstances, now it is the people who are stuck in IFCD, and the people at Awake who are stuck in IFCD. But in this way, Awake will lose a lot of points. which is still a big loss in this competition system. Although there are many teams at sea, it is still difficult to shoot targets at sea on the shore, especially since Mao Xiaomo and Gu have lost all their magnification lenses to Cheng Yao and Wang Hao. And now both of them only have one red dot. For people on both sides fought for a long time, and they only managed to get 3 kills. Several members of the XQ team who went to sea knew that the target shooter on the shore was IFCD, and they would rather drown than kill IFCD. But even if you are intentional, there will still be uni-deal situations. When you swim, only a small head will pop out. If someone hits you, it will be a direct headshot. IFCD's current goal is to eat all of this group of people. Only a small part of the safe zone is in the sea. The surviving team members are all huddled together, and there is no way to go ashore. Awake's heart bleeds as he sees the IFCD players kill one after another. Even though it was a kill-based competition, Awake did not dare to go down and clear IFCD, because IFCD was also equivalent to a barrier. Even if they cleared the 2 people below against the firepower from the opposite shore, they still did not dare to block the enemy on the seaside. When the enemies on the seashore surge up, the housing area where they are located will be the first to bear the brunt. The safest way is to let IFCD card people at the beach, and then they card IFCD. This way they can also clear the enemies behind them and get into the circle safely. Even though IFCD and Awake are only a few dozen meters apart, they do not interfere with each other, and each takes what they need. Some teams tried to go ashore with a sense of luck, but the result was that they were directly attacked by 2 IFCD people on the shore before they could steady their guns. The teams in the north have all thought of this result, which is why I said before that it is basically impossible for the teams in the north to pass through this yin and yang circle. This is a professional game. IFCD_Crystal used Mini 14 to knock down Awake_Kwoju with a headshot. Cheng Yao's casual shot hit the hallucination in the far room. The hallucination had already experienced a hard battle before, and did not have a helmet. He was knocked down directly by one shot. This shot was real luck. Originally, Cheng Yao just wanted to suppress Awake in the room. One fell down. Awakes! Cheng Yao said in the team. They didn't know what team they were in front of until now. However, the enemies in the sea have not been cleared yet, and IFCD does not dare to rush into Awake's room area. First clear the people in the sea, and leave those in the housing area alone. Mao Xiaomo said in the team that although outsiders may see the style of play as somewhat utilitarian, this is the time when IFCD wants to grab points. Awake successfully rescued the misunderstanding, and both parties also knew each other's opponent's identity. The safe zone continued to refresh, and the medicine on Cheng Yao and Wang Hao became less and less. See if you can rush across the bridge. Good. Because the distance was relatively far, Cheng Yao and Wang Hao gave up on target practice. There were DLG and IFTY cars downstairs. They just found one, filled up their health, and ran towards the bridge. There is still a chance to enter the circle. After Magud cleared all the people in the sea, he turned around and aimed directly at Awake. If IFCD wants to enter the circle, they must first pass Awake. Awake will definitely not let them go. This battle must be fought, whether it's Mao Xiaomo or Yi Hao. They all know that the winning rate in this battle is only 10%, or even lower. It depends on the situation. Clear. This is the subtext of Mao Xiaomo and Good. After being teammates for half a year, Mao Xiaomo and Good have also formed a tacit understanding. This sentence has another meaning. When the situation is not right, knock down the person and directly make up for it. But this sentence cannot be said during the live broadcast. Once it is said, there will be countless rhythms. Words like, knock down and just mend, can easily be misinterpreted as meaning that the game is not fun. But in fact, sometimes knowing that you are invincible, knocking down and mending immediately is the right way to go. But if the situation is good and there is a chance to destroy the opponent together, every bullet in the magazine will become a weight that affects the balance of victory. Even in professional competitions, there are many examples of one's own death, or even the team's destruction due to supplementary personnel. Mao Xiaomo and Good took out a few cigarettes, and went directly to Awake's room area to say hello. And when the smoke dissipated, they rushed in. The PPL commentary box also raised a voice. Look at this wave of IFCD. It's in Awake's face. Both sides exchange one for one. Very chaotic. Mao Xiaomo fell to the ground directly after knocking down one person. The Awake team members sprayed wildly in the smoke, but with little effect. In front of me! Good shouted. Mao Xiaomo had never come to attack this area with the intention of staying alive. 2 against 4 gave them too few opportunities. He threw 4 mines directly into the smoke. then stood up and rushed over. Shoot wildly in the direction of the enemy. Boom. Duh. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock down Awake_EY. IFCD_King used the frag grenade to kill Awake_EY. After Mao Xiaomo knocked down EY, the thunder thrown out in advance exploded just under EY's feet. But the gunshot also attracted the attention of the last two Awake members. The two of them immediately fired back at Mao Xiaomo based on their judgment of the gunshots. But the hair is not even shaved, falling down in the smoke. Who knows who uses it? Have you learned it? After Mao Xiaomo knocked down EY, he jumped to the right without thinking, and then fell to the ground. Chapter 340. Wow. Airport. I'm back. After throwing the last cigarette at his feet, Mao Xiaomo wanted to continue having fun. But the professionalism of Awake's team members didn't give Mao Xiaomo any chance. And he just threw 2 thunderbolts in. When Mao Xiaomo heard the sound and was about to crawl, it was too late, and he was blown over. However, this wave took away 2 Awake players, which was no longer a loss in terms of results. 2v4. I just replaced 2 of them. On the other side, Cheng Yao and Wang Hao took medicine on the bridge and drove 2 motorcycles across the bridge. The speed reaches its maximum. 2 cars roared past. The 4 stars, who had been waiting for a long time at the bridge, fired wildly at the 2 intertwined motorcycles at the bridge. Stars_YDD used M416 to knock down IFCD_Crystal. Cheng Yao was swept off the car, and Wang Hao successfully rushed over. 45 AI rushed over. IFCD's independence. Before I finished talking about coffee, I saw the 45 AI car flying directly out. And it flew out quickly with its head on the ground. There's not even a chance to press the front of the car and the rear of the car. IFCD_45 AI fell to death. Mine. Wang Hao was a little embarrassed. But the IFCD people didn't have serious expressions. And Good even laughed. My driving skills are okay. Mao Xiaomo smiled. Although IFCD is facing a more difficult situation, this set is the limit of what they can do. Although it is only 10th and does not have many ranking points, it has killed 18 people and has reached the goal of this round. This result is not much different from the final chicken score. Even if Wang Hao finally charged in, he would only advance 2 to 3 places at most. A score of 10 or 20 points would not be enough to quench the thirst of IFCD, who is currently lagging behind. However, this shocking fall also made the atmosphere of IFCD much more relaxed. With this set score guaranteed, and there are still 5 sets to come, it is not that they have no chance. The final round was a slap in the face of Stars. And Stars also firmly defended the Destiny Room and successfully won the chicken. This set was also very dramatic. DLG and XQ, who were at the forefront in the first 2 sets, both died very early and did not score many points, which also gave Stars and LGD a chance to catch up. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. XQ, R1, 450, R2, 425, R3, 105, total score, 980. 2. LGD, R1, 550, R2, 150, R3, 275, total score, 975 chicken times 1. 3. DLG, R1, 300, R2, 650, R3, 5, total score, 955 chicken times 1. 4. Stars, R1, 60, R2, 130, R3, 650, total score, 840 chicken times 1. 11. IFCD, R1, 5, R2, 5, R3, 470, total score, 480. Okay, we have seen the standings after 3 sets. And they are actually relatively close, Coffee said. Yes, the first place is occupied by XQ, with a score of 980. But they did not eat a plate of chicken, and their performance was relatively stable. The second place is LGD. The third place is DLG. And the fourth place is the Stars, who just caught up. It is worth mentioning that IFCD has also successfully caught up to the 11th place with its 18 kills in just 1 set. The gap with the first tier is not big now, and they cannot afford to make any mistakes in the next games. Although IFCD has caught up with a few points, the gap with the first group is still 500 points. These 500 points do not mean that you can eat a plate of chicken. You are increasing your points. And so are the other teams. But now IFCD is encountering a very difficult situation. It's just that they have nowhere to go. There are people in our city, and they are also strong rivals XQ. Shuicheng is too poor, and the two teams in Y City have few options for IFCD. As early as the end of the first set, Mao Xiaomo had already studied the jumping points of most of the fixed teams. That's the only place you can go to. Go here for the next game. Mao Xiaomo thought for a while and pointed to a point on the screen. No problem. Can. IFCD fans in the live broadcast room were all confused. They didn't understand Mao Xiaomo's communication at all and couldn't guess. The places where they practiced more in the IFCD training matches were our city and Y City. The remaining places, such as Big and Small Dien, Uptown, and Western Wilderness, have only been visited a few times sporadically, and they are certainly not very familiar. For each different resource point, the transfer route will be very different, with no way to go to the two permanent locations. The choice of IFCD has become a big question. As a strong team, no matter which big resource point a team like IFCD goes to grab resources, it will have an impact on the team that originally had exclusive resource points. The last game of the first day of PPL. Once the set ends, it means that the PPL finals schedule is officially halfway through. If you are still behind by a lot of points, there will only be 4 games in the future, and the chance of making it back is very small. Okay, our 4th set of PPL has begun, and this set is particularly important for every team. Yes, this is also the final battle of the first day. Among the top 4 teams, XQ, DLG, LGD and Stars, who can come out on top in the first day of the competition. Let us wait and see. The race is from bottom left to top right. It's a more balanced route. The airport is still air, huh? IFCD flew to the airport. Amidst the surprised voices of the commentators, several team members with a prefix, IFCD, floated down from the plane. IFCD finally came to this familiar place again. In the barrage, 666 was also furiously brushing. Under the current rhythm, the airport is a good place with sufficient resources and vehicles. The rhythm of entering the circle is also very different from the past. IFCD can completely play according to its own style of play. As I said before, IFCD has been practicing airports in private. In fact, there is no need to practice deliberately. They just take out the old tactics of CD and modify them, and they can be put into use directly. There are just some changes in point selection. After all, QL's competition is TPP, and now the professional competition is FPP. Wow! Wow! Airport! I'm back! Good screamed. This place is Good's favorite place, bar none. Chapter 341. It's not easy to pinch a soft persimmon. There is a very cruel saying. That is to say, the persimmon should be pinched softly. In the professional game, weakness is the original sin. IFCD flew directly to the airport. The original occupier of this place was Air, a new team that appeared in front of everyone for the first time. Judging from the first few games, this team's frontal strength is not very strong, and the results in the first 3 games are not very good. Even though they were defeated at the airport island in the last game, they were still destroyed by the subsequent teams. 2 new teams. BBQ's strength is remarkable, but this Air can be regarded as lackluster. IFCD came to the airport for this reason. Instead of competing with strong teams like DLG, XQ, and KG in the early stage, it is better to find a weaker opponent. Competitive sports are always so cruel. Air's team members were obviously not ready. When they were halfway down, they realized that there was a group of people following them. The captain has someone. I know. Let's do K. Give them the C building, and watch the fight later. Air made a temporary turn and gave up the big cake of building C to IFCD. Get the car. Okay. Good flew directly to the road and got a jeep. Because they saw the enemy's position clearly. 2 people jumped off the KA building, and the other 2 people jumped off the boiler room satellite building. This jumping method has been studied by IFCD for a long time. It was originally intended for KZSSS, but it was unexpectedly used on Air. The 4 members of IFCD each have a gun, and everyone gets on the bus. There is no trace of sloppiness at all. Not even a trace of cover-up. This jumping method is also often used by KZSSS, but it is actually a disjointed jumping method. When Air's team members heard the sound of the car, it was already too late. The 4 members of the IFCD rushed directly to the K-shaped building. Just now, Chung Yao stood on the roof of Building 2 and observed a wave, confirming the enemy's movements. The search for K-shaped building was fast, but IFCD was faster. In order to save time, the 4 of us just drove there. Air's team members were knocked down by 4 enemies who rushed in before they could react. IFCD_King used S12K to knock down Air_Mecha. IFCD_King used S12K to knock down Air_Chicho. All members of Air. Captain SZJ seemed to feel the murderous intent of IFCD. Search quickly! And run away after searching. Come on! Captain! IFCD was so determined to clean up the airport that they drove directly to the satellite building. SZJ himself is also a fan of IFCD. And as a newcomer, he has always regarded IFCD as his role model. But the power of this role model is too great, and he wants to crush them to death. SZJ and his teammates heard the sound of the car and fled into the satellite building. If they defended the building, they might still have a chance. If they were in the boiler room, IFCD wouldn't have any chance even if they charged in and piled up air. As soon as they set up their guns, the IFCD team members pushed open the door and entered. Air's team members were also smart and did not choose to be on the third floor of the satellite building. IFCD does not have mines. But if there were mines, one mine would kill them. Mao Xiaomo rushed to the front. And there were only 2 people on the opposite side. If he wanted to pack up the people, the front couldn't hold him up. So IFCD didn't send anyone outside the satellite building to prevent Air from jumping. Mao Xiaomo rushed to the front with S12K in hand. And with his small body, he directly deceived the Air team member's gun. Too tender. Yahoo thought secretly in his heart. Also knew. The maturity shown by IFCD is simply not comparable to that of Air. Which is why IFCD has become one of the top domestic teams. SZJ didn't dare to change positions. So he had no choice but to continue the fight. Another teammate also formed a crossfire with him. Mao Xiaomo jumped up and sprayed SZJ 5 times in a row. Boom. 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 Duh. IFCD_King used S12K to knock down Air_SZJ. Air_Hyde used AKM to knock down IFCD_King. Hyde hit Mao Xiaomo on the back and calmly pulled him directly onto Good behind him. Duh. Stable pressure from close range knocked down another person from IFCD. Air_Hyde used AKM to knock down IFCD_Godric. The IFCD team members rushed forward one after another. And Wang Hao and Cheng Yao rushed forward, not giving Hyde a chance to make up for their losses. After pre-sighting the position, Hyde took Wang Hao away with 1 shot. Fortunately, Cheng Yao replenished his gun in time and successfully destroyed the Air group. Even so, both the coaches, players, and fans broke out in a cold sweat. I was almost beaten 4 times by Air's team members. AKM's damage at close range in the early stage is really too high. In addition, IFCD doesn't have any armor. It's almost like 2 shots per child. If there is one more person on the opposite side, it may be their IFCD who dies. Too reckless. Explained the coffee path. IFCD's performance in the final left him very disappointed. There was no structure at all. Even the 3rd set was more luck-based in Coffee's eyes. The 4th set was even more so, as the team was almost wiped out in a 4-on-2 situation. Good took the initiative in the team and said, "My reaction is a little slow. It's okay. Search as usual. We'll enter later." Mao Xiaomo replied. Good was the team member who filled in for Mao Xiaomo in this wave. But his reaction was a little slow in the first place, and he did not attack Hyde immediately, causing himself to be shot down, which almost caused a disaster. Although IFCD is not so restrained, subconsciously it is still a little anxious about the current backward situation, and it plays a little recklessly. The first safe zone is in the western wilderness. It goes up to Xiaoqing district and down to P Port, with the sea area on the left and P City on the right. The sea area between the airport island and P Port also accounts for about 20%, which is also considered a relatively remote safety zone. The teams in the south of this safe zone are easy to enter, but the teams in the north are not. The reason is very simple. You draw a line on the central axis of the map. Along this line, you can see how many teams are in the north and how many are in the south. In the north, there are teams stationed in our city school, shooting range S City, Y City Holy Mountain, and K Town Nursing Home. In the south, there are more jungle areas, so there are naturally fewer teams, and only V5 is playing jungle at the bridgehead of the airport. But after seeing the news that IFCD had killed Air, V5's eyes lit up. The news that IFCD was at the airport was instantly received by all teams. IFCD ranked first in the 2 qualifiers and has become a standout. Moreover, V5 is very poor, which just has a legitimate reason to block a wave of IFCD bridges. Chapter 342 V5. IFCD fans were attentive and their hearts were lifted. V5's wave of blocking the bridge was very covert. The 4 people drew a perfect arc and each hid behind the bunker. FEP does not need to probe the bridge all the time. In V5, only the team members on the roof of the third floor of the bridge are constantly observing the information. Coming! I know. Don't show your head. The V5 team is also communicating. In FPP mode, you cannot rely on the third-person perspective like TPP. If you stick your head out, you will definitely increase the chance of being discovered by the enemy. If IFCD wants to cross this bridge, it can only drive across it. When the time comes, it will be too late to pull out after hearing the sound of cars. I haven't heard the sound of a car for a long time. And V5 is also very confused. As soon as Subin poked his head out, he was spotted by IFCD from afar. Saw us! Subin cursed secretly. He didn't expect the other party to be so patient, so he just observed for a minute to see if anyone was there. After IFCD experienced the targeting of OMG and DLG, both its vigilance and discipline have become much stronger. They were not in a hurry to cross the bridge this time. They completed the observation first, and then decided that they could not cross the bridge. If the enemy wants to block their bridge, they must look out and reveal their traces. Sure enough, it was exactly as Mao Xiaomo expected. There are not so many choices in this safe zone ICD. There is no benefit to crossing the bridge from the right. The distance is far, and there are many dangers. In professional competitions, it does not mean that more transfers mean better transfers, but that the best transfer is to gain space in the circle with the least transfer distance. Wait until they leave. After careful consideration, Mao Xiaomo decided not to abandon the car and take a boat. Abandoning the car on the first lap. There is no way to play in the following laps. If it is such a big lap, IFCD will be more than uncomfortable if it goes up in one lap. But it backfired. When Mao Xiaomo saw the second lap, he abandoned the car immediately. Let's go by boat! Choices during a match often change depending on the situation. The second safe zone is painted with concentric circles. That is the very center of the safe zone. As a result, the entire western wilderness is within the safe zone, and the southern part is stained with a little water. The most important thing is that the bridgehead where V5 is located is actually on the edge of the safe zone. Mao Xiaomo didn't know whether V5 would stay at the bridge, but if he was commanding V5, he would definitely not move. At most, he would have to go to the mountain next to the gas station to observe. The location of the bridge is easy to transfer no matter where it is. There is no need to bite the bullet and grab the center of the circle. Moreover, there is a large open plain around it, so there are not many teams nearby. Even if IFCD abandons the car in this circle, it only needs to run across a road to go up the mountain safely. The terrain in the western wilderness is also very complicated, so pressing on the edge of the circle is also a good way to play. They're sailing! When V5 saw the IFCD people getting on the boat and driving away, they all fired to try their luck and see if they could shoot down the IFCD team members. However, the moving target at about 500 meters was too difficult. Several people took turns to fire and only got 1 or 2 shots. But both shots hit good. Hey, hey, hey! Hit me no matter what! Change your position! Change your position! Good was afraid that he would be beaten down, so he took the initiative to change positions with his teammates and washed ashore with a bandage, even though they were 1,000 meters away from V5. The V5 team members still persisted, but with little success. He crossed the road safely and went straight into the jungle. Below are 2 room areas. One is a square room area with a barn outside Port P, and the other is a large wilderness area with 3 floors. The first one was also called Thomas' home because Thomas often jumped here when he was playing solo. This point is definitely a very good starting point for solo queue. There are many houses, and it is not poor. The resources in the entire wild area can basically meet one person's material needs. Moreover, the entrance of this barn is also a car brushing point. If it doesn't work, you can also go to the road outside Port F to find it. Vehicles are not a problem. Mao Xiaomo's focus must be on the wild area on the right rather than the barn 100 meters away. The wild area with the barn on the left has too many shortcomings. The wild area is too big, and there are too few useful housing areas. They are all 1 floor, and they are in a low-lying location with poor visibility. If the enemy drives in and rushes in, they can only hide in the barn and wait for the opponent to attack, which is too passive. Although the wild area on the right is also large, the team can defend a small area, and it is not a problem for 3 teams to stay. IFCD is still wandering around the southern mountains, and they are not in a hurry to go down. There is a saying whether it is a professional game or a ladder game. It is easy to enter the jungle and difficult to exit the jungle in the middle and late stages of the game, especially in professional games. It is better if the circle is not wiped away. Everyone can live in peace as neighbors. However, once the circle is wiped away, the entire jungle team will restrict each other, and no one can get out. During the game, all teams will think twice about entering the jungle unless there is no other way. IFCD's current position is actually a bit uncomfortable. If the circle really doesn't take care of them, and they brush to the north, they really have only one way to go down and attack and steal the opponent's car. V5 also quietly walked up the mountain from the Quoto gas station. They chose to park the car at the foot of the mountain next to the white circle. This way, if they had to move later, they could retreat and walk on the plain on the right, which was very safe. From an OB perspective, the distance between V5 and IFCD is less than 200 meters. From this distance, you can basically hit them when you see them. A brief introduction to a team like V5, which became famous in last year's PCPI Summer National Qualifiers. At that time, both TPP and FPB Finals V5 were among the top 5. And the total score was also among the best, which was completely famous. You must know that almost all the strong teams in Xia Kingdom participated in that competition. In the finals, they still delivered stable results despite the encirclement and suppression of 17 OMG, 4AM, and KZSS, and their strength should not be underestimated. However, what most Xia Kingdom viewers don't know is the hard work that the V5 team has put in privately, secretly playing in 4G low leagues despite high delays, and constantly competing with European and American teams to improve their strength. From being defeated by European and American big guys at the beginning, to finally being able to compete against established clubs like C9. V5's experience is also an inspirational story. Both IFCD and V5 are waiting for the safe zone to be refreshed. In FPP mode, lying on the ground is one of the best ways to hide, because the viewing angle is relatively low. It is not a particularly visual choice. Generally speaking, it is difficult to detect enemies lying on the mountain at the first time. The third safe zone is refreshed. Oh! The third circle brushed on the faces of V5 and IFCD. These two teams are destined to have a battle. Chapter 343 Sharp Knife. Forehead. As soon as I finished talking about coffee, I was slapped mercilessly in the face. IFCD drove directly to the left side of the circle. But V5 did not choose to go up the mountain and move the car to the white circle, blocking the team on the right. Coffee laughed awkwardly and said, IFCD and V5 are stuck on the same side, forming a tacit understanding. Yes, in this way, no one except Stars will have the opportunity to go up the mountain. They can only choose to rush to the housing area below. From the OB perspective, Stars has come down from the mine, pressing the edge of the circle and touching in the direction of IFCD. IFCD and V5 did not reach a conclusion, but Stars and IFCD are about to have a head-to-head confrontation. Although IFCD has been looking in the direction of Stars, it does not know the location of Stars. But Stars are different. They are looking at the mountains on IFCD with their own eyes. There were no gunshots on the mountain, and there was no doubt that the professional teams would press to the edge of the narrow circle. IFCD does not dare to open too long a front, because the side jungle area and the V5 behind are definitely looking in their direction. In this circle, apart from the Ono area in the center, there are only a few locations around the circle where you can stay. The best location should be the mountain range where V5 and IFCD are located. The terrain down the slope of IFCD is relatively rugged. Some teams that want to enter the circle from the narrow side choose to rush through the mountains of V5 from the plain on the right, which also creates a very good battle environment for Stars and IFCD. Otherwise, if IFCD and Stars fight, with the execution ability of professional teams, all members will come over and eat up both teams. Now V5 is also being attacked, and he will be overwhelmed. The safe area begins to refresh. The time for the circles to refresh is very short. As soon as Stars touches it, the poisonous circles start to refresh. IFCD's flank was still given to Mao Xiaoma. In addition to being a strong point, the wing position is also a position that requires very good judgment. Otherwise, even if you knock down two people, but you are also knocked down, if the terrain is not good, IFCD teammates will not be able to overwhelm you. The direct result is that the people on the flanks are supplemented, and the enemy is safely pulled up, forming a 4-on-3. The flanker needs to have a good sense of the situation. And sometimes you can't shoot even if you're completely to the side of your opponent. If you shoot and are shot, it will be a completely different situation. As long as you stay on the flank with peace of mind, you are like a sharp knife that can stab into the enemy's body at any time. When the right time comes, you can cooperate with your teammates in the front to steadily destroy the enemy. There is no doubt about Star's positive ability. For super macho men with TPJ overall rating of S+, the overall strength is very strong. So we chose the 22 formation just to be on the safe side. YDD and Cian went left. Carl and TK went right. And rushed towards IFCD's defense line at the same time. In the mountain mode of FPP, it is still very easy to cover up your whereabouts as long as you squat along the small slope. On the front, Good and Chungyao were constantly searching for the Stars players. As long as he grabs this hilltop, he will at least be in the top 8 in this circle. The smaller the team is, the more room they will have to operate. Mao Xiaomao hid behind a small slope and did not dare to make any sound. The flanking team members can never do point exploration missions in FPP mode, because they are the only team members whose whereabouts must be hidden. He needs to obtain the positions of all enemies through 2 channels. One is the reporting point of his teammates, and the other is the gunfire of the opponent. In an instant, the frontal battlefield begins. Lstars_YDD used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_45 AI. The confrontation between the two teams started with the first wave of gunfight between Wang Hao and YDD. YDD is indeed the star player of Lstars. He accurately pressed the turf and directly knocked down Wang Hao with a headshot. The field of view of FPP is relatively small, and the viewing angle is relatively low. So when you squat and shoot in mountain warfare, most of what you see is grass. But relying on the enemy's position judged at the beginning, you can still achieve a precise shot. At this distance, with the marksmanship of professional players, the winner can be determined within 10 bullets. Wang Hao's reaction was a little slower than YDD's, and he was immediately killed. Zheng Yao threw a cigarette under Wang Hao's feet after a stone. It was not that he wanted to save him now. If he went to save him now, Lstars would definitely press him up. The main purpose of this smoke was to prevent other teams around him from catching him. But Lstars knew where Wang Hao fell to the ground, so they directly pinched a thunder and threw it over. There are many ways to use throwing objects in professional games, and filling up people is a very critical function. But Zheng Yao was also thrown a thunderbolt. There is also a big difference between the first perspective and the third perspective. The angle is a little lower. From the perspective of the audience, sometimes it seems that the mine will bounce back when thrown on the bunker. In fact, this is not the case. The angle of throwing the mine in FPP is lower than that in TPP. This specific angle can only be felt by playing more games. Boom! Boom! Thunder exploded at the feet of YDD and Wang Hao at the same time. YDD didn't change his position in order to throw away this thunder, which can be regarded as a small mistake. IFCD_Crystal used a frag grenade to knock down Lstars_YDD. Lstars_YDD used frag grenade D to kill IFCD_45 AI. As soon as Wang Hao fell, Lstars flanking TK pulled up directly from the right. Right! Oh! Wang Hao reminded Good that Good went directly to fill Wang Hao's position and completed another head-on firefight with TK. Fortunately, the coach was watching behind IFCD and was frightened. Mao Xiaomao was still taking his time at this time and slowly touched the flank of Lstars. Lstars were very disciplined and Carl kept watching their flanks. But nothing happened. The duel between Good and TK failed again. IFCD has lost another strong player. Zheng Yao took out her rifle and rushed towards TK without any hesitation. She left her behind to Mao Xiaomao. Carl saw Zheng Yao pulling to the right and rushed out to hit Zheng Yao's back. After such a long period of observation, he was sure that there was no one on the flank. With the battlefield on the front being fought like this, it was impossible for the players on the flanks not to come up. Otherwise, all the players on the front would be dead, and he would have no effect. But the reality is not what he imagined. Mao Xiaomao has been hiding for a long time, just waiting for this moment to arrive. This sharp knife. Finally, when he was needed most, he showed up. Chapter 344 Talent. The moment he leaned forward, 2 figures appeared in Mao Xiaomao's eyes. Carl is moving and Cian with a fixed-point gun. Mao Xiaomao's mind was very clear. He did not choose to hit Carl, who was closer to him. Instead, he directly aimed the 4x scope at Cian's second stage. Duh. 2 consecutive shots knocked Cian down directly. IFCD_King used an M16A for headshot to knock down Lstars_Cian. After knocking down Cian, Mao Xiaomao instantly pulled the gun on Carl. The speed of the 4x lens has reached the limit of Mao Xiaomao's hand speed. The M16's 4x lens jitter amplitude is also much higher than before, and the field of view is a bit blurry under burst shooting at this frequency. But in terms of familiarity with this gun, in the Xia Kingdom, Mao Xiao will rank second. And no one dares to rank first. He is so confident. The moment Carl heard the gunfire, he turned back to look for someone. But his speed was still a bit slow. The inexplicable concealment of this sharp knife finally helped him insert it into Star's heart. Hack! Carl cursed. He didn't expect his opponent to be so patient. He really didn't expect it at all. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock out Stars_Carl. On the other side, Cheng Yao also killed TK, who had already lost his health. The team destroyed the Stars. Pretty! This wave of IFCD perfectly showed us the role of tactics in professional competitions, VC said seriously. And the audience was not surprised. However, Mao Xiaomo's perfect concealment also amazed all the audience. They suddenly felt that the battle in the professional game was not as simple as they imagined. The confrontation between players in the latter game is almost a fight. But there are too many tactics that can be used in professional games. And there are too many things worth exploring in this wave of battles between IFCD and Stars. The two commentary VC and Coffee can't be understood. The audience can't understand. But professional coaches can see clearly. The moment Mao Xiaomo locked the 4X lens on Xian's head, the coach Yahao standing behind him shrank his pupils. At the same time, I also got goosebumps all over my body. Others can't understand it. But he can. Just for a moment. Mao Xiaomo saw two people. He did not choose to hit Carl, who was not far away in front of him. Instead, he chose to fight Xian at a distance. However, Xiaoguo was able to figure out this truth in such a short period of time. I am afraid that only the major professions team coaches and players. There are no more than 3 professional players who can complete this choice on the field. What is the reason? To put it simply, the time it takes for him to knock down Xian is much shorter than the time it takes for him to knock down Carl, the moving target of the M16. Even if Mao Xiaomo is very good, cannot achieve an instant kill. If he hits Carl, there is no doubt that with the reaction of an S+ professional player, he can react in 0.2 to 0.4 seconds. Xian wants to find Mao Xiaomo with almost no difficulty. But rather than staying close and seeking distance first, he can attack Xian first. Not only can he kill Xian instantly with 2 shots, but he can also draw the gun to hit Carl, who is behind him. In fact, from a god's perspective, sometimes I can't understand this truth, let alone the players in the game. But Mao Xiaomo subconsciously chose to fix the target first, which surprised Yahao. There are many types of talents. Some people are naturally very sensitive to FPS, such as Gu Xiyuan and even Shroud. These are talents that can have extremely high strength in all FPS games. And what Mao Xiaomo is showing in front of Yahao now is his instant reaction and judgment. Mao Xiaomo is only 18 years old and has only been training for more than 2 months. There are endless possibilities. Even Yahao doesn't know where Mao Xiaomo's limit is. IFCD wiped out the Stars, the team that won the championship, at the cost of 1 person, which was a direct blow to their competitors. On the other hand, V5's life was not so easy. They were charged by 2 teams, WZ Game and LYG, at the same time, and were eventually destroyed on the hilltop by the 2 teams. The defensive side of V5 was wiped out, and a loophole seemed to open on the right side of the mountain range. 2 more teams came, and the fight was fierce for a while. Touch! Cheng Yao asked. Don't touch, Mao Xiaomo replied. Touching it now is a choice. As I said before, when professional teams compete with each other, the third party must touch it. But the current situation is complicated because there are more than 2 teams on the right. If the 3 of them touch it and are stolen by a Voldemort from the remaining team or knocked down by that side, the game will outweigh the loss. After clearing the Stars on the left side, the IFCD side is already very safe. As long as they guard the left side and don't let people from the warehouse touch it, their position will not be in any danger. The team works hard just to create a safe area for the team, so there is no need to look for trouble. For 2 consecutive laps, IFCD stood firmly on the spot, and the battle on the right side also decided the winner. However, there were still 2 remaining team members lying on the mountain, restricting each other and not daring to act rashly. The 6th round finally established the tone of the finals. It's in the wild area. The finals have wiped out the mountain. This is not particularly good news for IFCD. Yes, but IFCD moves very quickly and wants to clear the border. Amidst the shouts of coffee, the IFCD 3 people began to clear the border. If they want to go down from the mountain, they must clear out everyone on the mountain. Otherwise you will hit me, and I will hit you. And no one can get away. Mao Xiaomo had been remembering the information from the battle on the right before. WZ Game still had 2 people. And MK also had 2 more people as expected. Knowing the number and information of the opponent, the 3 IFCDs also held on very tightly. They took the initiative to attack. In most cases, the opponent discovered them first. So someone had to do the task of supplementing the gun. Usually Mao Xiaomo is the last one, because he has the fastest reaction. 3 people passed directly from this side of the circle. But they were very lucky. MK also has this idea. If they want to enter the circle, they must clear WZ Game before they can enter the circle. The remaining 2 players of MK are also their 2 players with the strongest personal abilities. Stone and AFF are also powerful players with TPJ reaching S+. The 2 of them moved toward WZ Game. And WZ Game was aware of the sound of footsteps. And the 2 sides immediately exchanged fire. This exchange of fire directly means the victory of IFCD. When the 3 people heard the gunfire, they didn't need to communicate. They just opened an arc and covered it. Chapter 345. Attacking the textbook. We didn't know the opponent's position before, and we were afraid that the opponent would attack them directly, which would easily lead to attrition of the team. However, once MK and WZ Game exchanged fire, they locked the opponent's position with just the sound of gunfire IFCD. MK_Stone knocked down a member of WZ Game, and was also knocked down. Both sides completed 1 for 1. But at this time, IFCD has already touched upon it. Replenish people! Mao Xiaomo shouted in the team, as soon as he saw the battle situation. Each person scored 25 points. This score was really exaggerated to a certain extent. But Good did not react, and was directly killed by the WZ Game team member, who was behind him. IFCD_Godric used AKM to kill WZ Game_ICC. Well, after Good finished killing people, Mao Xiaomo's voice rang in his ears. There was an enemy who had fallen to the ground at his feet. 25 points were wasted. Superior! Mao Xiaomo gave an order and pulled Good back into the game. The only opponent was Stone. And the 3 IFCD players directly pulled him from 3 directions. Left, right, and center. As MK's ace player, Stone is naturally very powerful. He came out with Q and knocked out Good directly. MK_Stone used M416 to knock down IFCD_Godric. The moment he knocked Good down, Stone wanted to move his position. He knew that 3 men from IFCD were pulling out from 3 directions. Mao Xiaomo knew it and turned sideways. Kill Stone at the last moment when he is about to shrink behind the tree on the other side. After successfully clearing MK, Good was directly rescued. IFCD was still a 3-person establishment. The only possible dangers were Mao Xiaomo's 2nd down and Good's 3rd down. Once he was knocked down after the subsequent battle, he would probably die directly. He would bleed too fast, and there would be no chance of rescue. IFCD also has good news. That is, they still have a car. This is the car that V5 drove up the mountain before he died. And it also made wedding clothes for them. At this time, the tactics must be clear. The circle has not been refreshed yet. So IFCD must be on target. They must rush to the 3rd floor in front of them. But there is a team inside the 3rd floor. Mao Xiaomo doesn't know exactly how many people there are. But judging from the previous gunshots, there are at least 2 people. But in fact, there are 3 members of the XQ team in this 3-story building, which are also direct competitors of IFCD. Mao Xiaomo especially carried a 98K on his back. A gun that he did not often use in competitions. They are going to fight XQ now. The reason is also very simple. If they lose, they have nothing to lose. They can just save him. There are several helmets nearby, so they don't have to worry about the lack of helmets. And they don't have to worry about being knocked down. They have already fallen down several times anyway. But winning makes a big difference. Once a member of XQ is knocked down, IFCD will definitely choose to charge with all members. At this time, XQ's firepower will definitely be much weaker, and no one will dare to save it. The time it takes IFCD to rush from the mountain to the housing area is definitely less than the 10 seconds required for rescue. And there will be no chance for XQ to save people. IFCD began to spread smoke on the road leading to the XQ housing area. With so many boxes, they have no shortage of throwables. XQ obviously didn't understand this matter, and was still stuck with the IFCD players. The 3 people kept shooting from 3 angles. IFCD started to spread cigarettes. XQ thought that the IFCD team members did not have cars, and wanted to enter the circle on foot. So the pressure became even more fierce. The car god's SKS was very accurate, and hit Good directly with his head, pushing him back. while Good squatted down to apply medicine. He also changed to a half-health level 2 head. But it was much better than the already red level 2 head on his head. Boom! Mao Xiaomo's 98K fired a shot. But the car god reacted quickly. He retreated the moment Mao Xiaomo aimed at him, and successfully dodged the shot. But Cheng Yao's shot accurately took away Xiaodu. Boom! Fall! IFCD_Crystal used car 98K to knock down XQ_Xiaodu with a headshot. Before the knockout information appeared, Cheng Yao shouted in the team. As a sniper, Cheng Yao's absolute sense of sniper sense and judgment of the landing point, coupled with strong self-confidence, are all the reasons for Cheng Yao to say this word. The fact was just as Cheng Yao said. Xiaodu fell to the ground. Don't save! Xiaodu quickly shouted in the team. There is no point in saving people at this time because it is too late. The sound of IFCD's car also happened to sound. And the car god and Cobra fired wildly at the rushing IFCD. But IFCD dove into the smoke and successfully disrupted XQ's vision. The distance was not long in the first place. And the IFCD car drove down from the mountain and was very fast. It almost rushed to XQ's house in a matter of seconds, because it is in the southernmost part of the white circle, and the enemies behind it have been cleared by IFCD. IFCD can confidently and boldly attack the XQ room area in this game. Their side is absolutely safe. Mao Xiaomo was shot twice. After getting out of the car, he immediately grabbed a first aid kit. Good and Cheng Yao threw 2 thunderbolts from the window to force XQ to move, and successfully knocked down the little boy. After the poison was removed, XQ only had 2 players left. Because both time and space were sufficient, Mao Xiaomo chose to attack XQ's room area steadily with full energy. They have also practiced with DLG many times in this room area. And Joy and the coaches of the 2 teams have also done a lot of research. IFCD once again showed everyone a textbook attack on the building. Cheng Yao threw 2 grenades from the window to force him away. At the same time, Mao Xiaomo also threw a rebound flash grenade. The melee power of Good's AK is undoubted, and he can firmly hold the stairs to prevent his opponents from rushing down to fight with them. Boom! As soon as the unique sound of flash bombs appeared, the IFCD 3 people rushed upstairs directly. Mao Xiaomo took the lead. He deliberately paused when going up the stairs and heard the crazy shooting from above. Someone was caught. Such a thought flashed across the IFCD team members. This is exactly what happened. The car god was caught in a flash, and could only make a judgment based on his voice. Cobra couldn't even pull it. After frantically sweeping the shuttle, Mao Xiaomo threw another thunder into the aisle. He didn't know the location of Cobra, so he could only use the thunder to narrow the range of his opponents. The 3 people rushed forward, and Cobra, who was on one side with the car god, fired directly at the IFCD team members, who did not notice him at the first time. But the car god appeared in his line of fire when he avoided it. Chapter 346 The Classic reappears. Perfect sync. XQ_Cobra used AKM to knock down XQ_Chishin. With this buffer time, all 3 IFCD team members discovered Cobra. 3 guns fired in volley. IFCD_King used M16A4 to kill XQ_Cobra. XQ made a huge mistake while guarding the room. The car god who was dodged walked to Cobra's gun line while hiding behind the bunker. As a result, Cobra's first wave of fire did not knock down the IFCD team members. Instead, he knocked down one of his teammates. At the moment when IFCD and XQ were exchanging fire, VG also took the opportunity to drive over recklessly. IFCD turned around and blocked the stairs. What VG didn't expect was that after a wave of confrontation, IFCD turned out to be in an uninjured state, for people rushed directly to the 2nd floor, and what greeted them was IFCD's crossfire. Knocked down the VG2 directly. QFF and Lin Shu were knocked down in the stairway, and the teammates behind them couldn't make up for it. No communication. Mao Xiaomo and Good climbed out of the window, one on the left and the other on the right. Wow! IFCD just turned it over! VC didn't have time to sigh, and saw IFCD make such an operation. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding like special forces. One left and one right climbed down the window almost at the same time. Because it's a panoramic view, not only the audience, but also the commentators were all numb. My blood is boiling. As if I have seen the incredible synchronized defense of the FaZe team on SLI. It's almost the same scene. But the difference with FaZe is that IFCD didn't make any tactical arrangements. Yi Haojuan was stunned. He had never seen such cooperation before. After a few hot games, IFCD's condition has obviously improved. Cheng Yao jumped directly from the stairs on the 2nd floor, and Mao Xiamagud was on the left and right. The firepower of the three parties left the VG team with no room to fight back. IFCD_King used M16A4 to kill VG_Vampire. IFCD_Crystal used M416 to kill VG_Manio. Unsolvable group destruction. This wave happened between Lightning and Flint. It only takes less than 10 seconds from VG going up the stairs to the final VG team being wiped out. Oh my god! This wave of cooperation from IFCD is destined to be replayed 100 times. VC shouted. Coffee was also in disbelief. This reminds me of FaZe a year ago. At that time we knew that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds could still be played like this. This time IFCD also showed us their terrifying strength. Yes, this cooperation. In such a short period of time. I don't know how they communicate within the team. I am particularly curious. VC shook his head. FaZe's synchronized defense performance on SLI a year ago was somewhat similar to this IFCD. Classic reappearance. The attack on the building caused a huge response in the world. Even in Xia Kingdom. FaZe's attack on the building was replayed more than 1,000 times. From the perspective of the effect, IFCD's this time is even more shocking. The reason is because of fluidity. Restore FaZe's wave of guarding the building. In fact, the opponent rushed downstairs, and FaZe occupied the second floor. After going through the layout, FaZe made a synchronization. 2 people climbed through the window, and 2 people rushed in, completing the destruction of the opponent. But IFCD was different this time. The whole wave destroyed VG in one go. Reality knocked down the 2 people who wanted to go upstairs, without any communication or time difference. Good and Mao Xiaomo climbed down the windows one by one. At the same time, Cheng Yao also rushed forward, and the 3 of them completed a perfect wave of double teams. This wave is impeccable. The word 666 or scalp numbness were floating wildly in the barrage. Simply cannot stop. Everyone wanted to know what kind of communication IFCD had. But in fact IFCD didn't say a word at all. Msjoy couldn't believe it when she told Joy later. Msjoy originally thought it was a tactic arranged by IFCD. And after knocking down 1 or 2, he jumped directly through the window. But fortunately, I could see it clearly from behind IFCD. And the audience in the IFCD live broadcast room could also see it clearly. During the whole process, IFCD had no communication. It's not that they didn't want to communicate, but when VG rushed over, they had just killed XQ and had no time to rectify. After knocking down 2 VG members, Mao Xiaomo and Good subconsciously fell out. It's not like they haven't used this tactic before, but they didn't expect it to be so perfect this time. Wang Hao also laughed, but his laughter also expressed his thoughts, which were ridiculous. He saw the whole process clearly. This wave of cooperation only gave him 2 words. Ridiculous. Forgetting Mao Xiaomo and Gud's subconscious reactions, the key point was that Cheng Yao reacted instantly and followed their thoughts. How far did this tacit understanding go? If Wang Hao could describe it himself, the overall cooperation between him and IFCD can be described as a perfect team. And these 3 people, even the previous CD, give people the feeling of being one. Teammates can immediately capture whatever they want. Hack! That's awesome! Wang Hao rarely cursed. But this round of cooperation deserves his praise. IFCD's head count has reached 14 again, and a clearing has been cleared to the south of the safety zone. The finals took place in the center of the wild area. There is no bunker in the middle of this circle. But IFCD is relatively close to the circle. Almost a step into the circle. So they are definitely not in a hurry. After licking the 7 bags on the 3rd floor, IFCD was saturated with other supplies except for the imperfect armor. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao both carried 10 cigarettes on their bodies, with only 100 bullets left in reserve. The next circle is the concentric circle, and the strategy of IFCD is very important. There is only a scrap car in front of them, but only 1 or 2 people can stand in the scrap car's position. It is definitely unrealistic for their car to drive to the center of the wild spot at this time. You guys fight. I'll pull to the car first, Mao Xiaomo said. Good once said something to Mao Xiaomo. Think of us as your warriors. We will fight wherever you point. Sometimes the team must have a death position or a gun position. The other 3 people will take turns to complete this dangerous task. And Mao Xiaomo bears the responsibility for survival. This is the responsibility of position 1. The main output, the core of the entire team. We protect you. You kill, and lead us to win. Chapter 347, What is Core? There is no doubt about Wang Hao's strength. He is the murderer of CDL, and has an overall rating of S+ from TPJ. But he still gave up the number 1 position without any complaints. On the one hand, he recognized Mao Xiaomo's strength. And on the other hand, he cooperated with Mao Xiaomo's judgment and thinking. Mao Xiaomo himself is also up for it. His strength has improved greatly in 2 months. And now it can be said that he can steadily reach the S+ level. A professional team must have a main output position. And his statistics must be the best in the team. Because he is protected by all teammates. His resource priority is also the highest. Although Wang Hao has performed stably since joining ISCD, he has never performed well because of this. Because he gave up his number 1 position. The data of Tian Red.AK cannot be very good. But it is the backbone of ISCD. It is precisely because of the sacrifices of Wang Hao, Good and Cheng Yao that ISCD has such cohesion and combat power now. Later in the year, around the time of the Heroes Cup, Wang Hao also served as the number 1 position for a period of time, which was the main output position. The effect was very good at that time. To be honest, I probably wanted Wang Hao to take the number 1 position because his shooting skills were more stable. Stable marksmanship means stable output, which is also a quality possessed by a strong team. Just like OMG's Lion KK. There are not so many nerve guns, but the output is very stable. As long as you give him space, he can kill people. But after playing for a while, I discovered a problem. When Wang Hao was at the number 1 position, the entire IFCD was very strange. Because Mao Xiaomo was not in a core position. But in fact, in the hearts of the players, Mao Xiaomo was the core. So the team's movement was a bit unnatural. Returning to the normal playstyle, it is obvious that the entire IFCD is in order. With Mao Xiaomo as the core, the entire team moves smoothly. And one move affects the whole body. As long as Mao Xiaomo moves, the entire team, Gu, Cheng Yao, and even Wang Hao can find his place in the team. Which is very surprising. It's good to be aware of it. It's impossible for the players not to be aware of it. This was Wang Hao's initiative. After all, it would be unrealistic for Mao Xiaomo to say, "Give me the number 1 position." In fact, those who are interested can find some clues by looking at the position of the previous Hero Cup. At that time, Wang Hao's position on the first day was the core position. But the effect was not good. He changed to Mao Xiaomo the next day. The team's failure to stabilize at that time was also a key reason for their defeat. Mao Xiaomo laid out a row of cigarette smoke and went directly to the abandoned car. Only 15 people survived on the field. Among these 15 people, there were 7 teams, which meant that many teams were remnants. Once this circle is refreshed, everyone will definitely want to mix in it. ISCD does not need so many people to join the circle. Mao Xiaomo's understanding of this competition system is kill points plus ranking points. This is a separation of the two. Unlike the previous QGC or other competition systems, where people kill people in order to rank higher, this competition system separates the two. Because the ranking points are limited. Sometimes you don't even care about the ranking so much. This time IFCD only allowed Mao Xiaomo to come to the safe zone alone. Good and Cheng Yao went directly to the top floor of the 3rd floor, and used the shelter of the low wall to prepare for target practice. With enough throwing objects in hand, and sufficient field of vision, I can clear some obstacles for Mao Xiaomo, and can also report enough information to Mao Xiaomo. The safe zone began to refresh again. And this time all the teams began to quietly move into the safe zone. Good and Cheng Yao are in a relatively wide position. And they will be the last ones in this circle if they are poisoned. If the safe zone is a corner, the team on the narrow side will definitely be poisoned first. However, if the safe zone is such a relatively concentric circle, then it is impossible to say who is in a better position. It depends on the specific situation. ISCD's location is perfect because they have the highest point. The only room in the safe zone is the room where VTA is located. But VTA only has 2 team members. They heard footsteps near the room, but did not dare to act rashly. LGD's lone wolf stuck to the VTA room area, leaned directly against the wall of the room area, and pretended to be dead for a while. Now for them, every advance is equivalent to killing 1 or 2 people. If they can steal a team, they will definitely make a lot of money. LGD and DLG, which had performed stably in the first few games, appeared in the finals again, which is also bad news for IFCD. There has been no war in the safe zone for a long time. And the IFCD's mentality is also very peaceful. If it is not possible, Cheng Yao and Good should just go along the edge of the circle and ask them to go there, which is also their retreat. But at this moment, DLG's Lone Wolf 66 finally took the poison. If you have no choice, Stand up and run. As the saying goes, whoever hits someone will always hit him. What do you mean? In FPP mode, if you hit someone, you will definitely find your position. At this time, other people's shots will also come in response. The two members of Awake saw DLG's Lone Wolf for the first time. While firing, Chung Yao took away one of them with a 98k shot. IFCD_Crystal used Car 98k to knock down Awake_Kwoju with a headshot. Enter the circle! Mao Xiaomo judged the current situation in the circle and decided to let two players with guns enter the circle. Taking away DLG Lone Wolf 66. Chung Yao and Good rolled over from the side and kept spreading smoke in front of Mao Xiaomo. In this situation, IFCD decided to take the initiative. LGD and VTA did not fight, but a few lone wolves and the remnants of the team on the other side met together. IFCD heard the gunfire and immediately touched it. We passed through a road without bunkers, but were not attacked. Several teams that had not yet participated in the battle all wanted to be ranked. Neither VTA nor LGD dared to make a sound. The VTA knew that there were people near the room, so even if they heard the sounds of fighting between IFCD and the enemy, they did not dare to rush out to clear out the people. Mao Xiaomo led Chung Yaogu directly into the endgame. The moment he turned, Mao Xiaomo saw a gun barrel, and his instant reaction made him squat down and open his scope to shoot. IFCD_King used M16A4 to kill barbecue_Cow. Pretty! This wave of emotions reaction astonished us, VC said. Coffee continued. Yes, the grilled fish preview took the lead, but emotions reaction was not much slower. Coupled with the melee advantage of the M16, the grilled fish wave was a bit of a pity. Chapter 348, Forced Recruitment. The melee advantage of the M16 was fully utilized by Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo's quick reaction and operation allowed Mao Xiaomo to kill the enemy in an instant. Emotion has a little trick here, which is not to press the acceleration key when touching the enemy. That is, the shift key. This is a very important skill for both FPP and TPP. Coffee said seriously. This technique is actually not a high-end technique. To put it simply, a character who does not accelerate can open the camera faster than a character who accelerates. Therefore, when players want to engage in encounters and fight with reactions and marksmanship, they must not press the accelerator button to rush forward. This is a very critical skill. But at the moment when Mao Xiaomo and Grilled Fish were fighting, the last two LSJ players on the other side also took the opportunity to pull out. The LSJ team has never had any results in competitions. The reason is very simple. Because the players are too tough, and they will fight everyone when they see them. They have changed after suffering several losses. In this game, they unexpectedly waited for an opportunity. The opportunity when Mao Xiaomo was still alive. Hearing the footsteps, Mao Xiaomo had no time to hide and shot out in advance. But ZM also has a lot of professional experience. A basic peek directly knocked down Mao Xiaomo and then immediately made up for it. LSJ_ZM used AKM to kill IFCD_King. There are only 7 people left on the field. 2 from LSJ, 2 from IFCD, 2 from VTA, and 1 lone wolf from LGD. Good and Chung Yao quietly touched it at the foot of a small slope. LSJ is also constantly peek looking at IFCD's perspective. They now occupy a relatively large advantage, playing high and low, and have a huge advantage in FPP mode. The specific reason is also very simple. Imagine what it would be like for a person who climbed up from a low slope. If you expose your head first, you won't be able to fight back at this time. And you won't be able to fire if you don't have a field of vision. Then the eyes are exposed. At this time, there is vision, but the gun cannot be fired. The gun can be raised to shoot at the end. But it is different on Gopa. Not only can Gopa lean over the peak to explore the point at will, but he can also shoot as soon as the first scalp is exposed. This principle is also very simple, so I won't go into details. The two strongest players of LSJ, ZM and GRY, one on the left and one on the right, had a direct encounter with IFCD. Chung Yao's reaction was very fast. He directly heard the sound of a gun being fired, and fired directly and fully automatically the moment ZM leaned forward. But ZM immediately retreated when he was shot. Then after a time difference, he pulled him out and shot Chung Yao twice. There is a residual blood on both sides. On the other side, Good and GRY also decided the winner. GRY still succeeded in taking Good away with the advantage of the high slope. After killing Good, GRY also pulled directly towards Chung Yao's side to hit him. Chung Yao calmly rushed forward. ZM was spraying medicine behind the bunker. When he heard Chung Yao's footsteps, He didn't have time to grab his gun. He just laid down and wanted to wait for his teammates to arrive. Chung Yao's dynamic vision is very good, and the M416 took away ZM with one shot. At this time GRY also pulled up. Chung Yao chose to make up for it. Chung Yao, who was still alive, fell to the ground and forcibly took out the ZM. She did not choose to fight GRY. IFCD_Crystal used M416 to kill LSJ_ZM. LSJ_GRY used AKM to kill IFCD_Crystal. As a result, IFCD ended the last set of the first day of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League in 4th place. And the schedule was officially halfway through. Crystal, the player, chose to make up for the loss, but was directly eliminated by GRY. Is there something wrong with this choice? DC said doubtfully. There may be some problems, but although there is a female team, Crystal is still the only female player fighting in the first-line professional team. Maybe her ability to handle the endgame is lacking, Coffee replied. Many senior players laughed mockingly when they heard what VC and Coffee said. These two commentators really knew how to talk nonsense. Was Chung Yao really panicked just now? From the operation point of view, the commentator thinks it may be that he directly and subconsciously lies on the ground to make up for others. But in fact, Chung Yao's thinking is very clear. The message Good gave her was very clear. The opponent was only hit by one shot and lost at most a quarter of his health. On the other hand, she herself was almost at the end of her health. If you want to instantly kill GRY, whose TPJ overall rating is one level higher than yours, this operation is not realistic unless the nerve gun reappears. Coupled with this special competition system, Chung Yao chose to make up for the loss without any hesitation. The proportion of killing points and the proportion of ranking points are equivalent to a steelyard. They were probably ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The estimated points at that time were 150 points for 3rd place, 100 points for 4th place, and 80 points for 5th place. In hindsight, IFCD was 4th. If we wanted to get 3rd, we had to kill the LSJ players in seconds. A difference of 50 points in ranking points is 25 points per person. So the algorithm is quite simple. A 10% chance of getting 50 points or a 90% chance of getting 25 points. Which one will you choose as a professional team? It's definitely the latter. Chung Yao still chose to make up for the loss and steadily scored 25 points. What she has in her hand is not the M16, AK, or S686 that can change lives, but the M416 with the strongest overall performance. The advantage of M416 is that it has first-class power in 3 aspects: far, middle and near. But in fact, M416 is not as good as M16 and AKM in close combat, and it is not as good as continuous sniper and semi-automatic rifle in long range. In other words, the burst shooting advantage in mid-range is very great. This guns are not as omnipotent as ordinary players think. Even compared to the SCAR-L, the advantage of the M416 is not very large. But this version of the lightweight grip is another major improvement for the mid-range burst shooting of these two rifles. The advantage of a light grip is that it rebounds quickly and has a small amplitude. In the current situation where the recoil of firearms is generally relatively large, it is a breath of fresh air. Whoever uses it will know. There are no regrets in this IFCD game. The only pity is that Good and Chung Yao were slightly out of touch with Mao Xiaomo in the end. But there is nothing that can be done. Everyone is not in God's perspective. And Good and Chung Yao also have to look in other directions. Anyone. This set once again resulted in a high kill of 17 kills. And IFCD's state was freed from the depression of being targeted in the first 2 sets. In the end, there were 3 teams of 4 people. And the final started among the 3 teams, LSJ, LGD and VTA. TGW of the LGD team is also a player who has won the King of Killers. In last year's Mars S2 season, TGW won the final King of Killers. VTA saw that there were only 2 people left. And with the gunfire from LSJ's side, it was judged that there was only one lone wolf in the room. Rushed out directly. Chapter 349, the 500-point gap. But TJW has already set up his gun. The first VTA member came out and was headshot instantly. The second team member's shot was slightly delayed by 0.5 seconds and was killed by TJW directly. TJW is here to fill up the medicine. GRY is also filling up a medical kit to fill it up with blood. TJW injected an injection into his body and successfully restored his blood volume. GRY also took advantage of TGW's opportunity to inject the medicine and touched it. Survival on the field, 2. 1v1. After TJW killed the VTA team members, he also hid behind the house and set up the gun in front of him. He previewed the side where GRY came out. GRY did not dare to show his head directly for a while. Stuck at the foot of the wall, GRY and TJW were only about 10 meters apart. Across the house, looking at each other at the foot of the wall, GRY opened the camera and pressed Q instantly. Touch and release. From TJW's perspective, GRY's head only appeared for a moment. I subconsciously called it out. Duh. Without hitting the enemy, TJW immediately took it back and took out a Thunder. A game between two parties. At the moment when TJW took out the Thunder, GRY decisively pressed forward. You must know that there is a sound first when the mine is pulled out. And then, there is another sound when the bolt is pulled. And GRY happened to hear the sound of TJW pulling the bolt. So he pressed forward decisively. But TJW's operation made all the audience stunned. After pulling the bolt, TJW immediately withdraws his Thunder and draws his gun. You know, even if the bolt is pulled back, the Thunder will fall at his feet. TJW successfully deceived GRY in this way. There is a total of 5 seconds from pulling the bolt to the explosion. But these 5 seconds are enough for TJW and GRY to decide the winner. Hearing GRY's footsteps, TJW pulled out and shot 3 or 4 times in advance and then pulled back instantly. GRY's reaction was also very quick. He stopped right on the spot and raised his gun. But TJW directly peeked and pulled out again to directly kill the remaining health GRY. LGD_TJW used AKM to kill LSJ_GRY with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, LGD. After this interface appeared, the Thunder abandoned by TJW finally exploded under his feet. But this time it had no effect and the game was over. I learned something this time. Coffee praised. Yes, but the risk is also very high. Only players with strong self-confidence can do it. Yes. In fact, it is very clear to the chicken coop. As soon as the LSJ player comes out, whether he has a cover or not, the winner can be determined in 3 seconds. GRY doesn't have anywhere to hide. VC added. Yes. In this case, all 4 games on the first day of our PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League are over. In the last game, the Lone Wolf TJW of the LGD team successfully led the team to win the game with his wonderful and bold operations. As a result, if there is no surprise, LGD's score should be at the top of the list. I remember that their score in the last game was very high. And the other 3 teams competing with them, XQ, DLG and Stars, did not enter the top 5. It's also good news for them. Take a short break. Come back after the 3-minute commercial, and let's take a look at the standings on the first day. Friends in the IFCD live broadcast room suddenly saw that the screen suddenly went black. Down? No. Refresh it. It's delayed. Got it. Refresh it. After the game, Mao Xiaoma also turned off the delay of the game. In fact, as a spectator, he didn't like delay. Now he is a professional player and there is nothing he can do about it. But he did not watch the comments during the game. Secretly cutting to the PPL live broadcast room, Mao Xiaoma was also paying attention to the scores of their first day of competition. Yihao also came together. In fact, the coach should be responsible for calculating points. But it doesn't matter on the first day. On the second day, if he needs to grab points, he will definitely calculate the points later and report to Mao Xiao in real time. Don't report. How many were killed in this round? 17. How much is 25 per head? Mao Xiaoma rolled his eyes. Chung Yao helplessly replied, 425 points. Damn it. Sister Chung Yao, how can you calculate so quickly? Good was still counting her fingers. And Chung Yao reported it. Yehejin is also a little confused. Are you stupid? 4 heads are worth 100 points. 16 heads are worth 400 points. And 17 heads are worth 425. Oh my god. Your math teacher is taught by a pedicure technician. Wang Hao shook his head. Everyone, after staying together for so long, Wang Hao has become more open-minded than before. 3 minutes passed very quickly. When the PPL main broadcast room came back, the standings were immediately displayed. Without further ado, let's take a look at each team's points after the first 4 games. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. LGD, R1, 550, R2, 150, R3, 275, R4, 550, total score, 1525 chicken times 2. 2. XQ, R1, 450, R2, 425, R3, 105, R4, 260, total score, 1240. 3. DLG, R1, 300, R2, 650, R3, 5, R4, 200, total score, 1155 chicken times 1. 4. IFCD, R1, 5, R2, 5, R3, 470, R4, 525, total score, 1005. 5. Frowny Facial Stars, R1, 60, R2, 130, R3, 650, R4, 10, total score, 850 chicken times 1. Wow! LGD has no doubts. With a score of 1525 and eating 2 chickens. Ranking first. The second place is Team XQ. Although they did not win in 4 games, they performed very stably. They ranked second with 1240. The third place is DLG with 1155 points. And the fourth place is actually IFCD. Coffee reported the rankings of the major teams, and the appearance of IFCD really shocked him. You must know that after the first 2 games, IFCD's score was last, catching up to 4th place in 2 sets. This is not just seeing the first group. This is already entering the first group. IFCD's last set really showed us the qualities of a strong team. Yes, especially the wave of guarding the building. It is really exciting. BC is still not satisfied, destined to become a classic image. Chapter 350 LGD. In the last game of the first day, although there was TJW's deceptive operation at the end, IFCD's attack on the building was a well-deserved classic in terms of both visuals and effects. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. If you brush bamboo during the live broadcast, you can participate in the post-game lottery. Our first day of competition is over here. Yes, we will see you at the same time tomorrow. The 2 hosts finally ended their nonsense, and the sound quality was not very good. I don't know why they sat on this commentary desk. It's okay. 4th. Mao Xiaomao looked at the results, turned around and said to everyone, everyone has also seen this result, and there is not much surprise. However, LGD has led them by more than 500 points. If they want to win the championship, this score will be a bit difficult to catch up with. Yehao nodded and said, it's okay today. I'll save the next 2 sets. Xiao Mo, please close the live broadcast room later, and let's have a meeting. Good. Mao Xiaoma nodded, but the nagging people in his live broadcast room stopped doing it. They just left after the game. This happened countless times. Sneaking away again? It's okay. I'm CNM. It's good to get out. However, Mao Xiaomo definitely couldn't see it, so he could only say apologetically to the audience, I'm sorry. Bosses, I have to have a meeting tonight, and the jumping point hasn't been decided yet. Come and watch my live broadcast tomorrow. Mao Xiaomo's confident tone also infected the IFCD audience. After reaching 4th place in 2 sets, they still have a chance to compete for the championship. Mao Xiaomo is the kind of leader who can give fans confidence at any time. After saying this, Mao Xiaomo turned off the live broadcast. They still have one important thing to discuss, which is about the jump point. Fortunately, I got together with 4 members of IFCD. We definitely can't go to City R. There are also 2 teams of people in City Y. Is there any resource point that no one goes to? Mao Xiaomo asked. Yehao replied. Yes, but you haven't been to those corner places. You can go to the uptown area, but I don't recommend you to go there. There is already a team there, and there are definitely not enough cars. I suggest you go to the airport. Fortunately, as a coach, he also gave his advice. The airport is a place that IFCD is familiar with, and there is only one air who is not very strong. After air was wiped out by the team in the last game, I don't know if the airport will be given up in the next day's game. Well, let's go to the airport. Okay, then you guys go to bed early today. I will sort out LGD's information tonight. Good. The 4 games lasted nearly 4 hours, and it was also the time when IFCD ended training on weekdays. Okay, let's go and rest first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Thank you for the hard work. Coach, Mao Xiaomo said to Yihao seriously. Mao Xiaomo also knew how much Yihao cared about this team. In addition, he is also a commentator, and he has to work on both sides, which is also a burden for him. Okay, let's go and rest. After all IFCD was gone, Xiaoming also moved closer to Yihao. Yihao patted his face to wake himself up. turned on the computer and started working. LGD is now at the top of the list. And it is very likely that IFCD will inevitably target LGD in tomorrow's championship battle. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, all teams just want to compete for the championship. LGD's jump points have changed a lot, but the regular jump points are still large and small power plants. In the PPL competition, there was no team competing with them, so there was no pressure in the early stage regarding LGD's jump points and distribution after parachuting. This information is easy to collect because the team's tactics are relatively fixed. Fortunately, the main thing to study is the analysis of LGD's route into the circle. The tactical system of a veteran team like LGD with a relatively mature system has been studied many times by major teams. Now the main thing is to sort it out, because this is an online game, so the coach can also give some guidance. The next afternoon, Mao Xiaomao did not start the live broadcast as usual. However, IFCD participated in training matches, S-level training matches, and teams from the PPL finals such as LGD, Stars, DLG, and Stars were also among them. So I decided to work with IFCD on 4 large and small power plants. Although IFCD does not plan to skip the main draw, LGD doesn't know. The game of the evening final starts from the afternoon training match. The purpose of IFCD is to put pressure on LGD. Anyway, they know that they will definitely not jump to the big and small power. The transfer route here is still very different from what they usually practice. The terrain of big and small electric is also very simple. For IFCD players who have played thousands of hours, there is no need to be too familiar with it. In the first set of the game, IFCD and LGD first completed a wave of 1-for-1. And then IFCD had the last laugh in a 3v3 head-to-head battle. 2-for-4 to defeat LGD. The winner of the second set was LGD. IFCD played very proactively. Obviously, I asked you LGD to play in the training match in the afternoon. LGD also knew that LGD did not make any mistakes in their cooperation in the second set. 1-for-4 IFCD. However, in the third and fourth sets, LGD encountered huge pressure from IFCD. In the third set, 3 people were killed, and TJW escaped alone. In the fourth set, Mao Xiaomao and Wang Hao were the first to attack with their personal strength, kill the 2 LGD players, and the remaining 2 LGD players will have no choice but to retreat. In the 4-disc battle for large and small electronics, IFCD had the upper hand. The terrain of this place was very simple. IFCD took advantage of it without any effort. It was basically just a pure gun fight with LGD. With good luck, the effect was good, and they had the upper hand. After the training match, the LGD team was also a little trembling. What they are afraid of is IFCD. The hard power of this team is only 55, even higher than them. If IFCD insists on coming to fight with them in the evening game, they will really be nothing can be done. The difference between 400 and 500 points may seem like a lot, but in fact, the team behind you may catch up in 1 or 2 sets. Don't they want to play the game properly? LGD coach M16 scolded. Don't blame them for being angry. Any team will be helpless when encountering this situation. But there is nothing they can do about it. In the professional battlefield, each other is the enemy, and everyone often does things that target each other. Chapter 351 Round 5. Speaking of which, King was probably the player she discovered first. At that time, the player King had not yet emerged, and he and Kakarot successfully defeated LGD in the 4th row of the ladder. Although there were some factors, Mengqing felt at that time that this player had professional strength. Unexpectedly, not only did he become a professional player, but he also became a huge obstacle in LGD's road to winning the championship. If it doesn't work out, we'll just give in, Mengqing thought for a while and said. They are now 500 points ahead of IFCD, and nearly 300 points ahead of the second place. As long as they maintain such a huge point advantage, they will win the championship in front of them. LGD is a team with a very high minimum limit. It is rare to see LGD leaving the field early in major competitions, which is also an advantage of their system. Let's go! Let's go to Port L. LGD Captain Joka said. L Port is similar to large and small power plants, and the transfer route does not need to change too much. It can be seen from the REP on the first day that no one goes to L Port. Port L is not very rich in resources. It can even be described as poor. The location is not good. It is located on the easternmost side of the region, and the transfer route is very long. The only advantage may be that there are more car farming points, which is an advantage for a team like LGD that is more tactical. And one advantage of jumping here is that you can observe the surrounding enemies. Not only in L-port, they can also see the distribution of enemies of large and small electrics, and even go about to see if there is a team going to the nursing home. At that time, they will jump to the L-port and observe the large and small waves first. If IFCD does not come, it will not be too late for them to go. IFCD's goal has been achieved. They can't really have a big impact on LGD by destroying LGD a few times in training matches. They can still put some pressure on LGD's mentality. The IFCD dinner was very sumptuous. The two ants knew that IFCD was going to play a very important game tonight, so they agreed to cook a very rich dinner together. The dishes of the two ants are different. One ant's dish is a bit like Jiangsu's, a bit sweet, and the other ant's dish is like Anhui's, a bit spicy. But this is not a problem for IFCD. While chatting and eating quickly, the whole team was very relaxed. As a coach, Yehaejin is the one who can feel the emotions of IFCD the most. Unlike before, today's IFCD is really relaxed and does not feel the pressure of facing the finals. After several games, IFCD's mentality has adjusted quickly and has completely adapted to the rhythm of professional competitions. After playing this PPL game, IFCD has to participate in their first offline final QGC, and the time is very tight. Okay, come on tonight. You can also clap your hands to encourage the team. Come on! Come on! Welcome to the second day of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League Finals. I am today's commentator, Coffee. Coffee showed a signature smile and said to everyone, but the appearance is really not that good. Big guy. I'm VC. We are also halfway through the schedule. Let's review yesterday's point situation. The screen turned, and yesterday's standings were displayed again. Okay. LGD, XQ, DLG, IFCD and Stars are in the top 5. In fact, except for LGD, which ranks first, the gap is not very big. Yes, there are so many things that can happen in 4 sets. Today's game is still 4 sets. After the 4 sets, the champion of this PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League will be decided. The champion can also enjoy a super bonus of 800,000 yuan. Yes, it should be said that except for foreign invitational tournaments or competitions such as PGI, the prize money of this event should be the highest in the country. Coffee continued. There is a lot of suspense today. I heard that IFCD played a few games against LGD in the afternoon training match. VC. Oh? Really? Coffee smiled and said, yes, I am also an investor in a professional team, so I pay more attention to the training games. This afternoon's game seems to be IFCD asking LGD to go to the big and small electronics to play a few games. The result of it, IFCD seems to be slightly better, so I'm more curious about what kind of jumping point the two teams will have in the upcoming game. The game screen cut out without any warning. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League. Round 5. Okay. The game has officially started. The course of the first set the next day was a little off. The 5th set of the game officially started. The route is from the Western Wilderness on the left to Port Inn. The teams in the lower half are easy to get there. The more difficult part is the Y City area. It takes a long time to find a car to get there. Even City R is also more than 2 blocks away. Under normal circumstances, this route is very good for LGD. I wonder if IFCD will go to the big and small power stations, like the afternoon training match. Just as Coffee was talking, IFCD jumped to the airport. Oh! IFCD still chose an airport. Yes, Air is still an airport. I don't know if any teams will divert, but I guess IFCD will not divert. Since they chose this place, they will definitely jump here. The plane finally flew to Port Inn, and the last team to land was LGD. Not to mention Port L on this route. Even the large and small electric LGD will have to float for a while. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Well, no one. There is also a coach in the LGD team. When I opened the parachute, I didn't find any other teams around. They knew about IFTY in my city. Other than that, they were the only team. It seems that IFCD is just practicing with them in the afternoon to find out how they feel when they may face off in the evening game. IFCD was halfway through the flight and found that Air had also temporarily changed direction. Air gave up the airport. Obviously, they gave up the airport in the last game yesterday. There is no point in continuing. Air's performance is not very good to begin with. If he and IFCD had a battle at the airport, it can be concluded that he will not finish last in this PPL competition. If he returns from last, he will be a little scared to think about the consequences of this team. Coach. Boss. Yes. Air chose to jumble at the airport. Coffee said. Air still chooses to take a step back first. After all, the opponent is IFCD. If we insist on force, they will most likely suffer. Chapter 352. Don't be too greedy. There are not many wild areas next to the airport, nor are they particularly rich. If you become poor, you will be very poor. And Air has no solution. When IFCD saw Air giving up the airport, it smiled and accepted the gift. While some teams going to the north were still floating in the sky, the first safe zone was refreshed. Oh! The first safe zone has been cleared. It's an eastern circle, Coffee said. Yes, with the prison as the center. 30% of the area is in the sea. But this circle is simply tailor-made for LGD, VC said. LGD encountered such a circle in the first game when they maintained their lead, which was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for them. Destiny is still kind of favoring LGD. However, the advantage cannot be said to be great. In the first circle, LGD can be said to have the power to choose the best position. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and said, Hurry up this search. We have to cross the bridge first. Good. We pass on the left, and tolls are easily charged on the right. Mao Xiaomo formulated a strategy to enter the circle. This circle is definitely closer if they cross the bridge on the right. And the bridge on the right of the airport is also in the safe zone. So it is of no use. After they cross the bridge, they will definitely encounter the team stationed at my. Not necessarily IFTY. But there must be. Since Mao Xiaomo chose to enter the circle from the west, the speed of the team must be fast. Based on the analysis of the route just now, most teams will be on the west side. If they are late, they will definitely encounter other teams' convoys. IFCD only searched for 3 minutes and transferred directly. With enough vehicles, they drove 3 cars directly across the west bridge. Only one air jumbler member drew a prize on the way. However, it was a bit awkward to use DP-28 to get down from such a long distance. Too realistic. However, the DP-28 gun is definitely the most underestimated gun. For the following reasons. For burst shooting at medium and long distances, there is a huge gap between 5.56 firearms and 7.62 firearms. The first is because of the flight speed of the bullet, and the second is because of the falling speed of the bullet. But the DP-28 gun is a weird one. The muzzle velocity of AKM and Groza bullets is 715, while the muzzle velocity of 5.56 firearms is generally between 880 to 900. However, the muzzle velocity of DP-28 bullets has data similar to that of 5.56 firearms, which is completely unlike a 7.62 firearm, if it is not intuitive enough. After 500 meters, the bullet flight speed of 5.56 firearms is about 600. The fastest M16 A4 is only 612, and the 7.62 firearms are even lower, only 469, which is also one of the reasons why it cannot hit people at a distance. But the DP-28 has a farpoint bullet flight speed that surpasses the August and M416. And the M16 A4 also has 612, which is the best among rifles. In the absence of 5.56 firearms, the DP-28 is also a good choice as a gun that can be used for long-range target shooting. Of course, the only difficulty is to use full automatic to achieve a single-point effect. After all, this gun does not have a single-point mode, so it still needs such a skill. After IFCD crossed the bridge, they entered the circle from below the Zodiac, and deliberately stayed away from the room area to prevent teams from drawing draws on them in the room area. I can dig in here. Wang Hao rode a motorcycle to explore the spot. There was no firepower along the way, but he saw a convoy driving north. At this point in time, the circle is already crowded with people. Which position can be selected depends on the effectiveness of Wang Hao's spot detection. If IFCD Farm entered the circle, there were no teams nearby. We can occupy 2 fake garages, and there will be no one there, Wang Hao suggested. Account, Mao Xiaomo replied. This is the role of the libero. It is also a very critical task to find out the point where the team will be stationed in a tense game. Generally speaking, teams that are behind in the circle have less room for choice. Oh, we saw that IFCD was greedy and took over 2 fake garages outside my city. The location of these 2 fake garages is good, but the view is not very good, Coffee analyzed. VC continued. I think it is meaningless for IFCD to occupy points like this, and it cannot achieve the effect of a gambling circle. What VC means is this. In general professional competitions, the team that enters the circle first often has 22 troops. Usually they are slightly farther apart and occupy 2-room areas. In this way, once the next safe area is refreshed, no matter which room area it is, within the circle, teams can move there immediately. However, the 2 fake garages occupied by IFCD are too close to each other and have no significance in the gambling circle. And the support they can provide to the other party is also very limited. IFCD successfully stopped and occupied these 2 unoccupied fake garages in the center of the circle. Are they doing it for the gambling ring? Of course not. No one would choose these 2 places for gambling. Msjoy had a sentence that particularly impressed Mao Xiaomo. The original words are this: "Every time you occupy a room, the enemy loses 1 room." Mao Xiaomo felt it was very reasonable. The first circle had little effect. If they had stayed in the circle, they could wait until the end to merge the 2 housing areas in the garage building guarded by 2 people. Even if a team leader dares to charge, the IFCD players on the other side will definitely help the other side, whether they are going up or down. Although the angle is very limited, it is completely sufficient for setting up a gun. IFCD didn't have a lot of 5.56 bullets, so everyone carried an AK as a secondary gun. They also used their rifles to point at the passing vehicles to see if they could hit 2 people. In addition to being close to the room area, professional teams will also pay great attention to avoiding the firepower of other teams when moving. In the first set of the second day, even if the route was so eccentric, the number of people was still 80. Not a single player died. It can also be seen that all teams played relatively cautiously on the second day, which made the early stage boring. In the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game, because the early pace was too slow, professional teams also raised concerns with the R&D company, but did not receive a positive response. Coupled with the awkward chat between the 2 commentators PPL, the viewers felt drowsy. Okay, the second circle needs to be refreshed, because there is water. In fact, once the circle is refreshed, it is very likely to determine the tone of the circle, Coffee said, just as he finished speaking. The new safe zone was refreshed. This circle has been painted in my city and the lumber camp in the south. In this case, IFCD does not need to move. But should they gather together? I don't think they have this intention. It seems that they have no plans to move. LGD's position is also very good. They can get a location in the lumber mill. IFCD still has not made any move, Yehao also said from the side. Don't be too greedy. Chapter 353 Bulldozer Tactics. It's okay. It's easy to guard. Just guard 1 more circle, Mao Xiaomo replied. He must have his own ideas. The key is that this is only the second round. In this kind of finals, in the second round, no team will fight to the death in this area. They can also continue to collect some information. IFCD's tactics paid off, successfully driving away LYG from the west, forcing LYG to move further inside. The race came to the 3rd lap in an instant. Once this circle is refreshed, the general tone of the game is basically set. Whether it is the My City circle in the south or the mountain battle in the north depends on the refresh of this circle. IFCD has also made preparations in advance. All team members have already got in the car and started the engine, ready to enter the center of the next lap at any time. They are now in the center of a circle and are qualified to choose a better position. Okay, the safe zone is refreshed. A northern circle is refreshed. In this way, the farm will be wiped out. But most teams should not make too many moves, Coffee analyzed. This circle removes all the water and does not reduce the team's living space. There are 20 teams, and the only one that is not in the safe zone is WZ Game. They just entered the circle from the south, and they also used a tactic to stay on the edge of the circle. In terms of mountain warfare, the advantages of vehicles are actually not that great. This circle includes the entire Horseshoe Mountain and logging camp, and the 2 fake garages where IFCD is located are also close to the edge of the circle in the south. However, most of the Mai in the south are still in the safe zone, so there is no need to panic. Let's go up. IFCD immediately made the move. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, who were in the 2 fake garages below, immediately moved up to join the other 2 teammates. This is also a point they hit more often. The 2 fake garages have limited vision, but the enemies are not easy to attack. IFCD's move like this is equivalent to giving up the fake garage downhill. They really want to block all the teams downhill, but they don't have that condition. The team they wanted to block My City had to go downhill to the fake garage, but they were easily attacked by teams from other directions. By the time they reached the 3rd circle, there were still 72 people, but they were scattered and dead. Sentinels for some teams. Another quiet and safe area. The fourth circle is about to be cleared. Once the fourth circle is cleared, there will definitely be a large-scale attrition. Yes, there are still 72 people on the field. And now there are teams everywhere in the safety zone. Coffee continued. Because it is a mountain battle, the teams are evenly dispersed whether on the edge of the circle or inside the circle. In fact, in this case, the team can abandon the car. This Coffee analysis is correct. There are two reasons. One is because the car cannot pick up speed on mountainous terrain. The second reason is that there are too many teams in the circle, and the space is relatively small. Driving will definitely be attacked by many teams. The fourth circle is definitely a circle of attrition. Whether there will be large-scale attrition depends on the specific circle type of the circle. IFCD has been watching the My City team. But the My City team has also made up its mind to dominate the circle, and has not come to occupy IFCD's unwanted fake garage. In this way, the danger of IFCD is much reduced. If they don't clear the corner circle on their side, they will definitely have to climb up on foot. However, if there is a team in the fake garage below, they will definitely be caught once they move. During target practice, even IFCD needs to take the initiative to clear out the enemies behind them. But the My City team didn't move, so IFCD didn't want to care about them. If you want to enter the circle on the opposite side, you must drive. Otherwise the vast plain will be just for other teams to practice target. If you drive, you will definitely not go into the circle towards IFCD. It will definitely be safer and faster to rush from the plain. In fact, for IFCD, it actually indirectly cleared the team behind them, so that if the circle was not far away, they could enter confidently and boldly. If the circle is far, it depends on the specific conditions of the circle. According to the information from IFCD, there is a team in My City. There is also a team in the fake garage on the road to the left of their fake garage. And there is also a team on the hillside about 300 meters away. There is no more information, and only partial information is mastered. If the circle is swiped away, IFCD will actually rush into the circle with a blind eye. And such a team will not end well. Oh! The fourth circle painted a northwest corner circle. This circle is quite showy, Coffee said. Mao Xiaomao took a breath as soon as he saw the circle. It's really what you're afraid of. They are really not afraid of the corner circles in other directions. But they are only afraid of the corner circles in the upper left corner. In fact, IFCD is quite close to the safety zone. But whether it is the narrow circle on the left or straight into the circle, there are countless teams. As far as the information known to IFCD is concerned, there are more than 2 teams ahead of them, let alone teams that IFCD does not know. Tisk! Yihao is also a little depressed. But they made such a mistake when they were chasing points. It is definitely not possible to enter the circle from the narrow edge. You will definitely be blocked by all the teams on the edge of the circle. There is only one way to IFCD. Go! Push over, Mao Xiaomao said. This is a style of play that is not commonly used by IFCD. In the current situation where professional teams are of equal strength, if there is no frontal strength to crush, this bulldozer style of play can easily be wiped out by the team. It's very simple and easy to understand. After defeating a team, if the team is attrited, it will be at a huge disadvantage next time it faces another fully formed team. The 4-on-3 situation in a professional game is not only the advantage in numbers, but also the advantage in the gun line. All members of IFCD are on the move, with no one behind them. They felt confident and moved up. In this kind of battle that requires a head-on battle with other teams, you must not press the poison into the enemy, because you are suppressing the poison and entering the circle. Even if your team destroys the opponent, you will not have time to recruit people and supplies. Only by adjusting the team status to a normal state can you dare to continue to move forward. The same goes for OMG's bulldozer tactics. Once the safe zone is refreshed, it will take action immediately. Fortunately, there is a large slope between IFCD and MK above, and MK cannot hold off the IFCD team members immediately. As soon as the safe zone is refreshed, the MK members want to go inside. IFCD's position is awkward. So why shouldn't their position be awkward too? They also had a wolf in front and a tiger in the back. But they did not choose to force the IFCD players. Once they got into trouble with the IFCD players, and another team from the circle invited over, they would be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 354-2/98K. Let's take a look at the southwestern edge of the circle. The ones closest to the circle are stars. Their position is the one that steps into the circle. Then behind him are MK and IFCD. I think once these two teams fight, the star style of play will definitely come over and clear out both teams, Coffee predicted. from God's perspective. The most urgent thing is not ISCD, but MK. ISCD can fight MK with confidence, because even if Stars clears out, they will not be the ones to suffer. They can even use the time when Stars steals MKs, but to replenish a wave of supplies, and then go out to fight Stars when MK is destroyed by the two-sided attack group. So the MK team members chose to transfer immediately. However, after they refreshed the circle, they still hesitated for a while. As a result, when they got on the bus, the IFCD team member had already touched their lower body. Woo woo woo. The vehicle starts to move, and it depends on the direction the MK is going to move. Whether it is heading towards the narrow edge, it is impossible to plunge directly into the circle. Since you want to fight, you must ensure that there is no one behind you. So MK wants to choose the narrow side and hit all the way in. But IFCD did not give them this opportunity. The moment MK opened the small pit, IFCD's firepower arrived as expected. The MK team members didn't expect the IFCD people to come up so quickly. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock down MK_Stone. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to knock out MK_Reve. The first wave of fire directly knocked down 2 people. Stars finally waited for the gunshots from the south, and all members formed their formation and started to move down. However, the plan did not change. IFCD and MK did not fight as darkly as they imagined, but ended in an instant, because MK just slipped away. After being knocked down by 2 people, the MK team member chose to continue driving away. Their thinking is actually very clear. They know clearly that if they get out of the car and fight back, they will 100% be wiped out by the group, and there will be no chance of any luck. The 4-player IFCD teamed up against MK, which had only cars and trees as cover. It was impossible for them to make any mistakes. Using mines to explode would kill MK's team members alive. Beat. Seeing the 2 fleeing motorcycles, the 4 members of IFCD fired without any scruples. The 2 fast-moving motorcycles instantly became the focus of everyone on the field. Under the firepower of countless people, the 2 MK team members failed to rush to the center of the circle. IFCD_Godric used AKM to kill MK_AFF. AG_2 Dog used M416 to kill MK_Milu. In less than half a minute, the MK team members were transformed from 4 lively team members into 4 boxes. Stars was stunned on the spot instantly. No fight. Go back. Let's get to the circle. Carl quickly asked all Stars members to retreat to their positions and move the car into the white circle. However, their position was not very good. They could only squat for a while. As soon as they stood up, they would be scalped by the players further away. Can I have a cigarette? YDD was hurt by the beating and asked other teammates. It's no use. I hit it at a higher level. Carl's face didn't look very good either. Although their gun lines are wide open, there is no response between teammates. They are likely to be knocked down and die, and there is no way to save them. Now that there are so many teams in the circle, they are also very uncomfortable. On the other hand, at ISCD, 4 people climbed up from the bottom of the slope without scruples. When the Stars team members heard the sound of ISCD's car, they immediately pulled them out to fight. However, Wang Hao's timing to stop the car was also very good. He stopped the moment he was shot and immediately blew up the car in front of him. Oh! The IFCD team member pulled a player with a gun on the left side. First blow up the car, and then knock off a few tires to prevent pedicures. This is also a little trick in the FPP mode, Coffee said. The Jeep that Wang Hao drove, whether with a roof or a convertible, was very effective as a bunker, because as long as he blew up the Jeep and knocked off the tires, he wouldn't be attacked even if he crouched behind the car. The opposite of him is a car. YD was lying on the back of the car, not daring to stand, not daring to squat, and was constantly getting pedicures by IFCD team members. That is to attack YDD through the gap under the vehicle. This is the difference between a car and a Jeep, because the height of the car is relatively low. When the character squats behind the car, his scalp will be exposed through the window of the car. As a professional player, YDD also understands this truth, so he never stood up. This is an FPP skill that will be overlooked by people. So in professional competitions, although the speed of a car is faster than that of a Jeep, and its HP is almost the same as that of a Jeep, its strategic significance is far less than that of a Jeep. It's not hard to find out when comparing a sedan and a Jeep. The top speed of a car is 120 km per hour, while the Jeep only has 100 km per hour. 120 is already a very fast speed. In direct comparison, the top speed of a three-wheel motorcycle is only 124 kilometers per hour. In terms of blood volume, the price of a car is 1,800, and that of a Jeep is 2,000. In fact, the difference is not that big. Not as big as ordinary players imagine. Maybe because of the size. Everyone subconsciously thinks that the Jeep is very thick and the sedan is very fragile. In fact, the difference is not very big. Let me add another digression, which is also basic knowledge. The car is a front-wheel drive. To see if it can continue to drive, it is very simple. Check whether its front wheels are still there. The Jeep is a four-wheel drive. If you want to destroy this car, you have to knock off at least 2 tires. YDD had no choice but to put a passive cigarette under his feet. It also blocked his own vision. Good fired a few symbolic shots into the smoke. Then turned the gun to the other STARS members. The safe area begins to refresh. At this time, the reminder message of the poison circle also appeared. The time between circles is still so short. Fortunately, the refresh speed of this circle is relatively slow, and the ISCD will not be refreshed for a while. Okay. After Chung Yao arrived, she took out her 8x lens 98K. Say it to your teammates. You can only force yourself. Now that YDD's vision is blocked, the pressure on them is very limited. STARS' firepower may be somewhat insufficient. And the most important thing is that STARS does not dare to boldly attack their circle. This resulted in a very limited space for STARS members to set up their guns. Chung Yao and Wang Hao set up their guns on the left and right. And they had 2 98K shots. Chapter 355. This is terrifying hand speed. Mao Xiaomon knew that there would be a positional battle. So he asked Wang Hao to carry an extra 98K. These 2 98 Burmese shots are placed behind them. Even if they don't fire, they are still a deterrent to STARS. Chung Yao, the one on my left, and the one on your right, Wang Hao said in the team. Good. The 2 people had a simple exchange, one on each side, and the opponent in the middle was handed over to the 2 assaulters, Mao Xiaomon and Good. Both Wang Hao and Chung Yao have strong confidence in their gathering. Said it many times before. When the enemy is shooting, there will be a moment when it is absolutely still. The real sniper master of Xiaogua is to seize that little opportunity. Of course, excluding the snipers from the foreign first-team teams, who can shoot stably, quickly and accurately. Even Zhou Lili, the #1 sniper in Xiaogua, is still far behind those big guys. Mao Xiaomon and Good used a few cigarettes that did not block Chung Yao and Wang Hao's vision to rush forward. ISCD was on the offensive side, and it had the advantage of taking the initiative. It was calculated mentally and unintentionally, and the STARS players had no time to seal the cigarette. Both TK and Carl knew that ISCD had snipers, so they didn't dare to shoot with their heads, so they could only shoot twice with quick peek. However, although the extremely fast peek made it difficult for Chung Yao and Wang Hao to aim, their own guns had no effect. Chung Yao and Wang Hao were not in a hurry to shoot, but they were not without backup options. The rifles in his hands are also equipped with double scopes. After a sniper shot, regardless of whether it is hit or not, the rifle will be cut out to suppress the STARS team members. YD also took it out from behind the cigarette, preparing to steal Chung Yao aside, although the pointer kept hitting him from a distance. It was difficult to achieve results when the target was moving. Mao Xiaomon was more focused. He immediately saw YDD, who was trying to pull Chung Yao sideways, and directly used the M16 with a 4x scope for mid-range target shooting. The goal of YDD is also very clear. Just jump to the tree outside the white circle. The moment Mao Xiaomon fired, the STARS team members also pulled out from behind the bunker to attack Mao Xiaomon. Chung Yao and Wang Hao also fired at the same time. A 4v4 head-on battle started instantly. Smoke is everywhere. Mao Xiaomon ignored the STARS players who shot at him. As long as he dealt with the YDD on Chung Yao's side, IFCD would have a huge advantage. The reason is very simple. YDD is the flank of the STARS. Once he falls to the ground, Chung Yao can directly pull the gun line to the left without Wang Hao falling to the ground. It is only a matter of time before the STARS will be wiped out. Mao Xiaomon is very familiar with the 4x M16. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Mao Xiaomon's fingers flew up like a convulsion, under the astonishment of the commentators and the audience. M16 bullets directly hit YDD's body one after another. As a professional player, as long as the first shot hits, the subsequent shots can basically follow suit. YDD wanted to jump behind the big tree, but was clicked down by Mao Xiaomon in the air. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock out stars_YDD. This M16! Are you sure it's not a fully automatic gun? Coffee once again felt goosebumps all over my body. The single-point stability of the M16 is still good, but the rhythm of other M16s is about 7 to 8 times per second. But Mao Xiaoma, this monster, makes people lose count of how many times he hits in 1 second. I've seen it! A fully automatic M16! Even viewers who like Shroud have never seen the 4x lens and fully automatic M16. This is also because of Shroud's habit. He usually uses a sniper. The M16 rifle has a red dot. They have seen it when the red dot is fully automatic, but they have never seen it when it is 4x fully automatic. This is one of the difficulties of the M16. The M16 that fires red dot fire must press the gun vertically while pressing the gun horizontally. 4 times the rapid fire. Especially the gun speed of Mao Xiaoma. On the basis of the former, rapid finger clicks are also added. The difficulty is self-evident. Mouse clicks alone are not APM. APM refers to the number of mouse and keyboard clicks together. There is a very interesting data, which is simply how many times the left mouse button can be clicked in 1 minute. There are many similar software on the internet. Generally, a handicapped player can hit about 300 times per minute. A normal player can usually hit around 400. If he can reach 500, he is considered a leader. Mao Xiaoma has not tested this value seriously because his hand speed cannot be maintained for 1 minute, and the burden on his fingers is too great. However, Mao Xiaoma tested it casually before, and it was 746. The highest speed is not used. The peak value should be close to 20 times per second. In this way, if you think about it, the 17 times in 2 seconds is not so scary. In fact, it is within the operating range. When converted, it is almost 500 plus times. Some leaders with relatively fast hand speed can do it. Arrive. Of course, this is a scientific explanation of the feasibility of 17 rounds in 2 seconds. So it's hard to say who is using it or not. As YDD fell to the ground, the frontal battlefield began instantly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots of 98K exploded directly in the air. IFCD_Crystal used Car 98K to knock down Stars_CN with a headshot. Stars_TK used Car 98K to knock down IFCD_Crystal with a headshot. CN, who dealt Mao Xiaoma, was shot down by Cheng Yao. But Star player TK also responded by knocking down Cheng Yao with a 98K shot. On the contrary, Wang Hao's 98K shot did not hit Carl. At the moment when the gun fired, Carl happened to pull his head back, and the shot went empty. Good also pulled Stars closer. Mao Xiaoma kept reminding Good not to rush. She pinched a cigarette and threw it at Cheng Yao's feet. Cheng Yao knew what she was going to do and crawled desperately into the circle. The poisonous circle had almost reached IFCD, and she could only survive if she climbed into the circle. Then a thunderbolt was thrown behind Carl's tree. Carl pulled it out and shot a few times. But Wang Hao, who was setting the gun, was hit back again. Remaining blood, Wang Hao shouted. 1 shot. The level 1 head on Carl's head flew off instantly, borrowing YDD's and Mao Xiaoma from before. I also pulled him up directly. At the same time, Wang Hao was rushing towards the frontal battlefield the moment he hit Carl's head. Just a small slope, and the 2 sides instantly got into a fight. Even though Carl previewed Mao Xiaoma's headshot line, he had no capital to resist Mao Xiaoma because of his remaining health. After knowing the opponent's position, he directly pulled out and killed him with 1 shot. Chapter 356, Running Out of Ammunition and Food. IFCD_King used M16A4 to knock out Stars_Carl. 3 against 1. IFCD occupies an absolute advantage. After Mao Xiaoma knocked down Carl, he rushed forward and helped Good hit the enemy's side. Hitomi Sora knew that he didn't have much chance, so he took out his AKM and knocked down Good in front of him and then tried to make up for it. IFCD_King used M16A4 to kill Stars_TK. Beautiful! Hitting sideways without any mistakes! Coffee shouted. No matter how many times I've seen it, I still can't believe King's M16. The single-shot mode is like this. I'm very curious about how fast his hand speed is. VC also added. The connecting dots of the M16 once again allow the audience to see what the real M16 is. It can be saved. Good said in the team that the place where he was happened to be a small pit, and no one could hit it from a distance. Mao Xiaoma put a cigarette directly at the feet of Good and Cheng Yao. and Cheng Yao also took this opportunity to climb into the safe zone and rescue them safely. ISCD also managed to sneak into the safe zone with difficulty. However, they are also facing the same problem as the stars just now. Enemies from far away are constantly harassing them, making it difficult for them to fight back. Lick up all their throws. We have to clear the border, Mao Xiaomo said. IFCD's conventional mountain warfare tactics are arc-shaped border clearing tactics. In short, it is to clear at least a 90-degree open space around yourself, so as to ensure that they will not be stolen when entering the next circle. Clear 2 by 2. Mao Xiaomo came up with a bold tactic. Fortunately, I was a little speechless after hearing these 3 words. They have used this tactic before, but the success rate is not high. The IFCD team members did not hesitate and dispersed in 2s and 2s. They were still Gu Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo Cheng Yao. They didn't know if there was Voldemort around them, so they were very cautious when clearing the border. There's no one around. I'm laying out my cigarettes and getting ready to enter the circle, Wang Hao said. They saw no one on their side, and there was a team further ahead, but that team was still a little far away from them. Mao Xiaomo passed a small slope and took a look. Someone! Sideways! Okay. The tacit understanding between Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao was also very high. After Mao Xiaomo said this, he turned to Cheng Yao and knew what he meant, and immediately took out his 98K. Pro. Open the scope. Aim and shoot. Hitting an enemy hiding behind a rock is a sure shot. Boom. ISCD_Crystal used Car 98K to knock down DLG_Shujua with a headshot. When the sniper rifle fired the first shot, Mao Xiaomo did not choose to deal damage to the other DLG members. Instead, he fired a few quick shots to cover up Shujua first. After scoring 25 points, DLG reacted very quickly, turned around and hid behind the bunker. You go! Enter the circle! Cheng Yao pinched a thunderbolt and threw it over, and then the rifle in her hand kept suppressing it. Mao Xiaomo turned around without saying a word and prepared to meet Wang Hagood. The advantage of splitting the troops into 2 is that they won't get stuck with other teams, causing the whole team to be in a dilemma. With Cheng Yao at the gun, DLG is also a little uncomfortable. Now they don't want to leave or fight. They just lay out cigarettes to see if they can get in. Cheng Yao continued to provide firepower to DLG by herself. She also threw away all the grenades in her hands and fired 130 rounds of bullets into the smoke. At this time, the other 3 members of IFCD also entered the circle, and this split-push tactic was perfect. Let's go! I'll help you fight! Wang Hao also took out his 98K, and Gu and Mao Xiaomo also had high magnification rifles, which directly helped Cheng Yao hold off the DLG behind. Cheng Yao's limited ammunition now only had 24 bullets left, so she put her gun away and joined the large army. Duh. The DLG team members shot Cheng Yao several times through the smoke, but they didn't hit. Instead, they were directly knocked down by Wang Hao's 98K shot. Pour one down. Force them! Mao Xiaomo immediately gave instructions. Cut off the opponent's way of survival and force the opponent to engage in a life-and-death contest with them. If the opponent has 3 or 4 people, ISCD would not dare to rush over and block DLG. But in a mountain battle, 2 people are almost as good as having no combat effectiveness. IFCD rushed directly to the route that DLG wanted to enter the circle. With only 2 players left, DLG launched a death charge. Naturally, the result was that IFCD added another 50 points. Pull away and observe. The entire DLG team's bags are in poison, and IFCD has no way to replenish them, because there are 298 Burmese shots in the team. There are only 4 rifles. Cheng Yao has no chance to change to an AK. Out of bullets! Me too! Give! Good threw 30 rounds of bullets to Cheng Yao, which were taken from his mini. There is no way. He himself only has 56 bullets. He can't give all the bullets to Cheng Yao. Now the team is not short of multipliers, and every player in the team must ensure the ability to fight at medium and long distances. Although the mini only has 26 rounds of ammunition, it should be enough for a single round of shooting. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao couldn't give it to Cheng Yao either. Mao Xiaomo only had 1 M16 and only had 42 rounds of ammunition for a total of 82 rounds. Wang Hao had AK plus 98K and no 5.56mm bullets. The next safe zone is refreshed. Damn it! Ye Hao cursed in his heart. This circle has another corner cut. It's still the cutaway corner on the north side. IFCD is an out-and-out circle of divine punishment. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and didn't say anything. They would wait to see if the teams around the circle were fighting, and they could sneak in. As the captain and conductor of the team, Mao Xiaomo cannot have negative emotions on the playing field. Because once there is negative emotion, this emotion will drive teammates. Not to mention that Mao Xiaomo is still the core of ISCD. Are there any more cigarettes? There is none left. I have 2 more. Gone. Mao Xiaomo sighed secretly. All the smoke was consumed in the wave of entering the circle just now. Plus the only cigarette in his hand. They only had 3 cigarettes in total. In a situation like this where even a wall of cigarettes may not be able to sneak in, there is really very little that 3 cigarettes can do. Cheng Yao will set up his gun later, and we will enter the circle, Mao Xiaomo said seriously. Clear. Give me your 5.56 bullet. Mao Xiaomo directly looted Cheng Yao's remaining nearly 60 bullets, and only left 1+1+1 of the medicine for Cheng Yao. Chapter 357, Self-Inflicted Thunder. Now Cheng Yao only has an 8x scope of 98k and bullets plus some medicine. The sniper of the team must be responsible for setting up guns. Even if Cheng Yao is Mao Xiaomo's girlfriend, there is nothing he can do. Cheng Yao's sniper was the most accurate, and could give them the strongest cover. As for herself, she must have sacrificed for the team. It is unrealistic for everyone in this circle to join the circle. Mao Xiaomo didn't wait for the other teams to start fighting. He only heard LGD at the high point constantly shooting and winning. Let's move forward. The safe zone still has 10 seconds to refresh. So ISCD has no choice but to forcefully enter the zone. Cheng Yao opened the 8x scope and constantly observed the situation around the circle where IFCD entered the circle. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the KG team on the edge of the circle was also ready to attack IFCD. Although there are only 3 of them. The terrain is good and the location is good. Wang Xian drove the red dot and kept breathlessly looking for someone. Suddenly, there was a bang. He didn't even have time to react before he fell into a pool of blood. IFCD_Crystal used CAR 98K to knock down KG_ZGG01 with a headshot. Pour one down. Cheng Yao continued to look for someone, and the poison was also found on him. As we all know, whether you are looking at the poison from the outside or the poison from the inside, it is not particularly clear due to the presence of the power grid. But Cheng Yao confidently took the last shot and made the final contribution to the team. Boom! IFCD_Crystal used CAR 98K to kill VT_MO with a headshot. After killing VTA's lone wolf, Cheng Yao was a little stunned, because MO and KG were very close to each other. She originally thought they were a team, but she didn't expect to die immediately after killing them. In this version, the 7th poison can no longer be used to get the first aid kit. Cheng Yao fell directly out of the poison, but it also paved the way for IFCD to enter the circle. Walk! The 3 IFCD people are constantly cooperating, and the 3 people are constantly alternating their guns. It feels like a field army going up the mountain. KG's team members are rescuing. Can they be rescued? King of Thunder. Boom. IFCD_King used the fragmentation grenade D to kill KG_ZGG01. IFCD_King used the frag grenade to knock down KG_Yang. Mao Xiaomo's thunder directly and accurately took away Wang Xian and Yang, who was rescuing him. La 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 la. Just the one behind the tree. Mao Xiaomo quickly judged the situation. When they first entered the circle, they only had 1 firepower point. KG must have tried his best to block them. 1 person rescued people, and only 1 person set up a gun, which meant that KG only had 3 people. KG's last player, R29, was very calm and shot directly sideways, killing Good, who was trying to pull to the left. Turn around and hit Wang Hao again. Wang Hao also reacted very quickly, squatting down and firing powerfully from the AKM. Look at this wave of gunfire! Pretty! Very accurate shot! Coffee kept shouting. At the same time, the kill information in the upper right corner is also displayed. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to kill KG_R29 with a headshot. But because Good was 2 down, he did not reach the safe zone and died directly outside the poison. Speaking of crouching and shooting, this is a very important skill, because squatting will increase the stability of the firearm, just like lying down. Why Shroud can press the gun so accurately is not only his own gun pressing technology. This is also a very important reason. Every time Shroud strafes, he will press the C button to crouch and strafe. In current professional competitions, most professional players are also using this technology. Avoiding the opponent's headshot line immediately and making accurate shots is indeed a must-learn technique. They didn't realize it until Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao stumbled into the safe area. The number of survivors on the field became 6. Hack. The opposite side is full of editors. LGD. Mao Xiaomo said. I have just been paying attention to the kill information in the upper right corner. LGD fell down 1 before, and was probably pulled up. Now it is a 4-on-2 situation. Both LGD and IFCD know exactly where their opponents are. For versus 2, IFCD players' positions are locked. Is there still a chance? Mao Xiaomo prayed that they could clear the Destiny Circle, so that they would still have a chance. But in this world, if you want anything, it won't give you anything. The commentator also sighed. Another cutaway. OMG! IFCD has been punished by God all the way. But in the end, it was still punished by God. This is too metaphysical. Yes, it would be better to say that they are unlucky. Then IFCD will definitely have no chance. It depends on whether they can take away 1. Coffee said. The circle brushed on LGD's face. For versus 2, there is a circle and a bunker, and it is still on a high slope. For professional teams, the winning rate is 99.99%. Mao Xiaomo would not foolishly think that he had the ability to change his destiny. In the professional arena, those who succeed by fighting less often have to do so under specific circumstances. This mountain battle requires laps, which can be said to be a doomed situation. Do you still want to fight? Wang Hao asked. This cannot be said to be an early admission of defeat. This is a strategic abandonment. Mao Xiaomo shook his head. I won't fight. I'll give in. After saying that, he pinched a thunderbolt in his hand, walked directly to Wang Hao, and fell to the ground amidst countless shouts of no. 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 In the live broadcast room? Boom. IFCD_King used the frag grenade to kill IFCD_King. IFCD_King used the fragmentation grenade D to kill IFCD_45 AI. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, LGD. The LGD team members also heard a loud bang. The 2 IFCD players chose to blame themselves, wiped their hands, and high-fived each other. They were already leading by a lot of points. But the next day, they were the first to get the first blow. Chicken. There are still 3 games left. The first championship in half a year is right in front of us. Commentary seat. Oh, IFCD here chose to be self-inflicted. This, Coffee is speechless. However, they did not have negative points in this game. Otherwise IFCD would definitely be penalized for their self-inflicted behavior. I can only say that IFCD played very rationally. But from the perspective of a viewer, I want to see them fight LGD. VC said, not really liking IFCD's self-deprecating behavior. Coffee explained for IFCD. But there is really nothing they can do about that position. LGD has already killed their position. Since it was IFCD's choice, they must have their reasons. Yes. Chapter 358 700+. Self-defeating behavior is rare in professional games, but it is not unheard of. The most talked about team in the world in SLI is FaZe. When they were attacked by the enemy in the finals, they chose to take poison and not give points to their opponents. At that time, he was praised by many domestic commentators. But when he came to IFCD, he was not understood by others. Sometimes, this is the difference between domestic and foreign countries. From the perspective of the team, IFCD's behavior is the most correct approach. IFCD didn't have any special emotions. They had no chance in this set. And their opponent was LGD. They were naturally angry at themselves. Although they were destined to be discussed by countless people after the game, they didn't care about their affairs. Players only have one goal on the field, winning the championship. Any choice Mao Xiaomo makes will definitely be the choice closest to the championship. There is nothing they can do about it. In fact, there is nothing to summarize in this game. IFCD can be said to have accomplished everything they can do. They have been constantly punishing the circle. The second place is already the limit of what they can do. Mao Xiaomo didn't explain his behavior. But the reason was simple. If the opponent is not LGD, they will choose to charge and fight. But if the opponent is LGD, they will not choose to do that. In their position, the probability of knocking down an LGD player and making up for it is 5%. And the probability of breaking through the opponent's defense is less than 1%. If they rush out, it will be 50 points. However, LGD is still the team at the top of the list. If it is a bottom team like Air, IFCD will give 50 points if they give 50. It is not a big deal. Air cannot threaten them anyway, and it will have no impact on their road to the championship. But LGD is different. LGD is their direct competitor, and must look at this game in the most rational way. When they go out to fight, they will lose if they kill one, They will not lose if they kill 2, and they will gain if they kill 3. But in fact, none of them can be killed. The opponents are all behind the cover. Even if they knock down 1 or 2 people, they can't make up for it. If they can't get points, it means nothing. A profession is a profession, fighting for the championship and winning. However, after the end of this set, the top-ranked LGD team added another chicken, and the points between second and third will definitely continue to open up. For other teams, time is running out. Okay, our 5th set of the PPL finals is over. Let's take a look at the results of each team. LGD, 15 kills chicken. This time it's a few hundred points higher. Coffee side, LGD once again won the chicken with high kill results, which is definitely bad news for other teams. Yes, for LGD, as long as the subsequent games play smoothly, they can almost win this set. The second place is IFCD, and they also scored 10 heads, but somehow, they didn't catch up with any points in this set. Third place KG, 4th place. After a short break, come back and watch our 6th set. I feel like I'm missing 800 points. Yahao said, although I am a little anxious. There is nothing I can do. The game has to be played one game at a time. Yahao also paid attention to the PPL live broadcast room to take a look at the points situation after the 5 games. Okay, welcome back. Without further ado, let's take a look at the point situation after the 5 games. Coffee said. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. LGD First Day, 1525, D2 or 1, 675, total score, 2,200 chicken times 3. 2. XQ First Day, 1240, D2 or 1, 250, total score, 1490. 3. ISCD First Day, 1005, D2 or 1, 450, total score, 1455. 4. DLG First Day, 1155, D2 or 1, 75, total score, 1230 chicken times 1. 5. Frowny Facial Stars, First Day, 850, D2 or 1, 10, total score, 860 chicken times 1. Tisk! Mao Xiaomo looked at this score, and had no choice. LGD played very well, with 3 chickens in 5 sets, directly leading them by 700 plus points. It's okay. Just fight normally. Mao Xiaomo said that they did not consider going to catch LGD. Firstly, it was too early. There were still 3 games left and many things could happen. In fact, with a score difference of 700 points, LGD fell into a box and ISCD came back immediately. But this is only if. If they insist on arresting LGD, LGD will go directly to Port L. There is nothing they can do. You must know that they can't compete for the championship by destroying LGD now. They also have to ensure their own performance. XQ is also ahead of them, and the point gap between DLG and them is not very big. There are wolves in front and tigers in the back. There is no room for loss in the next 3 games. Okay, here we can see that LGD's advantage is much greater than we imagined. And it stands out. Coffee said. This standings gave everyone a visual impact as soon as it came out. LGD 2200. Second place, XQ 1400 plus. The difference is more than 700 points. LGD scored 2,200 points with 3 chickens in 5 sets, with an average score of 400 plus in 1 set. LGD's performance was not bad. Now it should be said that basically only the first 4 teams have hope of winning the championship. Yes, Stars wants to catch up with LGD with a score of 860 unless a miracle happens. The commentator also analyzed the current point situation. There are currently only 4 teams that have hope of competing for the championship. LGD, XQ, ISCD, DLG, the top 4 teams in the standings. But for the next 3 teams, they have no chance to make mistakes. If you make one mistake, you will be eliminated directly. Okay, the players are ready. The 6th set of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League Finals has officially begun. There are a total of 8 PPL finals in the 2nd season, and the 6th game is now underway. LGD is now far ahead with 2,200 points. Let's take a look at the race route and the team's jump points first. After talking about coffee, the panorama was shown. The route of the 6th set is a route from north to south. However, this route is a little to the left, so LGD's large and small batteries are not very good. The game continues. Each team returned to their familiar places. XQ's or city, DLG's school, And LGD was also preparing to find a car to return to their big and small games. IFCD is still their airport. And the wild area of the airport island is still air. Everything starts as normal. Chapter 359 Plate 6. The camera was first shown to the LGD players. TJW was a step too late in grabbing the car. And AG's 2 dog grabbed the car and ran him over to death. LGD lost 1 player at the start. And it's TJW, the team's main DPS. Oops. LGD had a bit of a bad start to the game. 1 person was directly killed, VC said. But fortunately, the other teammates found a car and sent it back. No one should compete with them on this route. It's actually okay if there are 3 of us. We can all use tactics, Coffee said. In professional competitions, losing 1 player is actually not a big problem. But losing 2 players means that almost everything that can be done cannot be done. The first thing to pay attention to is the first safety zone. Since IFCD was the last one to parachute, it was refreshed as soon as they landed in the airport safety zone. The ultimate northern circle. No more to say. IFCD's mentality has collapsed. And it has cleared the northern circle again. Coffee laughed. Yes. You have a constitution of divine punishment. 40% of this circle is in the sea. And the center of the circle is from S City to Vega House. From Chongqing District on the left to Y City on the right. There is another desperate circle. The Vega room refers to a small yellow room on the slope outside S City. It is a place where the foreign macho Team Vega often stays. Siagua's commentators generally call it the Vega room. The most comfortable teams in this circle are undoubtedly awake in S City and XQ in our city. Yes, I even want to laugh a little. What kind of luck is this today? Mao Xiaomo was speechless while still playing the route for the team. We'll wait for IFTY to leave first. Then cross the bridge on the right. Go to El Port on the right. Then to the nursing home, K-Town, and up to the Holy Mountain. Mao Xiaomo drew a route map for the team to enter the circle in a moment. It's better to nod and praise. This circle is a left-leaning route. Think about the teams on the right. Except for LGD and IFTY. There shouldn't be many other teams. If nothing goes wrong, IFTY should still be in my city. If IFCD wants to cross the bridge safely, they can only wait for IFTY to go first and cross later. There shouldn't be many teams on the right, so it won't be that easy to encounter. After going up to the Holy Mountain, there are more choices. If you swipe down, they can enter the housing area at the left foot of the Holy Mountain. If you swipe to the north, they can also go down the Holy Mountain from the north to occupy the housing area. In Mao Xiaomo's mind, he basically has a basic judgment on the positions of all teams and their approximate positions after entering the circle. First, there are the most awesome housing areas in the center of the circle. One is the housing area with several houses on both sides of the road outside S City. One is the small housing area opposite the Y City gas station. There is also a large warehouse outside S City. These positions have good vision and shooting positions. And they must be occupied by teams such as Awake and XQ that are close to the center of the circle. As for the teams on the edge of the circle, the teams from the upper and lower city areas must be crowded on the hill to the west of the circle. If the team in the middle of the map is smarter, they will definitely not go to the south of the crowded circle, because almost all teams have to move from south to north. In this way, the team in the middle of the map actually has only one choice. Go around Y City and the Holy Mountain. Is there any place that is easier to evacuate into and has a good view? The court in Y City, the Daming Lake outside Y City, the gas station, the Ono area above, and the various housing areas on the northernmost road. Even if IFCD wants to move these popular places, people will be there by default. IFCD was not in a hurry this time and chose Shuangsu Airport. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that he followed the poison and made a move. There is another thing IFCD does not know about God's perspective. At the bridge on the left, the Zodiac Jungler Team V5 and the Airport Jungler Team Air who want to cross the bridge are already stuck on the bridge, and no one can leave. The choice of the bridge on the right side of IFCD is undoubtedly very wise from a consequentialist perspective. If IFCD goes to the left side without knowing it, there is no telling what will happen. The first safe zone gave the team plenty of time to move. IFCD's transfer distance was very far, but with enough fuel, they didn't have to worry about running out of fuel. And they speeded towards the Holy Mountain they wanted to go to. Even if they entered the circle so late, IFCD was not the last team to enter the circle. The LGD team was not far behind them. But IFCD didn't know it. IFCD chose an uninhabited housing area halfway up the Holy Mountain. This housing area is on the easternmost circle and must be unoccupied. There are many small housing areas near this housing area. But now it doesn't make much sense for IFCD to occupy these housing areas. There is a car! As soon as IFCD stopped, the roar of vehicles was heard. A few people found a position with a good view and saw LGD on the road. LGD chose the right path, which is to go to the coastal road in the north. It cannot be said that there will definitely be no one there. At least the probability of there being people is relatively small. It's just that LGD didn't expect that there was a team on the east side of the circle. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to knock down LGD_Joka. Just go! As soon as Joka fell to the ground, he immediately said to the other two members of the team, "You must not stop in this position." Their LGD team is now a big fat piece of meat, and everyone wants to take a bite of it, let alone IFCD, who is already half starved. Even if you find a slope or a housing area to stop, IFCD will definitely have 4 people rushing over to clear you out without hesitation, even if they reduce the number of people. But if you are passive, you will be beaten. The IFCD equipment, which I have been searching for a long time, is very luxurious, with multiple lenses, constantly setting fire to LGD's fast-moving vehicles. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Boom. IFCD_45 AI detonated the vehicle and killed LGD_XIN8. But the last LGD player escaped from IFCD's field of vision, and his health was beaten to half a disability. Although there is only one lone wolf left, LGD still survives on the field. IFCD is also a little annoyed. If they just hit 1 or 2 more accurate shots, they might be able to wipe out the LGD team. This is a great opportunity for them to chase points. The second safe zone is refreshed. Concentric circles, centered on the room area where Awake is located. The Vega room is also occupied by teams. The water area only accounts for 20%. But the desperate LGD lone wolf still threw himself into the embrace of the sea. However, neither the audience nor the commentators are very optimistic about LGD's results in this set, because this is a competition system that is mainly based on kill points. The top 10 points are not as good as the points for killing one person. LGD only has 1 player left, and it is destined to be unable to get high kills. Chapter 360 Friction. This concentric circle is very difficult for IFCD to solve, Coffee said. From the panoramic perspective, everyone can clearly see that the front of IFCD, that is, the enemies in the center of the circle and the white circle, are crowded with densely packed teams. If IFCD wants to walk on a mountain road, it will definitely be impossible to drive. Oh! IFCD still chose to go around to the north. IFCD has no choice but to drive into the circle from the north road. Okay, I can stay here. This location is okay. Wang Hao explored a little and said directly to his teammates. They did not enter the housing area. The housing area around the circle was meaningless, and the terrain was still poor. So they made their next observation around the white circle. There seems to be no one in S City. Well, in case the circle comes in later, we will drive directly to the big warehouse, Mao Xiaomo said. For IFCD, if they want to enter S City, they must choose a good location. There are 4 blocks in S City, except for the big warehouse that IFCD wants to enter. The other 3 areas are very large. I am afraid that other teams will rush in and embarrass each other. At the end of the second circle, all 20 teams were still alive. The current distribution of teams in the circle is roughly like this. There are 10 teams waiting in the mountains at the foot of the Holy Mountain to observe the situation. 5 pairs are above our city, near the southern edge. 3 teams are at the western edge, and the rest are scattered teams like LGD. The third safe zone is about to be refreshed. This circle will be refreshed with a basic tone. IFCD is touching again in the direction of VG. They should have heard VG's gunfire. Is this decision worth debating? Coffee has a point. Now is the time to wait for the circle. Although VG's gunfire is not far from IFCD, if you want to touch it, you definitely can't move it immediately. However, IFCD still tries its best to score points. Mao Xiaomo's idea is also very simple. There was no invincible high point in the center of this circle, and there were even very few shooting rooms. Even if they entered, they wouldn't be able to get any kills. They happened to hear the sound of VG shooting gunfire, and walked over directly. VG, who was getting ready for target practice, didn't feel the chill behind them at all. IFCD had quietly touched behind them. Pour one down. Boom. IFCD_Crystal used CAR 98K to knock down VG_QFFF with a headshot. Cheng Yao reported the information directly before shooting. This shot didn't make any mistakes and directly knocked down QFFF, who was behind him. IFCD_King used an M16A for headshot to knock down VG_Vampire. Pull over. With two people facing each other, IFCD didn't need any communication at all, and just spread out and pulled them over. The remaining two members of VG directly smoked cigarettes at the feet of themselves and their teammates, hoping to delay some time. But IFCD had cooperated for so long, and would not give them such a chance. Four people, spread out in pairs. Cheng Yao held the gun, and Mao Xiaomo fired a thunderbolt, and knocked down Lin Shu again. This wave of sneak attacks was so exciting. They directly hit two backs. The VG team did not expect that they moved from the edge of the circle. There must be no one behind them. They did not expect that IFCD would directly circle outside the white circle. After a while, he touched their backs. Boom! Boom! Manio had no choice but to retreat. So he just got on his motorcycle and drove away. The speed of the car was very fast, and it blocked IFCD's line of sight immediately. So it was not scanned down in the end. However, the result of this wave was very profitable for IFCD, with 75 points earned. Now it is a matter of grabbing points for IFCD. The third circle is another concentric circle. Before IFCD could make any reaction, a team also hit them on the side. V5_Siobhan used M416 to knock down IFCD_Crystal. Someone! Behind the tree! The one I hit! Mao Xiaomo fired several shots directly behind the tree where the enemy was. This method of reporting information was the simplest and most effective. Good and Wang Hao could clearly know the enemy's location based on the impact point. But it's strange that the V5 team members don't seem to have very strong firepower. Wang Mao! Pull to the right! Clear! Careful! Mao Xiaomo threw a cigarette at Cheng Yao's feet and started to rescue directly from the bunker. Good was afraid that the enemy's large troops would come from the flank. So he was very careful and walked forward quietly. His nerves tense. There are only two members of E5. If they want to enter the circle, they must pass the IFCD level. Otherwise they will continue to circle up, and there will be more teams on the mountain. It's just that V5 played too hastily. IFCD was directly attacked before he could lick the VG team member's bag. Cheng Yao moved the target, which also cost the V5 team some time. The awkward encounter with air at the bridge in the first lap also greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the V5 team. Not only did they consume countless medicines, air also killed two team members. Fortunately, they had the initiative on the north side of the bridge and drove away, thus preserving their current vitality. Another player from the V5 team, Shimon, chose to pull IFCD sideways, and happened to collide with Good. Good's reaction was very fast, and he raised his hand to kill Shimon instantly. IFCD_Godric used AKM to knock down V5_Shimon with a headshot. No wonder. Good knew that there were members of E5 pulling towards them, so his concentration was much higher than that of the enemy. However, the V5 members were blind, and only knew the approximate location of IFCD, and the location where Cheng Yao fell to the ground, crouching on the ground and pressing the turf. Good made no mistakes, and took away the enemy directly. V5, Good said. Just two people. Attack him! Mao Xiaomo heard the message that it was a member of E5, and said directly. The corner of Yahao's mouth twitched. He didn't even notice that Mao Xiaomo had secretly memorized the attrition information of each team. This is of course impossible. The further the game progresses, the more information there is on the kills in the upper right corner. And even gods can't remember it all. Mao Xiaomo's habit is to remember the teams that were downsized in the early stage. There are 80 players, and there are very few losses in the early stage. Every player who is lost will be clearly understood. Mao Xiaomo noticed the news about the downsizing of the V5 team when he just transferred here. The other IFCD team members did not have any doubts, and followed Mao Xiaomo directly. Cheng Yao applied the medicine, and the other three people pulled him over without giving Siobhan any chance. Good went around to the flank and took him away with 3 shots. IFCD_Godric used AKM to kill V5_Siobhan with a headshot. Chapter 361 Mountain Warfare. Woo 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 woo. The team at the foot of the mountain has entered City S. Cheng Yao heard the sound of cars on the right, and said to Mao Xiaomo, Kindness! A small jungle area on the edge of the circle was originally removed from the safe zone. Now that the team is relatively dense, entering S City is a safer choice. IFCD does not need to be transferred. They have cleared a huge open space in this area, and there are teams besides the mountains, so they can enter the circle with confidence and boldness. Drive in! In professional competitions, if you can keep your car, you should give priority to keeping your car. I am glad that I did not abandon my car just now. The IFCD position is now at a high point. I will definitely go down the mountain later. If I don't have a car, I will die directly, and there will be no chance to struggle. However, in the third lap, IFCD was still able to maintain a stable position on the edge of the lap. IFCD's location is very good now. They can observe many locations in the circle. Commentator Coffee said. Yes, there should be a lot of information they have collected now. As the commentary said, IFCD has collected a lot of information now. Although some positions in the circle cannot be seen, there are teams stationed by default. In this way, a clear enemy distribution map appears on Mao Xiaomo in mind. Although this position will definitely need to be moved in the next lap. The view is too good. If the next lap can be used to brush the corner circle on their side, it will be cool. The advantage of knowing the enemy's information is that you can plan a safer route when entering the circle. It is impossible to enter the circle in a professional game without risks. But the amount of information and the choice of route will determine whether the team's position and process of entering the circle are dangerous or not. At this time, IFCD, DLG, and XQ all saw good news. KG_ZGG01 used M416 to kill LGD_7080. LGD's lone wolf was taken away and only finished 16th. A score of only 5 points. Oh! LGD has left our arena early. And now the opportunity for other teams has come. Yes, the early attrition still has a great impact on LGD. Actually, the LGD player entered the circle a little slow, which caused KG to rush to S City and just kill him. Coffee said. The team that just entered the circle from under IFCD was KG. They chose the northernmost end of S City, which just happened to hold back LGD's lone wolf, who wanted to enter the circle from the sea. This circle has also brushed all the sea areas into it. Originally, if the LGD lone wolf chose to enter the circle early, it could continue to hang around. It can only be said that it was too conservative. In order to collect more information, it lost the best opportunity to enter the circle. The competition in the third safe zone is not very fierce. Also because it is a concentric circle, the team in the center of the circle will definitely not choose to move. And most of the teams on the edge of the circle will enter the circle safely. The most advantageous housing area in the center of the circle is definitely the housing area on both sides of the road where Awake is located, followed by the Vega housing. Their location is at a high point, and it is very convenient to collect information. Now let's see how to clear the fourth circle. If we clean the city area, I don't think there will be a large-scale attrition. But if we clean other locations, I estimate that half of these dozen teams will die. Coffee predicted. He was not aimless. Everyone should have an impression of the terrain outside S City. Although there are many uphill slopes, there are very few bunkers, and most of them are very flat. It is definitely impossible to stay in such terrain. IFCD was in no hurry to get on the bus. After a while, the circle will be cleared, and all the teams will definitely rush into the circle. At this time, if they are joining in the fun, they will definitely be beaten to death and cannot get a good position. This circle still gives them a lot of room for operation. And with sufficient vision, it also gives Mao Xiaomoxu a chance to move. I will not move if the enemy does not move. If the enemy moves, I will move again. This is the best way to give full play to your own information. If you move when the enemy has not moved, you actually have no idea of the opponent's next movement. However, if you wait until the enemy has finished moving before you move, you will actually have no control over your actions. There is still a lot of space. If there is no car, the position of IFCD is undoubtedly very passive. But it is different with a car. Yo yo yo! Brushed an eastern cutaway circle. This circle, IFCD is undoubtedly a destiny circle. The commentator said hysterically. Mao Xiaomo looked at the circle and sighed slightly. The law of conservation of character. The circle finally took care of them for once. This circle wiped out all of S City. It was a pure mountain battle. It was not difficult at all for IFCD, who was already on the edge of the white circle. There's a team here! There's a team here! Mao Xiaomo marked the points and discussed with his teammates. In fact, the hilltop on the right side of City S is not particularly crowded. There is no team on the narrow side of IFCD. On the contrary, the narrow side on the other side is a group. All teams in the south and west have only two options. One is to awake the room area next to the white circle, and the other is to enter the circle from the narrow side circle in the south. Both options are equally dangerous, but the benefits are different. Even if Awake's housing area is captured, they will definitely be cleared in the next circle. They still have to go up the mountain, but the narrow side is different. If there are survivors, It will be a once and for all situation. And there will be a lot of room for maneuver in the next circle. Touch whichever side you want. Under the same dangerous situation, almost all teams chose the side with higher profits. But Awake's housing area was left unattended. After waiting peacefully for a minute, Awake's team members finally couldn't restrain themselves and started shooting farther away. Generally speaking, during the peak period of entering the circle, attention should always be on the closer team to prevent the opponent from rushing into the room. A second faster reaction time will increase the output time by 1 second. IFCD was safely in the circle, and there was no team to touch their narrow side. Their position is a high point. No team will touch the narrow edge of the high point from the low point, unless they are stupid and have nothing to say. The position is inherently disadvantageous. The gun line is also disadvantageous, and the terrain has no advantage. This is a professional game, and it is impossible to play the game as a passerby. After a fight between several teams in S City, a winner was decided. There was no doubt that DLG went straight into the circle and stopped halfway up the mountain. If IFCD wants to forcefully attack this position, there is still an 80% certainty that they can take it out. But it doesn't mean much. There is still a lot of space for them. They can wait until the next circle is refreshed to clear people completely in time. Chapter 362 Personal Strength and Tactical Cooperation. Even if IFCD touches them, it will only gain 100 points at most, which has no strategic significance. Anyway, they have already learned the information about the enemy at that location. In fact, if they don't deal with it, they can wait for another circle to take a look. As expected, there was a large-scale attrition of the number of survivors on the field, suddenly reduced to 33 people. Concentric circles. Qing people. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and directly chose to clear the mountain. As long as they clear out the team at the bottom of the mountain, they will enter the circle steadily. If this team is not dealt with, it is also a hidden danger. Stop smoking them. They're going to run. Good fired a few shots with his SKS and successfully killed an XQ team member. IFCD_Godric used SKS to knock down DLG_Shujue. DLGs. Good became even more excited after seeing the killing information. LGD left very early in this set, giving them the opportunity to chase points in 2.3.4 places. If they defeat DLG in the third to last set, it will directly make them lose their hope of competing for the championship. Stuck them. Jam them. I'm in the trap. Mao Xiaomo drove the jeep directly to the edge of the circle. The DLG team kept spreading smoke, trying to force their way in. There are not many choices for the DLG team, and there is no housing area for them in the circle. This is a very passive situation, and it is also a problem caused by their choice of points. The front of the DLG team has been filled with smoke, blocking IFCD's field of vision, while also blocking all of their own field of vision. Boom! Boom! Good and Wang Hao kept throwing thunder into the smoke. I have to say that DLG was very lucky. Several were damaged by the bombs, but one of them survived, and even Xiao Ju was rescued. Wang Hao! Clear! One look. Understanding. They had fought this tactic countless times. As soon as Mao Xiaomo called Wang Hao, he knew that his mission was coming. Good and Cheng Yao were still pulling away on the hillside, constantly attacking the enemies in the smoke, and Wang Hao rushed directly into the smoke. Although he couldn't see the DLG players, the DLG players couldn't see him either. In the current situation where gunshots and thunder gods are constantly sounding, Wang Hao's tiny footsteps are almost negligible. DLG didn't know that IFCD had planted another nail behind them. The safe zone begins to refresh. The DLG team did not choose to use poison to enter, except for lone wolves. Posting poison is not a good choice in other situations, because you can't fight back after being beaten, and it makes no sense. Instead, Wang Hao followed Du Zai and gradually moved forward. The DLG players thought they knew the positions of all the IFCD players. When the smoke came out, they immediately pulled out and faced off with their guns. This was their only chance to get into the circle. In this circle, even if the DLG players win, many people will die. As soon as their players fall, the poison behind them will come immediately. The 4 people from DLG were not very far apart. At this time, they had to set up guns for each other to find a way into the circle. As soon as the smoke came out, the DLG team and IFCD started fighting. Shijue's AK is very accurate at a distance of 100 meters. Hit Gu directly in the head. DLG_Shujue used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Godric. A world-class pressure gun. Xiao Duo is worthy of being the first-class professional player in the country. Coffee admired that an AK at this distance could directly take good away with 2 or 3 bullets. There are not many players in the country who can do this. Nowadays, domestic assaulters are becoming more and more skilled in the use of AK. And the strength of the first-line professional players in TPJ's SS review is also undoubtedly revealed at this moment. After Mao Xiaomo knocked down someone with his backhand, he was also hit in the head by Xiao Ju's AK. And he immediately retracted to spray. Cheng Yao knew that Wang Hao was looking for someone. So she forced him out to put pressure on him. Completed a wave of 1 for 1. At this moment Wang Hao finally took action. Ta-ta-ta-ta. After a wave of gunfire, the DLG team members never imagined that there was an IFCD team member behind them. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to kill DLG_Shujue. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to kill DLG_Adian. Destroy DLG. Wang Hao, who had already taken the poison, put his gun away and entered the circle. Fortunately, the circle refreshed slowly, and he finally ran in when he was almost out of health. After Mao Xiaomo threw away 2 cigarettes, he also started to save Cheng Yao and Good. There were no accidents, and no team chose to forcibly touch them. The XQ in front of them was also overwhelmed, and the gunfire kept ringing. Now there is only one place in the circle that can be called the housing area. It's the small toilet in the center of the circle. The safe area is now separated by a small road. To the south are the teams entering the circle on a narrow side. And to the north are teams such as XQ and IFCD who are fighting. The toilet in the center of the circle is also occupied by a lone wolf. There are many things that can happen in this circle. IFCD's bulldozer style of play continues to be used. And DLG's packs are all out of poison. And there is no way to supplement the team. Now, except for Wang Hao's headgear, the remaining armors of IFCD's members are all in tatters. Mao Xiaomo has a red head and red armor. Good has no head. And Cheng Yao has no armor. But even so, IFCD still chose to move towards the direction of the gunfire. Their armor is so poor now that they are at a huge disadvantage in positional combat. The only advantage they have now is to take advantage of XQ's fight to get to them. Even when faced with the impact of other teams, XQ has been paying attention to the situation of IFCD. IFCD is probably about to get involved, said the car god. Well, hit the ones in the back first. Even though XQ was flanked by 2 teams, they still didn't panic. This is the quality they should have as a top domestic team. When IFCD came over, XQ took the lead. Although no one was knocked down, it was a bit difficult to continue advancing. IFCD simply stayed put. They were in the circle anyway, so they were certainly not in a hurry. What was anxious was the team next to XQ. After WZ Game heard the gunfire, they chose to go hard at XQ. The poison was almost shrinking, and they had no choice. After throwing a few thunderbolts, he directly chose to charge upward. Take the head, Mao Xiaomo said quickly, although the M16 with 4x scope directly took away a fallen enemy. Now XQ and WZ Game are having a good fight, and there is no time to make up for it. But it is cheaper for IFCD. Boom! IFCD_Crystal used Car 98K to knock down XQ_Xiaodu with a headshot. Chapter 363. 23 kills the first chicken. The one behind the tree is fallen. Press. 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 The only XQ player with a gun was sniped down by Cheng Yao. And IFCD decisively chose to press forward. The timing was perfect, because Cheng Yao jumped directly to kill. XQ's dead. WZ Game down too. For people exchanged information directly and got through. WZ Game didn't have any chance to breathe after the group destroyed XQ. They didn't even have time to take the medicine before they heard the footsteps of IFCD. IFCD_King used M16 A4 to knock down WZ Game_ICC. The last one. IFCD_King used M16 A4 to kill WZ Game_By. Nice! With only a trace of blood left. Without any suspense. He was directly destroyed by IFCD. IFCD has also been successfully promoted. In this set, IFCD also demonstrated outstanding personal strength and teamwork, successively destroying VG, V5, DLG, XQ, and WZ Game. In addition to their strong frontal strength, IFCD's tactics gave them a victory almost every time. In the entire north of the circle, there is now only one team, IFCD. The most important thing is that IFCD now has a wave of resource replenishment, and the original team members, who were without armor and heads, are now fully equipped. Separated by the road, the north is IFCD, The South is the team in the melee. And the small toilet in the center is the lone wolf of the barbecue. The number of people surviving on the field is less than 20. And the number is still decreasing. Press forward a little. IFCD controlled the entire northern part of the circle. Almost the entire safety zone. The 4 people distance themselves and directly push forward. In the next circle, if they brush the opposite side, they can go directly and clear out the enemies in the toilet first. If they brush their side, they can say without exaggeration that they will win the chicken in this plate. The number of survivors on the field is fixed at 12. In addition to the barbecue lone wolf and the entire IFCD team, there are only 7 enemies left on the southern mountain. These 7 enemies come from 5 different teams. And you can see how brutal the fight was just now. The 7 Voldemorts were also moving towards the safe zone. The perspective is given to a lone wolf from IFTY, who is performing a textbook ambush. The lone wolf threw away his backpack, his sidearm, and his frying pan. These conspicuous things must be thrown away as soon as possible, so that the probability of the enemy discovering you can be greatly reduced when the field of view in FPP mode is relatively small. In addition, he also performed a textbook crawling motion. Silently crawling, the whole person squirmed on the grass with extremely slow movements. Because these lone wolves don't know where there are people and where there are no people around them. They often crawl and bump into each other's faces. At this time, it's a matter of who has the best ears and can hear the other person's crawling sound first. This silent crawling also greatly reduces the sound of friction. This crawling method also paid off immediately. Teeksoon suddenly heard a friction sound while climbing. He listened to the sound to identify his position and fired directly in the direction of the enemy. IFTY_Teeksoon used Scaril to knock out LSJ_ZM. Another player of LSJ, GRY, did not judge the direction of Teeksoon at the first time and stood up directly to look for someone. Teeksoon was still lying on the ground and opened his camera to shoot. IFTY_Teeksoon used Scaril to kill LSJ_GRY. When looking for Voldemort in FPP mode, you must not stand up to look for him. FPP is different from TPP. Although Voldemort's field of view is very small, he can still see a hint of the enemy's position by adjusting his field of view. However, it is very difficult to find Voldemort in FPP mode unless he is a professional player with very good eyesight. After Teeksoon exposed his position, other team members also swiped in the direction of Teeksoon, splashing countless sparks directly around Teeksoon. It is easy to knock down a standing enemy while prone, but it is almost impossible to knock down an enemy who is also prone. Several people flew up, but no one died, and the safe zone was refreshed. Destiny! IFCD Destiny! Commentator Coffee said excitedly. The 700+ lead that LGD had worked so hard to build in 5 sets now seems likely to be gone in 1 set. IFCD still managed to reach second place in the last round of the Circle of Divine Punishment. Now, there is no reason why IFCD cannot hold on to this Circle of Destiny. The most important thing is that, except for IFCD, there are no full teams. 10 survivors. 6 teams. IFCD is fully occupied in the Destiny Circle. And a reversal is likely to happen again. I'm going to ruin my character in this circle. Mao Xiaomou smiled and said. He is now happy. It is indeed a destiny and a destiny. Life is like this, with ups and downs. The IFCD team is very relaxed now. In their opinion, this circle is a 100% chicken-eating circle. The toilet on the road is still near the safety zone. But the lone wolf in the toilet will not come out. What they want now is a second place, with IFCD helping him kill the others. BBQ's lone wolf is ready to take second place. The safe area begins to refresh. All the remaining lone wolf teams began to move, and they had to fight themselves before facing IFCD, because the south side is downhill. It also gave IFCD a sufficient view. They kept fighting for the heads and hit the target. Unknowingly, the number of heads reached 20. This plate of destiny comes at the right time. In the process of escaping the drug, everyone in the south was wiped out. The number of IFCD heads has reached 22. Survival on the field, 5. Apart from IFCD, there is only one lone wolf from barbecue nesting in the toilet. Eating chicken is a foregone conclusion. IFCD didn't have a bad character either. Only Good excitedly fired a few shots into the sky after clearing out all the remaining lone wolf teams in the south. For people stick to the barbecue lone wolf's room. And a thunderbolt is thrown in. Boom. IFCD_King used frag grenade D to kill barbecue_Cow. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, IFCD. Nice. Beautiful. Grandmas. So cool. IFCD members high-five each other. This set swept away all their previous gloom. The first chicken in the IFCD finals. The barrage is also scrolling crazily. 66666. IFCD champion, IFCD champion. First chicken. Chapter 364 Miracle Overtake. IFCD. Finally. They have their first win in the PPL. It's really what they've been waiting for. Coffee praised. IFCD is also their panda team. And they will definitely be happy to see good results. Yes. Although IFCD has a destiny circle, it has been advancing all the way from the second circle. There is no dispute. The head count is here. 8 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4. IFCD got a terrifying 23 heads. Coffee counted the heads of IFCD and said in surprise. Barbecue managed to reach second place by virtue of being a lone wolf. Although there were no head wins, it still had 200 ranking points. The third place is AG. 23 kill chickens. This result is undisputed. And there is a horrifying fact accompanying this score. Does this mean the score exceeds LGD? After talking about Coffee, VC subconsciously did the math. LGD was ranked 16th in this set. And there were no kills. So the 5 points were basically negligible. But IFCD's game was 23 kills. 23 heads means 575 head points. Coupled with 300 chicken points. A score of 800 plus will definitely surpass LGD. And 5 minutes later the standings came out. And as expected, the advantage that LGD had established in 5 sets was instantly wiped out by IFCD in the 6th set. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. IFCD first day, 1005, D2 or 1, 450, D2 or 2, 875, total score, 2,330 chicken times 1. 2. LGD first day, 1525, D2 or 1, 675, D2 or 2, 5, total score, 2,205 chicken times 3. 3. XQ first day, 1240, D2 or 1, 250, D2 or 2, 100 total score, 1590. 4. DLG first day, 1155, D2 or 1, 75, D2 or 2, 105, total score, 1335 chicken times 1. Okay, we can see the standings. Sure enough, IFCD surpassed LGD and occupied the top spot with their excellent performance in this set. VC continued. The development of things is a bit too dramatic. In the last game, LGD was the only one with 2,200 points. In this game, IFCD instantly overtook them. The scoring explosion of this IFCD is really terrifying. Coffee reminded. Everyone should not only look at how many points IFCD scored in this set, but also remember that they were last from the bottom in the first 2 sets. Yes! The commentator boasted wildly to IFCD. From last place to first place, IFCD only took 4 sets. Scored 300 plus points in 4 sets. Such a terrifying record is really rare in the professional arena. There is a huge difference between the current IFCD and the IFCD in the Hero Cup. The tactics have not changed much, but the players have become stronger. IFCD's current positive strength is crushing against those second-tier professional teams. The crazy systematic training has greatly improved this group of potential newcomers who have just entered the professional world. I believe that after this PPL, whether IFCD wins the championship or not, their team rankings and the TPJ comprehensive evaluation of the players will have great changes. But IFCD cannot take it lightly now. After all, they are only ahead by more than 100 points. In the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, more than 100 points is basically equivalent to non-existence, Coffee said. In fact, what Coffee said is not very rigorous, because different competition rules are different, and the scoring methods are also different. It can only be said that under the rules of PPL, 100 points is indeed not a point difference. It is a matter of 4 heads. XQ and DLG, who are 3rd and 4th, also have opportunities, although the point difference is not small. We actually thought the same about IFCD in the last game, Coffee said. They did not expect that IFCD would come back in 1 set. And it was not impossible for the same thing to happen to XQ and DLG. In a normal format, it would be too difficult for the teams behind to come back. But in this format where kill points account for a very high proportion, anything is possible. 20 kills in chickens. The score in this single game is 800 points. Even if the other teams survived to the finals, they still had around 100 points despite not having many players, chasing more than 700 points over and over again. This competition system is also very exciting. As long as they are within the chasing range, they will have a chance. To be honest, DLG and XQ don't have many opportunities. It is possible to expect IFCD and LGD to perform poorly as a team, but it is very difficult to prevent these two teams from scoring high at the same time. In the last two games, IFCD and LGD definitely played more conservatively, focusing on scoring points. The excitement of PPL reached its climax in the last two sets. Although the popularity is not as high as that of the DouYu Gold game at that time, the popularity has increased more than 10 times compared to last year's PPL DouYu Gold match. The heroes compete for hegemony. After 6 sets, the top players are OMG 4 M17. The point difference is not very big. It is an extremely exciting final contest on both sides. Almost at the same time, the 7th set begins. Dear viewers, welcome to the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League hosted by the Panda platform. What you are seeing now is the 7th set. After the first 6 games, IFCD is temporarily ranked first with a 100-point advantage, followed closely by LGD. The focus of this game is definitely on these two teams with the best chance of winning the championship. Yes, this PPL also has a prize pool that has set a domestic record, which is a huge amount of money for these professional players whose wages are not very high. What Coffee said is true. In the professional arena, after all, there are only a few professional teams that can be signed by big platforms at high prices. IFCD is very lucky. When they entered the professional circle, their strength brought popularity. And the domestic large platform Panda just lacked a top player. Professional team with tens of millions of contracts signed. However, the average salary of professional players is only 10,000 yuan, which is actually equivalent to that of a senior white-collar worker or a manager, and is not as rich as ordinary people imagine. Of course, professional players on popular teams are excluded. This is why traffic teams like 17 for AM are attractive. As long as they are the main players, every player will become the focus. The crucial 7th game of PPL. Although this set is not the last set, it can be said that it directly determines the direction of the championship. Who can take the lead into the final game? Chapter 365 One House Fatal Mistake. Okay, the route is out. It's a route from Port L to Port G. This route is a northern route. I have a hunch that this is an airport circle. Usually when this kind of circle appears, I think it is an airport circle. Coffee predicted. There was once a rumor. It is said that in professional competitions, you can go wherever there are few people. In fact, it has not been verified. It is left to the players to judge whether it is true or false. However, it cannot be used as a reference in professional competitions. In the past, there was water that was better than cutting water, and the corners were cut when you brushed to the right. Facts have proved that these are not very reliable. This route is not very beneficial to IFCD. They have landed at the airport these few times. Sure enough, they jumped directly, and were going to find a car near my city. However, it is a bit dangerous to find a car here. Yes, this is IFTY's territory. Let's see if IFCD can get the car safely. LGD is still a big powerhouse, and no one will compete with them. 20 teams are scattered in every corner of the map, while IFCD was still floating in the sky. The first safe zone was refreshed. The first safe zone has been refreshed. Is it a mining circle? VC said. It can't be said that it is just a mining circle now. This circle is centered on the mines, and is also a circle based on the western wilderness. It seems that there is really no airport circle in the competition these days. There are also very few teams in the safe zone, except for the 2 teams playing jungle in G-Town and the western wilderness. There are no other teams. Even LYG, who has been going to Port P, also chose K-Town. The most uncomfortable person in this circle is undoubtedly LGD. An out-and-out circle of divine punishment is acceptable to IFCD. As long as we cross the West Bridge, everything will be easy. But we are afraid of not being able to cross this bridge. Do you have a car? The 4 IFCD people dispersed to look for the car. Mao Xiaomo asked. I have a jeep here. Damn it. There's a car trying to hit me. Good and Teek soon landed on the road near my city at the same time, both trying to grab the car. There are not many cars next to my, so IFTY will definitely not be available to IFCD. 2 extremely familiar teams meet again. Teek soon got on the car first, and instantly switched to the driver's seat with Tao +1. Good took a small step slower, and as soon as he got in, he found that Txun had already switched to the driver's seat, and jumped down instantly. If he didn't jump down, Tixun would definitely take Good to his teammates. If he wanted to leave again, he wouldn't have that chance. If you don't have a car, go to Wang Hao's place. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao turned around. Wang Hao got the car and drove directly under the umbrellas of Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, picking them up directly. At this moment, Good was also being brutally pursued. Tixun had no intention of letting Good go, so he drove the jeep swaying left and right, trying to run over Good. Heck! That bastard from IFTY! Damn it! Aren't we brothers anymore? Let's go LGD! Good's non-stop chatter also relaxed everyone's nervousness, and they smiled helplessly. There is definitely no such thing as teaming up in professional competitions. If IFTY really goes to LGD, not only IFTY, but also IFCD will be criticized verbally and verbally after the game. The perspective of driving in FPP has always been criticized, because it is limited. Driving has become the most difficult thing in FPP. Even in professional competitions, car accidents frequently occur in FPP mode. Some people have proposed using a third-person perspective instead of the first-person driving perspective. In fact, it is definitely unrealistic. With that kind of third-person perspective, you will see a car behind every wall in the professional arena. And there will definitely be a professional player sitting on it to observe the situation from a third-person perspective. All information can be obtained without a probe, which can only be described as BUG. I do think that the perspective of skydiving can be changed to the first-person perspective. Although it may be a little uncomfortable, the first-person perspective should always be the first-person perspective. Now skydiving is still in the third-person perspective, which always feels a little incompatible with the FPP mode. Of course, this is all about oral pleasure. Good was dodging around a tree. If he was hit while there was a cover, it would only be said that Good was an idiot. Get ready to get in the car. Good, Wang Hao said to Good, and the jeep drove directly in the direction of Good. What IFCD doesn't know is that IFTY's ace roaster, who is closest to Tixun, has secretly rushed over. Originally I just wanted to take Good away, but unexpectedly I happened to meet the IFCD team members coming to pick up Good. As soon as Good got in the car, Wang Hao started the car's engine and subconsciously walked along the road and prepared to drive towards the airport. Drive right! Drive right! Mao Xiaomo suddenly felt a chill. Wang Hao reacted instantly, but the gunfire of roasting people has already sounded. IFCD had no time to escape. Ta-ta-ta-ta. IFCD_Kinyoff used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_45 AI. IFCD_Kinyoff uses AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Godric. IFCD_Kinyoff used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Crystal 0. Although the roaster is a machine-sighted AK, professional players can still press the gun accurately. 30 precise rounds of bullets directly knocked down the 3 people in the car. Mao Xiaomo escaped while sitting in position 4. All the bullets were eaten by Cheng Yao. Mao Xiaomo was not hit. Otherwise this round of strafing IFCD was directly destroyed. During the break between roasting people and shooting, Mao Xiaomo calmly pressed Ctrl+1, switched to the driver's seat, and continued to drive the already started jeep. He turned directly up the small slope on the right, leaving behind 3 teammates, who were knocked down in 1 second. Roasting the man had no intention of letting Mao Xiaomo go, so he walked directly up the small slope on the right, and saw Mao Xiaomo galloping 500 meters away. The machine-sighted AK fired 1 shot at a time. Clatter, 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 clatter. With every shot clicked, the hearts of IFCD fans will beat. A bullet floated to Mao Xiaomo's body, instantly beating him to half health. Fortunately, it did not float to his head. Otherwise it would directly kill Mao Xiaomo. Wang Hao couldn't tell what he was feeling, and stared blankly at his screen. Fatal mistake? After he got the car to pick up the person, he subconsciously walked along the road to rush to the airport as soon as possible. But he forgot IFTY. Even if Ru Ren didn't come with a gun, Wang Hao shouldn't drive along this road. Although this road is the most urgent one. The IFTY team members flew to the city, and the city head early. They wanted to go directly there. Can passively pray that IFTY does not find a gun. Chapter 366 IFCD's Last Hope. Mao Xiaomo gradually left Ru Ren's vision, and kept the spark of hope for IFCD. Oops! The 45 AI player shouldn't have driven in this direction. It's too late to turn around. Coffee brought a wave of rhythm, but it was also a realistic analysis. Yes, this may become a turning point for IFCD, VC said regretfully. Less than 1 minute into the game, IFCD killed 3 people. For IFCD, their situation is already very high. In this competition system, the points brought by ranking are very limited. IFCD fans instantly started to comment on the barrage. 45 AI? 6666. Garbage 45 AI. Go away 45 AI. Chung Yao clenched her fists. Good picked out the girls. Reluctantly took out the Hita that had been put aside. And threw 2 pills into his mouth. Wang Hao stared blankly at the computer screen. Feeling a little confused for a moment. Never before has such a huge mistake occurred in such an important game. He knew what this final meant to Chung Yao and Mao Xiaomo. It might be the closest they got to the championship. Chung Yao left the team after the PCI, Xiagua Invitational. The time given to her is only 3 games, PPL, QGC and PCI. This is Chung Yao's last career. Even they know that Chung Yao's biggest dream now is to win a professional competition championship with Mao Xiaomo. PCI aside, Xiagua Invitational Tournament. World-class teams such as FaZe, Liquid, and Vita will come to participate. Xiagua has rarely even made the top 5 in the World Series, let alone won the championship. Needless to say, the gold content of QGC is almost all the top domestic teams. With their strength, if they want to win the championship, they need the right time, place and people. If they want to win the championship, the game with the greatest chance is undoubtedly the game they are playing now. The PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League. Although there are several top domestic first-tier teams in the lineup for this game, overall the intensity is not the highest in the country. In addition, the game is hosted by Panda Platform itself, so it can be considered half of their home field. Winning the championship here is undoubtedly a perfect thing. After the 6th set, IFCD, who was in good condition, magically overtook LGD, which was leading by a large margin, and occupied the top spot for the first time. In the 7th set, which was about championship glory, he made such a huge mistake. Wang Hao is a very confident player, but now, he doesn't dare to look at the eyes of other teammates. Wang Hao's voice was a little hoarse, and he was interrupted by Gu's words, just as he was about to speak to adjust Wang Hao's mood. What are you doing? Trust the captain. After saying that, he put his hands across the chair, chewed gum and watched the game casually, as if the person fighting on the field was just an unrelated person. When Chung Yao heard Gu's words, her clenched hands loosened. Come on, Chung Yao said to Mao Xiaomo. I know. Don't worry. Mao Xiaomo smiled slightly, which made Wang Hao's mood improve a lot. The team is still the same team. IFCD is still the same IFCD team. And several players seem to have made a small mistake without too much emotion. Wang Hao looked at his teammates, but he still didn't apologize. Mao Xiaomo once said that it doesn't matter if you make a mistake. No teammate will blame you. Just adjust yourself and keep coming. In training matches, whether it's discussions between teammates or sharing of pots, it's all for the sake of progress and improvement. It's meaningless to talk about it during the game. I can only choose to believe Mao Xiaomo. As long as they are not pulled away by LGD in this set, they still have a chance. Mao Xiaomo dove into the sea, got on a small motorboat, and rushed towards the airport island. The tragedy just happened in a flash of lightning, and Wang Hao didn't think too much about it. Mao Xiaomo drove directly to the fishing village, found a motorcycle at the bridge, and drove slowly towards the airport island. There was no rush now. What he was most afraid of was a car accident. If the car rolled over or hit something, Mao Xiaomo's already low health might be directly killed. In the crucial 7th game, Mao Xiaomo took on the important task of scoring points alone. LGD was so happy when they saw the news that IFCD was directly eliminated by IFTY. One moment, they were complaining about the circle of punishment, and the next moment the whole team relaxed. IFCD lost 3 people. This is their best chance. In this competition system, 3 people killed in battle is much scarier than the circle of punishment. Basically, it is difficult for a lone wolf to get kills. Even if you can reach the top 5, you can only get about 100 points. It is basically difficult to get high scores based on ranking points alone. As long as they cooperate well and achieve a stable result, coupled with their head points, they can properly widen the gap with IFCD. This is why this is LGD's best opportunity. While the OB perspective kept switching to other teams' perspectives, Mao Xiaomo quietly started searching at the airport alone. Are you going to finish searching the airport? Yao asked. Mao Xiaomo searched the airport not because he wanted to be ranked, but because there was really no use in joining the industry now. He neither takes up points nor competes for positions, nor does he need to collect information. He steadily searches for good things and finds a position to join the circle. If he can keep his ranking, he will try his best to keep his ranking. If he can't stick to nouns, He will quietly steal a few heads and be alone. There's only so much wolf can do in the professional game. However, there have been lone wolf chicken games and professional competitions in the past. Last year's PGI Vito Lone Wolf Showdown 1K showed off a lone wolf chicken game in front of FaZe, and it became one of the classic scenes of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. 1. How much Mao Xiaomao can achieve depends on his transfer strategy on the one hand, and luck on the other. This luck includes where the circle brush is and where the enemy is. After a few minutes, the safe area was refreshed, and Mao Xiaomao had no intention of leaving. He had just searched 2 floors of Building C. There is still a small part of the airport island within the circle. If the next circle is far away, Mao Xiaomao will not be able to move until the second safe zone is refreshed. This can also prevent the V5 players from blocking the bridge from the side. But in fact, V5 also saw the information that IFCD lost 3 people. So naturally it would not choose to block the bridge. This western circle is not like some extreme circles. It is easy for teams from up, down, left and right to enter. Looking at the panoramic view, Mao Xiaomao has become a clear stream. He is 1 step away from the circle, but he is still searching for the airport. IFCD's last hope. Chapter 367 Lone Wolf King. King chose to search the airport, so we can take a look at the supplies on him. An M16 with 200 rounds of ammunition, plus an M24 with a 6x scope, level 2 head, and level 3 armor. As for medical supplies, I have 7 first aid kits, 5 bandages, 2 pain relievers, and 4 cans of drinks. The perspective is given to Mao Xiaomao, who is still searching at the airport, and his item information is also displayed in front of everyone. This material ratio is what Mao Xiaomao thinks is the most scientific ratio. In terms of bullets, 200 rounds are enough, and you don't actually need to bring that many drinks. Many players like to bring more than 10 or 20 cans of drinks, which is completely meaningless. The advantages of drinks over painkillers are that they take up less time and take up less space. But in fact, in many cases, painkillers are more practical than drinks. A painkiller can fill up the blood, but drinks cannot. This is also the reason why professional players like to bring drinks, so as to save a little more space to carry some smoke and thunder. After searching for supplies, Mao Xiaomao also filled up the motorcycle he drove. Motorcycles are also very strategic vehicles in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The first is the early exploration and transfer, which can be 1 step ahead. In fact, these are 2 major advantages in the later stage. You will find this when you watch OMG's professional games. OMG's conductor smiles. He often drives a motorcycle around the circle during the finals. He deliberately controls the route. In addition, the speed of the car is relatively fast. Even professional players have a hard time sweeping down the players on the motorcycle. After returning from a circle, the team will have a better grasp of the information in the circle. However, it is not recommended for ordinary players to use this technique in the game. It is mainly a matter of motorcycle riding skills. Professional players have to train their driving skills. In the past, many little princes who rolled over rarely had motorcycle rollover accidents in professional competitions. Maintaining high speed and safe driving in a hail of bullets also requires sufficient technical support. Another point is to force the safe zone when the tactics cannot be executed. In the densely populated finals, many times the transfer of one's own team becomes a problem due to the safety zone or other teams. At this time, using a motorcycle to forcefully rush into the safe zone is also a good way. However, when entering the safe zone, you must first choose the terrain. Otherwise you will be like a headless fly and the group will definitely be wiped out in the end. After searching the airport, Mao Xiaomao slowly drove his motorcycle across the bridge. At this time, the competition for good terrain in the circle also entered a fierce stage. The format of this competition is like this. Unless you finish second like the Lone Wolf in the last barbecue game, ranking is really not that significant. The good news for Mao Xiaomao is that the second safe zone has been opened in the south. In this way, after crossing the bridge, Mao Xiaomao would stay at the edge of the safety zone for a while, and then plan the next route into the zone. The good thing about being alone is that your goals are relatively small, and you can achieve anywhere. The terrain of the western wilderness is also more favorable for lone wolves. The terrain here is relatively complex and has many small slopes. Mao Xiaomao also managed to sneak in when he was in the third safe zone. If you are a lone wolf, going around in circles actually doesn't make much sense. Circling is actually a very passive way of playing, because it means that all the routes into the circle on your side are blocked, and the team has no choice but to choose After entering the western wilderness, Mao Xiaomo had not heard any gunshots around him, and Mao Xiaomo was lying quietly in a pit, and his motorcycle was abandoned early. There is actually not much difference whether there are cars or not in this circle. Some swamps and many stones and trees on the roadside are all factors that greatly affect the impact of vehicles. 2 consecutive little Mo's are still in the safe zone. The lone wolf must compete in the finals to be able to unleash the lone wolf's firepower in the first few laps, because there are more people and more space. Each team has enough time and space to deal with you. But if there is a chance in the later rounds, the lone wolf will steal someone if he can. There are many small teams in the finals, and no team dares to use such a large formation to clean up a lone wolf. Mao Xiaomo heard a team shooting wildly 100 meters away. He could shoot from behind when he stood up, but there were many enemies. If he shot forcefully, he would kill 1 to 2 at most, and he would be hit by the enemies who reacted. Kill. LGD_Joka used M416 to knock down AG_2 dog. LGDs. Combining the kill information he saw with the gunshots he heard, it was easy to determine which team the enemy was 100 meters away from. It is their rival LGD on the way to the championship. There is bad news. That is, LGD is in a very good position, in the center of a safe zone, and Mao Xiaomo, who is 100 meters away from him, must also be in a very good position. And with LGD as a barrier, no one dares to come to this location. Once Mao Xiaomo gets up to fight LGD, he will die. But if you don't get up and fight LGD, ISCD will die. Mao Xiaomo immediately thought about the pros and cons seeing LGD killing 2 remaining teams one after another. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't sit still. ISCD is not afraid that LGD will get the top 3, but it is afraid that LGD will get high kills. In this format, once there is a high kill, the score will be pulled away or caught up in an instant. ISCD's score in this game will not be that high, but LGD is different. LGD is fully staffed and occupies the most favorable terrain in the circle. In this terrain, once the safety zone is refreshed and the teams around the circle are transferred, LGD can comfortably stand on a high point and shoot targets. Not to mention taking dozens or 20 heads. Even if you take 10 heads in the end, that's still 250 points. There is still 1 game to come, and as long as the point difference is not too big, ISCD will have a chance. Boom! DLG_Shujua used Car 98K to knock down LGD_TJW with a headshot. Mao Xiaomo's eyes lit up. The LGD players, who were fighting not far away, were taken away by Shujua with a 98K shot to the head. This also gave Mao Xiaomo a chance. Without hesitation, he took out his long-lost Car 98K and stood up. Mao Xiaomo, who had already figured out LGD's position, stood up and hit LGD on the side. Because it is in FPV mode, the field of view is relatively narrow, and you need to follow the line of sight of your character. LGD will definitely not be able to see Mao Xiaomo sideways. After Mao Xiaomo got up, he saw Joka squatting next to TJW, carrying out rescue. This kind of fixed point target is not difficult even for ordinary players, let alone professional players. Chapter 368, Kill LGD. Mao Xiaomo's 6x lens was accurately locked on Joka's head. Pull the trigger. Boom! ISCD_King used Car 98K to knock down LGD_Joka with a headshot. Side! Joka reacted instantly and shouted in the team. Naturally, the other team members also heard the shot of 98K and immediately turned around to find someone. But Mao Xiaomo fell into the pit again. In the commentary box, Coffee also said, King chose to retreat directly, so he could hit LGD sideways. VC nodded. Yes, maybe I still want to protect my ranking. But when LGD sees that this is an IFCD player, they should clear it out. Coffee and VC were puzzled, as were countless viewers. After Mao Xiaomo knocked down one with 98K, he could have switched rifle points to leave 2 players. But Mao Xiaomo did not choose to do that. But in the next 3 seconds, the battlefield told him the answer. When another LGD player fell to the ground, the DLG team members also shouted, 2 LGDs! IFCD Lone Wolf! Rush them! Bully them! Xiao Ju and Adian shouted. The top 2 teams in the standings, LGD and IFCD, are both in that small area. As long as DLG clears out these 2 teams, plus their results, they can catch up to at least a few hundred points. Based on the system of a professional team, LGD has 2 players behind in the Tianming shooting position. so there is no reason for DLG not to rush. All members of DLG got on the bus and rushed directly to LGD's position. The LGD team members directly sealed nearly 10 cigarettes, trying to mix the cigarettes to save people. Woohoo! They're driving over! LGD Captain Joka looked solemn. Originally, DLG didn't dare to make any big moves with two people at gunpoint. But Mao Xiaomo's 98k shot took him away. And the situation was completely different. Mao Xiaomo knows DLG's tactical style. If LGD loses 1, they will be reckless 50% of the time. And if LGD loses 2, they will be reckless 100% of the time. Mao Xiaomo can export LGD. But it is not necessary. In the finals, standing there and hitting LGD's target. If that were the case, he would be too amateurish. With his head exposed like this, he really thinks that other people's snipers are not accurate enough. There are so many teams around, and any team's 98k can take him away without any pressure. When shooting in a professional competition, especially when there are only small pits and no cover, every half second is more dangerous. Mao Xiaomo was also convinced when he heard about DLG's car god. If DLG really did not recklessly LGD, it could only mean that he misjudged DLG. And there is nothing to say. But fortunately DLG did not let him down. DLG's desire to win is also very strong. After the previous battle with LGD and ISED's lone wolf position, they saw hope of winning the championship. After clearing out these two teams, they still have a chance to get another good result. The LGD team ran directly into the smoke and came out from the other side. For people surrounded LGD, the LGD players can no longer foolishly rescue them on the spot or lie down and wait for death. In that case, the DLG players can directly launch a few low-throwing mines and send them flying into the sky. Xion8 is very calm. He is also an old player who has participated in many professional competitions. He took out his M16 and walked quietly through the smoke. The DLG players frantically dressed up the LGD players in the smoke and successfully killed two players who fell to the ground. Mao Xiaomo's head was also taken away by the DLG players. But this is not what Mao Xiaomo has to worry about at this time. He just wants LGD to die quickly, and then let his team and LGD win in the final set. Now there is only a 100-point difference. No one knows what the score will be like after the end of this set. Mao Xiaomo can only do what he should do. Trap LGD. Xion8 heard the chaotic footsteps of the DLG players and fired confidently. LGD_Xion8 used UP9 to knock out DLG_Adian. LGD_Xion8 used UP9 to knock out DLG_Deejboy. Mao Xiaomo was stunned. And so were the DLG team members. Xion8's UP9 shuttle directly took away two DLG assaulters. Accurate footstep judgment. Although the LGD players may not be as talented as other first-tier professional teams, they have worked harder because they were established the earliest. Although LGD coach Meng Qing often talks a lot and invites bad guys on forums, her requirements are absolutely strict. This is why LGD players have always been able to stay on the front line in China. Coffee in the commentary box also said, "King is about to move." VC nodded. "Yes. It is not certain who will win between LGD and DLG. DLG has nothing to do. If they can distance themselves in the first lap, then kill LGD's players, or even pull them behind LGD and wait for the smoke to clear before dealing with LGD. But this is the finals, and the space is relatively small. We can't draw the line of fire and can only engage in hand-to-hand combat. Should Mao Xiaomo move?" His actions told everyone the answer. Stand still. He can now reach over and throw thunder into the smoke. But there is no need. What he wants to help is DLG. But the situation in the smoke is complicated now. If the thunder accidentally kills the DLG team members, then he really has no place to cry even if he wants to. Another LGD player also ran into the remaining two DLG players. After knocking down someone with his backhand, he was also knocked down. There were only two people left among the 8 people in an instant. DLG team Core Xiojua and LGD team Assaulter Xion8. 1v1. Just as everyone was thinking this, another person got involved. IFCD_King. Mao Xiaomo finally made a move. When both LGD and DLG had only one player left, because of the line of smoke from the LGD shop, Mao Xiaomo quickly found the battlefield between the two teams. Although there were people shooting from far away, the effect was very little. Mao Xiaomo touched him and fell to the ground first. Then madly poured thunder into the smoke. He threw 4 out of the 5 mines he had on him. Only one was left to face the next emergency. Throwing 4 thunderbolts is also very particular. First of all, these 4 thunderbolts are not pinched. The field of vision in this smoke is very small. Unless the thunderbolts roll to your feet, you can't see them at all. The DLG and LGD players are powerless to avoid the thunderbolts. Moreover, these 4 mines are located in 4 positions, which is equivalent to forcibly clearing the enemies in the smoke. Boom. Boom. ISCD_King used fragmentation grenade D to kill LGD_XIN8. Chapter 369, The Forgotten XQ. Boom. ISCD_King used fragmentation grenade D to kill LGD_XIN8. LGD team is destroyed. The results in this set stop there. With the joint efforts of DLG and ISCD. Boom. Boom. Several thunderbolts rang out one after another. And Mao Xiaomo was lucky enough to replace 2 of DLG's down players. But Xiao Ju was still on the field, squatting on the ground and slowly moving forward. Mao Xiaomo had almost thrown away all the objects he had thrown, and was quietly moving forward with his M16 in hand. The DLG team was very smart. The remaining DLG player, who had not been replaced, climbed directly in the direction of Mao Xiaomo. You have to use your life to find out for Xiao Ju, because his vision was worse when he fell to the ground. Mao Xiaomo saw his opponent before the DLG players. Don't hesitate to make up for it. ISCD_King used M16A4 to kill DLG_Adian. Dian's mission of exploring this spot was completed perfectly, even if he didn't say anything. With Shijua's TPJ overall evaluation reaching the SS level, he could instantly determine Mao Xiaomo's position. Just hit it with one shuttle. Shijua was afraid that Mao Xiaomo would fall to the ground, so he went down 3 ways to say H. Low. This is not a close-range gunfight. There is no need to specifically aim at the upper body. The OB perspective was given to Xiao Ju. A precise stroke determined the right direction. A shuttle swept to where Mao Xiaomo was lying on the ground. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The audience only saw Xiao Ju's precise shooting. The gun pressure was also very steady, and the aim was also on Mao Xiaomo. But Mao Xiaomo's health did not drop. But Xiao Ju's health dropped from full to bottom in an instant. Immediately killed. ISCD_King used M16A4 to kill DLG_Shijua with a headshot. Countless question marks flooded the screen instantly. Dazzling hope? Ahaha proud? The dust in the heart, lock blood? Tian 1997, 6666. The barrage in the entire live broadcast room exploded instantly. Some people are even still stuck in the state where cheating was everywhere a year ago, directly suspecting that IFCD has opened up technology. But in fact, even a year ago, there was no health locking cheat. It was just speculation by players or a way to criticize cheats. But in fact, there was no real perspective of this cheat. Nowadays, the national server is free of cheats. Everyone knows that it is impossible for IFCD to cheat. But everyone can see the scene just now clearly. They even saw blood pouring from Mao Xiaomo's body. But in the end, Mao Xiaomo didn't lose a drop of blood. Coffee was stunned at first, but he reacted instantly. Although his outlook on the overall situation is relatively average, he still has no major problems with the basic knowledge of the game. Here, King player is hiding under the corpse. Not only VC, but also many viewers who know how to play understand it instantly. Oh, so that's it. That's too much, VC said. In an instant, Mao Xiaomo killed a Dian, then fell down next to a Dian's body, and used a Dian's body to complete a wave of bullet-blocking operations. This is a bug worth exploiting in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. There are currently no plugins in the Chinese server, but small bugs like this and some driving bugs still exist. However, the player King was able to complete this operation in just a few seconds, which also made the onlookers sincerely amazed. They asked themselves, even if they were given time from God's perspective, they would not be able to imagine this solution, let alone King who is still on the field. In fact, Mao Xiaomo also had an idea just now, and it was not planned before. He did not expect that DLG's A Dian would come out to explore the spot. So he subconsciously knocked a Dian away and fell beside him, within the DLG team. Damn it! Corpse! Well, there's nothing we can do, Xiao Ju said helplessly. Who could have imagined so much of the battle situation in an instant? This time the team was destroyed. It was equivalent to DLG withdrawing from the championship competition. As both Panda teams, IFCD and DLG's PPL performances can also satisfy fans and friends. If nothing else happens, both DLG and IFCD will enter the top 5. DLG and LGD were both destroyed because of Mao Xiaomo's wave of Persuade. This is the best result that Mao Xiaomao can achieve in this wave. 2 direct championship competitors were directly eliminated in this round without further narrowing down. Nice! Wang Hao also breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, my mistake did not lead to more serious consequences. Otherwise, it is not clear whether it can be saved. Good whistled. Cheng Yao smiled. Mao Xiaomao has never let them down. But this game of IFCD ended there. Another top 4 team, XQ, saw the information about the melee between LGD, IFCD and DLG and came over immediately. Saw 8 boxes and a lone wolf, taking Mao Xiaomao away steadily. XQ also occupied this extremely favorable terrain. The entire IFCD team breathed a sigh of relief. The reduction of 3 people in the early stage did put a lot of pressure on them. But Mao Xiaomao relied on his personal understanding of the game and precise judgment to successfully bring IFCD away from the death line. Otherwise, LGD would have been opened up by hundreds of points in this set, and the consequences would be disastrous. In this way, even if LGD has 100 or 200 points more heads than IFCD in this game, it won't be a big problem. Both IFCD and LGD put all their hopes in the last game. The last set is the real championship battle. Both teams are constantly adjusting their mentality. The closer they are to the championship, the easier it is for the player's mentality to undergo subtle changes. However, both IFCD and LGD are in good shape now. LGD is a veteran team that has experienced ups and downs, and this PPL game is not a big competition, so it is not their turn to be nervous. IFCD is united. They will not be afraid after experiencing the CUL finals. But what neither LGD nor IFCD expected was this. They are not the only 2 teams competing for the championship. In the third set of the game, the XQ team cleared the lone wolf Mao Xiaomao, occupied the advantageous terrain in the circle, and then captured AG's Destiny Mountain. It was difficult to survive under the attack of Barbecue in V5, for people fell to the ground one after another. But the team was extremely tenacious and managed to break out of the encirclement. Chicken success. Winner, XQ. The XQ team finally ushered in their first win in the PPL. Everyone ignored this team that ranked 3rd in the standings. You know, the XQ team had not eaten a single chicken before, and it was forced to reach 3rd place by relying on head points. What they lacked, or were waiting for, was this chicken. Chapter 370, Championship Battle. Okay, the 7th set also ended smoothly. In the end, XQ succeeded in winning the chicken with 15 kills. This is a bit dramatic. VC laughed. Coffee continued. Yes, I'm not very good at math, so I don't know what the current score difference between the 3 teams is. But according to preliminary estimates, DLG should have little chance. Let's take a look at the results first. XQ15 ranked 1st in kills. Awake came in 2nd. And then, there are 3 teams that everyone is more concerned about. IFCD, LGD and XQ, winning 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. This ranking basically has no ranking points. However, looking at the number of kills, LGD still has more. It should be no surprise that the point difference with IFCD will be narrowed. Advertising is back. After a lot of nonsense, the standings that everyone had been waiting for were finally announced. Wow! Sure enough, a dramatic scene occurred. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. IFCD First Day, 1005, D2 or 1, 450, D2 or 2, 875, D2 or 3, 165, total score, 2,495 chicken times 1. 2. LGD First Day, 1525, D2 or 1, 675, D2 or 2, 5, D2 or 3, 280, total score, 2,485 chicken times 3. 3. XQ First Day, 1240, D2 or 1, 250, D2 or 2, 100, D2 or 3, 675, total score, 2,265 chicken times 1. 4. DLG First Day, 1155, D2 or 1, 75, D2 or 2, 105, D2 or 3, 170, total score, 1505 chicken times 1. IFCD still occupies the top spot with 2,495 points. But LGD is only 10 points behind them. This point difference is nothing, Coffee said. Yes. After all, we each scored 25 points. But what surprised me the most was XQ. With my outstanding performance in the 7th set, I got a good score of 675 points in a single game. I chased a lot of points even though neither IFCD nor LGD achieved high scores. XQ succeeded in catching up with the score by relying on the chicken in the 7th set, and now ranks 3rd with a score of 2,265 points. This score has successfully put him in the first group, only about 230 points behind IFCD and LGD. But these 230 points are easy to chase, but difficult to chase. First of all, this is a competition system with a relatively high proportion of kill points. If you play a good game, just like the game XQ just played, and get more than 600 points, it is very likely that you can overtake and win the championship. But at the same time, you must also place your hope on IFCD and LGD can't get high kills. In other words, XQ must get a high score in this set. No matter how bad IFCD and LGD are, they can still get a guaranteed score. XQ's fault tolerance rate is very low. DLG, Stars and FTD rank 4th. 5th and 6th have no chance of winning the championship. DLG is already nearly 1,000 points away from the first-placed IFCD. Unless the top 3 teams all fall into the box, then DLG 30 kills the chicken. But this may be lower than the chance of winning the lottery. It is a bit unrealistic to pray that it is still possible for a team to land in a box. But to prevent 3 strong teams from scoring points at the same time, when the game reaches the final set, there will be no suspense for the top 3. The only suspense should be the championship battle. Yes, the top 3 teams all have a chance to win. This set is basically whoever performs well will win. Whether it is IFCD, XQ or LGD, the outcome is determined by one set. At the end of the PPL game, the suspense will be left until the last game. With the current top 5 teams in the country so stable, LGD and XQ, as stable and strong teams, can achieve good results, but they cannot win the championship. OMG is powerful, 17 is comprehensive, and the neurotic Team 4AM is explosive. It's also a team that scares people to death and doesn't pay for their lives. But this time PPL gave them a chance to win the championship, still under the record bonus. As the final game approaches, each team has a different mentality. Even if it is IFCD, the idea of winning the championship appears in my heart. Do not think too much. Win this set well, and the championship will be ours. For Wang Hao, if he wins the championship, it will be his first competition championship. For Cheng Yao, if she wins the championship, it will be the first professional championship for her and Mao Xiaomao. For Good and Mao Xiaomao, they just want to win. Although the other teams have no chance to win the championship, the bonuses for the top few are still considerable, which is a huge sum for them. The teams at the bottom simply let go, but let them target the top 3. The team's behavior is definitely unsportsmanlike, and no team will do such a thing that will be reviled by countless people. In the final set, these 3 teams should all play pretty solidly. Yes, you can do more things by surviving on the field, and you can also judge the positions of the other 2 teams. Even killing your competitors by force is a good method. Coffee continued. In the last set, I boldly predict that these 3 teams will go to their familiar spots. After a few games, the territories of several teams have been divided. IFCD Airport, the size of LGD, our city of XQ. However, for IFCD and LGD, they also need to pray about the routes. They are 2 relatively remote locations. If the routes are far away, accidents may easily occur. Just like IFCD in the previous game, 3 people were eliminated during the process of getting the car and almost failed. Fortunately, Mao Xiaomao played steadily and successfully took away DLG and IFCD, allowing IFCD to still maintain its leading advantage. The last game. It's also a championship game. The 8th set took 10 minutes longer to prepare than the previous games, and the teams were constantly exchanging tactics. In fact, when they entered the preparation interface, they had already seen the route. DC and Coffee were chatting awkwardly when they suddenly received a prompt from the director. Coffee said seriously, "Okay, our PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League's 8th set is ready. Let's enter the game screen. The championship battle has officially begun. Let me explain the point situation on the court again. IFCD is temporarily ranked first with 2,495 points, followed by LGD with 10 points, and then XQ in 3rd place, with a point difference of about 230 points. Chapter 371, Change of Tactics. Critical Situation. Okay, let's take a look at the most critical final game first. That's our route for the 8th set of PPL. Oh, it is a very small and small electricity route from the west. This route should be regarded as the most balanced route. Yes, except for S City and K Town, which cannot be directly flown to. The rest of the places can be directly flown to. Coffee introduction. The island map of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is an 8x8 map. But in fact, except for the sea area, it is almost equivalent to a 6x6 map, because there are not as many resource points in the middle of this map as there are on both sides. If it is the middle route, there will definitely be more resource points covered in the east-west direction than in the north-south direction. For ISCD, the shortest distance from the flight route to the airport is less than 2 grids, which is the distance that can be reached. The limit distance that an umbrella can float to is just over 2 blocks, which is just enough for the IFCD to float to the airport. Good asked before the game started. Should I go to Kyoto to get the car? Mao Xiaomo shook his head. You can't take it. Give it to Air. After careful explanation, everyone finally understood the reason. There is also a Jumble Team Air on the airport island, which is the airport team they drove away. They know this. There should be no danger for them to pick up the car on the road. But it belongs to Air. If Air is left without a car, Air, who is unable to walk, may get jammed at the bridge and IFCD will block it. This is something IFCD does not want to see. However, if you want to cross the bridge in the last set, you must be careful. In previous games, some lower-ranked teams that finally let themselves go will choose to block the bridge and wave. You must be careful with this IFCD to not make any mistakes. They don't want to lose this championship that is so close. The game officially started. Each team still flew to their familiar points without any unexpected jump points. However, the two teams in the lower city area were very violent. The two teams played 7 sets in Xiaoqing district, and the results of both teams were reduced to the bottom. But no one refused to give in. The last set was played as soon as possible to vent the grievances of these 7 sets. IFCD just floated to the airport and the security area was refreshed. The OB perspective gives the panoramic map immediately. The attention of all the audience was also attracted. This is a circle in the middle of the map, with a point above P City as the center. It is almost a circle covering the entire land. In this circle, the reduction of personnel should be very slow. Yes. The popularity of PPL's official live broadcast room has also exceeded 20 million. This result is already the highest in the history of Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And the popularity is still rising. Everyone stood in the position of their home team and thought about it to see if this circle was beneficial to their home team. In the center of the circle is Team XQ. They control 2 resource points, Shuicheng and our city, and can transfer them immediately if they want to. But for other teams outside the circle, it is not difficult to enter the circle, because the circle is in the middle of the map and there are countless routes to choose from. The only one without a choice is IFCD, who can only cross the bridge from the west. Normally the queue at the airport has 3 options. One is to cross the bridge on the west side. The second is to cross the bridge on the east side. The third is to cross the bridge by boat. But this circle basically prevents IFCD from choosing the following 2 transfer options. It is definitely impossible to cross the bridge by boat, because even if they land at Port F, they will still be surrounded by the white circle. As soon as the next circle is drawn, they will die. Again, the first circle is not a special circle to take care of the team. Under such circumstances, abandoning the car is courting death. Crossing the bridge on the east side is also more dangerous. First of all, IFTY is in my city, and then LGD is also in charge. Not to mention the distance. It is also very dangerous. If the transfer speed is not as fast as these 2 teams, it is very likely that there will be more crossings on the east side of the circle. Being attacked is meaningless. Let's leave early, Mao Xiaomo said. Learn. IFCD's tactics are very changeable. They can circle the edges or the center. The core of the team's tactics is Mao Xiaomo's judgment and prediction of the situation. In the last set, I had too many concerns about playing in circles. The first is his own state. Although Mao Xiaomo's own mentality is okay, once the mentality of his teammates fluctuates, it will directly affect the player's reaction and shooting skills. These are inevitable things. No matter how good a player is, he cannot face the championship battle without any fluctuations. Playing in a circle is a test of personal strength and teamwork, because you often have to face a large number of duels. Once something goes wrong in one circle, it is very likely that the entire team will be wiped out. However, it is better to use a room transfer tactic in the center of the circle, a lot, which minimizes the mistakes of the players. In fact, it's the level of danger. Once the circle shrinks, The number of teams around the circle begins to increase. As soon as the killing information from IFCD comes out, other teams will definitely come to clear them out. Not to mention the two teams XQ and LGD, who will definitely fight to the death. The stuck IFCD. So before the last game started, IFCD basically decided on a tactical strategy of entering the circle early. The seemingly stable surge time of a few minutes turned out to be an undercurrent. Many teams have already started transferring in advance, and IFCD is also among the first batch. Their ultimate goal is the wild area with a warehouse next to the school. But there is definitely no way to go directly. There are so many teams on the road, and no team will help you get into the center of the circle safely. The purpose of IFCD's early transfer is also to select a high point and collect information to prepare for the next transfer. The transfer of IFCD was very fast. Basically, I picked up a basic outfit at the airport and headed towards the bridge. At this time, Air, who was also on the airport island, was still running around in various jungle areas. Some team members even only had a small pistol. Unless you are forced to do so during the game, it is definitely not recommended to use the jungle as a regular jump point. Although the jungle has enough vehicles, the supplies are in a fluctuating state. Sometimes there are guns, heads, and armor, and sometimes you just spray UZI. Even the M16 is difficult to resist in professional competitions when faced with other players holding rifles with a higher overall performance. IFCD quickly arrived at Kwoto. Air's team members, who were junglers in the small fishing village of Kwoto, heard it and went out to observe the scene. However, even though he could see the IFCD players, he was unable to attack. He only had an S-1897 and a UZI, just to find out more information for his team. IFCD is also very cautious. They don't know if there are enemies at the opposite bridge, so they can only choose the safest method, which is also a professional method of crossing the bridge. Chung Yao, the only one in the team with a high-power scope, got into the dump truck and opened the scope to set up guns for her teammates. Then the three team members advanced layer by layer. Mao Xiaomao set up his gun in the middle, and Good and Wang Hao pushed forward to the scrap car. Then Chung Yao pushed forward and ran to Mao Xiaomao's position. Good, Wang Hao, and Wang Hao were gunning, and Chung Yao, Mao, and Xiaomao pushed forward. The four of them showed the discipline of a strong domestic first-line team and their IFCD's skillful cooperation. Any professional team can do this basic operation, but IFCD is the most unique one. The tacit cooperation among the team members allowed them to advance like special forces without any sloppiness. There is a team playing jungle on the north side of the airport island, but they have no intention of blocking IFCD. The four people exchanged guns and crossed the bridge and began to move directly into the circle. The XQ team did not move. They occupied our city and guarded the city head on the east side of our city. In fact, if the first circle is in the center of the circle, the only advantage is that it can move without being attacked. After entering the circle, IFCD first came to the hilltop on the east side of P City. First of all, this hilltop is in the center of the relative circle. And secondly, you could observe the situation at the bottom of the mountain. IFCD parked the car and stayed here for nearly 10 minutes before the second safety zone was refreshed. Okay, the second safe zone has been refreshed. It's a concentric circle, Coffee said loudly the moment the circle refreshed. The four IFCD people who had already boarded the car drove directly to the wild area at the foot of the mountain. Their circle on the top of the mountain is fine, but on the next circle, they will definitely be attacked by teams from all directions. Although shooting in the occupied area is relatively conservative, it is indeed the most effective tactic in the finals. LGD moved to the school, occupied a corner of the school, and watched the situation around the school. XQ is still dividing the stolen goods in the Our City Water Tower and Our City, and the team has 22 points. The three teams have not made any gains so far, but the number of players in this round was reduced faster than before, and there were already 20 fewer players in the second round. These 20 players also completed their competition this time. From LGD's perspective, two teams rushed into the wild area 500 meters away from the school at the same time. IFCD and Stars. Occupy! Mao Xiaomao saw that Wang Hao was one step ahead and gave the order decisively. Being one step ahead of the enemy is a huge advantage for professional teams. Being conservative. If you can occupy this kind of advantageous housing area, it will be a destiny shooting position. The housing area in the center of the circle is a battleground for military strategists. Boom! LGD_TGW used a WM to knock down IFCD_45AI with a headshot. 500 meters away. TJW took a random shot and miraculously hit Wang Hao, who was rushing forward. Wow! An AWM shot from 500 meters away. I'm afraid TJW didn't expect that he could win. Boom! Another shot of AWM successfully eliminated Wang Hao. IFCDs? I know. Keep an eye on it. LGD is not just as simple as knocking out IFCD. The most important thing is that they and IFCD know each other's positions. In the next circle, they are likely to take action. Chapter 372 Choice. Wang Hao ended his PPL trip, but his team did not. Go around! Go around! Wang Hao was magically sniped down by TJW, and the situation suddenly changed. Wang Hao, who was originally rushing at the front, died, and Stars rushed directly to the fake garage. IFCD has no choice but to bypass it directly from the right, because of the chain reaction triggered by TJW. When Stars stopped, IFCD was still circling to the left. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The ferocious firepower poured directly onto the IFCD convoy. Lstars_YDD used M416 to knock down IFCD_Godric. Lstars_CN used M416 to kill IFCD_Godric. Good was swept off the car and almost went berserk. But the team is still competing, and he cannot do things that can easily bring negative consequences. But he was unwilling to let his PPL journey end just like this. The IFCD car managed to hear the other side of the road and got directly into one of the two-story buildings. 2 people were swept down during the transfer process, which was something Mao Xiaomao did not expect. The route they chose was already the best route. Wang Hao parked the car first so Stars could escape directly. But the LGD team member's magical sniper instantly shattered IFCD's plan. Even with Mao Xiaomao's psychological quality, his expression darkened. They are in direct competition with LGD. If they lose 2 people, it basically means that the team loses 80% of its frontal combat capabilities. The most important thing is that the LGD players know their positions. As long as another one of them threatens XQ's death, they will definitely find a way to force IFCD to death. When this game just started, Joka gave XIN8 a task. Remember clearly the head count of XQ how IFCD. They have to count and score. IFCD, the biggest competitor, has already lost 2 people, and XQ has no kills now. As long as they play this game steadily, the championship will be theirs. LGD now has the initiative to win the championship, the commentator said. Yes, XQ is now more than 200 points behind. IFCD has lost 2 people, and the number of head points in this set is definitely not many. LGD is now the most promising team to win. VC analyzed. Does LGD dare to challenge IFCD? Of course they don't dare. Without the existence of XQ, they would definitely wash away IFCD without hesitation. But with the potential threat of XQ, LGD would not be able to do this kind of thing like a mantis stalking a cicada. But they don't want to let IFCD go either. The moment they circled around, they moved directly to the west side of City R. I want to block IFCD's route into the city. This isn't our city circle, with our city as the center, including the entire our city. The corners of this circle cut into all areas of our city. No matter how you brush the next circle, it will still be in our city circle. LGD wants to block IFCD at the edge of the circle. But when their convoy was halfway through, they discovered a motorcycle flying into our city. Zheng Yao hugged Mao Xiaomao's waist, and the 2 of them flew directly into our city from the slope outside our city. They are constantly being attacked by the team, and can only move as quickly as possible. But this speed also allowed them to avoid LGD's pursuit. Although there was a hail of bullets, even the top professional players in the country were not sure they could beat the mid-distance speed of a motorcycle. Mao Xiaomao's level 2 armor was shattered. But fortunately, they flew into our city from the west side of our city. 2 people want to create a miracle, and they only have a sea view room called the Invincible Building. This is a room type that can work wonders. There are a lot of defenses in this room type. But if a full formation insists on attacking, it is not easy to defend with just 2 people. LGD did not see IFCD leaving the room area. When they moved, they directly saw a motorcycle rushing into our city. Although they were not sure, their intuition told them that the team was IFCD. LGD watched the 2 people from IFCD enter the sea view room in the middle of the 3 rooms below the our city warehouse. This is a good point. If a formation with a full door is to be defended, if 2 people are on the 3rd floor and 2 people are in the sea view room, it will be extremely stable. However, with the numerical disadvantage, Mao Xiaomao also decisively this position was abandoned. When LGD saw IFCD entering the sea view room, they also came up with a plan. They wanted to go directly from the west side of our city to the top warehouse and the third floor. They must always be by IFCD's side. And as soon as they get a chance, they will attack IFCD. LGD made a very large circle, going directly down the slope on the west side safely. Although they were shot a lot by the team from the direction of Shuicheng on the way, they were able to move safely. For occupied the 3 floors next to the warehouse, and did not choose to occupy the warehouse. One of the reasons is that the view from the warehouse is too poor, and you can't hit anyone at all. But the 3 floors on the left are different. You can watch IFCD, and at the same time block the Shuicheng team. Stars also has the same idea as LGD. They waited for IFCD to move first before they made the move. Lacking information on IFCD and LGD. On the outside, our city looks extremely peaceful. But in fact, there is an undercurrent surging, and many housing areas are occupied by teams. Stars can only enter the circle from LGD's position. This is the best position for Stars to enter the circle. After careful analysis, Stars is first of all a location on the west side. If you go around this location to the east, it will definitely be useless. It will 100% be sieved. In fact, it is on the route from the Ono district outside the school to our city. There are several options. One is the mountain range on the left side of our city. The second is the 3-story building south of the road in our city. The third is the lower 3-bedroom house below Mao Xiaoma's 3-bedroom house. The fourth is the 3-bedroom house occupied by IFCD. And the fifth is the LGD, is on the 3rd floor. Among these 5 choices, mountains are definitely out of the question. Teams will attack you wherever your butt is facing. And you should always be careful of enemies coming from the direction of the water city. They will definitely die. Secondly, on the south side of the road. On the south side of our city. That is, on the side close to the school. The field of vision is very poor. You can't see anything at all. The back is also blocked by a large mountain range. Even if someone touches them behind them, they won't know it. And there is no way to stop the enemy behind you. Then, there are 3-step locations across the road, with the same risk. What reason does Stars have to attack a garbage terrain instead of an advantageous terrain? Stars team rushed directly in front of the LGD room area from the left. But Stars and LGD started fighting first. LGD didn't dare to extend their formation too far. They were afraid that someone would swim over from the other side of the river. And they were afraid of hitting their target from the direction of Shuicheng. So they couldn't extend it to the north slope. Otherwise, the moment Stars stops, the flanking players will give Stars a fatal blow. Stars Vanguard Cian had just parked his car when a thunder exploded under his feet. Boom! LGD_Joka used a fragmentation grenade to knock down Stars_Cian. Fortunately, Cian is still some distance away. Otherwise, he would be directly killed by this low-throwing mine. Shoka was very smart and predicted a low-throwing thunderbolt from the 3rd floor. Although the timing was not perfect, he still managed to take away a member of the Stars. Press! Shoka threw another low-lying thunderbolt. And this one also pulled the bolt. It was all a matter of luck. And the best position was to force the enemy back. After Joka threw the thunder, he immediately rolled down from the side and cooperated with the team to make a sudden advance. Sometimes you often see masters throwing mines and then rushing forward. The reason is also very simple. If the opponent wants to avoid your mines, they can only move. But during the movement, they cannot shoot at the enemy. This is also give the enemy time to get closer. When Mao Xiaoma saw the fight between LGD and Stars, he immediately thought about whether he should get involved. If they were in full formation, they would definitely pull up and clear out the enemies. But there were only 2 of them, and Mao Xiaoma didn't have armor yet. So the equipment was a bit shabby. Here you go! Cheng Yao took off his level 2 armor, and Mao Xiaoma was not polite. As an assaulter, he needed this level 2 armor more than Cheng Yao. Seeing LGD and Stars being defeated one after another, Mao Xiaoma was very calm. If you don't go over, let's guard the room. The 4 LGD players took it directly. They had a huge advantage when fighting high slopes and low slopes. But YDD and TK's marksmanship were very accurate, and they directly blew off the heads of TJW and Joka. 2 people were knocked down instantly. But the pressure-free output of the other 2 did not disappoint the LGD players. And the screen was refreshed in 2 seconds. LGD takes away the Stars directly. 2 fell down. Cheng Yao reminded. Mao Xiaoma still said, "Don't go there." Everyone didn't know whether this decision was correct. But at this point, they could only trust Mao Xiaoma's judgment. Direct competitor LGD fell by 2. IFCD didn't seize this opportunity to pull up. Not only the audience couldn't understand it, but the commentators couldn't understand it either. ISCD should take the opportunity to pull up. Otherwise, if LGD finishes pulling people and then clears them, ISCD will not have many opportunities. Don't hesitate at this time. Just pull up, Coffee said anxiously. But ISCD still stands still. ISCD, which has always been decisive, should not make this mistake. The two commentators almost flipped the table over when they saw LGD spreading smoke to save people. They are also half Pandarin, and they must be heading towards the Panda team, which is understandable. The label of IFCD is cooperation, decisiveness, and execution. Even with two people missing, IFCD let such a good opportunity pass by. Hey, it's too late. Maybe this will be a turning point. Chapter 373: The Battle for the Championship. Would Mao Xiaomao make a low-level mistake just to be conservative in such a final? The answer is negative. In the current situation, if they press forward, they cannot cause a local 2-on-2. There are still 50+ survivors on the field. If they press forward, they are likely to be knocked down by enemies somewhere in our city. If they want to completely avoid it, it was impossible to open fire. As for the full LGD, Mao Xiaomao has nothing to do. All he can do is try to eat chicken. It is completely impossible for two people to grab heads now. That would be too underestimated for the professional league. Do your best to obey fate. LGD members were rescued one after another. Suddenly I saw another good news. FTD_AU knocked down XQ_AK. FTD_AU knocked down XQ_Cobra. FTD_JFY knocked down XQ_Chishin. XQ was knocked down by FTD 3 people. Nice! XQ is out of business. Everyone in the LGD team is very excited. They have been paying attention to XQ's information. And it was obvious that there was a big problem in the last game. 3 people died at the same time without taking a kill, leaving only Xiao Du, a lone wolf. This lone wolf cannot make waves. The XQ team is now more than 200 points behind them. And with no one in the set, even with a high-ranking score, it will not pose a threat to them. LGD has already seen the hope of winning the championship. Shoka kept reminding his teammates to calm down. The closer they get to the championship, the less likely they are to make mistakes. Their current opponent is actually only IFCD. As long as they can kill IFCD, they will be the champion. LGD did not expect that the situation in the final game would be so simple. IFCD's drop and XQs were almost wiped out, leaving LGD in a very leading position. In professional competitions, victory is the first prerequisite. After knowing the location of IFCD, LGD has many choices. They can choose to forcefully attack IFCD's room area, or they can choose to fight normally. However, now that they know the location and number of IFCD, LGD must try every means to eliminate IFCD. Safe zone refresh. Brushed on the west side of our city. In this circle, both IFCD's room area and LGD's room area are in the safe zone. But IFCD's position is in the center, and it will be impossible to be attacked by other teams for a while. Boom! IFCD_Crystal used Car 98K to knock down FTD_AU with a headshot. IFCD_King used M16A4 to kill Barbecue_Cow. Urban battles are street battles. Which team has the advantage in street fighting? The team occupying the center of the circle has the most advantage. If the team on the edge of the circle runs out of poison, they will start fighting. Instead, the room area occupied by the team in the middle will not be attacked, and at the same time it can clear the teams on the edge of the circle. Seeing that IFCD's head count is gradually catching up, the LGD players are also anxious. If we keep fighting like this, things will be really hard to say. There is still no news about XQ's lone wolf. If LGD continues to drag on, if their side is washed away and causes personal losses, things will be difficult to say. Beat! TJW! Set up the balcony and rush down. Shoka did not hesitate and directly gave the order to attack the room. I have to say that Joka's decision was very correct. Their position cannot guarantee absolute safety. Once the circle is overrun by other teams entering the circle, losing 1 or 2 people will be an unacceptable loss for them. 4 against 2. They have absolute confidence. But if the street fighting is 3 versus 2 or 2 versus 2, it's hard to say. While you're at full strength, destroy IFCD and win the championship. LGD's idea is also very simple. For IFCD, they couldn't see LGD behind them. But when LGD posted downstairs, Mao Xiaomao still heard the footsteps. Coming! Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomao have long expected this situation. If there is a team that can touch them, This team only has LGD. It is very convenient for them to get down from the high point. Anyone who has played games knows that although the sea view room can see the front view, the side and rear views are very poor. The already prepared IFCD stopped shooting and stood at 2 excellent positions. The building type of sea view room is the one that IFCD has studied the most, whether it is offensive or defensive, because there are many of this building type on the map. Whether it is our city, Y City or Xiaoqing district, in street fighting and professional competitions, this building type is also the one that IFCD plays the most. We can see that LGD has started to move. We need to clear the IFCD, Coffee shouted. For people came downstairs with guns drawn to each other and pushed the door open directly. Clatter, 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 clatter. Firepower from all directions poured into LGD. But fortunately the distance they moved was quite short, leaving no chance for other opponents to target. Only Joka and TJW lost half of their health. Don't worry. Shoka slowly picked up the medical kit. Even though LGD has experienced countless competitions, they are still a little nervous before they actually reach the championship. 4 against 2. If they win, they are champions. Losing means nothing. The same applies to IFCD. Wang Hao and Good, who had been killed in battle, were a little nervous. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, the 2 players on the field, were relatively calm. Cheng Yao squatted in a small gap in the sea view room, while Mao Xiaomo hid in a wall in front of the small room. The 2 formed a crossfire. The advantage of these 2 positions is that they will not be forced back by thunder. Mao Xiaomo has an M16 in his hand, which has a higher burst at close range. So when LGD comes up, Mao Xiaomo hits the enemy's side as the main output. LGD finished reorganizing on the first floor of the sea view room. Everyone returned to 100 blood before starting to take action. At this time, every bit of blood may become the key to victory. At the same time, a kill message came from the upper right corner. IFTY_Tixun used AKM to kill XQ_Xiaodu with a headshot. XQ is destroyed. The championship battle was completely handed over to the 2 teams in the sea view room, LGD and IFCD. But judging from the current situation, LGD has a huge advantage. Don't delay. Lei Shan. Then charge, Joka said. Shoka's thinking is also very clear. Throwing smoke up now is to give the opponent a chance. They have a numerical advantage. If they can't distinguish between ourselves and the enemy in the smoke, it is easy to cause accidental damage. Beat! Boom! Boom! A thunder exploded directly upstairs, and all LGD members rushed forward. Chapter 374. Who is the champion? LGD wants to attack IFCD's building. Whoever wins this battle will basically lock in the championship, Coffee said excitedly. This 4v2 building attack has become a battle that determines the championship. Sometimes the decisive battle comes so suddenly. In such a fierce battle, LGD's decisiveness also allowed them to rush up the stairs before the audience was in a good mood. LGD's attack on the building was also very methodical. The attacker rushed at the front and turned directly into the toilet on the 2nd floor. The advantage of this is that you won't be knocked down immediately when you go out, causing your teammates to be stuck. Cheng Yao didn't want to hide her position at all. She was the one who set up her gun and shot LGD first, through a small gap. Cheng Yao's Scarl swept away half of Joka. But TJW and XIN8 still rushed in. They don't have to look for Mao Xiaomo's position. They just need to clear out Cheng Yao first, and then use their numerical advantage to kill Mao Xiaomo. They can win the championship. TJW and XIN8 came in directly. The dual firepower of Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao was immediately poured into LGD. The biggest advantage of the sea view room for the defender is that the position is very limited, and the attacker has very little space. Shoka was still alive, and LGD newcomer Rui was in the toilet, so he lined up and rushed in. The biggest difficulty in the IFCD crossfire is the distribution of firepower and the distribution of gun lines, because 2 people are in a straight line, and because they are in 2 opposite directions. It is easy to cause damage overflow and mistakes. However, the tacit understanding and training between Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, who get along day and night, once again showed their wonderful cooperation in front of all the audiences. The LGD players are very smart. They know Cheng Yao's position as the player with the best marksmanship in the team. TJW fired early shots at Cheng Yao's position as soon as he came up. It was almost perfect to shoot in advance. Even though Cheng Yao's reaction was extremely fast, he was shot in the head and was reduced to residual health. Seeing the 2 backs, Mao Xiaomo shot wildly without hesitation. At such a close distance, The M16's bursts of fire don't require too much pressure at all. As long as your hand speed is fast enough, you can hit the maximum rate of fire of the M16. Ta-ta-ta-ta. IFCD_King used M16A for headshot to knock down LGD_TJW. When Mao Xiaomo wanted to pull the gun again, Xion8 had already reacted and turned his head directly to press him with a shuttle. In the flash of lightning, Mao Xiaomo subconsciously took it back. But even so, he was still shot in the arm. Fortunately, he didn't lose any blood. The cooperation between Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo is dazzling. There was no overlap in the shooting lines of the two. The moment Mao Xiaomo knocked down TJW, Cheng Yao leaned forward and fired 2 more peak shots. I originally wanted to hit Xion8's back, but by some mistake, Shoka, who was still alive, rushed in and hit Cheng Yao's gun line. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to knock down LGD_Shoka. The LGD players were at a loss for a moment. 2 of the 4 fell down in an instant. The cross peak between Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao also made the commentator's mouth a little bit open. Everyone just dodges 2 shots. Never be greedy for guns. The most important thing is that there is almost no gap between the 2 people's firepower. What kind of tacit understanding and training is required to accomplish this? Generally speaking, in the IFCD team, only individuals cooperate with their teammates. But only Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo can cooperate with each other. This means that they can predict the other party's movements before the other party makes them. These 2 know each other so well. Xion8's head has turned to Mao Xiaomo. No time to look back. At the same time, another full-blooded Rui heard Shoka's order and rushed directly to Cheng Yao, who was still alive. LGD's professionalism was instantly demonstrated. The battlefield was instantly divided into 2 pieces. When you are low on health and your opponent is rushing towards you, you must never use a dodge shot at such a distance. Don't look down too hard on your own operations, or look down too hard on other people's reactions. In this situation where you lose your health with 1 shot, no matter how fast you shrink back, you will be like Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao in the last wave. Everyone was hit in the process of shrinking back. Cheng Yao directly pulled out a wave of shots. Do or die. As a newcomer, Rui showed his ability as a main player of a wealthy club. The reaction was very quick and without any mistakes. Cheng Yao was shot down with 1 shot. LGD_Rui used M416 headshot to knock down IFCD_Crystal. Fans of both teams didn't dare to take a breath. The 2 sides fought so fiercely that it seemed like the winner would be decided in the next second. Championship battle. Electric light and flint. As soon as the LGD players took less steps, Mao Xiaomo was instantly able to determine the opponent's position. He pulled out the M16 and exchanged blood with the opponent. The veteran player Xion8 did not make any mistakes. When his opponent took the lead, he did everything he could, squatting down and raising his gun to shoot. Mao Xiaomo made a quick wave of peek, constantly dodging and directly killing Xion8 at the targeted spot. IFCD_King used M16A for headshot to knock down LGD_Xion8. But he himself was shot twice. He had already been shot once before. And after 3 shots, Mao Xiaomo's own health was still low. The scene suddenly became quiet. Xion8 shouted in the LGD team. Big handicap! Big handicap! Rui is almost at full health, while IFCD's only combat power is Mao Xiaomo, who has only half health. In that moment, Rui didn't have time to think too much and rushed forward. People fell down one after another on the field. Rui knocked down an IFCD player, and Xion8 also fell. Coffee shouted. The championship battle turned into a 1v1. A dramatic scene appears again. The 2 teams now have almost the same points. It can be said that whoever wins this battle will win the final championship. King's remaining health. Rui is about to charge. VC also looked at the display screen nervously. But anyone can see that Mao Xiaomo's health is so low that he can fall down with 1 shot. It can be said that in professional competitions, there is no chance of blood exchange. M16A4. Is there a miracle? Countless spectators hold their breath, waiting for this moment when the champion is born. In an instant, there were far fewer comments in the live broadcast room, and the palms of IFCD fans began to sweat. This is the first final that IFCD has participated in. The top of the championship seems to be getting further and further away from them. Chapter 375. Pull up the banner. Rui heard the door open. Hide in! Subconsciously, Rui touched the corner where Mao Xiaomo was. OB perspective is locked on LGD_Rui, waiting for the moment when the champion is crowned. Mao Xiaomo was still alive, and did not dare to go downstairs in this kind of urban battle. There was no chance to use medicine now. Rui was excited but did not lose his mind at the same time. The M16 in his hand opened the camera, and moved little by little towards the corner where Mao Xiaomo appeared. The moment Mao Xiaomo appeared in his field of vision, he shot LGD to the championship. He counted the time silently in his mind. As long as it does not take more than 8 or 9 seconds to inject Mao Xiaomo, the problem will not be solved. The OB perspective did not capture this classic scene. Maybe they were not optimistic about IFCD in the first place. Rui looked at the screen intently. Boom! Suddenly there was a gunshot. Rui's face was instantly blurred. Rui was so frightened that he looked back. His own characters and his team all fell in a pool of blood. IFCD_King used S1897 to kill LGD_Rui with a headshot. In an instant, the news that IFCD hit LGD appeared in the upper right corner of the map. Whether it is DLG or FTD fighting on the field, or XQ and stars who have been wiped out, they all smiled slightly, knowing the final result. IFCD won the championship. Won the championship. His mother is so awesome! Wang Hao rarely cursed and hugged Mao Xiaomo excitedly. Ah! Champion! Xiaoming was jumping up and down. She is very familiar with the rules, and also knows the fact that IFCD won the championship. LGD only had 5 heads from Stars and Chungyao in this set, while IFCD has now gained 7 heads. Whether it is ranking points or kill points, IFCD will be ahead of LGD, plus the points that were already leading in the previous set. IFCD became the final winner. In desperate times, Mao Xiaomo and Chungyao cooperated to kill LGD perfectly. Damn! I want to cry! Good grinned, tears about to burst out in an instant. Chungyao hugged Mao Xiaomo's arm with tears in her eyes. And finally won the championship with him again. No matter how the two of them end up, this period of time will always be her best time. Maybe I secretly hid aside and wiped my tears. These children have been practicing hard for more than 3 months and experienced countless setbacks and defeats. More than 3 months is not a very short period of time. But the children of IFCD train like every day. Crazy training. Finally at this moment, it blossoms and bears fruit. Finally. Mao Xiaomo looked at the screen blankly. Finally. When this moment comes, they will still laugh and cry. This is their passion and youth. Unique, isn't it? LGD training room. The 4 players, plus the coach and analyst, remained silent. In 3 seconds, they fell from heaven to H.L. No one dared to speak. LGD's coach Meng Qing's face was livid at the moment. Yesterday, she even boasted in the forum that she had started celebrating the championship in advance. Now the slap in the face is loud. Get ready to replace someone. Meng Qing said a word and walked away. The 4 team members were silent. No one cared what Coach Meng Qing said. With their strength, they were the absolute main force wherever they went. But the champion in front of them slipped away, and they couldn't accept it. IFCD! She should be the champion of this year's PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League. The professional circle has another champion. Coffee shouted loudly. There is also excitement that cannot be concealed in the voice. The Panda team won the championship in the Panda competition. No one saw Mao Xiaomo's operation. Almost everyone thought LGD would be the final winner. And LGD's sudden death also caught them off guard. Although everyone is equal under trolls. In fact, the trolls in FPP are far less useful than those in TPP. The OB perspective is always locked on Rui, and he dies instantly without any reaction time. They didn't even react from God's perspective, let alone Rui, who was nervous on the field. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. Everyone looked at IFCD_King alone, as if he was standing on the championship stage, shooting at the ceiling crazily. One shuttle after another. Crazy. Hot-blooded. Everyone can imagine what the training rooms of IFCD and LGD look like now. CD_Kokoro gave away 10 Buddhas jumping over the wall. Thomas gave away 5 Buddhas jumping over the wall. Next to the female character, she said 2 Buddhas jumping over the wall. Xylalala sent out 3 Buddhas jumping over the wall. Chung Haijun gave away 30 Buddha jumping over the wall. In an instant, countless gift messages flooded the official live broadcast room. Every one of these names is a famous person. Many fans of IFCD went to the official live broadcast room to add fuel to IFCD's desire to win the championship. For the first time, all the viewers know what a real popular team is. Not only does it have the support of countless fans outside the industry, but it also has the appreciation of many big names in the industry. Thomas, Xiaolu, and Chung Haijun are all well-known figures. No one cares who ate the last plate of chicken. No one cares about the final ranking of IFCD. Students who have the barrage turned on have been flooded with countless barrage and gifts, and can't see any game screen. But no matter which IFCD fan you are, they all turned on the barrage, enjoying the moment when IFCD was crowned with glory. Hurry up! Wife! Transfer 1,000 yuan to me! What are you doing? You hand over your salary, and you still want some private money? Hurry up! I'll give you a gift! Zhou Chao. Wang Ming. You are very brave. You watch a beautiful anchor in front of my mother, and you reward her with money? 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. Right. Honey! Hurry up! I swear it's only once. IFCD wins the championship. What does it have to do with you if IFCD wins? Mrs. Wang looked at Wang Ming's pleading eyes, then looked at the countless gift messages in the live broadcast room on the computer, and waved her hand. Okay. Just this time. Hey, I really don't know what you guys who send money to anchors think. Wang Ming looked at the computer screen, smiled. You wouldn't understand it even if you said it. Right? An ordinary IFCD fan may not be able to afford as much money as some big guys, but they still try their best to raise the banner for IFCD with gifts. Chapter 376. The New Champion IFCD. The popularity of the live broadcast room continues to rise, and has exceeded 50 million. The popularity value of the Panda platform is not the number of people, but this popularity value has set a record for the Panda platform, which is more than the LOL finals. Of course, many people who eat melons are attracted by countless information about Buddha jumping over the wall. Maybe they don't know IFCD, a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team. But this scene is really shocking. A beautiful anchor was begging for gifts when she suddenly saw the message about the Buddha jumping over the wall. Every time a Buddha jumps over the wall is given out on the Panda platform. Viewers who open the gift information can see it in any live broadcast room. Thomas invited PPL official live broadcast room to eat 5 Buddhas and jump over the wall. Xylololololu invited PPL official live broadcast room to eat 3 Buddhas and jump over the wall. One Zhongqing Haijin PPL official live broadcast room ate 30 Buddhas and jumped over the wall. What? Wang Skong ate 50 Buddhas and jumped over the wall in the PPL official live broadcast room. The entire Panda platform exploded instantly. Hey! I have to go see what's going on! The beautiful anchor looked at her barrage and quickly cut out of the PPL official live broadcast room. The terrifying 50 million people came into view. Let's take a look at the final standings, Coffee said excitedly. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League final standings. 1. IFCD First Day, 1005, D2 or 1, 450, D2 or 2, 875, D2 or 3, 165, D2 or 4, 275, total score, 2,770 chicken times 1. 2. LGD First Day, 1525, D2 or 1, 675, D2 or 2, 5, D2 or 3, 280, D2 or 4, 155, total score, 2,640 chicken times 3. 3. XQ First Day, 1240, D2 or 1, 250, D2 or 2, 100, D2 or 3, 675, D2 or 4, 10 total score, 2,275 chicken times 1. 4. DLG First Day, 1155, D2 or 1, 75, D2 or 2, 105, D2 or 3, 170, D2 or 4, 500 total score, 2,005 chicken times 2. Okay, now we can finally officially announce IFCD has become the new champion of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League. Coffee shouted. VC continued. Yes. Although LGD won 3 chickens, it ranked second. XQ and DLG ranked third and fourth. We have witnessed IFCD's struggle in the first 2 sets to its magic in the end. I think it's a bit unreal. Coffee laughed. He still remembered that after the first 2 sets, IFCD only had a guaranteed score of 10 points. But after 8 sets, it rose from the bottom to the champion position. It's so unreal. The strength and cooperation shown by IFCD in these games have announced the rise of a strong first-line team. Countless 6666 and champions on the barrage. It also brought tears to the eyes of IFCD fans. After the original Heroes Cup ended, all IFCD players uninstalled Hoopu in some forums. But no matter what, there were countless IFCD fans silently supporting them. This day, It's a festival for all IFCD fans. None of them thought that this championship would come so suddenly. When all members of LGD rushed into the IFCD room, every IFCD fan was in despair. With 4 versus 2. In this terrain, maybe only 0.01% of people thought IFCD would win the final victory. However, many of these 0.01% of people are fans of old CDs. They have become accustomed to Mao Xiaomao bringing them miracles. Everything in the past is fresh in my mind. Every time they felt that CD was not going to work, Mao Xiaomao was able to bring CD out of the quagmire with his perfect performance. This is the true core of a team. Whether it is IFCD or CD. No matter how the personnel changes in the future. No matter how strong the new team members are. Mao Xiaomao will always be the core. There is no doubt about this. The first professional championship. Yehaejin brought everyone together. Everyone was great. It was great. I truly feel it is an honor to be the head coach of IFCD. I've searched all over Xia Kingdom, and there's no way I can find players as good as the 4 of you. I'm not just a coach. I'm also an audience. And I will scream for every cooperation you make. Well done. Yehaejin looked at everyone affectionately. This is definitely not your last championship. Fortunately, just after he finished speaking, he was immediately pushed to the ground by 4 IFCD players. Jia Xiaoming. Shut up! Xiaoming angrily covered Yao's mouth. You. Stop talking. I beg you. Wang Hao also mingled with everyone. You. Good was riding on Yao's body, and wouldn't let Yao say another word. Famous poisonous milk. Anyone who cares will die. Anyone who pays attention to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds should know this. The sky is bright and the earth is bright. I only said half a sentence. It should be fine. Xiaoming murmured a prayer. Mao Xiaomao held Cheng Yao's hand tightly. Still crying? Mao Xiaomao said with a smile, as he wiped away the tears from Cheng Yao's eyes. Why aren't you excited? I almost cried to death. Cheng Yao's tears couldn't stop flowing. Even though she was the champion of CUEL, she had never shed tears. This is just a platform competition championship. Mao Xiaomao sighed slightly in his heart. Cheng Yao's crying was probably partly a way of venting her impending departure. DDDDD. It also means that kids on the street can make it big. For authenticity. For the underground. For freedom, for hip-hop. Looking at your sleepy look and listening to your breathing. I have repeatedly reviewed the habit of loving you. Several people's cell phone ringtones rang one after another. Countless congratulatory calls. Good chose to answer Zhang Xiaohua's call. Apart from the few people in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua was his only friend. Hee. Mr. Good. Congratulations to you. Wang Hao chose to answer the call from his old teammates. In fact, these old teammates were a little uncomfortable at first. Wang Hao left to join CD to form IFCD, which was tantamount to announcing their incompetence. But when I can watch Wang Hao perform in the professional arena and even win the championship, none of this matters anymore. Congratulations. Wang Hao! You are so proud of me. You guys will also be fans of IFCD in the future. Ha ha ha! Yi Hao answered the call from Brother A+. When Brother A+ saw that IFCD could achieve such results, he was filled with admiration and envy. Looking at IFTY that he had built with his own hands. It was time to rebuild. Mao Xiaomao picked up the phone. Hello? Chapter 377 IFCD_NB211. Congratulations. King of Killers. Sure enough, it was Mu Yun's voice on the other end of the phone. Mao Xiaomao was stunned for a moment. Then subconsciously looked at the computer screen behind him. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League Finals Killing List. 1. IFCD_King Number of Kills, 28. 2. LGD_TJW, Kills, 24. 3. XQ_Xiaodu, Number of Kills, 23. 4. DLG_Shijue, Number of Kills, 21. The two commentators, Coffee and BC, were blowing wildly. But Mao Xiaomao didn't listen carefully. The new murderer. There are not many professional players who can win this honor. And there are many well-known SS-level professional players who have never won it. In addition to personal strength, the team strength and performance are also crucial to winning this award. I just saw it. Mao Xiaomao replied with a smile. My dear, it's incredible now. I'm a professional champion. I'm just kidding, Mu Yun said on the other side. But from the first moment of IFCD's establishment, he was also paying attention to IFCD's growth. Except for some classes. It was boring at school. When he had time, he would watch Mao Xiaomao's live broadcasts and games. If he didn't have time, He would take the time to catch up on the recordings and broadcasts. To say that he is IFCD's #1 fan is not an exaggeration. He didn't know it before. But now, he finally knows what it means to be more nervous than the team. His palms became sweaty while watching the game. However, when IFCD won the championship in the end, Muyun rarely screamed in the dormitory. I hugged and celebrated with other brothers in the dormitory. Just like in the IFCD training room. It's just a platform competition, champion. Many strong teams have not come, Mao Xiaomo said modestly. But it is true that most of the top teams in this PPL are in Douyu. There are only 3 top teams in PPL, Stars, XQ and LGD. That's awesome. Next is QGC. The first one offline. Come on. That's for sure. Chung Haijun also called and sincerely congratulated Chung Yao and Mao Xiaomo. Hearing Chung Haijun's tone, he was also very happy. Not only because of the IFCD results, but also because he finally fulfilled his daughter's only wish. However, the Navy also revealed a very important news. Because Yao will go abroad in May or June. I bought a sniper for IFCD to take Yao Yao's place after Yao Yao leaves. I hope you can bring IFCD to the top of Xia Kingdom, Chung Haijun said. Huh? Who? Everyone suddenly became interested. Yi Hao also crawled out from under everyone's crotch and said from ear to ear, Old boss? Have you really done it? Chung Haijun laughed loudly, showing a capitalist attitude. You can't do anything with money. Yi Hao swallowed blankly, as if he had already seen IFCD standing on the top of Xia Kingdom. Chung Haijun added, Go and take a look. It should be officially announced. Reporting after QGC, PCPI will officially come on stage after PCI. Everything has been negotiated. Don't worry. Isn't the official blog in the hands of Sister Xiaoming? Wang Hao asked. Having never paid attention to this, Xiaoming rolled his eyes and said, I gave it to the people above a long time ago. I just take pictures and send them to them every day and that's it. Quick! Quick! Look who it is! Although Good was very reluctant to leave Sister Chung Yao, the matter was already a foregone conclusion, and it would be useless to change it. Mao Xiaomo opened Weibo and saw the official announcement of IFCD. After the Weibo post celebrating their championship, there were already 20,000 replies. In just 10 minutes. Almost 2 consecutive Weibo posts. IFCD Sports Club. Hashtag IFC Champion. Hashtag We Are the Champions. Today's glory is earned with countless sweat. It would also be inseparable from Teacher Yahao's hard teaching. I couldn't do without your support. I hope that our IFCD can be your pride. IFCD. PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League Championship. It's also our first crown. IFCD_King. M Ocean's first murderer. IFCD Esports Club. Hashtag IFC Team Announcement. Hashtag former KZ PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds player NB211 officially joins IFCD PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Today, we are honored to announce that NB211, a former KZ Esports Club PUBG player, has officially joined the IFCD Esports Club as a sniper. NB211, whose real name is Zhou Linli, nicknamed Zhou Lily, is the god of war, the best sniper in Xia Kingdom, and is rated SS by TPJ. He has won the title of Killer King in many professional competitions. I believe Lily can quickly integrate into the IFCD family, fight side by side with IFCD in the coming days. After friendly negotiations with the KZ Esports Club, the former KZ PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds player NB211 officially joined the IFCD Esports Club in the form of a transfer, with a transfer fee of 6 million yuan. Thanks again to KZ Esports Club for their strong support in this transfer matter. Stupid. Not only the people in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds circle, but everyone in the circle was confused. Is the Galactic Battleship coming soon? What an international joke. Because the Douyu Gold tournament has not yet ended. This Weibo has not completely spread, but the professional circle has exploded. This crazy news is spreading crazily among WeChat moments and WeChat groups. KZ_NB211 transfers to IFCD. IFCD_NB211 is coming online soon. That is the strongest god of war in Xia Kingdom. The strongest sniper Zhou Lily. IFCD has shown great strength. Having just won the championship, it has received epic reinforcements. Zhou Lily? Mao Xiaomo was also shocked. This news is really true. Wang Hao and Good were also stunned. But Chung Yao smiled. This was indeed her father's style. He wanted the best in everything he wanted, and bought the best in everything he bought. It happened that Zhou Lily was negotiating a transfer with KZ. And Wanzhong Group spent a lot of money on it. How can KZSSS not release people? The sky-high transfer fee. God of War Zhou Lili. Is worth the price. That's nonsense. Ye Hao shook his head. As soon as Chung Haijun hung up the phone, he immediately jumped up. Everyone felt unreal when they saw the news. The sky-high transfer fee of 6 million is the highest transfer fee in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds history. With this transfer fee, I believe that no one in China except 17 Show and God will be able to suppress him. This is a cornerstone super God of War sniper. However, integration will be a big problem. Zhou Lili's playstyle is also the core playstyle. And one of him or Mao Xiaomao will inevitably make sacrifices. Chapter 378, Warmth. Whispering. Madness. Zhou Lili's Weibo also confirmed the news. In B211 Zhou Lili, take good care of me. Forward. IFCD Esports Club. Hashtag IFCD Team Announcement. Hashtag former KZ PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds player in B211 officially joins IFCD PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Now the entire PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds community has completely exploded. It just so happened that the Douyu Gold tournament ended. OMG won another championship. 17. And SNAQTC ranked 2 and 3. It happened to be the time for all PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds viewers to check their Weibo. Whether it is a professional team or ordinary viewers. There are only two reactions when seeing this news. One is confused. The other is hacked. Ye Hao forwarded this message with a naughty emoticon. And Joy also followed it with an ellipsis. Coaches of countless professional teams in the circle began to forward comments. And the WeChat professional group also completely exploded. Although there have been rumors of Zhou Lili's transfer before. After all, this news has been circulating for a long time, and everyone regarded it as a rumor. However, some people who are familiar with Zhou Lili, like Bastion, know some gossip. But when the news actually broke, it was still shocking. PPL's new champion. Super Rookie plus Xia Kingdom's #1 sniper. God of War Zhou Lili. No one dares to say how high the upper limit of this team is. SNAQTC_Fortress. Lily went to IFCD. DLG_Msjoy. Give me a slap. For AM_Gov at OMG_Lionk you have a rival. IFCD_Yahao. We are just brothers. DLG_Msjoy. My younger brother. And MLGB. Why didn't he say he was his younger brother when he beat us up on PPL? A sky-high transfer fee of 6 million. There are only a few professional clubs that can afford this price. This is also the reason why Zhou Lili could not be transferred before. Apart from the top clubs in China, other teams cannot afford Zhou Lili. But for top clubs, Zhou Lili's joining is also a double-edged sword. Although this man is strong, his personality is a hidden danger, and he is a bit maverick. You must know that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a team game. And only when 4 people integrate into one can they exert their strongest strength. Msjoy once said that God is the only player among the tens of millions of players in China. Not because his technical value is so high, but because his commercial value is too high. A huge fan base will bring a lot of benefits to the club. Next is 17 Show and NB211. These two top assaulters and snipers in Xia Kingdom have always been not for sale by 17 Show and KZ. Now NB211 has actually transferred and joined the potential new team IFCD. The news of IFCD's shocking 2v4 comeback to win the championship in the PPL was drowned out by news of Zhou Lili's transfer. The reason why Zhou Lili joined IFCD is also very simple. He wants to win. IFCD's entire team and team are among the best in the country. Only under this kind of team can he show his true strength. When IFCD contacted him, Zhou Lili was a little repelled when he said that he would not be able to play for more than a month. Then Zhou Lili asked a question. Can I play in the World Cup? Then I got a positive reply from IFCD. Zhou Lili agreed without hesitation. In last year's PGI World Cup Summer Regional Qualifier PCPI, KZSSS led by Zhou Lili ranked 2nd. It was a pity that he missed the opportunity to participate in the World Cup. This has always been a big regret in his heart. Although QGC and PCI's Summer Country Invitational Tournament are all major competitions, in Zhou Lili's heart, the World Cup is the one worthy of his all-out efforts. Today is definitely a day for IFCD fans. Whether it is the reversal of winning the PPL or the strong joining of Zhou Lili, they were all caught off guard. The number of news replies on Hupu has exceeded 10,000. In the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section, you must know that the number of replies in a normal day is only about 10,000. The shock brought by Zhou Lili's transfer to IFCD is still unfolding. But IFCD has already entered into jubilant celebrations. You won't come home until you're drunk. Don't go back standing tonight. Everyone. Fortunately, we brought back a lot of beer lobsters from outside. Later, he was followed by the security guard of the villa. holding a huge hot pot. A cart full of food. Don't go home until you're drunk. Hurry up. Help me, Yehao said with a sigh as everyone remained motionless. Everyone laughed and started working. Wang Hao said, Would you like to call Big Brother and the others? After all, IFCD is somewhat related to IFTY, although it doesn't really have much to do with it. The eldest brother can be regarded as their leader in entering the professional circle. After thinking about it for a while, he shook his head. Forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to let go when Big Brother comes. And with the way IFTY is acting right now, he probably won't be in the mood to have fun with us. Brother security. Let's eat together. Auntie, let's eat hot pot. Auntie is losing weight. Let's reduce it tomorrow. Auntie, we are the champion. The huge round table was filled with IFCD members. Whether it's a security guard or an aunt. After spending so long together, they have already developed feelings for these children. Yehao stood up first. Ahem. Let me say a few words, Xiaoming said leisurely on the side. Just don't milk us. Ha ha ha. Everyone slapped the table and laughed. I don't care. I'm not surprised. I'm very lucky to be the IFCD coach. This should be the most correct decision in my life. Xiaoming complained again. When you chased me, you said this was the most correct decision. Quack. 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 Damn it. Don't tear me down. Yehao laughed and scolded. Huh? Do you have any opinions? No. Let me continue. Well, let me get down to business first. After winning this championship, the next competition is the QGC Finals, which is an offline competition. Please check Weibo. The time has been changed. The finals are on April 2nd. A total of 3 days of competition. In the 12 points matches, you are all people who have played offline, so you still have experience, Yehao said. IFCD and these guys are also players who have played CVL. Needless to say, they have offline experience and can adjust themselves. There's nothing to worry about. Let's challenge them. Although they won the PPL championship, they haven't really competed against strong teams like OMG, 17, and 4AM until now. A fight between the stronger and the weaker will be enough. As a professional player, I learned about the QGC Finals information for the first time. QGC League, QGC PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds New Year Invitational Season 2 Finals Time Change. High-intensity offline duel. 20 top teams will fight fiercely offline from April 2nd to April 4th. Look forward to their wonderful performance. Points rules, 500 points for the first place. 365 points for the second place. 310 points for the third place. And then 270, 230, 205 points. Each with 20 points. Final teams, OMG, 4AM, 17, IFCD, IFTY, SNAQTC, XQ, 1246. COG. The competition system is very simple, and everyone is familiar with it. Have a good game. There is still a week of rest. You are tired these days. There will be an interview tomorrow. And then we have 3 days off. You can go out and relax. You will be suffocated if you train all the time. He is so serious, suggested. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Professional players will have various physical problems after training for a long time. It's better to go out more and relax. Oh, think about where to go. Xiaoming cheered. If we go out to play, we must go with 6 people. This is the first time for the team to travel together. I am the commentator for the QGC game. Come on. Come on. It's done. Yehao laughed. This will also be the first time he explains his team's game. IFCD's self-discipline does not require too much supervision from him. Regarding tactics, he does not talk about directly establishing a system. Instead, he discusses it with Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao. He is a player who has a very strong view of the overall situation. It does not mean that the coach is necessarily better than the player in commanding, but he can see more things from a god's perspective. On April 1st they will go to Shanghai. There are still 4.5 days of rest before then. Yehao waved his hand and said it would be over on the day he wins the championship. We will talk about these things tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Forget it. Don't say too much. Our IFCD is the champion. Champion! I'll do it first as a token of respect. I won't come back until I'm drunk tonight. Oh. Everyone is smiling. Everyone is smiling. Feeling the joy of winning the championship. Good said vaguely while chewing the lobster. Damn! It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Beer is not easy to get drunk. By the end of the drink, everyone was swaying except the cook ant. Unlike last time when CUL won the championship, they mixed the white beer with the beer and drank it all down in 3 gulps. If this is the joy of winning the championship, I will go through it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Everyone thought so. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao both staggered back to the room. Cheng Yao usually drank very little, but now he was staggering even after drinking a few bottles of beer. Her face was flushed, and the charm of a young girl was clearly revealed at this moment. The two hugged each other and lay on the bed, just kissing lightly at first. Then the relationship between the two suddenly broke out. The laughter, pain, and confusion over the past few months all suddenly broke out at this moment, with tears streaming down her face. Mao Xiaomao hugged Cheng Yao tightly and kissed her crazily. Cheng Yao, who had always been shy, finally let go of all her restraints and responded enthusiastically to Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao forgets love, and Cheng Yao forgets love, but they cannot forget love. Give it to me. Cheng Yao murmured in reply, her voice almost too quiet to be heard, and her words were full of charm. Lighter. Tenderness. Whispering. Madness. Leave an unrepeatable mark in this unrepeatable life. Chapter 379. Exclusive interview with IFCD. Hello, IFCD friends. My name is Lishan. Please take good care of me. Sitting on IFCD's sofa is a very cute Taiwanese girl, a very famous beauty host in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds circle, named Liz Hen, who is a contracted host with Kingzone. She has a delicate body and a soft Taiwanese accent, so don't be too cute. Hello, Lo, little sister. Good immediately came forward. Okay, let me help you put on your makeup first. This is also IFCD's first official interview. Yehao is already familiar with this interview routine. He has been in the professional circle for many years, and immediately pulled the IFCD team members over. Mao Xiaomao was sitting on the sofa, and felt a beautiful makeup artist's body rubbing against him, and felt a little weird. As a grown man, this is the first time in my life that I put on makeup. The environment of IFCD's villa is very good. There is no need to find another place to shoot. It can be done directly on this huge sofa. After 3 hours, the interview was completely released. After 2 hours of post-production, the video and text versions were completed. Whether it is Hupu or Weibo, this interview has surpassed the interview of OMG, the Douyu Gold Tournament champion team. IFCD is now very popular. According to incomplete statistics, the number of fans of IFCD has surpassed some well-known traffic teams. The number of fans of Mao Xiaomao's personal Weibo has also reached 290,000. This number is only 10,000 less than the top 17 popular assaulters in Xia Kingdom, a newcomer who has just entered the professional circle. A big miracle has been created. The following is a transcript of the formal interview. On March 25th, the new team IFCD, which has been established for more than 3 months, successfully won the championship of the PPL Panda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds League. What exactly have they experienced in just 3 months? On the field, they are united, and off the field, their relationship is also enviable. Now we have successfully invited them to share these unforgettable experiences with us. The following is the original text of the interview. Reprinting of this article without authorization is prohibited. Q. Congratulations to IFCD for winning the PPL championship. It's not easy. This is also the team's first professional championship. Please share your current mood. Mao Xiaomao, I am very excited. You can tell by looking at the beer bottles next to us. We have not performed very well in previous games, so this PPL championship is of great significance to us. This is why we entered the profession. Q. For this PPL competition, I heard that IFCD conducted special training. How did you train to ensure your improvement? Wang Hao, the training plan depends entirely on the coach. In fact, our daily schedule is roughly the same. That is, we practice shooting and coordination. We play everything we can in the training matches. Every game is a kind of training for us. Q. We know that IFCD did not perform well in the Heroes Cup. What do you think was not done well? Good, scratching his head, I can't beat them. Everyone laughs. Wang Hao, it was the first time the team played in a game. I was still a little uncomfortable facing those strong professional teams. I didn't play my own thing. In addition, I was beaten 1-on-3 and 1-on-4 by Zhou Lily at 17. And my mentality was a bit broken. And then collapsed. Q. Speaking of Zhou Lily, You all know the news about Zhou Lily joining ISCD. Right? Wang Hao, I must know about such a big thing. Q. So what should our beautiful assaulter Crystal do? This is also a question that many netizens and ISCD fans are concerned about. Should she retreat to the second line, or should she? Mao Xiaomo. Everyone will know by then. Due to some personal reasons, Crystal will withdraw from IFCD after QGC and PCI. Q. What a pity. It is rare for a beautiful player to appear in the professional competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. What is your evaluation of Crystal? Wang Hao, the #1 female player in Xia Kingdom. Good, strong. My eldest sister is the strongest. Mao Xiaomo, good looking. Cheng Yao. Q. In the last game of PPL, you successfully made a 2v4 comeback and finally succeeded in overtaking and winning the championship. Is there anything you can share with us about your playing style and mentality at that time? Mao Xiaomo, we were actually quite unlucky at the time. One of the LGD players was sniped from the car, which disrupted our tactics. We had no choice but to forcefully enter our city. However, the circle was relatively strong at the time, so LGD chose to rush. We had already thought of our room area, so we were relatively well prepared, and there was no way out. And we won the battle. Q. The LGD team has been leading the way, which has also put a lot of pressure on you. How would you evaluate this team? Wang Hao, LGD is a strong team. Our comeback is also due to luck. We are just a new team that has just entered the professional circle. Please give us your guidance in the future. Q. What problems do you think your team still has? Mao Xiaomo, I think it's okay. Everyone. Q. No problem? Mao Xiaomo, we must have solved all the problems we have. It is impossible to leave the problems until now. Anyway, in my eyes, our only problem is our frontal strength, which cannot be improved overnight. Everyone. Yi Hao, this is a formal interview. Can you be more modest? Q. Okay. Our next question is that the recent schedule is very intensive. The offline finals of QGC will be held soon. How have you made adjustments? Also good. Go for a walk and relax. Q. Can you tell us where you are going? Yi Hao, I haven't decided yet, but I'll make a decision tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Q. We know that 45AI just joined the team and performed brilliantly in the game and cooperated perfectly with the team. How did you quickly adapt to the team's rhythm in a short period of time? Wang Hao, perfect is a bit too much. Everyone takes good care of me, and the ideas are very similar, so I can integrate quickly. Q. Who do you think is the toughest player in the team? Wang Hao, of course it's me. God Mo. Mao Xiaomo. Q. Which game in professional competitions has impressed you the most? Wang Hao, the match where I was beaten 1-3 by Zhou Lily in the finals really broke my mentality. Cheng Yao, in the last game of PPL that just ended, the team won the championship for the first time. Q. Have you set a small goal for the next QGC competition? Mao Xiaomo, champion. Q. What would you like to say to your fans who have always supported you? Wang Hao, I will do it. I will do it. Our ISCD will keep winning, and we will definitely live up to expectations. Mao Xiaomo. Good. Cheng Yao. Chapter 380 Huangshan. This video of the interview has already been leaked and has caused a huge response, especially Mao Xiaomo's sentence. We have no problem. Lovers love more and haters hate even more. As for Wang Hao's last team slogan from his previous CD, some kind-hearted viewers pointed out his mistake. It should be, we will keep winning, and ISCD will definitely live up to expectations. Some new ISCD fans, who don't know the truth, asked what the joke is. The past deeds of the IFCD members have been dug up, and even the videos of previous CD performances in schools have been dug out. Lien Yahao was so shocked that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. They know that the IFCD members all know how to sing. But what's in the video? A concert with thousands of people? This video is 15 minutes long and consists of 2 songs from previous CDs. One is Midsummer Light Years, and the other is Laterus. Especially the second one. All the viewers who watched this video had goosebumps all over the place. As soon as the first lyrics came out, everyone was immersed in it. Even IFCD's official Weibo retweeted the video and attached the lyrics. The versatile IFCD. Countless IFCD fans have gone to catch up on the videos of previous CD games. The earliest training match videos can no longer be found. Only CUL match videos. Starting from the qualifiers, the first round, the second round, and the third round, until the finals. Each round brings different surprises to fans. No matter how difficult the team situation is, Mao Xiaomo can lead the team out of the quagmire. and the scenes of the competition are very beautiful. Except for the poor commentary. It is definitely not worse than professional competitions. In the CUEL competition, CD's creativity. No, it should be said that Mao Xiaomo's creativity completely conquered a large number of CD fans, and now also conquered a large number of IFCD fans. Several tactics used in the game can only be described as spiritual. From that time on, Mao Xiaomo's commanding talent has emerged. Unfortunately, the scale of QUEL's competition is not as huge as the professional competition, especially the Jiangsu Division qualifiers. If his several tactics were discovered by a professional team, he would definitely be poached in advance. After CUEL ended, although Mao Xiaomo also received requests for practical training from numerous clubs. In fact, Wang Hao's market conditions at that time were 100 times better than him. A college team leader who still doesn't know whether he can adapt to the professional game, and a talented shooter. Almost all clubs prefer to choose the latter. But reality also slapped them in the face. Facts have proved that Mao Xiaomo is now the top 3 conductor in the country. Even in some people's minds. He is number 1. Mao Xiaomo has a temperament that can bring all his teammates together. This kind of temperament is very rare among domestic players. More like NBA genius MVP Stephen Curry. He is unconstrained and at the same time has strong strength and appeal. The most important thing is his personal charm, which allows every member to identify with him and listen to his commands unconditionally. Do you know what you are being praised for on the internet now? Ye Hao said to Mao Xiaomo while sitting on the bus to Huangshan. It's not good to criticize me. Do you have to scold me to make you happy? Mao Xiaomo said with a smile. Shouldn't he be happy when his team members are criticized? I'm afraid you'll swell, Ye Hao said with a smile. I'm pretty swollen right now. That's true. This is a car they chartered by themselves. And the driver is their security brother. In fact, the security brother is traveling for free. They had a serious discussion last night about where to go, and decided to go to Huangshan in Anhui province. Firstly, it is because Huangshan is relatively close to Nanjing, and it is more convenient to travel back and forth. Secondly, it is also because most of them are locals in Jiangsu province and enjoy similar activities. In addition to Zhejiang, Anhui's scenery is also unique. When Su Xiaka, a traveler from the Ming dynasty, visited Huangshan, he praised, "There are no famous mountains inside and outside the Bohai Sea like Huangshan and Huizhou. Once you climb Mount Huangshan, there are no mountains in the world, and you can't stop looking at it." It was extended to later generations as, "You don't see the mountains when you return from the 5 mountains, and you don't see the mountains when you return from Huangshan. Huangshan is definitely one of the most beautiful mountains in Xia Kingdom. Everyone has only heard of it before, but has never been there. This trip can be regarded as a long experience." Everyone was very happy in the car. The team that had just won the championship went out together, humming a little tune all the way. Even though these people are all professional players worth millions, they still booked a hotel at the foot of the mountain. When they first booked a hotel, they were shocked when they saw the price of a hotel on the mountain, which cost several thousand a night. However, if they wanted to see the sunrise, they could only stay in the mountain. Today, they could stay at the foot of the mountain and go up the mountain early tomorrow morning. The 2 of them shared a room, which was easy to share. Xiaoming also shared a room. Cheng Yao, Mao, and Xiao Mo shared a room. Good and Wang Hao shared a room. And the security guard uncle shared a room. We only booked it for 1 night because everyone still had to stay on the mountain to watch the sunrise the next day. A slightly better hotel down the mountain costs nearly 1,000 yuan, which is a bit different from the special price hotels where students usually stay. Good felt a little disgusted when he came in, because Constantine, where he stayed at the CUEL finals, is the only Xiaogua hotel that Good has ever stayed at. But can these two be compared? One is the top 5-star hotel in Xia Kingdom, and the other is an ordinary scenic hotel. I didn't realize you were so extravagant. Yi looked at Good with disdain. If he dislikes this and that in such a good hotel, I wish I could beat him to death with a slipper. After putting down our luggage, everyone did not choose to have dinner in the hotel. Although there are many Anhui specialties in the hotel, it is more interesting to eat in a local restaurant. The atmosphere is so good. Let's have a meal and chat together, and go hiking tomorrow morning. Everyone agrees on whether to take the ropeway or climb the mountain. What's the point of coming to Huangshan without climbing? The process of climbing is the real thing worth remembering in the future. And only the joy after experiencing hardship is the real happiness. Boss, what Anhui specialties do you have here? Everyone entered a local restaurant that looked good, but there was almost no one there. This was also because everyone came late and had already missed their meal. After looking at the menu for a long time, I didn't know what to order, so I had to call the boss over. The boss is a 28 or 9-year-old young man who may be starting a business or inheriting the family business. He has a gentle look, but when he saw the IFCD group, he subconsciously shouted out, "Are you IFCD? Are we so red now?" Good's eyes suddenly lit up. Were we recognized? This feels so good too. Before Mao Xiaoma and the others could answer the young boss, the young man shouted directly to the kitchen. Wife! Wife! Damn! Who are you looking at? I'm not dreaming! Chapter 381 Passionate Couple. Wife! Hey! The curtain in the back kitchen was opened, and a woman who was about the same age as the man came out. She was also 28 or 9 years old. She was dressed a little rustically and was a little fat, but her appearance was passable. Ah! Emotion! I'm not dreaming! I was watching your game yesterday. The woman patted her face and felt a little unbelievable. Yesterday, she was watching IFCD win the championship on TV. Today, IFCD's in front of you. The man touched his hand excitedly, stretched out his hand, and shook it with Mao Xiaoma. Hello! My name is Qian Jin, and my wife's name is Wang Feng. They are both fans of IFCD. Although we have almost never played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, we really like watching PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games, Qian Jin said excitedly. When they heard the money coming in, everyone got a rough idea. It turned out to be a Cloud Chicken player. I just don't want to watch it. But since we met, it was fate. We are not the kind of indifferent people. So we chatted together in a few words. Well, yes. Let's come out and relax. Yehao nodded. How long will it take for you to come out and play? I remember there will be a QGC after you. Right. Wang Feng asked. As a die-hard fan of IFCD, Wang Feng also became a fan of IFCD very early. She learned about it from the training matches of other teams. IFCD's performance was particularly strong at that time. It just so happens that IFCD's live broadcast room is on Panda's homepage. Once you enter, you can't get out. I've been a fan to this day. 3 days. I read online guides, and it said it takes 2 or 3 days to see Huangshan Mountain. Yehao replied that almost all travel guides were found by him and Xiaoming. Wang Feng and Qian came in and both smiled. Qian came in and said, 2 days are enough for Huangshan. 1 day for the front mountain and 1 day for the back mountain. And 1 ticket can be used for 2 days. Do you want to take the ropeway or climb the mountain? Climb the mountain. Climbing the mountain may be very tiring. You must be mentally prepared. Especially girls. There are not many girls who can climb up. You must think carefully. Qian Jin said seriously. If you choose to climb the mountain in Huangshan, there are no cableway stations in the middle. It can be said that the road is in the dark. Don't worry. We are all macho. Do you know what macho means? Yehao said with a smile. This sentence was slapped in the face not long after. Order first. Order first. I'm so hungry. Xiaoming shouted from the side. Qian came in and clapped his hands with Wang Feng and his wife. They were so selfless in their conversation that they completely forgot about the business. What do you want to eat? As you can see, there are 7 of us, so we can order 11 or 2 dishes. Qian came in and continued. Okay, Anhui's specialties will be served to you soon. After 20 minutes, everyone had 1 glass of water after another. Spicy! Spicy! Xiaoming kept fanning with water. It's delicious, but it's too spicy. Hurry up and give me water! Cheng Yao frowned and couldn't bear it. Mao Xiaomo endured the spicy taste in his mouth and poured Cheng Yao a glass of water. Are you a little bit unaccustomed to eating? Wang Feng asked worriedly as he looked at everyone's agitated look. It's okay. Sister, it's delicious. Xiaoming stuffed vegetables into his mouth while drinking water. Anhui food is spicy but full of flavor. Wang Hao didn't take it seriously and ate his food bite by bite. It's not that Anhui food is spicy, but Jiangsu food is too sweet. Burning eggplant or diced chicken are both sweet, and Wang Hao can't stand it. He is from Chengdu, Sichuan, and he doesn't like spicy food. Anhui food is tasteful at best, a little spicy, and far from Chengdu food. I'll invite you to dinner in Chengdu next time. Wang Hao looked at the messages on the table as glasses of water poured out, and he could no longer hold back his smile. But it's delicious. Yehao also took a bite. It was so spicy that he felt a little short of oxygen. People who don't eat spicy food should know that if you can't eat spicy food, you won't be able to bear even a little spicy food. This is the case for these old guys in Jiangsu province. Qian Jinjin kindly helped everyone get a few bottles of yogurt, which is also the best drink to relieve spicy food. Gurgling. It's okay. Mao Xiaomo was not as exaggerated as Cheng Yao, but he still wanted to laugh when he looked at Cheng Yao's red ears. Cheng Yao rolled her eyes at him. Did she look okay like this? Fortunately, not all the dishes were so spicy. After getting used to it, everyone was still very happy. The couple Qian Jinjin and Wang Fang also took many photos with the IFCD team members and asked for autographs from the entire IFCD team. I want to hang this signature on the wall. Qian Jinjin looked at the signatures of all IFCD members with satisfaction. And now his wish was fulfilled. Boss, how much is the total? After everyone had eaten and drank, it was time to leave. Qian Jinjin and Wang Fang shook their heads, kept pressing Yihao's hands with both hands, and kept saying, No, 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 no. How can I collect your money? Take it back quickly and take it back. The IFCD group was stunned. After he came to his senses, he said, Boss, that's not okay. You're making us embarrassed. Xiaoming also echoed. Yes, boss. They are all rich. If you open this restaurant, the profit will be small, so we can't take advantage of you. Qian Jinjin and Wang Fang insisted on not wanting it, but Yihao still forced 1,000 yuan into the boss's hands. No one knows exactly how much the dozen or so dishes cost, but it's roughly the same number. Boss, don't. We'll be happy if you can support us. After IFCD left, Qian came in and looked at the small pile of banknotes and smiled bitterly at his wife. Wang Fang said, It's okay. Next time when Emotion broadcasts live, can't we give him a Buddha jump over the wall and it will be alright? That's right. Food is food, and fans are fans. Mao Xiaomo and the others couldn't refuse. Meeting a passionate couple made IFCD feel very happy. They should have fans all over the country now, which is also a great recognition for them. Is it okay to start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? At 7:30. Go earlier. Okay. Climbing a mountain is tiring work, but in everyone's mind, they usually exercise a lot. They get up every day and do daily exercises, including regular fitness and night running, and their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people. Early the next morning, I packed my luggage and picked up the map and left the hotel. Everyone was carrying a large bag on their back, a change of clothes, food and drink, and the girls even brought cosmetics. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, we were a little surprised to see the crowds of people in front of the ropeway. There are so many people. Is this the peak season? No matter. Let's go! It said it will take 5 hours. Chapter 382, Heavy Luggage. Taking the map given to them by the hotel owner, everyone started climbing the mountain carrying heavy luggage. The journey in Huangshan was relatively slow, and everyone laughed and laughed all the way. The mountain road was rugged. After only an hour, everyone was out of breath. A few boys were better, but the two girls Cheng Yao and Xiaoming could no longer walk. The hotel owner said before that Huangshan Mountain may not seem high, but half of the young men can't climb it. There are also some girls who can climb it, but not many. Hoo. Take a break. Good. Everyone unloaded their heavy bags and felt burning pain on their shoulders. Boys, do you want mineral water? It's 10 yuan a bottle. An old woman was selling products to everyone at the door of her shop. No one answered the grandma. They panted and took out the mineral water from their bag and drank it. The grandma saw this and did not continue to sell. However, these children are really funny. Others can climb mountains easily, but they are better. All of them were carrying a bulging bag. Let me carry it for you. There are still a few hours. Mao Xiaomo took Cheng Yao's bag over. No need. Cheng Yao wiped her sweat with a tissue. She knew that Mao Xiaomo's own bag was already very heavy, so who could bear it if she had to carry it for her? Sister, your head is fine. Let's take turns carrying it. Otherwise we will really lose our strength. Good also said. Uncle Wang, the security guard, has the strongest physical strength among everyone. He climbed the mountain for an hour, but is in very good condition. He has been engaged in physical labor before, and is a veteran. He also likes these children from the bottom of his heart. Cheng Yao did not continue to be stubborn. She also understood that due to her physical condition, she might not be able to reach the top. Okay, come on! Different from the laughter and laughter before, The further you crawl back, the more you can hear the heavy breathing. Good and Uncle Wang, two relatively sturdy men, were carrying the two girls' bags, while Ye Hao and Mao Xiaomo were also carrying their girlfriends. Just now, Xiaoming stepped on the stairs, but failed to make it up. He almost fell down and scared everyone half to death. After 2 hours, Cheng Yao and Xiaoming's physical strength had bottomed out. Tourists are constantly coming down from the mountain. Most of these tourists slept on the mountain yesterday and came down this morning after watching the sunrise. Every face was filled with happy smiles. Many tourists also said friendly words to IFCD when they met them. Most of them had climbed the mountain yesterday and knew how tiring and crying it was to climb the mountain. But what makes everyone despair is that every time they ask passers-by how far ahead they are, they will answer that it's still early. Even Mao Xiaomo and the others were a little exhausted. Look at the map where this is. He just sat down in a pavilion. His legs were so sore that he almost lost consciousness. Wang Hao opened the map, looked at the name on the pavilion, looked at the map again, cursed and then collapsed the map on the table. It seems like we haven't even reached a quarter of the way. Impossible. We walked for more than 2 hours and didn't get a quarter of it. Everyone couldn't accept Wang Hao's statement and stared at the map. But no matter how you look at it, they only covered a quarter of the map in the more than 2 hours they walked. And they instantly felt like they might die here today. Impossible? Are we walking so slowly? Mao Xiaomo smiled helplessly. Logically speaking, it was impossible. Both the hotel owner and the restaurant owner told them that it would take about 5.6 hours. At the speed they took the two girls, they only walked 4 minutes in more than 2 hours. Everyone couldn't accept it. But what they didn't know was that there was something wrong with the scale of this map. The map is not drawn according to the actual proportion of the distance. But everyone subconsciously feels that it is similar to the map of Xia Kingdom, which is based on proportion. But in fact, the pavilion they were in was already halfway up the mountain. Almost half the distance. But it was only 5 centimeters away on the map. This cannot be blamed on the makers of the map. Their original intention was to make a map of the Huangshan scenic area. That is, after going up the mountain. So the process of going up the mountain was relatively rough, and they were roughly drawn. However, now the IFCD people have nothing but despair besides blow. It's over. Xiaoming's eyes were empty. She already felt that she could hardly stand up, let alone climb a mountain. Eat something, replenish energy, and keep walking. There's nothing we can do now. So we have to bite the bullet and go up. Mao Xiaomo applauded and told everyone. It is definitely impossible to go down now. How can I get down after climbing to this point and spend another 2 hours walking down? Hey, Huang Mao is okay. Do you want me to carry it for a while? Mao Xiaomo poked Huang Mao. Wang Hao's physical strength was also relatively weak. Mao Xiaomo and Ye Hao had to support the two girls. So basically Uncle Wang and Good were carrying 2 heavy packages. It's okay. Just hold my sister's head up. Good shook his head. The physical strength of the two girls is relatively weak, especially when the physical strength is at the bottom. It is easy to miss the point. And someone must mix it up. Okay. Mao Xiaomo didn't say unnecessary nonsense. And there was no other way now. Speaking of which, Huang Mao was really the only teammate who had been with him from the beginning until now. Without missing a single game. Throw away all the useless things. Just waste food and drink. Just waste it, Mao Xiaomo said. They brought a lot of food and drink. But now it has become a burden to them. Although extravagance and waste are a very bad behavior, there is nothing anyone can do about it. And they are not sure what will happen if they continue to memorize it. Uncle Wang also has some experience in mountain climbing and said, it's okay to bring 2 bottles of water per person. It's almost enough. The mineral water on the mountain costs 10 yuan a bottle, which is 10 times the usual price. People all have this kind of psychology. They can spend 1,000 yuan to buy something worth 1,000 yuan without batting an eyelid. But if they want to spend 10 yuan to buy something worth 1 yuan, that is definitely not possible. In fact, the heaviest thing in everyone's bags is mineral water. After losing a few bottles of mineral water, the backpack became a little lighter. What the H.L.? Why are you bringing a laptop with you, Shabi? Xiaoming scolded. Me, aren't you afraid of having a job? Ye Hao gave a reason that he didn't believe. He didn't know why he brought a laptop. Throw it away, Wang Hao joked. You're losing your sister. Isn't it hard to talk? Save your energy to climb the mountain. Mao Xiaomo shook his head. Now they are struggling to talk and have no time to argue about this or that. Chapter 383. Everything is worth it. One step at a time. One step at a time. Later, when I couldn't even lift my feet, I twisted my body and continued to climb. I even had my hands on the ground and climbed up on all fours. This is definitely the most tiring day in their lives. The 7 people were speechless and supported each other towards the most dangerous peak in Huangshan Mountain, Tiandu Peak. When I asked passers-by and friends again, the answers I got were very different from before. It's not far. Just another hour of climbing will be enough. A young boy who recognized IFCT said kindly. 1 hour. If you had heard it before, you would have thought it was a very long time. But they had been climbing for about 4 hours. And they heard that they would reach the finish line in 1 hour. Another weak strength squeezed out of the dry body. Don't rest for too long, or your legs won't be able to stand up later, Uncle Wang said kindly. He knew that this group of children was very tired now. But for children, who usually did not do strenuous exercise, their bodies must be a little overwhelmed by the sudden high-intensity exercise. And you can't rest. Once you rest, your leg muscles will become stiff, and it will be impossible to climb mountains at that time. They have to get to the top in one go, while they still have some strength left. The final section of the road to Tiandu Peak is very dangerous. If you lose your footing, your body will be wiped out. So no matter who you are, they will choose to climb up on all fours during the most dangerous part of the road to prevent accidents. The almost vertical steps were very difficult for everyone to climb even with protective measures. This is also the reason why Dufan will be closed when it rains. Moreover, this aisle is very narrow and can only accommodate one person horizontally at most. So it will be blocked for a very long time if it is the peak season. Toward the end, everyone's legs seemed to get stronger. I saw the top of Tiandu Peak on the mountainside. Come on, brothers! Come on! Xiao Mingcun burst into tears. For her there was only pain. But Cheng Yao didn't say a word. So she gritted her teeth and said nothing. We were all girls. And no one was inferior to anyone else. There were not many people at this point. So everyone helped each other, and the climb went very smoothly. Uncle Wang, who had stronger physical strength, walked in front. After every steep slope, he stopped to help everyone behind him. But even Uncle Wang was sweating like rain. When the 7 people finally reached the top of Tiandu Peak, they finally saw the dreamlike scenery. Ah! Looking at the spectacular scenery of Huangshan Mountain, Mao Xiaomo shouted with all his strength. Cool! Mao Xiaomo felt that his legs were no longer sore, and his waist was no longer painful. And his whole body was full of strength. Ah! Ah! Everyone followed suit one after another. Even Xiao Ming, who has the weakest physical strength, felt full of strength after reaching the top of the mountain. This is the charm of mountains, and the joy of mountain climbing. 5 hours of hard climbing. Finally saw the view from the top of the mountain. As soon as you raise your hand, you can touch the sky. Blue sky. White clouds. Mao Xiaomo closed his eyes, and felt the air on the top of the mountain, feeling that his whole body had been sublimated in a different way. Come on! Take me a picture! Xiao Ming suddenly became energized and jumped up, and handed the phone to Ye Hao, who was silently admiring the scenery. I suddenly want to write a poem! Ye Hao suddenly felt like he was Li Bai, Du Fu, and Lu Yu. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was mercilessly scolded by several other people. Do you MLGB? Hurry up and take pictures! Also good. Mao Xiaomo saw everyone having fun, and saw Uncle Wang sitting on the top of the mountain blankly. Uncle Wang, why don't you take a photo? Uncle Wang sighed slightly when he saw Xiao Mo coming to his side. No, no one is watching. Mao Xiaomo didn't say anything. They all knew about Uncle Wang's situation. Uncle Wang's wife died of cancer about 6 years ago, and she didn't leave any heirs to Uncle Wang. After that, Uncle Wang didn't look for a companion anymore, and has been living alone until now. Do you want to smoke? Uncle Wang handed a cigarette to Mao Xiaomo. I won't. Mao Xiaomo shook his head. Uncle Wang smiled, but there was also a bitterness in his smile. It's better if you don't smoke. If you don't smoke, you won't get cancer. Uncle Wang, it's been such a long time. Uncle Wang knows that you and Yao Yao will be fine. Uncle Wang is waiting to drink your wedding wine. Mao Xiaomo smiled, and did not give Uncle Wang a definite answer. They are not young, and no one knows what will happen in 5 years. Go ahead. Okay. Come on. Come on. Xiao Mo. Come on. Let me take a picture of you and Yao Yao. Xiao Ming pulled Mao Xiaomo over, and Mao Xiaomo stood on the top of Tiandu Peak with Cheng Yao in his arms. Click. Change your movements. Xiao Ming looks like a professional photographer, both horizontally and vertically. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao looked at each other, and couldn't help themselves. Mao Xiaomao pecked Cheng Yao's beautiful lips like a dragonfly. This scene happened to be captured by Xiao Ming. Wow! Good looked like he was watching the excitement. Wang Hao smiled, wishing that he could be immune to these two people by wearing sunglasses. It didn't matter if he was bullied by others, but he would still be bullied when he went out to play. Voila! Xiao Ming looked at the photo he took and shouted, "This photo is perfect! Let me take a look!" Good leaned over and took a look. Beautiful scenery. Wonderful people. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey, I'm India's. Only 18 years old. The best years. Cheng Yao looked at Mao Xiaomao and smiled beautifully. Kaka, come here and see if my photography skills are invincible. Xiao Ming handed over the phone and received unanimous praise from Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao. It seems I can change the screensaver. Mao Xiaomao smiled. His previous screensaver was the photo that was stolen in the school playground. That photo also won the first prize in the campus photography competition. And he didn't change it for more than half a year. Come on! Come on! I'll send it to you. There is a second photo in Mao Xiaomao's private album. Everyone also posted a circle of friends to share the beautiful scenery of Huangshan Mountain with their friends. After having dinner at the top of the mountain, it was already past 2 p.m. and everyone had completely forgotten what they were in 2 or 3 hours ago. After staying at the top of the mountain for a while, I felt rejuvenated. In the afternoon, I stopped by to take a look at the welcoming pine, the symbol of Huangshan Mountain. However, this is not as spectacular as everyone imagined. Although it is given meaning, it is actually just a tree, which is completely incomparable with the scenery on Tiandu Peak. After walking a gentle mountain road, everyone finally arrived at their hotel, located between the Shihai Grand Canyon and Qianshan. Tomorrow they will visit the Shihai Grand Canyon and then go down the mountain. Ah, cool. Mao Xiaomao was lying on the big bed in the hotel. He was chased up by Cheng Yao before he stayed there for 2 seconds. Hurry up and take a shower and change clothes. At this moment, everyone was suddenly very happy that they did not choose to live in a tent. In fact, Xiao Ming really wanted to live in a tent at first. It was so interesting to sleep in the mountains for one night. But later he was rejected due to many reasons. If I really have to live in a tent, I still don't know how I'm going to spend tonight. After 2 hours of deep sleep, it was time for dinner. But when everyone woke up, almost the same situation happened to everyone. I can't move with my legs. Mao Xiaomao held his thigh and cried out in pain. Everyone was the same. Cheng Yao moved her beautiful legs a little, but she immediately felt pain and put them back again. Suddenly, I understood what the restaurant owner said before. If we were to do the 5-hour mountain road again in a month, we would definitely not be able to endure it. News from everyone is also dripping from the WeChat group. Xiao Ming, crying, I can't move my legs. Good, hungry. Mao Xiaomao, are you still going out to eat? Yi Hao, forget it. Just eat dry food and make do with it. Wang Hao, okay. Yi Hao, set the alarm clock for 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mao Xiaomao, oh. Wang Hao, okay. I'm not going. Just eat in the room. Mao Xiaomao lay on the bed like a dead dog. I want something hot. Cheng Yao pouted, and she was only 20 centimeters away from Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao said lazily, I'm too lazy to buy it. I want to eat. Seeing Cheng Yao's coquettish and cute look, Mao Xiaomao also smiled slightly. No one can refuse it. Kiss me. Cheng Yao snorted and leaned over to kiss Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao smiled and kissed Cheng Yao hard. Then he moved his legs out of bed with difficulty and went out to buy a box lunch, and Cheng Yao started to eat beautifully. Wow! I'm really happy. Cheng Yao ate her food without caring about her image. Mao Xiaomao watched Cheng Yao eating a big meal and recorded it on his mobile phone. Don't record it. I've already recorded it. Mao Xiaomao will die if you are seen by others. Ha ha. Post it on Moments. Cheng Yao immediately threw away the food and was about to rush towards Mao Xiaomao. But the pain in her hands made it difficult for her to move. Mao Xiaomao just walked around the ground, and the pain was relieved. However, the lunch boxes on Huangshan Mountain are really expensive. A box costs more than 100 yuan, which is really not affordable for people who don't have a lot of money. Mao Xiaomao pushed away Cheng Yao's arrogant little hands and said, You're just kidding! My girlfriend must only be appreciated by me. That's pretty much it. Come on! Come on! Go to bed early after dinner. It will be 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. For the first time in his memory, Mao Xiaomao hugged Cheng Yao and fell asleep before 7 o'clock in the evening. His sleep was extremely sweet. Today's several hours of mountain road was really tiring for everyone. But that's how mountain climbing is. As long as you can reach the top of the mountain and see the beautiful scenery on the top of the mountain, no matter how tired you are on the way, you will forget all about it in the end. Only after experiencing pain and perseverance can the final success be valuable, happy, and memorable. Without effort, what they get has no value. Just like their professional lives. Wanting to get what you want without putting in the effort is called lust. Chapter 384, Tired IFCD. Dawn dawns. In addition to everyone, there are many tourists from all over the world. Above the bright dome, the sun slowly rises from the ground. Even though there are so many tourists, the scene is still very quiet, and everyone is enjoying the tranquility of nature. The light of dawn. No amount of words can describe the beauty of nature. This is a gift from God. Everyone sat on a big rock. 7 people sitting in a row. It's a worthwhile trip, Wang Hao sighed. Under the beautiful view of the sunrise, everyone's hearts felt peaceful for a moment. High-intensity professional competitions also require such time to relax. Everyone, come on! Yehao hugged Xiaoming and said, Yeah, come on everyone! After dragging our heavy legs to visit the Shihai Grand Canyon, everyone also embarked on the journey down the mountain. As the saying goes, it is easier to go up a mountain than to go down. But in fact it feels the other way around. Although my legs were shaking as I went down the mountain, I was not particularly tired. When we went up the mountain, we had no time or energy to appreciate the scenery along the way. After a night's rest, although we were exhausted, we still regained some energy. There were only 2 very steep steps, which would have been nothing on ordinary days. But everyone's legs were trembling, so they held onto the chains and walked sideways as they descended slowly step by step. While going down the mountain, I also met many tourists who were going up the mountain like they did yesterday, and also met many young people who recognized IFCD. Today is different from the past. Yesterday, I had no intention of taking photos with those fans, although I was still sweating profusely. After yesterday's 5 hours of baptism, everyone's endurance was stronger than before, which can be regarded as a mental training. Are you still going rafting? Uncle Wang got on the bus, sat in the driver's seat, and said to everyone, I can't walk anymore. Go home. I want to go home. I love PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Everyone was lying on their chairs, not wanting to move a finger. Uncle Wang smiled and started the bus to Nanjing. Mao Xiaomao looked out the window, watching the towering Huangshan mountain gradually disappear from his sight. It can be a good memory. Zheng Yao leaned on Mao Xiaomao's shoulder and murmured, Yes. IFCD finally appeared. For days after PPL won the championship, IFCD finally appeared in the public eye again. PPL won the championship and NB211 transferred to IFCD. After 2 bombs, LS, IFCD suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Not only was there no update on Weibo, but IFCD was not even seen in the training matches. This new championship team seemed to evaporate. However, when IFCD started training again, the number of people in Mao Xiaomao's live broadcast room instantly exceeded 700,000. Long time no see everyone. Well, I went to visit Huangshan Mountain in Anhui Province. What are you envious of? I'm almost exhausted, but it's well deserved. Mao Xiaomao had a rare opportunity to chat with the fans before the training match and report on his whereabouts over the past few days. If IFCD wins the championship, it will inevitably attract a wave of fans. But the larger the number of fans, the more fans will actually be champion fans. They are the ones who praise when they win, and they are the ones who start trolling when they lose. However, they have experienced the power of trolls. After that, IFCD's mentality is also very good now. Take a look, reflect, and don't take it too seriously. The training match finally started. IFCD's first game after returning from the holiday. Fortunately, looking at everyone who was a little tired, I felt like I had made a wrong decision. There's nothing wrong with going out and relaxing. But right now everyone's body is very tired, and it's hard to concentrate. In addition, not playing a game for 4 days, everyone also needs time to adjust. Although it was a great trip, it was still a bit inappropriate at this juncture before the QGC finals. After all, it was my first time to be a head coach, and I was not particularly experienced in it. I had only done IFTY analysis for a period of time before. Division. The overall status of IFCD in the 4 training games in the afternoon was very average. Because they had not played for a few days, they were placed in Group A. In the end, they only got 11th place. This is indeed a very average result for IFCD. Today is the 29th. Number 30. Number 1. Final 2. There is only 2 days of recovery and adjustment time. It's good that the original intention is good, because the 6 months of competition after the Chinese New Year are too intensive. And the high-intensity training will be too much for the players if they don't relax. But going to Huangshan is really not a good choice. The key is that Yi Hao never thought that going to Huangshan would be so tiring before. His legs were still shaking when he went downstairs 2 days later. Everyone, let's take a rest. We have been training racing pigeons for the past 2 days. We will go to Shanghai in advance. QGC's competition venue is open to players 2 days in advance, which also gives players time to adapt to the competition venue. It just so happens that IFCD's condition is not particularly good during this period, so they simply go to the venue in advance to adapt. Okay, Mao Xiaomo nodded when he was directing in the afternoon. Not only the team members, but also himself lacked a passion, watching IFCD training matches more often. Attentive viewers will also find that there is a sense of fatigue in IFCD's afternoon exchanges, which is somewhat different from the usual vigorous battle transitions. This is not a problem of marksmanship, but a problem of the team's condition. In terms of marksmanship, even if I haven't played for a few days, in fact, for these players who have been playing for several years, I can regain the feeling in 2 sets. It's not like I haven't played for several years, so it's not that exaggerated. However, the QGC finals are approaching, and the status of IFCD is also a hidden danger. It is normal for the status of professional teams to have ups and downs. Even the strongest OMG in Xia Kingdom and the strongest phase in the world have their downturns. But the reason why strong teams are better than weak teams is that their upper limit is higher than their opponents, and their lower limit is also higher than their opponents. Many teams have slumps twice in 5 games, and some teams have slumps twice in 10 games. The team that adjusts its state better in professional competitions has a better chance of winning the championship. This is why in current professional competitions, champions sometimes continue to win. The reason for the emergence of champions. In terms of full marks, OMG it's probably between 85 to 90 points. 17 is probably between 80 to 90 points. For AM is probably between 75 to 90 minutes. Even though everyone's strength is about the same, OMG can occupy the top spot in Xia Kingdom. In addition to their first-class marksmanship and tactical command, the more important point is that they are very stable and rarely fall out of the top 5 in games. IFCD went to Shanghai again. They are also very familiar with the venue for the QGC finals. Shanghai Oriental Sports Center, the place where their dreams began. Chapter 385, the 14th SS level. There are wonderful memories for everyone here. Even Wang Hao won the title of CUL Killer King on this field. Just 3 months later, IFCD set foot on this arena again. Today is different from the past. Now they compete as a truly professional team. And their mentality is also very different. The first professional offline competition came to this venue, which is actually a kind of fate. So when everyone sat in familiar seats, they also felt like they were still thinking about it. And the past seemed to be vividly in their minds. From that moment on, everything changed a lot. IFCD was the first group to come to the venue, and there were 2 final teams with them. One was COG, and the other was OMG. These teams all performed relatively well in the preliminaries. In order to maintain their status, they came to the competition room early to find their status. OMG and COG are still playing training matches in Group S. A few people from IFCD are a bit out of place, and they are trying to find a feel for themselves on the ladder. The main thing now is not that the marksmanship is rusty, but that the state is a little wrong. Fortunately, there are still 2 days left. These 2 days are very precious for IFCD. April 1st. The TPJ website review for the new month has been officially updated. In addition to the personal strength of the players, the rankings of the teams in the major professional divisions have also been updated again. The update also caused an uproar. After a lapse of 5 months, the 14th professional player in Xia Kingdom, with TPJ overall rating reaching SS level appeared. IFCD _King, TPJ overall review, SS. IFCD _NB 211, TPJ overall review, SS. IFCD _45 AI, TPJ overall rating, S+. IFCD Godric, TPJ overall rating, S+. IFCD Crystal, TPJ overall rating, S+. Horrible IFCD. Holding the grass. You must be too high. A bonus to the record. Besides, I really can't fault my performance this month. Only OMG has this lineup in China. It's too exaggerated. It's really too exaggerated. IFCD looks on paper. TPJ Comprehensive Review has become a domestic first-tier team. Except for Zhou Lili, who has not been reported yet. The remaining 4 main players of IFCD are Mao Xiaomo SS, and the other 3 players are S+. This kind of staffing is only 17. OMG and FTD have it. If Cheng Yao were replaced by Zhou Lili, IFCD's paper strength would truly be one of the best. 2 SS, 2 S+. This is definitely a team that can challenge OMG's status as king. In fact, the configurations of OMG and IFCD are somewhat similar. The 2 cornerstone brain-based conductors are Mao Xiaomo and Xiao Xiao. 2 super snipers, all-rounders, Zhou Lili and Little Lion, almighty free men, Wang Hao and Xiao Hai. There are also AK Assault, Good and BT. Such a lineup also gave Xiaoguo's professional circle unlimited daydreams. But it would take another month to actually wait for this lineup. But Xia Kingdom's 14th SS professional player finally appeared. After 5 months. From IFCD, King, Mao Xiaomo, age 19, commander, assaulter, good at firearms, M16A4. Once again, a genius appeared in Xia Kingdom. Last year it was Xbox, and this year it was King. Both talented players were famous players from CUL competitions, and finally proved themselves through professional competitions. However, in the eyes of many professional teams, the IFCD score is indeed a bit too high. The TPJ Comprehensive Review actually takes into account many factors. The reason why Mao Xiaomo magically became SS level is because he is a cornerstone commander. Just like the smile was the same then. If the team has good results, the first contribution must be the command, and the second attack must be the top output. Now IFCD has Mao Xiaomo as the core. Both of these are Mao Xiaomo himself. Which means that one person has won all the awards and praises of IFCD. This kind of situation is basically impossible to happen in other teams. We are teammates and colleagues. No one wants to hide in the light of one person. There are 4 people in a team. It is impossible for everyone to have the same personality. That's fine. But IFCD is different. Needless to say, Cheng Yaogud, the 3 of them have been friends since college. And it is impossible for them to have any objections to Mao Xiaomo's brilliance. Wang Hao also has a good personality. For him, winning the championship is the only goal he pursues. Just like the NBA. A player has the scoring champion, but is swept away every year. There must be only one ultimate goal. The championship. IFCD has one thing that Yehao is very proud of. That is, there has been no quarrel after 3 months of training. In this kind of competitive game. Especially a game with a very high proportion of communication. It is very normal to have some quarrels. Even professional teams have big quarrels every day. But as God said, quarrels are it's a good thing. Only quarrels can expose the team's problems. But it doesn't apply to IFC at all. The team is all centered on Mao Xiaomo. It can be said that if Mao Xiaomo's personal condition is poor, the team's strength will be greatly reduced. In the eyes of other professional teams, although IFCD is very strong, it is not as strong as this month's TPJ Comprehensive Review shows. In March, it ranked first in the QGC qualifying group, first in the PPL preliminaries, and won the PPL championship. It can be said to be a flawless month. But in the eyes of many people, IFCD has not been truly tested after all. The QGC team did not take advantage of previous collisions with several strong teams. TPJ PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional Team Xia Country Rankings. 1 Frowny Face OMG. 2 Frowny Face 17. 3 Frowny Face SNAQTC. 4 Frowny Face 4AM. 5 Frowny Face LGD. 6 Frowny Face All Stars. 7 Frowny Face XQ. 8 Frowny Face IFCD. 9 Frowny Face VG. 10 Frowny Face FTD. TPJ PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional Team World Ranking. 1 Frowny Face FaZe Clan. 2 Frowny Face Navi. 3 Team Liquid. 12 Frowny Face OMG. 32 Frowny Face 17. 98 Frowny Face IFCD. 2 lists are released. There are no major changes in the domestic rankings or foreign rankings. The only big change is the emergence of IFCD, which directly rushed to the 8th position in the country. It also entered the top 100 for the first time in the world rankings. You must know that each of these rankings only records 100 teams. Being able to successfully enter the world rankings is also a big event for IFCD. In just 3 months, IFCD has completed its evolution from an established team to a strong team. Finally, I was truly recognized in TPJ in April. I have to say that this time the QGC finals were very valuable. With all the top 10 domestic teams present, the results of IFCD have also attracted much attention. Whether the strength of this team has been exaggerated will be determined offline. But what they don't know is that the current IFCD is also seizing the time to find the state of the game. If the physical exertion is on normal days, 5 days is completely enough. But IFCD is now playing its first game after winning the championship. So the mentality will inevitably be a little different. Once you have obtained what you have been pursuing before, it will be even more difficult to pursue it again. Just like consecutive championships in the NBA, strength is not the biggest issue. The most important thing is the player's mentality, which is also the one who can see it most clearly. But he had very little time to help IFCD adjust. In this QGC, he has picked up his main job of commentating again. He will partner with Mjoy and become the commentator of this QGC. This is also the first time Yahao has served as a commentator for a competition since he became the coach of IFCD. It is also Yahao's first time commentating on an IFCD game. However, in order to relax everyone, Yi Haojun specially went to treat everyone to a SPA, which made Good's eyes brighten. At 5 p.m. on April 2nd, the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center was packed with people. Next, let's invite our participating teams to the stage with warm applause. Applause and cheers again. The 4 IFCD members seemed to be on the C-wheel stage again, but the stage was brighter, and there were more fans in the audience. IFCD's fan shirt is still a silver-white jacket. You can spot it in the audience at a glance. However, the number of fans is really not that big compared to when CVL came to CVL. Back then, half of them were students from this school, and they were all wearing CD cheering shirts. So it looked very spectacular. Now the fans of IFCD have become fans. But there are only a few people who buy jackets to support IFCD. First of all, let us welcome the PPL champion Team IFCD and the Douyu Gold Tournament champion Team OMG. Backstage, Mao Xiaomon moved his body. I have to say that the massage was very useful. At least his fatigue level was much better. Gone. He and OMG were among the first ones to come to the training facility. Although we are rivals, in private we are all players with the same hobbies, and we became friends within a few words. Smile and Mao Xiaomon led the 2 teams onto the stage. The 2 teams that won the most recent tournaments are the first to appear. Familiar stage, familiar cheers. But now IFCD has to face a more powerful opponent. 2 strong first-line teams with top domestic commanders came from behind the stage to the front. One step at a time, enjoying the cheers from fans every step of the way. The simple entrance ceremony is over, and there are only 2 ways to get on the stage again. One is to eat chicken in the game. After each chicken game, a person will be sent to the stage for an interview. Another one is to win the final crown. Chapter 386 QGC New Year Invitational Finals. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the QGC PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds New Year Invitational Tournament sponsored by Vans Hong Group and hosted by Penguin Esports. I am the commentator Xiaofeng. The beautiful girl Xiaofeng sat in the commentary box and said with a sweet smile. As a very well-known female commentator in the commentary circle, she usually completes basic tasks such as attending the show and reporting information very well. Next to her sat 2 commentators who were extremely familiar to audiences across the country. Known as the gold medal partner of Xiaog was PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds commentary, Mjoy and Yihao. Hello everyone. I'm Mjoy. Mjoy smiled. After the hard work of the makeup artist, Teacher Joy's hairline also got some help. Hello everyone. I am Yahao. Yahao, who had not seen him for a long time, appeared in public again. In more than 3 months, I basically gave up the interpretation work and completed the establishment of IFCD wholeheartedly. Our QGC New Year Invitational Tournament has reached the final stage. After nearly half a month of fighting, our 20 final teams finally stood out from each group and reached the finals of our final offline competition. At this time, the live broadcast camera suddenly scanned the players of each team who were preparing in the competition room. IFCD, OMG, 17, 4 AM, SNAQTC. The lens has been given to several teams that have been in hot form recently. Among them, IFCD and 17 won the PPL and IFCD championships respectively a week ago. Speaking of which, I want to interview our IFCD coach Yihao teacher, who hasn't appeared in a long time. Xiaotong said with a smile. Xia Don explained so far that anyone who can stay calm and talkative in front of these 2 chatty people, Mjoy and Yahao, can probably lose with one hand. And Xiaotong is the best. There's nothing we can do about it. When you become a coach, you must take it seriously. Teacher Yahao said seriously. Who knew that Ms. Joy on the side immediately slapped her in the face. What a fart. You want me to get the salary of an IFCD coach, and I will also coach full-time. Xiaotong smiled and diverted this sensitive topic. Even if she continued to ask, she would not say anything. Hey, teacher, I want to ask you how you felt when IFCD won the championship. Yahao replied. I'm just excited. Any team would be excited to win the championship. But as a new team, we still have to prove ourselves in bigger games. Okay, let's take a look at this time's participating teams and points rules. In terms of participating teams, OMG, 17, and 4AM are basically teams that everyone is familiar with. The 500 points for the first place have also been consistent with Xiaogu's usual set of points rules. Audiences who often watch games should be familiar with this point rules. Xiaotong said. Ms. Joy continued. Yes, this is also a relatively balanced scoring rule. But in fact, no matter what the scoring rule is, it is fair to everyone. It depends on how the team adjusts it. Like the previous PPL, it was about killing first. The competition format and the team's playing style will also be adjusted. But no matter how you adjust, IFCD is invincible. Ms. Joy smiled and gave IFCD a mouthful. But to be honest, he has seen the terrifying progress of IFCD. And DLG also understands it deeply. In order to prepare for the next QGC and PCI, the DLG team also made some personnel changes. The former DLGSR captain Xiuqiu joined DLG. Now whether it is a domestic or foreign competition, the most important thing is the personal strength of the team. The foundation of everything is based on personal strength. Why did IFCD lose in the Hero Cup? Was there something wrong with Mao Xiaomo's command? Obviously not. It means that they can't beat those strong first-line teams head-on. No matter how they fight, they are defeated by the team. And the number of times they can defeat the opponent as a team is very few. No matter where I go, I have never heard of people saying that they rely solely on movement and command to win the chicken. The Circle of Destiny in the FPP mode cannot be defended without a certain degree of strength. No. DLG is invincible. By the way, DLG also advanced to the finals in this competition. There was another transfer information that attracted more attention before. I also want to ask you what you think about this signing. Xiaotong said. Even if he didn't name him, there is only one Zhou Lily in the recent transfer. It has been an intensive period of competition recently. Generally speaking, there will be no action unless there is a major problem between the club and the players. The peak period for transfers will be when the competition comes to an end in July and August. We didn't think of it before Lily came to IFCD. There must be a certain amount of chance and coincidence. But I think it won't be a big problem for Lily to integrate into IFCD. The atmosphere here is very good. Yahao said a lot of Mandarin, but it was really time to get used to it. I can't tell how it is. Zhou Lily is a player who is easy to get along with. But in the past, she was not in the same rhythm with the team in terms of playing style. How to perfectly integrate Zhou Lily into this team is something he and Mao Xiaomon need to consider after a month. I wonder which teams the two big guys are more optimistic about this QGC. Xiaotong asked her last question. Ms. Joy said, then it must be our big OMG. 17. And IFCD who are in hot shape recently. It's easy to laugh and scold. Then I will support a wave of DLG. Farewell? WeChat red envelope. Good. But seriously, there is a team worth paying attention to in this competition. Ms. Joy said seriously. He had also watched the QGC preliminaries before. A club that was originally a second-tier club had 4 unfamiliar players. The frontal combat effectiveness was very fierce. What a 4AM head-on. You must know that there are 2 SS-level professional players in 4AM. God and Xbox. Yihao nods. As the head coach, it is obvious that he has also studied the new teams emerging from QGC. Yes. Let me introduce to you. This team is called AR. The 4 team members are Miss Dang, Lastju, Maituo and Budoxing. Mindless and unhappy? Yes. Although these 4 players are all registered professional players. Except for Miss Dang TPJ, whose overall evaluation is S-. The others are hovering around A+ or A. However, the strength they displayed in the preliminaries, I think they are at least one of the top 20 teams in the country. Yahao said. Ms. Joy said. Of course, it is too early to say this now. After all, it will all be tested by the QGC finals. You can also pay attention to their performance. After introducing the players of each team, the screen returned to the studio. And the last 5-minute countdown on the big screen only had 3 minutes left. 1800 hours p.m. on April 2nd. Beijing time. QGC New Year Invitational Tournament S2 has officially started. Last year, 17 became famous in one battle here. Will there be a team that will become famous in one battle this year? Judging from the current trend, IFCD has this potential. Although they are already very famous, they still need a competition champion to prove themselves. This year's competition is even more valuable than last year, with 16 of the top 20 domestic teams advancing. The top 10 teams in the country have all advanced. Not to mention the AR team, which was regarded as a dark horse by Mstoy and Yehao before the game. The organizer of QGC is very happy. It is really rare to see such a complete lineup of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds finals. The only shortcoming is KZ's rollover. However, Zhou Lily's withdrawal from KZ doesn't matter to the organizers anymore. KZ's traffic basically comes from Zhou Lily, the god of war. If Zhou Lily quits KZ, then the team strength will be greatly reduced, and the traffic will be almost completely lost. For the organizers, it doesn't matter whether you make it to the finals or not. KZ's success, with Zhou Lily, can barely be regarded as a first-tier professional team. It is also because of Zhou Lily's strong performance that KZSSS has the direct invitation qualification of PCI. Now that Zhou Lily withdraws from KZ, it is also a big deal for the organizers of PCI. A difficult problem is that KZ without Zhou Lily should be said to be ineligible to directly invite PCI. Okay, our first game is ready. Let's enter the game screen, Xiaotong said after receiving the prompt from the director team. The screen turned and came to the first game screen. Hello friends. What you are seeing now is the finals of the second season of the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament hosted by Penguin Esports. I am the commentator Xiaotong. I'm Joy. It's okay that I am. I feel the strong support of the group and Hupu. After Xiaotong finished reading the slogan, the time for Yehao and Mstoy to explain finally arrived. Mstoy said first. Okay, let's take a look at the route of the first game. The route of the first game is from north to south, which is a vertical route. Flying from Az City to the airport is a relatively balanced route. You can get to all the places you need to go. Yehao nodded. Yes. The only ones that are a bit far away are OMG's P-Port and LGD's Big and Small Electric. But it should be more convenient to find a car. Boom. Boom. Teams continue to skydive. Mstoy continued. First of all, our focus should be on IFCD and XQ. They are both teams that like to jump to our city. I wonder if there will be some friction in our city in the QGC finals. I have to say that although IFCD and XQ have played several times in our city, they have always been inseparable. They are both top 10 teams in the country, and their strengths are not much different. They both gave up during the game. After our city, this resource point in the center of the circle has become a hot commodity in professional competitions. It will be a bit difficult for IFCD to monopolize it. Chapter 387 Groza. Oh! XQ jumped to our city. IFCD didn't jump, Mstoy said, and then immediately figured out the connection. It seems IFCD is preparing to jump out of the airport. Yehao nodded. Yes, it is indeed not a wise choice to compete with a strong team in the finals in the early stage. Moreover, the previous airport hegemon KZSSS did not enter the finals this time. So this big resource point is empty. Since KZSSS did not successfully advance to the finals this time, there are not many first-line teams in China that like to jump to the airport. The only ones that use it as a regular jumping point are the former 4AM and the current KZSSS. The airport has a high starting point because it is relatively rich and easy to search. But the difficulty lies in transfer. As long as it is not an airport circle, transfer will be a problem. Basically, the method of occupying points in the center of the circle is not easy to use. Domestic teams, especially this kind of first-team team, usually greet each other in training matches every day and know each other very well. They don't need pre-match training matches. What 17? OMG. They have played thousands of games with each other. There is no need to do any research. Change the route. The tactical play is already clear in mind. Still a regular jumping point. XQ or City. 17P City. SNAQTCG Port. LGD Big Electric. OMGP Port. The only difference is the IFCD airport. It is different from their previous jumping points. But it is not a particularly surprising thing. In PPL in the final, IFCD also relied on moving the airport to get a chance to make a comeback. In the first game, each team also wanted to get off to a good start, and they did not try their best to grab the vehicles on the road. They just slipped away when they could. And only one person was lost at the start. It was the AK of the XQ team, who was in a school, while picking up the car from the outside. One person was hit and killed by the DLG team. Seeing DLG get the first kill in the QGC finals, Msjoy was also elated. Take a look at the refresh of our first safe zone first. When ISCD was first launched, the first safe zone was refreshed. It turned out to be a pure airport circle that I hadn't seen in a long time. Oh, it's an airport circle. So there are only IFCD at the airport and stars at port and on the sub-island. So we should be able to occupy the best position. However, there are not many good locations on the airport island. Although the satellite station at Kwoto on the east side is located on a high terrain. It is because the terrain is too high. So FBP mode will be a problem, Msjoy said. There is a satellite station at the bridge on the east side of the airport island. The satellite's view is very good, and it is located in the center of the circle. However, once the number of people in the back becomes denser, it will be a big problem. Okay, will your team occupy the satellite station? Msjoy asked. Well, probably not. Our team is a typical play-dead player in the early stage. So generally speaking, we will choose the room area in the center of the circle. But in the airport circle, there is really no room area in the center of the circle. I guess they will move to on the mountain south of the airport. Yehao said. He is not afraid of exposing IFCD's playing style. First of all, the players are in a closed environment. Secondly, if other teams are interested in collecting this information, they can collect it. Their transfer route in the airport circle is relatively fixed, because there are no people at the airport, which will not pose a threat to them. And they actually don't have to be in a hurry. It is easier for the team in the airport to exit the airport to the south, especially because there are no people in the south. Situation. Have fun searching, Mao Xiaomao said in the team. It's rare to clear an airport circle, so they don't have to spend a lot of time moving. The advantage is that they can spend more time collecting supplies. For their location, after searching, you can drill into the southern mountain or walk in. There were no teams on this side of the airport, and there was nothing interesting to see. The OB perspective cut to the other side, and IFTY and V5 teams directly chose to cross the bridge. After playing so many professional games, both IFTY and V5 teams know that teams that want to take advantage of the bridge will be stuck. If you have the opportunity to cross the bridge, don't hesitate. Anyway, you can search the jungle after crossing the bridge. It is better than being stuck. It's better to die on the opposite side. During the game, the most feared thing is that the two teams in front are stuck, so that the teams behind will pile up if they can't pass. Once a fight starts, it will be very brutal, and the survival rate is very low. There are currently 4 teams on the airport island, including the West Jungle area of V5 Search, IFCD Airport, the East Jungle area of IFTY, and Stars in Port, which means that they have eaten up all the resources on the airport island without wasting any. The screen turned, and the first airdrop fell down. It hit the middle of the garden of Building C. Airdrop. Airdrop. Wow. Quack. Quack. Good didn't pay attention at first, but he heard the sound of the airdrop falling to the ground. When he looked around, he saw that an airdrop with red smoke hit them in front of him. Most of the airdrops will be dropped in the safe zone. This time it happened to be dropped on the airport island. But although Good was very excited, to be honest, generally speaking, he had no share in the contents of the airdrop. Msjoy saw what was in the airdrop and said, Level 3 armor. Plus a Groza. A ghillie suit. It's a bit poor. Yes, level 3 bosses are guaranteed to appear now. And level 3 armors are highly likely to appear. Since there are no snipers or multipliers in the short position, the most I can give you is 50 points. Yehao said. These 50 points are entirely due to Groza on the face of. Is it 50 points? Xiaofeng asked doubtfully. How good is Groza's gun? The king of close combat. The upper limit of M16 is the highest among all rifles, but the difficulty of operation is much lower than that of M16. Groza, the king of melee combat. Goodbye was even more excited to see AWM. This is the only airdrop gun he can use. This gun is very painful at a distance. So generally speaking, Good, who is the team's melee output, is the priority user of this gun. You can take it together and leave the level 3 head to Chungyao. Mao Xiaomao was far away from the airdrop and said to Good when he saw what was being airdropped on Good's screen. Ah quack. Okay. Good excitedly put on Groza, the level 3 auspicious suit. This is really the first time in the competition. The level 3 boss will definitely be a sniper. No need to think about it. Okay. Godric got the Groza that he likes better. Tell everyone about the Groza gun. Yeah, how seriously educated the audience. First of all, this gun is relatively weak at long range. This is its only shortcoming. After all, it is a 7.62 bullet. It falls faster, which is understandable. Chapter 388, The Real Airport Circle. Among the mid-range and short-range rifles that can compete with the Groza, the only one is the M16. Let me tell you why. Ms. Joy rolled her eyes and explained to everyone. First of all, this gun uses 7.62 bullets. The damage of the bullets is relatively high. It is 49. The same as AK, which is much higher than the 43 of 5.56. Everyone must know this. The power of a rifle mainly depends on two aspects. One is the power of the bullet, and the other is the rate of fire, which is the shooting interval. The M416 is 0.086 s. Scarl is 0.096 s. AK is 0.100 s. And how much are the M16 and Groza? The M16 is 0.075 s. The Groza is 0.080 s. This actually makes it clearer. The Groza gun has a high rate of fire and high power, which is why it can be called the king of melee combat. Ms. Joy will tell you that many people thought that the firing rate of the M416 was not as good as that of the Scarl, which was actually wrong. The advantage of the Scarl over the M416 lies in its feel and recoil. After the revision, the recoil of the original Groza has also been darkened. It is definitely a super melee firearm that can be pressed casually. The first safety zone has begun to refresh, and the team in the northern part of the airport island has begun a large-scale migration, except for the teams that came by boat, such as OMG and LGD. Other teams without boats had to find a way to drive across the bridge. However, IFTY and V5 teams, who crossed the bridge first, both chose to block the bridge. V5 is on the slope of the bridge on the west side, and IFTY is located in the Quoto housing area that ISCD has always preferred. In this housing area, ISCD has also eaten chicken many times. The ISCD spent a full 6 minutes searching the airport, and with an airdrop of supplies. The IFCD's equipment was quite luxurious. The armors on his body are all at least level 2. Chung Yao has a level 3 head. Good Mao and Xiao Mo each have a level 3 armor, and 2 of them have multiple lenses. The choice of 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x, and 6x in this version is also a problem. However, except for the 3x lens, which is a bit useless, the others are very easy to use. Many career choices prefer to use 4x. In fact, it is because I am used to using it in the past, and the 6x lens does not feel very good. But in fact, for professional players, a 6x lens is much better than a 4x lens in terms of feel and functionality. First of all, the 6x lens has a wider field of view and can see farther. The most important thing is that it can be zoomed to 3 times, and this 3x effect is much better than the original 3x lens. If you don't play it often, people are also very difficult to judge the placement point of the 3x lens. In terms of hand feel, it is easier to hit a headshot with the gun, but the corresponding recoil is also a bit greater. As for Mao Xiaomao, if you can use 6x as much as possible. In fact, the distance that 4x can reach can also be hit with a red dot while holding your breath. And the 6x lens has more functions. The 4 of them are equipped with graduation equipment. Mao Xiaomao M16 plus M416. Good Groza plus SKS. Chung Yao Scarl plus 98K. And Wang Hao are also fully equipped with M416. IFCD can be said to be the most comfortable team in the circle, with sufficient vehicles, rich resources, and a good location. This is the advantage of the airport circle for the airport team. In this case, you can drill to the center of the circle when there is no danger. Transferring is the most dangerous thing in the professional game. If you can reduce the number of transfers, you must try to reduce the number of transfers as much as possible. It would be a fool to try to circle the circle with such an advantage. OMG also made such a mistake in the World Championship once. The circle of the airport circle was circled, which caused the team to reverse the situation and win the chicken in an almost destiny situation. At that time, the internet almost all viewers are bashing OMG. Mao Xiaomao actually didn't understand the game. His choice was very simple. Just try to stay in the center of the circle and wait until the 4th or 5th circle before hitting the edge of the circle. The risk factor would be much smaller. We have occupied a hilltop with a good view. Now in the entire circle, the teams in the south and north are relatively dense. But there are not many teams in the center of the circle. The terrain in the southern part of the airport island is actually very good. After landing, you can run 100 meters up the mountain. Unlike other shores, there are large beaches. Once discovered, it will be a shooting death. The second safe zone was refreshed and actually cut into a safe zone to the west. Different from the previous airport circles, this safety zone is meant to be located inside the airport. Once this is done in the airport, the advantage for IFCD is that it will be infinitely smaller. There are too many places to hide people in the airport. For professional teams, they can survive with a little bit of space. Next, it's time to choose a house type with IFCD. As the only team near the airport, IFCD should have the right to be the first to enter the airport. This is also the first time IFCD has encountered a circle at the airport in a professional competition. Although it is only the second circle, the tone of this circle has basically been set. All the professional teams must have studied the airport, and they all came to the conclusion that there is no good terrain. First of all, the airport is located in a relatively low-lying area, with mountains to the north and south, which means that it is difficult to get around on the flat ground, and you can only go in to find housing areas or bunkers. However, the view of the housing areas in the airport is very poor, and no one can pass the test. The housing selection area is basically the best among the shortest, and there are almost no places to hide cars. As soon as the safety zone was refreshed, the IFCD originally located in the center of the circle also began to move. IFCD will definitely go to the airport first. I don't know which terrain they will choose. Or where do you think your team will choose? Mstoy asked as she looked at the screen showing the transfer of all IFCD members. Yehao shook his head and said, Actually, we haven't played this circle a few times, and there aren't many good terrains inside the airport. As soon as the words fell, IFCD finally made their choice. Building A. IFCD stopped in Building A. I originally thought they would choose the satellite building, Xiaotong said with a smile. Mstoy explained. The satellite building is actually not a very good point in professional competitions. The view from the satellite building is actually okay. But once the circle is cleared, it will be difficult to get in without a car. Yehao continued. Yes, if you want to enter the satellite building, you have to run a long distance to the airport. When people are densely packed, it is difficult to get in even if you are spreading cigarette smoke. Chapter 389 Building A. But for Building A, first of all, they have 2 doors at the front and back, so you can observe the situation in the north and south at the same time. Secondly, no matter which side of the airport they land on in the next circle, they actually have a chance to get in, Mstoy said. Yehao continued. Yes, and there is actually a small fence outside Building A, where you can also set up a gun. The third and fourth circles were refreshed one after another, completely covering the airport island. The number of survivors on the field was also seriously reduced due to the previous competition for the bridge. From 80 people, there were only 48 people in the fourth circle. But this time almost all of the 48 people entered the airport, except for the drug-running team. There are also many teams around IFCD, including OMG in Xiaosanking, DLG in the K-shaped building, and LGD near the oil drums directly behind. Almost all teams have been transferred from the south. Circle 5. It's cut to the west. In this way, OMG, DLG, LGD, and IFCD don't need to move. Instead, the teams from the satellite building and the police station have to move. There is only a small area in the C-shaped building in the safe zone, so they will definitely not be able to get in. Yehao continued. Yes, for AM now needs to block all the teams behind it, and then enter the small 5th warehouse in the middle. For AM's current location is in Building C, which is where you can enter the circle in one step. But there are so many teams behind you that if they are all stuck, your worries will be completely solved. Once the circle is refreshed, the level 5 poison is not like the previous level 4 poison. It cannot be resisted at all, and can only urge the teams outside the circle to rush in. But the terrain of the C-shaped building was too easy for others to touch. While the team on the west side watched and waited quietly, the east side had already turned into a pot of porridge. No matter which team on the west side they are, they don't dare to charge randomly, even if they knock down 1 or 2 players with a headshot. Everyone will understand this after playing for such a long time. The tragic 5th circle pushed many teams out of the circle, and the winner was also determined near the elevated road. COG wiped out 17 at the cost of 2 people. and hid behind the elevated road. As long as the team in the C-shaped building did not rush over, they are perfectly safe. As for going up the elevated highway, they have never thought about it. At this stage, they will not be able to get back down. The key is that they may not be able to go up yet. ISCD is a little uncomfortable now. The most important thing is LGD behind them. They don't know if LGD will storm their building. Their building has to divide its troops to defend the north and south. So if the investigation is not in place, it will be easily attacked by LGD. On the other side, for AM failed to withstand the fierce attack from the team on the east side of the circle, and the continuous firepower directly eliminated 4 AM early. Neither 17 nor 4 AM took any advantage in the first set, and the intensity of the final was evident. When it really quiets down, except for the lone wolf, there are actually only a few teams with fighting ability. Under the conditions of the finals, whoever has the Destiny Circle does not necessarily have an advantage. Whether it is Building K or Building A, they all have the same feature. That is, there are several doors. Building A is better on the north and south sides. Building K has countless entrances. It is not difficult for a team to take over the entire K building. Reality. Therefore, the DLG located in the K building was very smart. The 4 of them shrank to the elevated room area, trying to kill the COG. The reason why they did not choose the room to the south is also very simple. If OMG attacked, they would not be able to defend it. It was not because of the difference in strength, but because the view of this room was too poor. So they simply gave it to OMG. The final round is refreshed. Building K, Building A. There are only 2 places in the entire safe zone. In other words, the battles in Building K and Building A may start at the same time. In the K building, DLG and OMG each defended one side, which was relatively harmonious. The difficult part was what kind of defensive strategy the IFCD would adopt. Mao Xiaomao first threw away the M416 he was wearing and replaced it with an S12K in Building A. If the S12K was ranked second in the show building, he would not dare to claim the first place. In this circle, especially in the terrain of the 2-room area, the function of the magnifier is already very small. The gunfire from Xiao 5 Song sounded first. SNAQTC, who came out from the east side, met LGD, but was defeated by LGD without any damage. At the same time, COG was also killed by DLG. As soon as the poisonous circle swept away, LGD immediately stuck to the side of Building A, but did not choose to attack the building. The place they are in is very safe, and there are no other enemies behind them. Rushing to the building now is not very meaningful, because it is not a necessary battle. If you win, you can at most occupy Building A and the next one. The circle is not necessarily within the circle. You have to think carefully about the room area first. LGD's idea is also very simple. When the next circle is cleared, if they are inside, I will rush in and attack ISCD. If they are not inside, I can kill them outside. ISCD will definitely be dealt with by them. Building A has a very large blind spot. It can only see north and south, but not east and west. This means that they do not have a very clear grasp of the specific conditions of Building K and LGD. However, LGD has been posted next to their housing area, and they can determine the approximate location even by judging by their footsteps. IFCD's defensive strategy is very simple. Everyone except Mao Xiaomao holds the back door to guard the building. If you leave the first small room in the front, Mao Xiaomao holds the door alone to detect information. If someone is there, he will go back and join his teammates. If LGD dares to divide their troops, they will rush to one side with full strength. If they don't divide their troops, they will only have to fight in close combat. ISCD's positioning is very particular. They are all standing in a place where mines are not easy to explode. It is definitely impossible to completely avoid it. The first game of QGC was so interesting, Yi said with a smile. It wasn't the circle he was laughing at that was interesting, but the number of people on the field. When it came to the finals, there were only 5 teams on the field, but there were 18 people, except for the 2 players from the AR team lying on the periphery of the K building. The rest, whether it is DLG and OMG in the K building, or ISCD and LGD near the A building, are all fully staffed. This also means that the next circle will be brushed, because there are many complete forces. The competition for the safe zone will probably become more intense. The OB perspective enlarges the map so that everyone can see the final refresh of the safe zone more clearly. The moment the blue and white lines came into contact, the last safe zone was refreshed. Swipe it on Building A. Although the explanation cannot be biased, I am still very excited. Mstoy was a little helpless. He was also DLG's nominal coach. Naturally, he wanted to see DLG achieve good results. Now he directly moved out of DLG's K building and moved to ISCD's A building. He could only blame his bad luck. Just when LGD was about to capture building A, they suddenly heard the footsteps of 4 people. OMG! OMG, I touched it without knowing it! No one noticed. Everyone was still paying attention to LGD. But OMG quietly came over from the K floor. This wave of smiling conductors was also very surprised. OMG was so decisive. He just stuck to the area near building A from the side. Mstoy suddenly said, Smiles conductor must have thought about it. There are 5 teams on the field now. And no team can hold up OMG. The DLG is on the other side of the K building and cannot see the situation in the south. The AR will definitely not be able to stand up if it lies on the ground behind the K building. ISCD and LGD are inside the house, and one is outside the house. OMG's transfer was so fast that even LGD didn't react. Smile is indeed recognized as the #1 conductor in the country. Before Mao Xiaoma, he reached the SS level just by commanding, which shows his commanding skills. This wave of OMG's tactical execution was at its best, and they went straight to building A before anyone could react. Fortunately, I didn't have time to talk to Mstoy, but they were both very curious about the Smile and Mao Xiaomo's next command. How would Smile choose? How would Mao Xiaomo choose? OMG told everyone the answer with actions. LGD's new player Tai just poked his head to take a look at OMG's position, and was shot in the head by the little lion. OMG_Lion used Car 98K to knock down LGD_Tai with a headshot. Rang! I'm building A. Although the Smile was not fast, it still felt like he was telling the truth. Smiling, he held up the south door of building A to prevent ISCD from rushing out and hitting them on the back. Little Lion, a super all-around gunner ranked among the top 3 in the country, led 2 teammates directly towards LGD's position. Absolute confidence. Xiao Xiao knows the strength of his teammates. He can firmly rank first in the country because of more than just tactical execution and transfer. It is their strong personal strength. It's just 3v3. If they don't have the absolute confidence to win, they will never be able to climb to the top spot in the country. In FPP mode, LGD doesn't have any cover. So when you pull it out, it's a pure gunfight. The little lion with the best marksmanship rushed to the front and met the LGD players head-on. OMG 3 people fired at the same time. The kill information in the upper right corner, which had been quiet for a long time, finally started to flood the screen. OMG_Lion used M416 to kill LGD_Joka. OMG_Lion used M416 to kill LGD_TGW. OMG_Lion used M416 to kill LGD_DT. The little lion's wave of screen swiping directly took LGD away, but none of the OMG team members lost any health, even though they all had residual health. Nice fight. The last word of the Smile has not been spoken yet. OMG's flank suffered a fatal blow. Ta-ta-ta-ta. ISCD_Godric used Groza to hit OMG_Silent BT. ISCD_Godric hits OMG_Lion with Groza. ISCD_Godric used Groza to hit OMG_Shuhai. ISCD did not choose to rush out from the south side, but chose the north side supported by DLG. Good's wave of Groza fire directly took away 3 OMG players with residual health. Chapter 390 Endgame. OMG caught off guard. DLG didn't hold anyone up. From DLG's perspective, they were surrounded by thick smoke. They want to spread smoke into the circle, blocking all his vision. Gave Good a chance to go sideways. Mao Xiaomo understood what Mao Xiaomo meant by just looking at Good. For this kind of sideways draw, the Groza is much easier to use than the M16. Mao Xiaomo followed Good, but his perspective was always on the DLG behind him. On the body, this side profile was completely exposed to IFCD. When Good leaned forward, the 3 OMG team members with residual health were all filling first aid kits. There was no way to fight back, and the FPP's field of vision was relatively small. When they heard the gunfire, it was already too late. The 3 remaining health were collected by Good without any pressure. Make up for it instantly. OMG's full combat force was instantly reduced to a Smile. Smile can only hide next to building A to see if he can get a ranking. This wave is so beautiful! Mstoy also praised. The #1 player in the circle is Mstoy, and Mao Xiaomo is also the player he wants most. There is no one else who has enthusiasm, strength, potential, a strong outlook on the overall situation, charm, willingness to practice, and high commercial value. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the only one in Xia Kingdom. If Mao Xiaomo's personal strength is stronger, and he reaches the top 10 or even the top 5 in the country, there will be unlimited possibilities. In Joy's mind, the upper limit of some already famous players is there. But for the first time, Mao Xiaomo made him see the possibility of becoming the first SSS-level professional player in China. The last one gave him this feeling. It's Zhou Lili. However, because the team as a whole is not strong. Although Zhou Lili's personal strength is very outstanding, she has never been able to break through that bottleneck. Yes, the command of this wave is very smart. I seized the opportunity of DLG to spread smoke and rushed out from the front of DLG to hit OMG's back. Fortunately, Mao Xiaomo has never been stingy with his command. The words of praise also revealed a bit of pride. The strongest newcomer in the country. King Mao Xiaomo. It's no exaggeration to say it's in full swing. This makes IFCD's position so comfortable. Yes, Joy and Yehao have a very strong understanding of the overall situation. When IFCD almost destroyed OMG, they knew that IFCD was going to win the chicken. The reason is very simple. Apart from the smiles, the remaining two teams are outside the circle. The only way to get in is to break through the IFCD defense line. IFCD is going to eat chicken, Joy laughed. The main subjects of the duel on the field became IFCD and DLG. Don't be too fond of me, but IFCD does occupy the best position in the industry. Ouch! It's a good thing the words haven't finished yet. Got slapped in the face. Boom. Boom. DLG_Shuju had used a fragmentation grenade to knock down IFCD_King. DLG_Zioju used the frag grenade to knock down IFCD_Godric. Xiaoju's instant thunder exploded with two thunders. Directly blow up Good and Mao Xiaomo, who were very close. I wish I could slap myself in the face. Just say that I have nothing to say. After IFCD dealt with OMG's large force, they all went directly to the north gate and tried their best to block DLG's entry. Mao Xiaomo and Good were by the wall, while Good and Wang Hao were in the room, always on guard against their smiles stealing their butts. But Shujue is very smart. He knows that IFCD is standing in the circle, and he can probably judge IFCD's general position. He pulled an instantaneous thunderbolt in the smoke and bounced directly against the wall to the feet of Mao Xiaomo and Good. One thunder and two sounds. DLG charges. Charge! Charge! Two of them down. Xiaoju shouted directly after knocking down two people. For versus 2 is an absolute advantage in FPP mode. Even if IFCD has a bunker. Yehao said again. DLG is about to charge. This IFCD is very difficult to defend. Before Mjoy could even cover her mouth, there was a loud sound of gunfire behind DLG. The two players from the AR team are brainless and unhappy. Almost everyone forgot their existence. They touched the back of DLG when DLG was spreading cigarettes. And when DLG rushed out of the smoke and prepared to charge, gave them a fatal blow. Duh. Almost 4 backs. The first thing they saw was Xiaoju squatting on the ground with a gun. As a sniper, Xiaoju's role was to hold the door of Building 8 to prevent IFCD from having a chance to shoot. But he didn't expect that the first problem would be on his side. When he heard AR's footsteps, it was already too late. Later, AR_Maituno used AKM to knock down DLG_Shujue. AR_Bugoxing used AKM to knock out DLG_Deejboy. Hit! Mao Xiaomo said no nonsense. The IFCD team members instantly judged the situation on the field. And DLG's, but was stolen. Going out now is a double attack. Zheng Yao and Wang Hao leaned forward and shot. The DLG players were in a dilemma. They were either attacking from the front or from behind. They were directly destroyed by two flanking groups without any reaction time. What's a pity for IFCD is that they didn't get any of the two heads. Wang Hao directly pulled a thunderbolt, blocking the route for the AR team to enter the circle, and then rushed to the place where Mao Xiaomo and Good fell to the ground. You can't pull people in at this time, Joy said. Now is the time for the AR team to enter the circle. If they forcefully pull people in, they will definitely lose half their firepower. Wang Hao would not make this low-level mistake. He just wanted to open up the line of fire with Zheng Yao. Otherwise the two of them would easily get through in the same line of fire. Zheng Yao! Look at OMG Lone Wolf! Wang Hao continued to suppress the two AR team members with firepower, and said to Zheng Yao at the same time. Mao Xiaomo nodded secretly. What they were afraid of now was not the two AR team players who were stuck outside the circle, but what they were more afraid of was the OMG Lone Wolf. Once stolen, the game would be in danger. Zheng Yao listened carefully to Smile's footsteps, And just as IFCD expected, Smile's judgment of the situation would definitely lead to IFCD's move. There are 7 people alive on the field, and IFCD has the bottom 2, which is a 2-on-2-on-1 situation. As a lone wolf, he has no chance. Wang Hao and the AR team are constantly exchanging fire and blood. Smile heard the gunfire and walked over quietly, holding the gun and slowly moving towards the main entrance. The moment he poked his head in, his smile instantly disappeared. Duh. Chapter 391, Don't be stupid. We'll be thankful. The moment when I carefully poked my head in with a smile, I saw Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao had already set up her gun, waiting for Smile to fall into the trap. The response from both sides was very fast, although the smile faded very quickly. Without any delay, he was shot in the head and was instantly disabled. Turn around and run. He put his gun away and ran back with a smile. Very decisive. Don't chase, Mao Xiaomao shouted. Cheng Yao nodded silently and pulled out from the other side to help Wang Hao snipe the AR team members. After the smile is crippled, I must go back to apply medicine, and I must take advantage of this time to clear out the AR team. With Cheng Yao's help, Wang Hao's pressure was much lessened. The poisonous circle hit the AR team, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and charge forward. Wang Hao leaned forward and knocked one down directly. IFCD_45 AI used M16 to knock down AR_Maituno. Another AR player was unhappy and took away Wang Hao with 2 backhand shots. Cheng Yao's replenishment shot was also very timely, helped Wang Hao to clear out the last player of the AR team. Number of survivors on the field, 5. IFCD4 and OMG Lone Wolf Smile. However, 3 of the 4 IFCD people fell to the ground. If Smile plays decisively, it will be a 1v1 situation. The smile is coming, but it's not easy, Joy explained. Logically speaking, a smile must be made in this situation. If not, there will be no chance of waiting for the IFCD team members to smile. IFCD was also very smart and climbed directly behind the wall, so that there would be a bunker to set up a gun for Cheng Yao to rescue people. Oh, IFCD is so smart. Very smart. No wonder Joy was so impressed. While Cheng Yao was rescuing people, Good climbed out and acted as an artificial eye for Cheng Yao, staring at Building A and the smiling side. Once the smile comes out, Good will notice it. If only 1 or 2 people can be rescued now, IFCD is almost certain to win, so there is no need to rescue them all. The team's goal is to win the final victory. These 20 points are given away, and the points for winning chicken are much higher than those for second place. Smile has been paying attention to the kill information on the field. At this time, you have to rush even if you don't rush. There is still a 20% chance of rushing, but there is a 1% chance of not rushing. Walk out of Building A with a smile. Seeing Good who fell to the ground, he immediately understood what IFCD was thinking. He quickly knocked out Good and scored 20 points first. Cheng Yao also took advantage of this time to release the rescue button and directly pulled out the probe to shoot. Another very important reason why there is a huge advantage with cover over without cover is that the enemy without cover is in a moving state. In this case, raising the gun to shoot must be a beat slower than the stationary Cheng Yao. With a constant smile, he still found a gap for Cheng Yao to shoot in advance. Cheng Yao didn't have any tremors even when faced with this kind of endgame. Just pull it out and kill him with 3 shots. IFCD_Crystal used Scarl to kill OMG_Shirong. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, IFCD. Congratulations, IFCD. We won the first game. Under Joy and Yahao's explanation, the audience cheered for the first time. Although IFCD's set was a destiny circle, good strategic deployment helped them keep this destiny circle. In the end, Cheng Yao's big heart successfully took away the smile and successfully won the first set. It's also surprising that IFCD is not in good shape during this period, and it is not easy to maintain this destiny circle. First of all, IFCD was very lucky in this set. They were in the destiny circle of the airport, and then OMG actually helped them, giving them time to deal with the endgame. Joy analyzed, and he will not be without it. The brain is playing IFCD, which can be seen from the number of kills of IFCD in this game. In fact, IFCD did very limited things in this game, but everything was done on purpose. Okay, let's take a look at the results of the first set. Xiaotong finally answered. The first IFCD has 4 heads. The second place is OMG with 6 kills. The third place is AR with 3 kills. And the fourth place is DLG with 4 kills. The first few people don't have many heads. Yahao nodded. Because this game is in an airport area. There is no absolute Destiny room area. The number of people is more even, Mstoy said. Actually, what's more pity is LGD. They had a chance to rush down to the IFCD housing area. Once they fired their guns, DLG probably wouldn't let OMG come over so easily. Okay, let's talk about more reviews later. Let's take a look at some standings and post-match interviews first. Nice. Pretty. The IFCD team members laughed and high-fived each other. There was no problem, and they succeeded in winning the chicken. But the process was a bit thrilling. The supervisor behind them also reminded IFCD and asked them to send a player to the main stage for an interview. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. Good volunteered excitedly, making everyone want to laugh. Mao Xiaomao said with a smile. Go. Who won't let you go? Wang Hao shook his head. Just don't embarrass yourself. Everyone laughed. If it was the IFCD people who were embarrassed on stage. Wang Hao. Your uncle. QGC New Year Invitational Final Scoreboard. 1. IFCD, R1, 580, total score, 580 chicken times 1. 2. OMG, R1, 485, total score, 485. 3. AR, R1, 370, total score, 370. 4. DLG, R1, 350, total score, 350. The standings were displayed on the big screen. And Good was also invited to the main stage. No one expected that. Even the female host thought it would be Mao Xiaomao, the captain of IFCD. Unexpectedly, what came was a foreigner with yellow hair. The camera showed the two of them. And the female host smiled and nodded. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome to our post-game interview session. The one who is here with me now is Godric, the IFCD assaulter who has just successfully won the chicken game. Hello. Please introduce yourself. The female host was wearing very revealing clothes. Good wanted to look at her, but didn't dare to look at her. After all, she had to be more restrained when she was on stage. Hello everyone. I am Godric, the commando from IFCD. First of all, congratulations to IFCD for eating the first chicken in the QGC finals. This plate of chicken was actually helped by the Destiny Circle. Did you think that the first plate would be chicken? The female host asked with a smile. Good took the microphone and said, Actually, we had a great chance when we were on our side in the finals. We didn't make any mistakes in handling it later. So we won the game. Indeed, this kind of chicken is not worth talking about for IFCD. After all, they have played so many exciting chicken games before. But it is a great start for their trip to the finals. The female host then asked, Can you share with us your thoughts on handling the finals? I saw that there was actually a lone wolf from OMG behind you at that time. Good said matter-of-factly. Let's look at it from both ends. The position of 45 AI can support 2 members of the AR team. The other member should not let the lone wolf steal our ass. There was also a wave of stolen OMG sideways. You knocked down 3 OMG people by yourself. Can you share what the situation was like at that time? Forehead. The captain asked me to hit sideways, so I went to hit him. Good was a little embarrassed, which also caused laughter from the audience. On such occasions, Good also respectfully addressed Mao Xiaomao as captain, and kept calling him Smelly Monkey, Stinky Monkey, in private. The female host also felt that the question she asked seemed a bit embarrassing, and the time was almost up. So she said with a smile, Finally, Godric, what is the final goal of IFCD? And who do you think the biggest opponent is? When it comes to this, Good becomes more confident. This is the temperament of their IFCD. They are no longer the team that was bullied by everyone in the Hero Cup and almost gave away points. They are one of the top 10 first-line teams in the country and have a place in IFCD. Our goal is definitely to win the championship. My biggest rival is OMG. He is very strong. As a European, Good's personality is very different from that of a Xi'an national. But players who can reach this point all have one trait, and that is confidence. As the captain, Mao Xiaomao has greatly affected the temperament of the team. No matter what field you are in, the captain's temperament determines the temperament of the entire team. As soon as Good's words came out, the audience started cheering. IFCD said they want to win the championship, regardless of whether it succeeds in the end. At least everyone can see the energy. And this is what attracts neutral fans the most. Oh! The female host was very satisfied when she saw such a warm atmosphere. At least her task had been completed. Okay. Congratulations again to IFCD for winning the first set. I hope they can perform well in the next games. Good nodded and returned to the competition room excitedly. He originally thought he would be a little nervous about this interview. After all, he had been more or less nervous when he went on stage before. However, the interview after the chicken show was completely pretending to be a comparison. It was so exciting. So when the remaining 3 members of IFCD saw Good coming back with a glowing face, they all laughed, although they didn't hear what Good said at the scene. They could imagine it. It's not a shame. As soon as Good sat down, Mao Xiaomou crossed his legs and said with a smile, No. How can it be? Absolutely domineering. Wang Hao complained, Don't be stupid. We will be thankful. Chapter 392, A Fatal Blow. Okay. Can I ask you how you feel now? Mr. Wei asked with a smile as the screen cut to the commentary box. He said, Okay, and replied with a smile. That must be happy. In fact, domestic team competitions still depend on one's on-the-spot performance and maintenance of form. Yes. After all, this is a 3-day, 12-set-long game. Except firstly, the current mainstream finals of major competitions are all 8 sets. The 12-set game reduces the element of luck to the greatest extent. A team that can achieve stable results in the 12-set game must be a strong team. However, in the first set of QGC, IFCD, who was gaining momentum, lost the chicken. This is also something that so many viewers didn't expect. Okay, let's listen to Teacher 5400's review next. As soon as the screen turned, Teacher 5400, another well-known domestic commentator and coach, appeared in front of a big screen. On the big screen was the first set of the competition. Hello, everyone. Everyone. This is the review session after the game. I am review commentator 5400. 5400 still has short hair and looks very capable. Recently, he has been having a heated relationship with his girlfriend Xiaoan on stage, which has become a hot topic in the industry. Okay, let's review the situation of the last game. First of all, we can see that the previous game was an airport circle. This circle, IFCD's choice was very smart. They did not choose to force their way into the center of the mountain circle, but chose to protect the car. This also paved the way for their subsequent transfer. Look, as soon as the circle was flipped, IFCD immediately entered Building A. And then let's look at a transfer route of OMG. In the end, when Crystal has a bunker, the only thing waiting for OMG is destruction. Okay. That's it for the review of the first game. We'll see you in the next game. 5400's wonderful analysis is very clear. Both laymen and experts can understand it clearly. He also has his own unique insights into the circle. It is no wonder that QM will spend a lot of money to recruit 5400 as a coach. Okay. Thank you 5400 for the wonderful review. After a commercial, we will enter the second set. Taking advantage of this time, everyone began to adjust their state for the second set. In this point-based game, winning first never counts. The number of heads in the first set of IFCD was only 4, and the chicken score was only 580 points, which is not a very high score. So the gap between the second, third, and fourth place is not that big, and the teams at the back are still not that big. There are strong teams like 17, SNAQTC, and 4AM that have yet to perform. So IFCD does not dare to take anything lightly. At the beginning of the second set, everyone also entered the game preparation screen and saw the route for the first time. After a while, the plane took off. Okay. Hello, viewers. You are now watching the finals of the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament. It is now the second set of the competition. Let's take a look at our route in the second set. The second route is from Dazidian to Z City. This route is also relatively balanced, Xiaoan said. Yes, there is no doubt that IFCD Airport, then Stars in Port, LGD Big and Small Electricity, IFTYME City. There is actually no change. Ms. Joy continued. Actually, professional teams rarely change their jump points. Why? Because fixed jump points have fixed route choices for entering the circle. Once the jump point is changed, it is not as simple as simply changing resource points, Yi Qiao said with a smile. But if you really have no choice, you can change it if you can. For example, during PGI last year, 5.6 teams were squeezed into the upper and lower city areas. This must be changed. Yes, generally strong teams will have their own territory, such as 17th P City and SNAQTC's G Port. Are you making fun of my FCD? Yi Yi said, funny. They just gave up our city to XQ. Joy smiled and said, No, 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 no. The forum will be controlled by others soon. Okay. The first circle is in the far west, with the small G town as the center. In this circle, there should not be too many attrition in the early stage. Yahao said. Joy nodded. Yes, there are many places to fit in this circle. But with the current big rhythm, I will still fight for a position in the center of the circle. Nowadays, domestic teams basically occupy the center of the circle if they can. After all, circles still account for a large proportion in this game. If you are in the center of the circle, the distance to the center of the next circle must be the shortest, because the space in the south is relatively large. IFCD's luck is not very good, and the equipment is not very complete. So we stayed for an extra minute. The best position in the center of the circle is definitely occupied by the indigenous people in the circle. No matter how fast the team moves, it cannot be faster than the team that was originally searching there. This is why IFCD wants the airport circle. After safely passing the bridgehead on the west side, the IFCD moved north through the plains. Wang Hao still drives a motorcycle as a pathfinder. But there are relatively few teams in the south. Most of the teams are concentrated in the north and east. IFCD has many choices. And you can also choose to go around the west. But this is actually the first circle. Not much necessary. Unless you accidentally drive into someone else's team's face. The chances of something going wrong are not high. At this time, the east side of the circle, the school district building, and the nearby wild area are the areas with the most densely packed teams. All the teams in the east side of the circle are crowded in the same place. IFCD chose a small housing area halfway up the mountain to wait for the next circle to be refreshed. This housing area was not very good, but it was relatively close to the center of the circle. Everyone played more cautiously in this round, and the second circle was refreshed. At that time, only 2 people were lost. Oh! I painted a cut-corner circle on the west side. This circle is more beautiful, Joy said with a smile. In this circle, Xiaoqing District and G-Port are both in the safe zone. And the entire Longji Mountain is also in the safe zone. It occupies the north side of a safe zone, in addition to a large plain on the south side. There is only G-Town and nearby wild areas. However, there are also many wilderness areas in the south, where teams can be stationed. SNQTC is definitely the most comfortable in this circle. They occupy a small housing area under Longji Mountain. This housing area is really invincible. It has walls and a good view. The key is not afraid of people above touching it. If you stay in the safe area, it must be a destiny shooting position. This means there are no lines on the west side, which means the east side is more crowded. Yes, with this circle shape and the team's position, even if the team on the east side wants to move to the west side, it won't work. Only when the team in the center of the circle moves to the west can their entire large force move to the west. Even if they want to go around, there is no chance. There are teams in front, behind, and on the left and right. Once they choose to go around the circle, they are likely to be attacked by many teams. Baptism. So the team on the east side will definitely gather. Let's go around. Mao Xiaomao glanced at the circle and roughly mapped out the distribution of people in the entire circle in his head. Although they don't have much information, they can still roughly judge the distribution of teams in the circle by predicting each team's route into the circle and selecting points. If they want to enter the circle now, they only have 2 options, go around or fight. It is not realistic to rush in by car, and the terrain inside and around the circle must have been taken up. It is not their turn. Even if they rush in, there will be no place to listen. There must be no one on the west side of the circle now. According to Mao Xiaomao's prediction, there is at most 1 team, but in fact there is no team at all. However, the risk of force bypassing is also very high. Unless the full map is activated, it is impossible to perfectly avoid other teams. IFCD wants to choose to go around the circle. This choice is very bold, Yahao said after seeing all IFCD members get on the bus. Circles will inevitably lead to attrition. There are so many teams around now, but there is nothing they can do if they don't go in circles, Ms. Joy continued. Yes, there are at least 10 teams in this east circle. If they fight, it will be a pot of porridge. Even if they are as strong as Phase and Liquid, it will be difficult to escape when the 2 teams attack, and as soon as the gunshots are fired in mountain warfare. As long as there are qualified teams nearby, they will definitely choose to clear the border, Ms. Joy said. Although this is a very passive choice, there seems to be no other choice. Mao Xiaomao felt a little regretful. In fact, according to their strategy for entering the circle. The circle should have stayed on a hilltop in the south. But he was a little greedy and squeezed into the circle again, until he reached a small spot in the center of the circle. In the housing area, Hashibushi made another corner circle. This corner circle immediately put IFCD in a situation where it could neither retreat nor advance. Go around! Mao Xiaomao said to Wang Hao that if they didn't move, they would have no chance. So they might as well break out now if they could. One of the biggest problems with using a car for transfer is that it is relatively passive and cannot fight back when attacked. Even though Mao Xiaomao judged the positions of several teams, he still could not completely avoid the enemy's firepower. When OMG came out of Port P, it was also a late entry strategy. As soon as they were about to go around the blue circle to the west, they saw the rickety IFCD convoy. Although the journey was quite thrilling, no one was lost. Even Mao Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought that they were lucky, they suffered a fatal blow. The team instantly fell into the encirclement of OMG. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. The firepower of 4 rifles is simply unbearable. Boom. Boom. OMG_Shirong detonated the vehicle and killed IFCD_King. OMG_Shiohai detonated the vehicle and killed IFCD_Crystal. Chapter 393 Wang Hao's Fangs. Good and Wang Hao, one driving a smoking jeep and the other driving a motorcycle, flew past OMG's face. But the jeep lost its balance, and the jeep, which was already smoking, landed on top of a thick tree. There was a loud bang. IFCD_Godric detonated the vehicle and killed IFCD_Godric. Wang Hao's driving skills have made mistakes in the competition, which also made fans who are familiar with IFCD sweat for him. Fortunately, although Wang Hao's motorcycle is traveling at high speed on the mountain, his mentality has always been very stable, and he continues to operate elegantly past OMG's defense line. However, IFCD lost 3 people here, which also made IFCD fans feel like 1 second of heaven and 1 second of HL. As a result, IFCD's lone wolves can basically only focus on poor rankings. Yes! Fortunately, as a professional commentator, even if his team was knocked down by 3 people, he still maintained the same state. But he did feel a little regretful. But there's really nothing we can do about it this time. The screen cut to the east side of the blue and white circle, and countless teams started fighting for the few points around the circle. In just the second lap, teams are constantly being eliminated. There is no one on the west side, and there is a large plain, which also compresses the space of these professional teams very much. Some familiar strong teams, LGD, DLG, all teams from the east that entered the circle were eliminated one after another. After the second circle, there were only 15 teams left. The more intense the professional competition, the more it will give the audience and players the illusion that there is no chance to enter, no place to stay. They can only be driven into the circle, and they cannot make strategies. In domestic competitions at the highest level, even some strong teams cannot guarantee stable performance. In the third and fourth circles, Wang Hao successfully entered the circle, and the field was successfully reduced to 11 teams. In the next concentric circle, in front of Wang Hao was the OMG that was later transferred. Because Wang Hao had been lying on the ground for a long time and was on a concave slope, OMG did not find Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao knew that there was a full formation about 50 meters in front of him, he did not dare to get up and attack. Once he got up as a lone wolf, he would definitely be wiped out. Now IFCD's lone wolves basically can't enter the circle. They can only see if they can steal some elimination points from OMG's players. Mstoy suggested. If OMG and Wang Hao want to enter the circle, they have to enter the plane in front. This plane is very easy for OMG. The probability of the car being swept down in such an open area is also very low. It is almost impossible for Wang Hao to enter the circle. Mao Xiaomao had the same idea, and Wang Hao was also waiting for the opportunity for OMG to get on the bus and transfer. There was no team around this position of OMG, but they were still very cautious and cleared a circle to find the lone wolf of IFCD. They had never seen the news of the death of IFCD's lone wolf before. The location can only be on the west side of the circle. Let's go! After searching around, no Wang Hao was found, and OMG just gave up. The 4 of them heard gunshots just as they started the vehicle. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Get out of the car! Smile's reaction was very quick, and he got out of the car and started to fight back. At the analysis table, Mstoy and Yehao both shouted, 45 AI! OMG, just get out of the car and fight back! IFCD_45 AI used AKM to knock down OMG_Shuhai. The AK at this distance had no difficulty at all for Wang Hao. And he swept Shuhai directly from the car. OMG's response is unimaginably fast. The other three people got off the car directly. Think directly about the lone wolf of IFCD. Wang Hao originally wanted to scan another one. But when he saw OMG, they all got out of the car, put away his gun and took out a mine. He pinched it for 3 seconds and then threw it out. Boom. IFCD_45 AI used fragmentation grenade D to kill OMG_Shuhai. Kill first. Wang Hao does not have such strong self-confidence. I think I can wear 1 through 4. And my opponent is still the number 1 OMG in Xia country. Now I just get 20 points, if I can get 20 points. The other 3 OMG people directly pulled away horizontally. When they reached Wang Hao's side, Wang Hao's death was imminent. Wang Hao pinched another thunder, blocking the path of the little lion on the left, and then smiled to the right. Mao Xiaomo didn't speak, but Wang Hao's thinking was equally clear, and he successively placed smoke under his and the enemy's feet in an attempt to block the enemy's sight. After the smoke dispersed, Wang Hao also got into the smoke. Boom! Boom! The OMG team members did not rush into the smoke and engage in hand-to-hand combat with Wang Hao. Even though the poisonous circle had begun to refresh, they were not in a hurry. The poisonous circle refreshed very slowly. After the smoke dissipated, they would clear Wang Hao. But who would have thought that Wang Hao threw 2 more cigarettes at his feet, which disrupted OMG's plan. Although this poison is only a level 4 poison. Once the blue and white circles come into contact, the next circle will be a level 5 poison. This version of the level 5 poison fairy cannot withstand it. They didn't expect that Wang Hao would carry so many throwing objects. 7 smokes and 3 thunders. Wang Hao took all the throwing objects he picked up with him. In fact, 7 cigarettes are not particularly many in professional competitions. Professional teams cannot do without medicines without bringing 10 cigarettes. It's not like I haven't smoked before. Wang Hao's 2 cigarettes immediately made OMG rush over. Wang Hao, who was already lying on the ground, opened the red dot mirror and constantly judged the opponent's position based on his footsteps. He only has 1 chance now. 1v3 is definitely impossible. The best result is to replace 1. The first striker must kill with 1 hit. Wang Hao suddenly saw the little lion's legs. Just shoot it with a few shots and knock it down. Then smile and make up for it. But Wang Hao's nerve reaction was extremely fast, and he directly counterattacked with his AK and knocked him down with a headshot mixed with smoke. IFCD_45 AI used AKM to knock down OMG_Lionk. IFCD_45 AI used AKM headshot to knock down OMG_Shirong. Beautiful! 45 AI! Knocked down 3 people! Can you create a miracle? Joy and Yehao almost jumped up. The reaction and marksmanship shown by the IFCD lone wolf in a desperate situation are so outstanding. Wang Hao finally showed his fangs in the professional arena. 3 people were knocked down in an instant. And the hearts of other IFCD team members were also beating fast. No one has any influence on Wang Hao anymore. And no one wants him to make up for it. Wang Hao still had that serious expression. But his long-standing suppression of killing was finally released. I'm afraid you have forgotten that I am the CUL murderer 45 AI who was rated S+, when he first entered the professional circle. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed and his concentration increased again. Chapter 394. Destroy the team alone OMG. Mao Xiaomo has always shined so brightly. The top domestic commander. First-class assaulter. Good-looking and popular. The captain. Soul and core of IFCD. All the praise goes to Mao Xiaomo. The other 3 people have been silently supporting the captain. Even Wang Hao, who was shining brightly at the beginning. In previous games, Mao Xiaomo has been the team's main output point and won the title of PPL Killer King. Wang Hao and Good are more of a support player, pulling the gun line. But everyone can't forget that Wang Hao is still the player with the best marksmanship in the team. After knocking down 3 team members one after another, Wang Hao also moved his steps and hid behind the bunker. As the last player in OMG, Sly and BT originally had the opportunity to take away Wang Hao. But the opponent was in the smoke and could not completely judge the opponent's position. It would be embarrassing if the shuttle did not take away the opponent, but exposed his position, and was taken away by the opponent. Lost Alpha. It was because of this caution that he missed the best opportunity to kill Wang Hao. After Wang Hao hid in the bunker, the poison happened to hit him. The current situation really made it impossible to escape anywhere. Even if OMG wins this team battle, there is no way for everyone to evacuate. The poison has been applied. and teammates will definitely not be able to save them. OMG didn't expect the lone wolf of IFCD to be so difficult to deal with. For a while, they didn't have any good solutions. Let's go! Although his smile was a little depressing, he still commanded calmly. They are a team that aims to win the championship. It is definitely not a good choice to compete with IFCD now. They have no head points in this game. At least they have to be in the top 5 to get guaranteed points. In addition to outstanding personal strength, OMG's professionalism is also a major reason why it can stand at the number 1 position in Xia Kingdom. The survival of the fittest is all about results. Whoever is weak will get out, and whoever is strong will go up. Therefore, the 4 main players of OMG have never dared to relax their training. You must know that the second team also has many good players. Wang Hao didn't expect OMG to withdraw so decisively. He only reacted immediately when he heard the sound of the car. In an instant, I opened my backpack, switched on the 4X lens, and rushed out of the smoke. The blood on the body has begun to drop in small squares, and it is basically concluded that the circle cannot be entered. Once the circle is brushed, the blood will be lost in large squares. You must devour the first aid kit to survive. Open the 4X lens and shoot rapidly at the OMG team members, who are driving crazily. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Can you beat me down? Mjoy said loudly. Wang Hao's shooting rate is very fast. The jeep, which was already smoking due to the previous round of shooting, lost even more health. Silent BT had no choice but to drift off and get off. But at this moment, Wang Hao seized the opportunity. 2 precise shots took away the half-health Silent BT. IFCD_45 AI used M416 to kill OMG_Silent BT. IFCD_45 AI killed with M416. IFCD_45 AI killed with M416. Beautiful! Nice! Showtime! I shouted excitedly. It's much more exciting than the last game of chicken. The scene also fell into a carnival. The long-lasting shouting also made Mjoy's blood boil. A beautiful wave of 1v4. IFCD's Freeman 45 AI destroyed OMG by himself. Xiaofeng also kept shaking his head and said, I originally thought IFCD was good at tactics, but I didn't expect that personal strength is so outstanding. I couldn't hide my excitement. Just when I was about to speak, I was interrupted by Mjoy. I don't quite understand that IFCD's personal strength is not outstanding. He is the king of kills in PPL and ranks first in the number of kills in the team. Does this mean that his personal strength is not outstanding? I can responsibly tell you that I think the TPJ comprehensive review is fully in line with the strength of IFCD. Mjoy said seriously and said yes. To be honest, he himself felt that IFCD's TPJ overall rating was a bit exaggerated. But he did not expect Mjoy's rating to be so high. Everyone must recognize the fact that IFCD is now a first-tier team in China. In the eyes of many people, they are still a young new team. I can only say that after seeing IFCD's games clearly, they can now compete with OMG. Super strong teams like 17 compete against each other. I feel a little embarrassed about being praised, but I still feel a sense of pride from the bottom of my heart. There is nothing more fulfilling than receiving recognition. Young and new teams have always been the label of IFCD. After all, viewers who like esports subconsciously believe that such a team is also a new team with potential. But IFCD slapped them in the face in just 4 months. The second set of the finals of the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament. IFCD_45 AI single player destroys the team OMG. Many people have only now realized that Wang Hami's team is OMG. Xia Kingdom's number 1 OMG. Mjoy continued. But OMG. I remember being wiped out by many players alone. Yi Qinghao said. I remember there was NW. 17. There is an old saying in Xia State that if you want to become a strong first-line team, you must first defeat OMG once as a team. IFCD did it. Mjoy started a joke. No. 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 We are really brothers. At this time, news of Wang Hao's death came from the upper right corner. IFCD_45 AI was killed outside the safe zone. IFCD stopped at 8th place. Those who are interested also calculated the points of IFCD in this game. For kills in 8th place, that is, 80 kill points plus 175 ranking points. 255 points, which can be regarded as a guaranteed score. Can you keep it? I don't know my lead, but I won't give away the least points. So I must be in the first group. The second round of the finals was quite fierce. In the plain circle, many teams only had a small slope as a cover. In the end, it turned into a Voldemort battle. In FPP mode, the viewing angle is inherently low, and it is difficult to see the enemies lying on the plain. Therefore, in professional competitions, everyone did not dare to stand up casually without certain information. 5 people and 4 teams made it to the final round of Plum Blossom Piles. In the final melee, the last 2 players of the AR team still had a numerical advantage. When Mustang fell to the ground first, Lasja turned the tide and killed 2 lone wolves one after another and successfully won the chicken. It also surprised the audience. 17 became famous last year. Will it be AR this year? Chapter 395, Worrying Condition. It is different from last year. The rise of 17 last year was foreshadowed. The wonderful performance in the previous DOU competition and the super strength of 17 show. But this year's QGC, this AR team has not even been heard of. Mjoy said, I don't know the members of this AR team very well, but I am friends with the owner of this team. Yehao nodded. The owner of the AR team was also their friend. And he was also a second-generation rich man. When he started a team, he never expected to create such a strong team that could compete in top events. Yes, from now on, it seems that this team's strength is good, especially their frontal ability. But after 2 games, the circle is actually taking care of him. Mjoy continued. Yes, there will be 10 long games next, which is also a time to test the quality of each new team. After 2 sets, the AR team also ranked first with a score of 1030 points by virtue of 1 set of third place and 1 set of chicken. IFCD follows closely behind. The third set of competition started quickly. It was a mountain battle in the middle of the map. After IFCD destroyed DLG, it encountered 4 AM in full state. After a fight, the 17 teams that came after them wiped out all of them. In the end, Team 17, as the defending champions, finally got the first chicken in this QGC finals. The circle in the 4th set was even more unfriendly for IFCD. It was directly near the Holy Mountain and Y City. IFCD had no choice but to make a large-scale transfer. In the end, it was stuck outside the circle by SNAQTC when entering the finals. Hanyan Cheongchong was also beaten to death and finished in 9th place. SNAQTC, who defeated IFCD in a team, became more and more courageous as he fought. Under heavy siege, he defeated AR, 4 AM, and COG in a team, and finally succeeded in winning the chicken in a street battle in Y City. In this way, the first day of the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament is all over, and 1/3 of the schedule is completed. Since there is no team that has won 2 chickens, the lead of the first group is not particularly large. For sets in the competition, the chicken teams are IFCD, AR, 17, SNAQTC, and OMG, who performed steadily and was almost in the top 5 in the set, firmly occupying the top 5 position. QGC New Year Invitational Finals Scoreboard. 1. SNAQTC, R1, 320, R2, 190, R3, 565, R4, 680, total score, 1755 chicken times 1. 2. OMG, R1, 485, R2, 220, R3, 510, R4, 430, total score, 1645. 3. 17, R1, 100, R2, 390, R3, 860, R4, 120, total score, 1470 chicken times 1. 4. AR, R1, 370, R2, 660, R3, 180, R4, 165, total score, 1375 chicken times 1. 5. IFCD, R1, 580, R2, 255, R3, 180, R4, 200 total score, 1215 chicken times 1. Okay. Then the 4 games on the first day of our QGC New Year Invitational Finals are all over. Let's take a look at the standings on the first day. The first place, SNAQTC, scored 1,755 points. Although OMG didn't eat 1 chicken, it was really stable. Except for the one played by UIFCD. The top 5 players deserve to be the number 1 OMG in the world, Mjoy said with a smile. Yihao rolled his eyes and continued. Then 17.AR and IFCD ranked 3 to 5 respectively. But the points difference from the first place is a bit big. But fortunately, this is only the first day of the game. And the following there are still 8 sets left and a lot can happen. Mjoy nodded. In this long game format, the fault tolerance rate is actually not that high. Basically, if you are eliminated early, Your score will be caught up by several teams that are eyeing behind you. Okay, that's the end of our live broadcast today. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow. After chatting for a while, the first day of QGC finally came to an end. After the 4 sets of games, the members of each professional team also said hello to each other and returned to the hotel. IFCD's performance today can be described as starting high and moving low. The first 2 sets were full of highlights, but the next 2 sets were too loose and could not keep up with the rhythm of this kind of final. If Mao Xiaomo rated the team, he would give it a maximum of 50 points, which would not even be a passing grade. If CD played 100% in CBL, IFCD played 30% in the Hero Cup, and 80% in PPL, then this time QGC will only play 50% at most. The entire team state is also a bit unexciting, and it's not entirely due to physical reasons. It's good to understand the current state of IFCD. He just avoided the first professional championship in the professional competition, and it was a shocking reversal. It is impressive in every aspect. To put it bluntly, the current IFCD lacks power. The realization of Cheng Yao's long-held dream, coupled with the news that she is about to leave the team, actually has some impact on the status of IFCD. The most direct impact is the status of Mao Xiaomo. His girlfriend is going abroad and cannot see each other for 3 years. As normal as a man, I don't believe it if he says it doesn't have any impact at all. But there is really no good solution now. Although this team is a professional team, it was basically established by Cheng Yao's father for Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo. Yahao also communicated with Msjoy. Msjoy meant that IFCD needed an opportunity to rekindle their fighting spirit. It's easy to say just by talking about it on paper. There is only so much a coach can do, and the player's state has to be adjusted by the player himself. I brought all these 4 videos back, but fortunately I didn't immediately call in the IFCD team members to review them. Instead, I asked everyone to go back and rest for a night, and then review them tomorrow when they are energetic enough. The current state of IFCD is really shocking. A little worried. It was almost 11 o'clock when IFCD returned to the hotel. They had some late-night snacks and went to bed to rest. To be honest, they were not used to 4 high-intensity games. IFCD has never played a game of this intensity. The pace is about 1 minute faster than their usual games. Even the Heroes Cup and PPL games are far from comparable. The Heroes Cup is actually a training match, especially when all domestic competitions at this stage are FPB competitions. The Heroes Cup is more like a training match, although the PPL competition is the final. The participating teams, the strength is limited. The top domestic teams, the top 4 teams OMG, 17, SNAQTC, and 4AM did not participate. And because of the competition system, many bad teams entered the finals. So the intensity of the finals was not very high. This is the first time IFCD has faced the intensity of QGC. Every transfer must be carefully considered, and the spots in the circle that they want to go to are also occupied by other strong teams. Therefore, IFCD cannot play its own transfer style. It has always been difficult to sneak into the circle and be chased by it. It's hard to take initiative. The first set was fine, but the second set was a little more conservative. After a night's rest, everyone regained their energy. On the first day of the competition, we were temporarily ranked 5th. This result is acceptable to IFCD fans. After all, this is the most intense competition in the country. Almost all the strong teams gathered together, and we still had 1 chicken in 4 games. This result is not bad. But both Yahao and IFCD know that they are still far from their best. Especially Mao Xiaomo. His enthusiasm and words will infect his teammates. If even Mao Xiaomo is not excited, the whole team will look a little dull. Yahao sighed silently. After all, he was still too young. The number 1 OMG in the country is now, and the second one takes turns. Even when they didn't win the championship, they all wanted to win the championship. After winning the championship, the enthusiasm temporarily faded away. There is only one thing that can wake everyone up from this state, and that is failure. In Yahao's heart, he has even given up on QGC. They have just won a championship and are not so eager for results now. It is different from the time of the Haohan Cup. Their goal in the Haohan Cup is to avoid relegation, and the second is to challenge. Now we are competing for the championship, and the mentality of the two is different. Mao Xiaomo listened carefully to everyone's opinions, transfers, battles, every detail. In a long-term competition, the key is the persistence of the state. If IFCD ranked 5th on the first day, there is still a possibility of winning. Everyone wants to taste the taste of championship again. IFCD also carefully reviewed the third and fourth sets on the first day. In such a high-intensity game, winning the center of a circle is of great significance. This depends on the transfer after the third circle. There are some terrains where we can fight, so we fight decisively. There is no difference between 150 points and 100 points. But after fighting, we will reach the finals, Wang Hao said. In this kind of high-intensity competition, the advantageous terrain in the center of the circle is particularly important. Even OMG has changed its usual tactical play. Now it is also a tactic of grabbing the center. In the past, the intensity of the competition was not high, and they could kill with gun skills. There is no way out. But there is no weak team in the QGC finals. As long as there is a fight, it will definitely attract the surrounding teams. With such a dense crowd, no team will let go of the opportunity to clear out the teams around them. They don't dare to attack a full OMG. But any team of OMG with 3 people dares to attack. This is the numerical advantage of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The next day, Games 5 to 8 continued. For Games, a lot of dramatic changes. Chapter 396, Drive High and Go Low. In 4 games, there were 3 chickens in a row. In the 5th, 6th and 7th games, Team 17 completed 3 consecutive chickens. This is very rare in domestic competitions. The most important thing is that in these 3 sets, the 17 teams killed an average of 14 people in each set. QGC New Year Invitational Finals Scoreboard. 1, 17, Day 1, 1470, Day 2, 2450, Total Score, 3920 Chicken times 4. 2, OMG Day 1, 1645, Day 2, 1750, Total Score, 3395 Chicken times 1. 3, SNAQTC, Day 1, 1755, Day 2, 1135, Total Score, 2890 Chicken times 1. 4, AR, Day 1, 1375, Day 2, 1325, Total Score, 2700 Chicken times 1. 7, IFCD, Day 1, 1470, Day 2, 900 Total Score, 2370 Chicken times 1. After 8 games, IFCD has completely lost its qualification to compete for the championship. There is a gap of 1,550 points between IFCD, which is ranked 7th, and 17, which is ranked 1st. This gap is not just as simple as eating 2 plates of chicken. It is unrealistic to say that IFCD's high start and low start will not disappoint the fans. In the past 2 days of competition, the team basically failed to defeat the real team. Even an outsider can see that the entire IFCD is out of shape. In the past, IFCD was always the most conspicuous team on the field. In these games, the OB did not give many shots. During the transfer process, they would always get into team fights with their opponents for no apparent reason. And then, they would be wiped out for no apparent reason. The journey of the new champion IFCD is very difficult. On the contrary is the 17th team. I ate 4 chickens in 8 sets in 2 days, accounting for half of the total. This result is also very rare in the professional arena. To win 3 chickens in a row in the professional arena, you not only need your own strength, but also a little luck. The next day's game god is also very kind to 17. And the team is in good condition, so it is natural to complete 3 consecutive chickens. In this way, they scored 3,920 points in 2 sets. This score should also be regarded as a record under this competition system. All previous matches of the Hero Cup were also 8-set matches. The record for the championship score was 3,790. It is conceivable that the score of 17 of Terror OMG was as stable as ever and successfully won the first set of the QGC finals in the 8th set, which was a little late for them. In the current standings, 17 teams are in 1 level. OMG is in 1 level, and the remaining 3rd and below are in 1 level, like SNAQTC in 3rd place and AR in 4th place. If they want to catch up with 17 in 1st place, they can only pray that their opponents will fall into a box, and they will perform stably. The championship battle has come to Team 17 and OMG. A week ago, the 2 teams just had a fierce battle in the Douyu Gold tournament. In the end, OMG had the last laugh and successfully won the championship with a 300-point advantage. A week later in QGC, the 2 teams launched an attack on the championship at the same time. For OMG, the more than 500 points between them and Team 17 is also a catchable point difference, as long as they perform stably. This point difference can be overturned within 1 or 2 games. As the commentator of the event, Msjoy and Yehao couldn't help but sigh, saying that they are indeed the first and second best team in the country. Compared with these two teams, which have always been very stable, their teams DLG and IFCD also lack a little stability. This is the result of long-term professional experience. Think about the initial state fluctuations of 17 and OMG. This is why IFCD is so favored by the outside world, because their starting point is too high. The 4 players are the 4 core people of CEL this year, 3 members of the championship team, and 1 murderer. After entering the professional circle, they have only experienced 1 defeat in the Heroes Cup. In the training match, the state is outstanding and stable in Group S. The PPL preliminaries and QGC preliminaries advanced strongly with the first place. Then PPL reversed course and won the championship. I can't believe this is a new team that has been established just over 3 months ago. A new team composed entirely of 18.9-year-old young people won the championship in the first final. This starting point is unparalleled by anyone at home or abroad. After IFCD made a strong comeback and won the PPL championship, domestic fans gave IFCD very high praise and also held unlimited fantasies. You must know that in competitions between strong domestic teams and foreign teams, the best result is only the top 5 achieved by the OMG team. It is even more difficult to get on the podium or even win the championship. At a time when the entire PUBG community in China was a bit afraid of foreigners, IFCD came out of nowhere. They represent Xia's hope for survival. Some members of the OMG team are no longer young, and have even reached the 4th grade. And with age comes a decline in reaction. This is a natural law that people cannot contend with. Fans are looking forward to IFCD's ability to create the legend of Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. Although everyone has always said that they should treat a new team with a tolerant attitude. When IFCD was confused in the QGC finals, there were still many discordant voices. However, what is unexpected is that unlike OMG, 4AM, and Team 17 who suffered from trolls, IFCD has received encouragement from a large number of fans. After the second day of the game, all members of the OMG team came to comfort IFCD. The latter's frustrated mood also allowed them to see their past selves. It is not easy for a few young people to reach this point. The taste of failure. It's very uncomfortable. Even OMG, which has won many championships, knows this. After the game, there were a lot of posts on the Hupu forum to cheer for IFCD, and the moderator did not merge it. Young teams should be encouraged rather than criticized. Every team has its bad days. Even FaZe has failed to reach the finals. As a new team, it is normal for IFCD to have ups and downs. More people are also looking forward to the joining of God of War Zhou Lily. The joining of a team of veteran professional players will make up for the shortcomings of IFCD to a certain extent. This dream team may be the future of the 2019 PGI World Cup and 2020 Tokyo Olympics. There is another post that already has 2,000 plus replies. This post is about cheering for IFCD, but in a different way. 7th place is not the end of IFCD. This post first said something that made everyone stunned. IFCD is ranked 8th in the country, and QGC is temporarily ranked 7th in the finals. Everyone is emotionally disappointed. In their hearts, do everyone already regard IFCD as the top 3 team in the country? If they don't get the top 3, it means failure? These words also suddenly woke up many people. In their eyes, IFCD seemed to be the seed team. Maybe it was IFCD's previous strong performance that conquered them. In the latest TPJ comprehensive review, IFCD is ranked 8th in China, and now QGC is 7th. 99% of everyone feels that this is not the true level of IFCD. Does it mean that everyone has recognized this new team in their hearts? The top domestic team. Along the way, IFCD has brought them too many miracles. This post was written by an IFCD fan. He believes that IFCD's ranking is not artificially high, but low. Even Yehao, Msjoy, and many professional coaches suddenly thought of it when they saw this post. They also subconsciously think that IFCD did not perform well. But the 7th place result is called poor performance. What is their true strength? Smile comforted Mao Xiaomo. As the captain of OMG, Smile has watched many IFCD games and has great appreciation for this top domestic conductor who is no less than him. After spending the past few days with OMG, Mao Xiaomo also feels that there is absolutely no reason why these 4 professional players can reach the top position in the country. They are sincere, serious, and the atmosphere in private is very good. In fact, OMG is the same as IFCD. They were good friends before they became professionals. To a certain extent, OMG and IFCD are very similar. The only difference may be that OMG is more professional. After OMG's game, there will be a professional coaching team to help OMG review the game. This is something IFCD does not have. The only coach is still in the commentary box. 8 games have been played in the 12-year schedule, with the last 4 games tomorrow. This year's QGC will come to an end. But IFCD's own feeling is that it feels like it has never been to a QGC game and has no sense of existence at all. This year's QGC competition is quite polarized. Some of the strong teams in the past, such as COG, DLG, and D5, were beaten so hard by the top teams that they couldn't lift their heads. After a period of competition, the status of these strong teams has also changed. All found, no matter how important and valuable domestic competitions are, they cannot compare to international competitions. The professional competitions that the Siagwa team can participate in this year are the PCI Siagwa Invitational Tournament held in April, the PGI World Invitational Tournament, and the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds World Cup with the national team. These 3 competitions are what each team is preparing for as top priority. Winning another domestic championship is great, but for teams like M17 and OMG that have won many championships, winning another domestic championship only means so much. But for the rest of the domestic strong teams, they all need a domestic champion to prove themselves. Chapter 397, Relieve the Pressure. 4 a.m. As a powerful team that has been ranked among the top 3 in the country all year round, has only won 1 championship so far. COG, 1 championship. SNAQTC, 2 championships. DLG, 0 championships. LGD, 2 championships. In an era when OMG and M17, 2 super first-tier teams monopolized the championship, it was even more difficult for other teams to win the championship. IFCD, the 4 of us were eating the late-night snacks we had bought, which was a bit boring. After eating for 2 minutes, no one said a word except for Yi Hao occasionally saying a few words. Young people, no matter what happens, will have a greater impact on them than veterans who have been playing professionally for many years. Even though we have said many times before that we should not take team annihilation or failure to heart. But when the loss really comes, everyone does not have such a good mentality. Yehao gnawed on the chicken legs, looked at the silent IFCD people and said, "Actually, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is the same as playing basketball. You can't affect your own defensive status just because you didn't prevent your opponent's attack during the game. In that case, you may continue to score goals." Fortunately, he is not a bad-tempered coach to begin with, because he is relatively young. He is more like the same age as several IFCD players. IFCD is experienced in this situation. It is not that he has experienced this kind of thing before, but DLG has experienced this kind of thing before. DLG was particularly sluggish for a period of time. Msjoy didn't have much coaching experience at that time, and he mainly guided DLG in technical and tactical aspects. I also laughed and complained many times during the live broadcast. Xiao Ju and the others were so sad. They made me even sad. The current situation of IFCD is somewhat similar to that of DLG at that time. At this time, the head coach must not be affected by the emotions of the players, because the coach is the only person who can help the team. Mao Xiaomao suddenly said, "I am mainly responsible for this competition. Regarding the command issue, I was not thorough enough and decisive enough." The atmosphere within the IFCD team has always been like this. Don't pass the blame. Take the blame yourself. My mood was not high, which affected the team a bit. Mao Xiaomao also knew what was the thorn that had always affected his state. Everyone knows it too. Everyone must be responsible for the team's failure, but the main responsibility must lie with the captain. No one was scrambling to take over the blame, so there was no point. Relax. Just fight as if there is no pressure. Although all professional teams want to win, the only difference between our team and other professional teams is that we don't have the pressure of professional results. It's easy to say. This team is funded by the Wanzhong Group and has no performance requirements at all. However, these team members are relatively competitive, so they sometimes put unnecessary pressure on themselves, which is completely unnecessary in Yahao's opinion. The professional competition is not about playing house. Everyone understands these points. But if you can take off the burden, your results will definitely make a breakthrough. Mao Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we have played, the pressure doesn't matter anymore. In the last 4 sets, I played my own style. Come on! Everybody! Come on! Come on! Come on! Hello! Everyone. Welcome everyone to watch the QGC New Year Invitational Tournament Finals on time. Today is the last day of the finals. That is, today. The half-month-long QGC New Year Invitational Tournament will end and the final champion will be decided. Xiaotong sweetly smiling at the camera. Msjoy nodded. Yes. In the previous 2 days of competition, the 17th team performed well and led the standings with a score of 3,920 points at level 4. The OMG team followed closely with a gap of more than 500 points, followed by the third team. It's not easy for the 3 groups to catch up with OMG and 17. Yehao continued. Yes, but in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game, you can't be too full of words. Who knows if the next 17 teams will complete a 3-game comeback and win the championship. Yes, there are still 10 minutes until the start of the game. Let's chat about the teams participating in the QGC finals. Xiaotong turned the topic to Yehao and Msjoy. Why Yehao and Msjoy are called the golden partners of domestic commentators is partly because they are more humorous and will not be too boring during breaks. Then let's talk about some new teams, like OMG, 17, and 4AM. Everyone should be very familiar with such teams, Msjoy said. First of all, let's talk about the AR team. This team is firmly ranked in the top 4 despite the good form of the previous strong teams this year. It can be regarded as becoming famous in one battle, Yehao said. The score of the AR team is really not low. Under normal circumstances, it can rank 2 to 3 in an 8-set game. This time it is temporarily ranked 4th, because 17 and OMG are in such good condition. No matter where these 2 results are, each one is a championship result. We actually don't have much information about the AR team, but we can still get a sense of this team's tactical ideas and general play style from the game, Msjoy continued. The playing style of this team is a bit like the Korean team. It plays more utilitarian, and is a team that wants to achieve results. They can give up the opportunity to win the chicken when the circle is not good. For people score 4 points. They can sneak into the circle in any direction. But they can also pretend to be dead when the circle is good. They are a relatively flexible team. Yes, and their frontal strength is not weak, Yehao added. In the first 2 days of competition, the AR team had a back and forth with the domestic strong teams, and they ranked 4th after playing hard, Msjoy continued. It is said that the coach of this team is from South Korea. He has absorbed the tactics of China and South Korea and created such a team. Its strength cannot be underestimated. The most impressive thing about the AR team was the 6th set. In the circle of punishment, 4 people rushed into the center of the circle in 4 directions at the same time. Although 3 people died, the only surviving lone wolf survived until the end and won the victory. Achieved 2nd place result. Although the performance-seeking style of play may not look good in terms of viewing, it is definitely the most professional style of play that is most suitable for professional competitions. I would like to know how the 2 teachers evaluated IFCD, because many netizens on the internet are a little disappointed with IFCD's results. How do you think IFCD performed in this competition? Or maybe you expected IFCD's strength to be around where is it in the country? Xiaotong said with a smile. This is also a question that the majority of netizens are more concerned about. It is not an exaggeration to say that IFCD is the most watched team in China right now. Chapter 398 Hidden Rules. Msjoy smiled and said, I'd rather know what you think. Yehao smiled and said, Actually, I asked Xiaomo this question yesterday. Do you know how Xiaomo answered it? Top 5 in China? Msjoy guessed. Yehao shook his head and said, Top 3 in the country. So he himself is very dissatisfied with the current results. I also think that with their ability, there should be no problem in reaching the top 5. Top 3 in China. In the current domestic team rankings, OMG and 17 are undoubtedly the top 2. And there is no controversy about 3rd and 4th, 4AM and SNAQTC. Mao Xiaomo directly said that the top 3 in the country is also somewhat confusing to neutral audiences. Especially 4AM fans. Their domestic ranking is number 3. Didn't Mao Xiaomo make it clear that he thinks they are better than 4AM when he said this? As a super traffic team in China, 4AM has the same number of fans as IFCD. And its combat effectiveness is also very fierce. However, IFCD fans are quite happy to hear it. Mao Xiaomo is used to saying this. Emotion has always been like this. Confident and arrogant like a young man. But this is also the reason why IFCD fans like them. It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. There is indeed reason to be confident when they can reach this point at their age, Msjoy said. Teacher Joy, where do you think IFCD is currently in the country? Msjoy glanced at it and said what she was thinking. Well, objectively speaking, it's one of the top 5 in China. Xiaotong was surprised. Teacher Joy, do you think so too? Ms. Joy nodded. You have actually seen it in the PPL before. IFCD performs stably, and its strength is definitely the first-class level in the country. LGD, and this is why everyone thinks that IFCD's ranking 7th is due to poor condition. Yehao nodded. But to be honest, what he was thinking was similar to this. But to be honest, the ceiling of the IFCD team is too high, Ms. Joy continued. After Zhou Lily comes, the IFCD team will be very scary. With a top 2 domestic commander, the number 1 sniper, and 2 shooters with superb marksmanship, they may become one of the top 3 teams in international competitions besides OMG. A team. At this time, Xiaotong suddenly received a prompt from the directing team and immediately said, Okay, the last day of our QGC Invitational Tournament has begun. Let's enter the game screen. In the competition room, without the pressure of performance, the IFCD team members felt much more relaxed. Let's treat it as a 4-game game. Everyone, come on. Looking at the game start interface, everyone is encouraging each other. Okay, the game has officially started. Let's take a look at the route first. It is a route from the upper and lower urban areas in the upper left corner to Port Inn. This route is a relatively comfortable route for most teams, Ms. Joy said, except for the resource point in the upper right corner of this route, which is difficult to reach. Other resource points are relatively easy to get to. Everyone is still familiar with the jumping points. 17P City, IFCD Airport, Stars and Port, LGD Big and Small Electric. Now whether it is a domestic or foreign competition, there will not be much change in the jump point, unless the 2 teams collide, just like XQ and IFCD. IFCD has just been launched, and the first safe zone has been refreshed. Oh, the first circle was brushed in the north. A safe zone centered on the shooting range is not good news for the southern teams, Joy said. Yehao continued. There is still half of the sea area in this circle. In fact, the first circle should be treated as the 3rd circle. The circle clearing rule of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is now basically that the sea area will be cleared when the 4th circle is reached. Brush them all out. Yes. So the most difficult thing to transfer should be IFCD. Ms. Joy said that the audience members in this circle are also very worried about the transfer of IFCD. Yesterday's transfer of IFCD can be described as terrible. There was no initiative at all. In layman's terms, they were stunned. What is the status of IFCD today, and whether it can bottom out and rebound is also a big concern. Why doesn't Joy say that IFCD is the most difficult team to transfer in this circle? Because after roughly knowing the rules of the next circle refresh, many teams will go to the south. In this way, they can refresh a southern corner. No movement is required. In this case, there will be a lot of teams accumulated in the southern part of the circle and the G-port side of Longji Mountain. However, although it is very safe if you want to go around from the east, you will still have to make a large-scale transfer when encircling the south. When the teams were transferred, as expected by Ms. Joy, IFCD adopted a slow-moving strategy. It was only after 8.5 minutes of the game that the poison began to transfer. Once the next circle is brushed in the northern mountains, it is actually easy for them to get in. Look at the transfer route of IFCD. Oh, they chose a gas station outside Y City. This location is on the edge of the white circle. It seems that they want to take a simple rest, Ms. Joy said. Yehao continued. In fact, IFCD is very smart. No matter it is the bridge in G-port or the bridge in our city, we will definitely not dare to cross it. We can only go to the east side. But the team on the east side entered the center of the circle early, and the gas station area was of little significance to them. In the entire map, there were not many teams on the right side, and it was easy to get into the center of the safe zone. So basically not long after the circle was refreshed, they entered the center of the safe zone along the east road. If Mao Xiaoma was in Y City, he would definitely choose this way too. On the 3rd day of the game, many teams had no hope of competing for the championship, so they played more unrestrainedly. They lost 12 people before the first lap was completed. The V5 team was also wiped out in advance. This was not the case in the previous round. It's also very common in competitions. The 2nd circle indeed produced a southern corner circle, which shows that our judgment was correct. Yes, as a professional competition between Joy and Yehao, they have also done a lot of research on the rules of brushing circles. They don't believe in metaphysics. They will only use a lot of data to find the unspoken rules for brushing circles. The real unspoken rules are that there will be no large areas of water after the first 4 circles. Chapter 399. Confrontation with AR. Once this circle is drawn, there are 2 options for IFCD. The first option is to enter the circle in 1 step. After crossing the bridge, find a seat near the gas station in front and continue to stay on the edge of the circle. The second option is to walk along the river on the south side towards the center of the circle. In fact, after this circle has been brushed, there is no other sea area in the circle except the river outside our city. This circle is basically not brushed at all. It only brushes out all the northernmost sea areas, which is also harmful to the team. There is no big impact. Most teams are still in the safe zone. IFCD still chose the gas station and didn't rush into it rashly. It was much more patient than the previous 2 days. Mstoy commented objectively. The center of the circle is of course good, but it also has to be accessible. In the previous 2 days of competition, IFCD was still a little impatient in entering the circle, which resulted in constant attacks on other teams during the transfer process, resulting in the team's attrition. When the fierce battle between the teams in the circle was in full swing, IFCD also asked Wang Hao to get on a motorcycle to explore the spot first. This is something that professional teams must do. One player must go to the circle to check on the points. Otherwise, swarming into the circle is a way of seeking death. The motorcycle drove around in a circle. The FPP motorcycle had a very good view, and Wang Hao also had a general understanding of the distribution of their teams. The third circle. Still a southern cutaway. It's a twilight circle. It's the yin and yang circle again, taking the river outside our city as the boundary. The north accounts for about 60%, and the south accounts for 40%. In this white circle, the northern part is covered with mountains, while the southern terrain is more complicated. Water City, including the ruins, are all within the safe zone. It doesn't matter whether you go south or north in the next circle. And from God's perspective, there are 0 teams in the south of the river now. 1 team didn't, and all the teams gathered in the north. The camera showed IFCD again. IFCD did not choose to move to the south, but instead parked the car outside the white circle. I want to forcefully eat the AR around the circle. To an outsider, IFCD's behavior is incomprehensible. Why would it have to fight with AR when it is clear that it can get into the circle without any injuries? But Mstoy immediately gave the answer. IFCD is going to win this game. Let me analyze why IFCD chooses to attack AR. First of all, there are very few teams on the east side, and almost no one will interfere with the battle between AR and IFCD. This is the most important thing, because once a third party gets involved, the one who will suffer will definitely be IFCD outside the circle. And the terrain of AR, it's not very good. It's just a reverse slope. Without that kind of high slope, it's not that much of a disadvantage for the attacker. Secondly, once this position is captured, everyone should take a look. Mstoy used the touch screen to draw a circle on the map. IFCD can control such a large area. If we brush the north, we will step into the circle. IFCD is the team that will gain the most if we farm the south, although their location is not a high point in the north. The terrain in the south is relatively low, so it is basically an unobstructed view. Even if a team from the east chooses to go south, IFCD can clearly collect all the information. Circled, and they drove directly into the water, landed on the south side, and blocked all the teams on the north side. At least they were ranked in the top 5. This location should be the only location in the circle that can go south or north. After Mstoy's analysis, everyone understood a bit. There is still a very big difference between amateurs and professionals. While everyone was digesting it, IFCD had already arrived 200 meters away from the AR team. The refresh time of the third circle is very short, so IFCD plays very decisively, and their tactics take time. 2 new generation teams finally meet. The first head-to-head confrontation in the QGC arena. For people stopped and pulled out guns directly. No extra steps required. Boom. Ta-ta-ta-ta. All 8 people were peeking constantly, squatting down to spray medicine even with their remaining health. 3 heads flew within 3 seconds. IFCD_King used M16A for headshot to knock down AR_Mituno. IFCD_45AI used AKM headshot to knock down AR_Bugoxing. AR_Mustang used SKS to knock down IFCD_45AI with a headshot. Beautiful 2-shot SKS. Mustang. But 3 teammates have already fallen, Mstoy shouted. In a wave of firefight, IFCD killed 1 person and AR killed 2 people. The OB perspective was given to Mustang, and 2 accurate SKS shots directly blew off Wang Hao's level 2 head. Last just started to help his teammates without any hesitation. And Mustang continued to draw the gun. But IFCD was so reckless. He didn't choose to save his teammates. Under the exclamations of Mjoy and Yahao, Mao Xiaomao and Good rushed to AR's position on a motorcycle. Yellow hair! Clear! Mao Xiaomao shouted in the competition room. Good immediately understood what Mao Xiaomao meant. This is their IFCD style of play. Attack immediately if there is a chance. The unsolvable tacit understanding allows them to minimize the team's reaction time and not give their opponents time to react. Cheng Yao didn't choose to help Wang Hao, who fell at his feet, and stood up to draw his gun. No words needed. When Mustang heard the sound of IFCD's car, he immediately started shooting. But the speed of the motorcycle was too fast. Even at high speed, he couldn't hit directly. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yao's gun barrel was seen. Boom! IFCD_Crystal used Car 98K to knock down AR_Mustang with a headshot. Down! Cheng Yao just fired the shot and reported the information directly to his teammates. The AR team's defense collapsed instantly. Lastju continues to save his teammates. Lastju is very calm. A big-hearted player. He continued to save his teammates without any fluctuations. Mjoy praised. Being able to remain calm in this situation is enough to explain something. Mao Xiaomao and Gut stopped at the other side of Lastju. They didn't know Lastju's location and didn't dare to poke their heads around. If Lastju had set up his gun in advance, their situation would be uncertain in seconds. Mao Xiaomao and Gut each threw a low thunderbolt. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, Lastju successfully rescued his teammates. But the AR player didn't have time to apply medicine. Cheng Yao had already pulled him over. IFCD 3 people made a synchronization and were pulled out from the slope at the same time. Lastju's reaction was very fast, and he directly hit Cheng Yao based on the sound of footsteps. AR_Lastju used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_Crystal. On the other side, the output of Mao Xiaomao and Gut overlapped a bit, and the two of them attacked Maituno, who had lost his health. It also gave Lastju the opportunity to pull his gun. Lastju's pistol was still very accurate in such a tense moment. Even when he fell down without any brains, he knocked down Good again with 2 shots. AR_Lastju knocked down IFCD_Godric with an AKM headshot. But the time it takes to knock someone down is enough for Mao Xiaomao to react. The M16A4 3-shot burst mode turns on instantly, and you can squat down and shoot directly. A perfect shot, hitting Lastju directly. IFCD_King used M16A4 to kill AR_Lastju with a headshot. IFCD, who was defeated by 3 people, successfully eliminated AR on the edge of the circle and 1 AR. This is IFCD! Mjoy sighed. In the wave of battle just now, IFCD's smooth attack was their unique style. This style cannot be learned from other Xia Kingdom teams. In short, IFCD's ability to seize opportunities is really strong. Once there is an opportunity, it will not give you any time to breathe. Even if the team members communicate, they communicate in action. They do not act after communicating. This is different from other teams. The place? In the wave just now! If you think about it carefully, IFCD had the advantage. Why do you say that? Mjoy analyzed. Even if the IFCD people in this wave suffer a loss in the duel, they can still save them. The AR team will not rush over. They will only get stuck in the IFCD circle. But IFCD is different. They are the offensive side. Once they take advantage, they will charge immediately. This tactic is very risky, but they are very proactive, Mjoy analyzed. In fact, for IFCD, there are many ways to attack, such as using vehicles to advance layer by layer, and using smoke to move forward slowly. But fighting like this is indeed too passive, and accidents are easy to occur. It is better to use this simple fighting method to complete the assault on the opponent. IFCD 3 people fell to the ground, but there were no other teams nearby, and they were all able to be rescued safely. However, 6 of the 8 people had their helmets exploded, and only 2 of IFCD's helmets were left on Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao's heads. In addition, except for Mao Xiaomao, all of them fell down once. These are all IFCD's next battles. A hidden danger. However, from the current position, although IFCD is not a good position in the center of the circle, it is the most flexible position, like the teams from the north and the south. No matter which way they brush, it will be difficult for them to get to the other side. But it is easier for IFCD. Compared with the first and second days of the game, IFCD has less transfers and battles. A lot of gambling involved. The team circle in the south is of course invincible once it is cleared in the south. But in the professional game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you can never put the fate of the team on the poisonous circle. You have to find the most correct way to deal with it wherever you are. Chapter 400, ISCD versus XQ. The next lap is crucial, Joy said. The next circle is a large attrition circle. No matter which side you brush on, it will cause large-scale attrition. Brush the south, and at least half of the team in the north will die. Although there are fewer teams in the north and south, the mountains in the north of our city are relatively flat, and there are not many places to accommodate the teams. There are now 17 teams on the field, and this circle determines their fate. All surviving players stopped fighting, and they had to decide their strategy based on the next lap. Okay, fourth lap! Might as well shout out loud. The fourth circle is still cut to the northwest. When seeing this circle, ISCD also had a dark face. But it also illustrates the reason not to cut the water after the fourth circle. This circle is the most uncomfortable circle for IFCD. They can easily enter regardless of whether they go due north or due south. When they go to the northwest corner circle, they can only go straight in or go around the narrow edge. But from a god's perspective, there is OMG on the road where IFCD cuts in. And there are 3 teams gathered on the narrow side. 4 AM, SNAQTC and LGD. No matter which direction you enter the circle, you can't avoid a head-on battle. But because IFCD is relatively close to the blue circle, no matter which side you enter from, it is IFCD that suffers. Detouring is not a good choice, because detouring can only be done from the back of the shooting range. The distance is too far, and the risk is too unexpected. The best location now should be near the wreckage of the plane. The team standing there is 17. Team. The 4 members of Team 17 are spread out and control a very large area. If I were IFCD, I would choose to go straight into the circle, because there is only a 1-minute interval in the middle of the poisonous circle, so it will take longer to go around the narrow edge. And when the poisonous circle comes, it will eat the poison first. Yes, although the poison circle is slower in the narrow side position, the poison is eaten earliest. Let's watch IFCD. Undermjoy is shouting. Everyone saw IFCD's actions. There is neither a choice to insert directly into the circle nor a choice to go around the narrow edge. IFCD chose to drive directly to the center point. This is a risky decision, Yi Hao Yi shouted. Although there are only 1 or 2 teams in the center of the circle, there are many teams stationed around the circle. If IFCD wants to enter the circle, it must be very accurate. Otherwise, once it hits the face of the team on the edge of the circle, even if you are a motorcycle, you will definitely be shot down. 3 motorcycles! IFCD just lost a few big cars, Joy exclaimed. This is a style of play he has never seen before. Needless to say, the advantages of FPV vehicles are that a Jeep is a mobile bunker, and the mountains in the north of our city are relatively flat in many places except for 17 and the narrow edge. It is definitely best to have a car in a car array. 3 motorcycles rush directly along the path at full speed to get to the center of the circle. Although this trail is very close to OMG, OMG also has to climb a small slope to reach it. The most fearful thing about a motorcycle on the mountain is slowing down. If there is a road, its speed can increase. 3 motorcycles speeding. Wang Hao was undoubtedly the first, followed by Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. The 2 of them were in the same car, and Good was dragged at the end. The 3 cars of IFCD are like a long snake. Rush directly into the safe zone. There are 3 cars, and there is no doubt that the most dangerous one is the one owned by Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. The probability of 2 people being swept down is much greater than the probability of 1 being swept down. If 3 vehicles advance in sequence, the enemy shooting sequence will generally be like this. Skin the first motorcycle first, and then sweep the last motorcycle after they have all passed. Generally speaking, the one in the middle is the safest. Although OMG reacted immediately, it was still half a beat too late. A symbolic sweep of the shuttle only hit Good, who was lagging behind, with half of his health. IFCD's thinking is very clear. They have already formulated a strategy before rushing into the circle. They want to seize the hilltop where XQ is. Now in the circle, the best positions are undoubtedly the wreckage where 17 is, and the hilltop where XQ is. However, the 17th position has a very big flaw, because the plane wreckage is on a very flat terrain. Although it is a high point, the visibility is very poor. Although the controlled area is large, it is difficult to support each other. The most important thing is that you are still on the edge of a circle. If you swipe the next circle, you may not be in the circle. On the other hand, The top of the XQ hill is in a good position, and at the center of a circle. No matter how you cut the next circle, this position will definitely be inside the circle. ISCD had already thought about it before charging. They are motorcycles, and cannot be mixed in the center of the circle like a few jeeps. What they have to do this time is to rush down the hill of XQ, and then eat chicken. IFCD's style of play is a bit reckless. They rush directly to the top of XQ's mountain. Can they rush up there? Amid the shouts of joy, Team XQ also discovered IFCD. For the first time, for people were shooting continuously, and bullets kept falling on the high-speed motorcycle. Duh. Dang dang. Although the speed of the motorcycle is fast, the XQ's marksmanship is equally accurate. When rushing down the slope of XQ, IFCD's health was still half disabled. When Wang Hao got off the car, he didn't have time to draw blood and immediately threw out the cigarette in his hand. But he was also knocked down directly by the car god, who pulled him out. XQ_Chishan used AKM headshot to knock down IFCD_45 AI. A few cigarette smoke quickly dispersed, and XQ's vision was inevitably blocked. The rest of the IFCD team members dispersed down another slope. Good kept throwing mines to suppress them, making it impossible for XQ to rush over for a while. Pull left and right. After taking the medicine, Mao Xiaomao said to Cheng Yao. Good still had residual health, so Cheng Yao took up his position. Even though there were only 3 people, he still decisively opened the wings. Wang Hao fell down and soon bled to death. But his teammates had already replenished their health. His gun line was equivalent to attracting all the XQ team members. No matter what happens at this time, ISCD's lineup must be forcibly expanded. Otherwise it will only be a matter of time before XQ opens the line of fire, and ISCD is wiped out. Although it is on a low slope, IFCD has a relatively large space to move, and there are not many positions where XQ players can draw their guns. Good wasted his time throwing projectiles, giving Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao time to move to the flanks. XQ's position was now filled with smoke by Good alone. Otherwise bombs, smoke, flames, flashes. Good's level 3 bag contained countless throwing objects, all of which the AR team had no time to use. All of them were collected by IFCD, so there was naturally no shortage. Mao Xiaomao and Cobra heard each other's footsteps at the same time, but their choices are different. Cobra chooses to move forward quietly, but Mao Xiaomao pulled it out directly. Without any time to react, Mao Xiaomao shot out in advance. Duh. Cobra just raised his gun. He was knocked down by Mao Xiaomao with a headshot. IFCD_King used M16 A4 to knock down XQ_Cobra. Side! Cobra shouted. But Mao Xiaomao moved very quickly, and kept closing his gun and shooting. Standard peak operation. However, the peak dodger gun that the M16 can produce is more powerful than the M416. As long as you master the rhythm, the M16's rate of fire can help you produce greater output in a short time. Xiadu, who was dragged at the end of XQ, also circled Mao Xiaomao's side, but Good saw it early and reported it directly to Mao Xiaomao. 1v1 between the ace players on both sides. Start when the head-on battle turns into a pot of porridge. Duh. Mao Xiaomao and Xiaodu are both very good at shooting, constantly using their respective bunkers to shoot. Xiaodu was very smart and predicted Mao Xiaomao's position with a flash bomb. Boom! Mao Xiaomao's screen briefly turned completely white. Xiaodu judged that Mao Xiaomao had been dodged and pulled him out directly. But Xiaodu's judgment made a fatal mistake. Although Mao Xiaomao was flashed, he was flashed only for a moment. Although the screen of Mao Xiaomao, who was flashed, was still a bit blurry, Xiaodu's position could already be seen. Xiaodu rushed towards the side without cover, and Mao Xiaomao went out with Q and fired 3 shots. Xiaodu was shocked and immediately stopped to fight back. But the preview point went wrong again. After Mao Xiaomao fired 3 shots, he immediately came out from the other side of the tree. There is no doubt that Xiaodu will be taken away directly. IFCD_King used M16A for headshot to knock down XQ_Xiaodu. Emotion knocked down Xiaodu. Once again, he penetrated XQ's flank. What a crazy boast. He is very proud that this is his team. Although IFCD's charge was a bit reckless, this set really showed momentum and really fought for the chicken. Mao Xiaomao single-handedly knocked down 2 of XQ's flankers and directly penetrated XQ, leaving a gaping hole in XQ's defense. But in the 2v2 on the frontal battlefield, XQ had the advantage. First of all, in terms of health. Although Good and Cheng Yao had a first aid kit, they only had 75 health, while the 2 people in XQ had full health. Secondly, The positions of the two people in XQ are better. And the gun lines are also wider. After adding the IFCD armor and AR, it was very much consumed after the battle. Good was even in a state without a helmet. And the frontal battlefield was almost defeated. Although Chungyao knocked down the car god, AK immediately shot back, knocking down Good first and then Chungyao, who was still alive. In the tragic battlefield, most of the people fell in an instant. Both XQ and IFCD only have one player left. This is also their fateful battle. Starting with the battle for our city. Both sides have no hope of winning now. But no matter which side wants to win,